I have entered the realm of Naruto, rule of strange tales. Everyone in Konoha wishes to take my life. I must embody the role of Naruto to survive. Fortunately, I have discovered that this world is not solely governed by rules that I must adhere to. They too are bound by similar constraints. Ever since I traversed into this world, I have been chosen and bound to the destiny of the Dragon Kingdom to participate in these strange tales. Although succeeding in this endeavor grants me the memories and powers of a fused identity to bolster national strength, failure would lead to my demise, and my nation would fall victim to these strange tales. However, I am fortunate to have retained my memories from my previous life, a stroke of luck indeed, for the plethora of well-known anime from my past is unknown to the inhabitants of this world. Oh my astonishment. The current tale unfolds within the world of Naruto. Having just awakened from a dimly lit room, I found myself before a dusty, floor-length mirror. Upon cleaning the mirror and gazing at my reflection, I was taken aback to discover that I now bore the likeness of Uzumaki Naruto, post-Fourth Great Ninja War, in his adult form. I instinctively touched the stubble on my cheek, fully aware that I had drawn a most favorable lot. For Uzumaki Naruto is the protagonist. The strange tale has commenced, and it is imperative that I seek out clues. My gaze began to wander around the room, soon landing on a dusty desk. However, beneath a pristine pen lay a note. I hurriedly approached and picked it up, reading its contents. 1. The Nine Tails is trustworthy, but he is very hungry. Ensure there is ample food before seeking him. 2. Do not allow anyone to enter your home. 3. You are the sole occupant of your residence. If you see others, do your best to ignore them. 4. If someone comes to visit, you must open the door. 5. That your home is located on the second floor, and within a 10-mile radius. You are the only resident. 6. Ensure all doors and windows are locked at night. I carefully committed these rules to memory. Points 2, 3, and 4 present contradictions. Yet I see potential for clever maneuvering to as I solidified my thoughts. I intended to search for more clues when suddenly, a warm notification echoed. All participants are now in position. The multiverse converges. The divine game of strange tales, Naruto, has commenced. The current objective is to survive for 1 month. The mechanical voice resonated, casting a pall over the faces of most contestants, with those from Sakura country particularly distressed, one collapsing onto the streets of Konoha. Having acquired the identity of an ordinary villager, he had hoped to endure for a while. Yet, in the face of such a grand strange tale, mere survival is no small feat. For after a mere 10 days, various strange tales would run rampant, disregarding certain rules and engaging in indiscriminate slaughter. Without a modicum of strength, death was assured. Meanwhile, countless viewers of the live broadcast outside were filled with terror. It is over. It is indeed a rare large-scale strange tale. Thus far, large-scale strange tales have appeared 3 times, and without exception, all participants perished. The highest authorities of various nations promptly issued a directive. All shelters must be opened. Once a crisis erupts, I immediately spring into action. At that moment, within the confines of the house, my heart skipped a beat. I hastily departed from the bedroom and entered the living room, scouring for any useful clues. The ominous reputation of the large-scale horror was indeed formidable. I had to act with utmost urgency. Yet, to my dismay, despite meticulously searching the kitchen, living room, and refrigerator, I failed to uncover a second clue. Logically, there should be at least one more hint hidden within the house. Why? Then, could I not find it? As I pondered this, the doorbell rang suddenly, causing my breath to hitch for a moment. I recalled the rules I had just reviewed. I must not allow anyone into my home. However, I also remembered Rule 4, which stated that if someone came to visit, I was obliged to open the door. Uncertain of the visitor's intentions, it seemed I had no choice but to respond. With this thought in mind, I made my way to the entrance, just a few paces from the door. The slippers beneath my feet creaked ominously, and it appeared that the person outside had heard the sound within. In an instant, the doorbell chimed more insistently. An unease settled in my heart, as I felt I had overlooked certain details. Nonetheless, it was too late to turn back now the arrow had been loosed, and I called out, "Who is it outside?" No sooner had the words left my lips than a melodious female voice responded, "Naruto, open the door. It's me." I could not discern who was outside, and the visitor offered no explanation of their purpose. I contemplated remaining silent. However, to my astonishment, a resounding knock echoed once more. The person outside was evidently anxious. "Mingwe, I can hear your voice. Open the door." A frantic murmur reached my ears, causing my heart to race uncontrollably. A palpable chill seeped through the crack of the door. My gaze sharpened trouble was brewing. In the current situation, opening the door was out of the question. My thoughts raced, suddenly recalling the dust that clung to the room, the pristine note, and the p.n.t. test my hypothesis. I extended a finger and swept it across the shoe cabinet. Indeed, it was coated in dust. I had not anticipated faltering here. A wry smile crossed my lips given a few more minutes. I would never have overlooked such a vital clue. Everything in the room indicated that it had been uninhabited for quite some time. This meant that I could entirely disregard the visitor and feign the absence of life. However, it was too late for that now. As the banging at the door intensified, I could hear growls emanating from outside. My gaze remained fixated on the door, fearing it would be breached. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, the growling subsided and the knocking gradually ceased. I heard footsteps retreating into the distance, and I finally exhaled in relief. It seemed my suspicions were correct. The house was a sanctuary, and as long as I adhered to the rules, the bizarre entities outside could not intrude. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom, a voice exclaimed, "Wow, that was almost a disaster." In truth, as long as I remained silent, nothing outside would transpire. In the highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom, the Supreme Leader received a personal dossier from the Secretary. Upon opening the file and reviewing it carefully, he noted, both parents deceased, raised in an orphanage. This was not a promising situation. The Supreme Leader's expression instantly darkened. He let out a long sigh. Given the current circumstances, he could only wish for my prolonged existence to secure ample breathing space for the nation. However, upon witnessing my personal announcement, a wave of pessimism swept over the entire Dragon Kingdom. It was evident that they did not believe I stood a chance of overcoming the challenges ahead, especially considering this was a large-scale scenario with a survival probability of 0 inside the dimly lit room of the Naruto horror tales. Although I had distanced myself from immediate peril, the tension that had once gripped me began to dissipate, leaving my legs somewhat unsteady. Nevertheless, I persevered, refusing to sit down and rest. The crux of the matter lay in the second clue, which I needed to locate without delay, as it was pivotal for my survival. With this thought in mind, I turned to head toward the bedroom. However, just as I pivoted, the doorbell rang once more, startling me and causing a bead of cold sweat to form on my forehead. I felt a pair of small hands caressing my neck. Even though the windows and doors were securely shut, a chill swept through the room. I found myself turning back to face the door, gripped by a strong intuition that returning to the bedroom would seal my fate. At that moment, a soft, melodic female voice called out from outside, "Naruto-kun, I heard from Sakura that you have finished your training outside, so I came to visit you." I surmised that the speaker must be Hinata Hyuga, for only she would refer to me as Naruto-kun, and her tone was unmistakably gentle. Yet, being in this eerie world, deducing her identity did not shield me from the looming danger. Her words clearly indicated a visit, and the rules stipulated that one must open the door for visitors. However, it was equally clear that no one was permitted to enter my home. This presented a dilemma that left me breathless. With my silence, a chilling breeze seeped through the crack of the door, and icy patches began to form on the floor. It was imperative that I made a decision swiftly, otherwise my life would be in jeopardy. A flicker of resolve crossed my eyes as I yanked the door open. Upon seeing the enchanting figure outside, I flashed a bright smile and stepped out, smoothly closing the door behind me in one fluid motion. Witnessing this unfold, the audience from the Dragon Kingdom in the live stream erupted in astonished exclamations. What audacity! Honestly, the moment I opened the door, I nearly soiled myself. I thought I would encounter a killer on the other side, just like everyone else. Indeed, this was my clever solution, simple, efficient, and compliant with the rules. As long as I stepped outside without allowing her entry, I was safe. With a light-hearted tone, I greeted Hinata. "It's been a while." "I'm back," she responded with a soft but her gaze remained fixed intently on my face. "It truly has been a long time," I noted, my voice mirroring Hinata's gentle timbre, devoid of any signs of alteration, as if we were in the ordinary world of Naruto. Yet, this was predicated on the need to ignore the sinister crimson sky outside and the crows swirling ominously around us. Suddenly, a look of realization crossed my face, accompanied by a bitter smile on my heart. Is there not a single forewarning of this phenomenon? I find myself perplexed, uncertain of which rule I have inadvertently breached. We had only just met, yet my feet, clad in slippers, are already beginning to manifest a layer of solid ice, swiftly encroaching upwards. I surmise that within mere minutes, I shall be completely frozen, a pronounced V etched upon my forehead. If I do not swiftly devise a solution, my demise is inevitable. As I surveyed my surroundings, I noted that this was merely a standard apartment building, albeit one devoid of inhabitants. The emptiness provided no clues to unravel the mystery. Having ruled out all possibilities, it appears the truth is singular and evident before me that I whispered a silent acknowledgement to myself, then lifted my gaze to meet Hinata, Hyuga's pale eyes, which had been fixed intently upon me. Was there something peculiar in my line of sight that triggered this response? Upon realizing this, I touched the back of my head and chuckled. What's the matter? Is there something on my face? Her gaze remained unwavering. No, it's nothing, she replied, her lovely visage blooming with a faint blush as she diverted her eyes. Utilizing the persona of Naruto Uzumaki, I resorted to charm, successfully diffusing the crisis. A sigh of relief escaped me as I lifted my leg, observing the ice shatter into fragments upon the ground. Meanwhile, the audience from the Dragon Nation, engrossed in the live broadcast, erupted into exclamations of awe. Oh my, what a master! Such divine skill! Can even a specter be beguiled? On the other side, in Sakura Nation, Kotaro, elated, discovered a white sheet of paper beneath a tree and rushed to seize it. The village rules read: 1. You harbor a deep disdain for the nine-tailed fox. 2. Remember your identity as a villager. 3. That you are forbidden to linger on the streets of Konoha for more than 5 minutes. These rules are remarkably straightforward typically. One need only avoid foolishness to adhere to them. Yet, as Kotaro clutched the paper, his hands trembled slightly, for he had already surpassed the 5-minute threshold. Ah, the essence of youth. Upon hearing this commotion, the audience in the live stream witnessed a swirling green vortex surging towards Kotaro. Inevitably, he would meet his end. Observing this scene, the citizens of Sakura Nation erupted in vitriolic curses. Baka, that detestable Kotaro. Even a dog would outlast him. Kotaro is a colossal fool. As if to affirm the words echoed in the live stream, a haunting mechanical voice reverberated across the world, declaring Sakura Nation's participant has been eliminated. Consequently, all citizens of Sakura Nation shall have their lifespans reduced by 20 years, with a random area experiencing a level 10 earthquake. The urban legends of Sakura Nation have infiltrated prepare accordingly. In that instant, a cacophony of lamentations resounded throughout Sakura Nation, a living testament to the consequences of folly. Leaders from various nations swiftly activated their alert systems to inform their competitors of the dire situation that on my end, I too received the warning and discerned that the green vortex's origin was none other than Might Guy. I speculated that the participant from Sakura Nation had inadvertently crossed paths with him during his training, leading to his untimely demise. In a typical Naruto universe, Might Guy would never act with such ferocity, however. This is an era of urban legends. Everyone received a stark reminder of the gravity of their circumstances. That moment, Hinata clutched the hem of her garment, her gaze firmly fixed upon the ground. With a gentle tone, the purpose of our gathering was revealed. Naruto, everyone is delighted to have you back, and we have specially organized a barbecue feast to welcome you. The location is at the Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant, and the time is set for 1 p.m. We sincerely hope you will arrive punctually. However, upon hearing this, my throat tightened uncomfortably. To be candid, there are still many clues at home that remain uncollected, yet a new area has unfolded. It is a dire situation for anyone involved. This, I must say, is the privilege bestowed upon the protagonist. The reasoning presented by the other party was flawless, leaving me with no room for refusal. Yet, I could transform my passive stance into an active one, acquiring more intelligence in the process. With that thought, I smiled and assured them I would definitely attend. However, prior to that, I wished to stroll around the village with Hinata, as it had been quite a while since my last return, and I feared I might be somewhat unfamiliar with certain places. After expressing this, I quietly awaited her response. Yet Hinata remained silent, her head bowed, seemingly lost in thought. This was not a favorable development. A flicker of determination crossed my mind. I needed to actively seek out information, and Hinata was the perfect candidate. Compared to others, she was undoubtedly gentle and harmless. In order to prevent her from declining, I took a deep breath and stepped forward, gently taking her somewhat cold hand into my own. Adopting an indifferent demeanor, I spoke casually. If you are busy, I suppose I will have to ask Sakura to accompany me instead. As I sensed her hand enveloped by my familiar warmth, steam seemed to rise from her head, nearly overwhelming her with shyness. However, the mention of Sakura quickly redirected her thoughts. No, I am free. The time spent with Naruto is not something I can share with other women, Hinata declared, lifting her gaze to meet mine, a tangible darkness swirling behind her, emanating a chilling aura. In that fleeting moment, my lower legs felt completely frozen. Akimichi appeared. I could no longer casually mention other girls in front of Hinata. Her reaction hinted at a rather possessive nature. Was this perhaps an influence of the strange word spoken? My mind raced to organize the information, yet I found no worry regarding my current state. Let's go shopping, I suggested, and indeed, with those simple words, Hinata lowered her gaze again, softly responding with an affirmative hum. Soon, we walked side by side down the corridor. Oh, my astonishment, the ice that had just formed behind us melted swiftly into a stream of water, ultimately flowing into my shadow, causing a shiver to run through my body. What was happening? Before I could fully comprehend the situation, I found myself in a dark sewer, where a massive orange fox lay ahead. It was the Nine Tails, though its fur appeared dull and its body emaciated. As the Nine Tails opened its eyes, a human-like sorrow glimmered within its beastly gaze. It slowly extended its claws toward me, and the audience in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream was left in utter shock. "Quick, get away!" Someone shouted. Oh no, I knew this person was a fool. However, just as the multitude of spectators grew anxious on my behalf, the situation on my end underwent a remarkable reversal. What is the meaning of this, Kurama? I harbored an innate trust in the great fox before me, not merely due to the regulations, but stemming from a deep-seated instinct. At that moment, a piece of white paper drifted beneath my feet, capturing my attention. I swiftly picked it up to peruse the rules. 1. Kurama is in a weakened state. He requires a substantial amount of chakra. 2. A dear friend exists in the final destination. 3. One must not seek out this dear friend. 4. It is imperative to earn his trust. 5. There exists a duality. 6. The source of calamity lies hidden within Konoha. Upon absorbing this astonishing information, my pupils dilated in shock, and I hurriedly committed every detail to memory. Yet, Kurama did not respond to my inquiry. Instead, his sharp claws slowly coalesced into a fist, halting before me. His beastly gaze bore a hint of urgency, silently urging me to act without hesitation. Understanding instantly, I extended my fist to meet his. In that fleeting moment, a surge of orange chakra flooded into my being, encompassing the memories of utilizing multiple shadow clones, along with various techniques for chakra manipulation. The presence of the illustrious yellow monkey materialized within me. Before I could fully grasp my newfound strength, my anxious gaze turned towards Kurama, who had visibly diminished in size once more. "The power I lent you can only be used thrice. You must find a solution swiftly," he warned. I bit my lip and inquired, "Kurama, do you know something?" He cast a sidelong glance at me and replied gently, "You must seek the answers on your own. Just don't perish in the process." With that, I was unceremoniously expelled from the realm of consciousness. Simultaneously, the grand screen of the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast was inundated with a flurry of comments. "Wow, my brother is amazing. I used to despise cheats, but this one must be activated. Someone upstairs is talking nonsense. This is true strength. Do not slander my dear Xiaolong." The tide of public opinion shifted dramatically. However, amidst the national celebration, many voices from the Cherry Blossom people emerged in the comments. "How outrageous! Those deceitful Dragon Kingdom folks. This is cheating. I will report this." Meanwhile, within the highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom, the Supreme Leader observed the live feed and erupted into hearty laughter. "Truly, heaven bless our Dragon Kingdom." On my end, regaining my senses, I clutched my chest, gasping for breath. "Is everything all right? Naruto-kun?" Hinata Hyuga, concerned, stepped forward to support me. I waved her off, assuring her I was fine. Feeling the immense power coursing through me, I realized that the events that had just transpired were no mere illusion, that I boldly speculated that Kurama's strength must have been nearly depleted. If I did not procure sustenance for him soon, he might well offer his life to aid me. Indeed, the rules were not deceptive. Kurama was trustworthy, and it was clear he possessed knowledge of certain truths that he could not disclose for reasons unknown. To avoid arousing Hinata's suspicions, I feigned discomfort. Holding Hinata's delicate hand, we descended the staircase. However, during our descent, I discovered an array of peculiar graffiti adorning the walls. I scrutinized the artwork, eager to uncover additional clues. After all, every hint could potentially enhance our chances of survival. The wall was splattered with a vivid crimson, a viscous liquid steadily dripping down, reminiscent of a sinister tableau from the depths of hell. Yet, I keenly noticed a layer of yellow graffiti obscured beneath the red liquid. A troubling thought crossed my mind as the adage goes. The more something is concealed, the greater the secrets it harbors. Moreover, this was the residence of the protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki. The secrets woven within the graffiti were undoubtedly significant. While I pondered, I did not relinquish my grip on Hinata's hand, who walked beside me, her gaze cast downward, absorbing the warmth emanating from our connection. Her heart was already filled with a bashful sentiment. How enthusiastic, Naruto-kun. She mused this time, I shall not let go. Meanwhile, the streets of Konoha lay desolate, old walls cloaked in moss, devoid of any human presence. Before us stood a dilapidated house, the ground marred with bloodstains and scattered leaves, their colors merging in a grotesque and terrifying display. I endeavored to avert my gaze, unwilling to look further. Suddenly, a wave of confusion washed over me. After wandering for so long, why had we yet to encounter a single soul? Should I even inquire? As this thought crossed my mind, I furrowed my brow. In a bizarre game, rash questioning could lead to dire consequences, a well-known fact. Just as I contemplated surrendering the notion, I felt an unsettling warmth pooling at my feet, oblivious to my surroundings. The moment I made contact, a sudden wave of dizziness engulfed me, my thoughts dissolving into nothingness. Subsequently, tainted by the eerie substance, I boldly inquired of Hinata, why are there so few people here? The moment my words escaped, the chat room erupted in chaos. What is this fool doing? Is he out his mind? How can he ask such a thing? They exclaimed. Yet just then another voice emerged. What was said upstairs is incorrect. Look at the blood beneath our feet. It has been contaminated. We are in a perilous situation. Who could have anticipated that this place was fraught with danger at every turn? The rules offered no forewarnings. Meanwhile, in the command center, the highest-ranking official slumped in his chair, overwhelmed with despair. It's over, we have failed, he lamented, tears streaming down his face. He rose abruptly, instructing his secretary, activate all the shelters and direct the troops to assist the citizens in a swift evacuation. The secretary hurried out to relay the orders. However, just as everyone believed my demise was inevitable, a shift occurred within the narrative of the Hokage's eerie tale. Hinata turned, her pure white eyes locking onto mine with a steady gaze. It seemed Naruto-kun had indeed forgotten much. Her tone was somber, and as I met her gaze, a chill crept down my spine. An inexplicable sense of dread surged within me, while my feet began to grow cold as if encased in ice. The tainted blood that coursed through my veins also solidified, and in that moment, reason returned. I forcibly took control of my body, refusing to retreat even a single step. Should I falter or reveal any semblance of fear, I could confidently predict that I would be torn to shreds by the beautiful girl before me. Forcing a thought of calm, I chuckled heartily, patting the back of my head, and said, it seems I have forgotten certain things. If it is inconvenient, Hyuga need not divulge them to me. Upon uttering this, Suki gazed at Hinata without offering any response. As our eyes locked, I discerned no trace of emotion in hers. Indeed, she had long since transformed into something peculiar, defying all rational conjecture. Yet, why had that bashful girl suddenly morphed into this unsettling figure? Was the contrast too stark, embodying a duality? This notion of duality echoed in my mind, leading me into contemplation. The timid Hinata aligned with the original narrative of Naruto, whereas this cold, yet eerily terrifying version of Hinata represented another facet. It adhered to the rules of the bizarre. In this eerie tale, the situation had become exceedingly clear. Suki's Hinata was gradually being dominated by her bizarre aspect. To survive, I must reclaim that endearing Hinata. The current situation has become increasingly evident. Hinata Hyuga is gradually being overwhelmed by a bizarre aspect of herself. To survive, it is imperative to awaken the adorable Hinata-chan. Upon realizing this, Emo Xiaolong felt a profound sense of peace within his heart. He smiled and gently embraced Hinata Hyuga, leaning close to her ear, whispering softly, I cherish you the most, Hinata-chan. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast, all spectators experienced a moment of cognitive dissonance. Following that, an endless stream of discussions erupted. Goodness, how can he flirt with a girl when he's on the brink of death? The person above is mistaken. It's an eerie girl, not a cute maiden. To be honest, I truly cannot comprehend his actions. Bakayuru. Haha, the riffraff of the Dragon Kingdom. Prepare for the invasion of the bizarre. In that moment, no one chastised this audacious Sakura chicken. Everyone was too busy packing their belongings, preparing to seek refuge. However, at that instant in the Naruto horror stories, the scene that unfolded left everyone utterly astonished. Hinata Hyuga, having received a confession, flushed crimson, and wisps of white smoke began to emanate from her head. Her hands formed small fists, protectively placed over her chest, before she resolutely closed her eyes and fainted. Goodness? Goodness. Goodness. It's not that everyone lacks culture, it's just that this situation is utterly incomprehensible. By the way, Brother Xiaolong is impressive. 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 Everyone was baffled by the rules at play, yet without the need to seek refuge, they resumed joyfully sending bullet comments. Such is the nature of the simple folk. Bakayuru. He's definitely using cheats. The clamor of the Sakura chicken was drowned out by the voices of the masses. In Naruto horror stories, Emo Xiaolong held the unconscious Hinata Hyuga tightly. With his free hand, he wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. Phew. That was indeed a close call. Fortunately, I was clever enough. At that moment, Emo Xiaolong understood that Hinata Hyuga would not divulge any information to him. On the contrary, merely daring to ask would undoubtedly trigger a bizarre mechanism. It seems he must remain more vigilant next time. Emo Xiaolong glanced around, wary of any similar substances approaching him. When he looked up, he noticed crows circling incessantly around a nearby power pole. However, whenever Emo Xiaolong fixed his gaze upon them, the crows would avert their heads, avoiding any eye contact. This peculiar behavior clearly indicated another point of strangeness. Emo Xiaolong's expression grew serious as he watched the crows depart. A fleeting absurd thought crossed his mind. If memory serves, crows are the summoning beasts of Itachi Uchiha. Chapter 6. The Eternal Ninja Tools Shop. In the conference room of the highest leadership of the Dragon Kingdom, the supreme leader called back his secretary and let out a deep sigh before speaking. I appreciate your efforts. Please make another trip to rescind the military orders just issued. The secretary nodded in acknowledgement and replied, understood. His gaze returned to the live broadcast. This young man truly gives one cause for concern. However, it is a relief that he is still alive. The scene shifted to the realm of the tales of the Hokage. Emo Xiaolong decided to momentarily disregard the flock of crows and focus on the matter at hand. Speaking of which, I have already spent 4 minutes wandering the streets, Emo Xiaolong muttered quietly to himself. In the realm of rule-based tales, timekeeping is an essential skill, otherwise, one could easily become lost or fall victim to the very rules that govern them. According to the intelligence provided by the state, it was imperative to find a place to hide. Emo Xiaolong glanced around and ultimately discovered that only the somewhat dilapidated building before him was suitable for concealment. A gust of wind swept through, causing the loosely affixed sign above to creak and sway ominously. The sign bore large characters painted in crimson, the Eternal Ninja Tools Shop. The paint was still wet, and the viscous liquid dripped from the sign like blood, sending chills down one's spine. It was evident that this was yet another minor boss. However, to avoid triggering the Rule 3. Prohibition of lingering on the streets of Konoha for more than 5 minutes, Emo Xiaolong had no choice but to take the risk. Without hesitation, he embraced Hinata Hyuga, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. After all, violating the rules would mean certain death. Embracing a new challenge might just offer a glimmer of hope. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, the comments erupted. Wow, he just walked right in. I think Brother Xiaolong's choice is sound. I see him as merely seeking his own demise. Let us not forget how the competitors of the Sakura chicken were eerily crushed. Exactly. I've been keeping track of time. Brother Xiaolong has already been browsing for 4 minutes. So, this is a choice made out of necessity. Judging from the performance of the Sakura chicken, that rule is likely one of those with fatal consequences. Back in the tales of the Hokage. Within the Eternal Ninja Tools Shop, the door had automatically closed the moment Emo Xiaolong entered, the sound prompting him to look back. A sense of foreboding surged within him as he stepped forward, pulling at the door with all his might. It appeared he was unable to exit for the time being. Reluctantly, Emo Xiaolong chose to abandon the attempt. Welcome. Oh, it seems we have a visitor. A young girl with her hair styled in buns approached upon hearing the noise. A businesslike smile adorned her youthful face. Once she recognized the visitor, she pouted slightly and returned to her cash register, taking a seat. As a competent shop assistant, she understood the nuances of social interaction well. There was no need to be overly polite in the presence of acquaintances. A natural demeanor sufficed. Choose whatever you desire. I shall not elaborate further. Daily, I find myself languidly reclining upon the counter, stifling yawns. Soon after, I bury my entire head in the crook of my arm, and in the stillness of the hall. The sound of steady breathing soon fills the air. Imo Xiaolong's gaze follows the movements of the other, and upon hearing their words, he nods in acknowledgement. While the figure has succumbed to slumber, Imo Xiaolong refrains from immediate action, fully aware that one must tread cautiously in the face of the bizarre. Perhaps the other is merely feigning sleep. He first places Hinata Hyuga, who rests upon him, onto an adjacent empty chair. Observing that the other remains in a state of unconsciousness with no signs of awakening, Imo Xiaolong breathes a sigh of relief. In this precarious situation, he harbors a deep-seated fear of being subjected to the torment of both enigmatic women simultaneously. Such a scenario would complicate matters exponentially. Fortunately, luck seems to be on my side today, Imo Xiaolong whispers softly, lowering his gaze. He then turns and strides into the weapon shop. Taking a deep breath, he slowly exhales, calming the tumult within. One must maintain composure to uncover the path to survival. This minor boss surely adheres to certain rules. Only by discerning these can the chances of overcoming the challenge be enhanced. As he passes the checkout counter, Imo Xiaolong directs his attention to the surface, surveying meticulously. He spares no detail, scrutinizing everything around him. The dilapidated counter is strewn with tattered books, blood-stained shurikens, and several military rations pinned beneath the elbow of the slumbering figure. Military rations? Military rations. A flicker of excitement ignites in Imo Xiaolong's eyes. These are invaluable items that can restore chakra. Kurama is in need. With this thought, he stifles his inner exhilaration and cautiously approaches, extending his hand. The distance to his objective diminishes with each moment, and the rations are nearly within his grasp. Yet, Imo Xiaolong dares not let his guard down. His gaze remains fixed on the sleeping figure, ready to retract at the slightest sign of movement. Closer, closer, almost there. The sound of dripping water echoes incessantly, and the steady breath has faded into silence. Imo Xiaolong, maintaining his composure, retracts his hand and takes a step back, refocusing his gaze on the figure. It appears to be a trap. Imo Xiaolong furrows his brow, muttering softly, his body taut and ready to unleash his hidden cards. The dripping continues, perhaps a signal that no one will fall for the ruse. The figure lifts her head, her bleary eyes opening to reveal bloodshot whites. Her parched lips part widely, gradually forming an exaggerated grin, drool cascading over the counter and dripping to the floor below. The earlier sound of water drops now makes sense. In a hoarse voice, she bellows, "Welcome to the Tainai Ninja Shop." Such a grotesque spectacle sends shivers down Imo Xiaolong's spine. He forces himself to halt his retreat, feigning ignorance of her bizarre demeanor. With a gentle nod to signify understanding, he stepped over the threshold, formally entering the ninja tool shop. In the Dragon Kingdom, within a live streaming room, by heavens, something is amiss. Stop your prattle upstairs. In a scenario like this, do you genuinely believe there would be purely innocent souls? To be frank, the abrupt shift in atmosphere is profoundly unsettling. Woe is me, I was already in dire need of a restroom, and now this. Do elaborate, upstairs. Brother Xiaolong is indeed formidable, remaining unperturbed amidst such chaos. Nonsense. He merely succumbed to temptation, wanting to touch that female specter. Upstairs, what of you? Analysis complete. The angle at which he reached out was clearly beneath the female specter's elbow. Evidently, there lies a clue. Those blind eyes could be donated to someone in need. In the realm of Naruto ghost tales, within the ninja tool shop, at this moment, Imo Xiaolong halted his steps and gazed ahead. Hundreds of blood-stained shurikens hovered in the air, their sharp blades pointed directly at him. Should he take another step forward, he would be pierced like a beehive. Chapter 7. The challenge. With measured steps retreating, the shuriken array in hand remained suspended in the air, as if its sole purpose was to obstruct the path. Glancing through the narrow opening, I directed my gaze towards the space behind the shurikens. Two antiquated storage cabinets flanked either side, adorned with an assortment of blood-stained implements. A narrow passage remained in the center, leading to an altar upon which a magnificent sword stood, firmly embedded. Before Imo Xiaolong could contemplate further, a somewhat raucous voice echoed through the air. "Ha! Welcome to the ninja tool shop of Lord Tian. The first challenge, navigate through the shuriken array." With a boisterous laugh, Tian emerged from behind the counter. As she walked, her form gradually began to dissolve, transforming into an inky blackness, completely morphing into a bizarre entity. Any semblance of humanity vanished, resembling a shadowy specter. Upon reaching Imo Xiaolong, this strange Tian incessantly screeched in a guttural tongue. Her teeth had morphed into razor-sharp spines, clattering ominously as they collided. Her soulless eyes fixated on Imo Xiaolong, revealing a cruel glint within. In her grotesque form, Tian awaited but a moment to rend the unfortunate soul before her to shreds. Hurry, hurry. As long as you procure the 6 paths relic, the 7 stars soared from the other side. I shall deem you victorious. Her insidious words flowed forth. Yet no expression graced her peculiar visage. However, Emo Shalong could sense the profound malice emanating from her, coupled with a mocking grin. You have no intention of offering me genuine guidance, he retorted, disdain evident in his tone as he faced the unveiled monstrosity of Tian. Once the eerie game commenced, the words of the strange being held no trust. Only the rules were the key to success, a truth known to all. Yet, as he surveyed his surroundings, he found no clues. Emo Shalong furrowed his brow, scanning the vicinity with renewed diligence. This was amiss. Whenever an anomaly arose, there should invariably be a clue nearby. This was one of the fundamental rules of the eerie tales. Hee, the bizarre Tian chuckled cryptically, offering no hints. Meanwhile, in Longwa, within the live broadcast room, the atmosphere grew frantic. Goodness, we're doomed. I can't devise a way to pass. Absolutely no clues. Where lies our chance of victory? Is this the worth of a grand rule-based horror tale? It's pushing people towards despair. How about using a cheat? I concur with the sentiment above. Cheat? This is merely the first day. The live stream buzzed with chaos. However, Emo Shalong remained unfazed. At this moment, within the realm of the Hokage horror tale, his countenance was gravely serious as he resolved to search once more meticulously. His gaze traversed numerous locations, even scrutinizing the ground beneath the bizarre Tian's form. Yet, he discerned nothing that hinted at the rules. It was only when he squinted up towards the ceiling that a speck of dust inadvertently fell into his eye. The discomfort caused Emo Shalong's footsteps to falter slightly as he reached up to rub the corners of his eyes, squinting to focus on a single point. There it was. By a stroke of fortune, he discovered a note nestled beneath the 7-star sword, hidden behind the shuriken array. This was indeed the essence of the rules. It was also the pivotal clue for the daily game. How could this be? Confusion permeated Emo Shalong's words. In this predicament, one could only obtain clues by clearing the game. Yet, the prerequisite for success was the existence of a hint. Thus, he found himself ensnared in a deadlock. In Longwa, within the live stream, the audience followed Emo Shalong's gaze and unearthed the rules. What the hell? This is bleak. Why doesn't the rule monster just perish? Exactly. I support the person above taking action. I promise to do it next time. Quick, cheat. I don't want to die. I support cheating. Clearly. Everyone believed that Emo Shalong had no hope of clearing this bizarre game through sheer will alone. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Naruto tales, Emo Shalong contemplated whether to shake the power of Kurama here. However, he quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. It was only the first day, and there were still 29 days ahead. Moreover, this was merely the initial challenge. Such a lack of ambition. I shall not succumb to defeat. The power of Kurama must not be wielded in such a manner. This was a test of intellect, not a direct confrontation with the bizarre. There must be a path forward. With this thought, he resolved to regroup. Emo Shalong surveyed his surroundings once more. There had to be clues for success hidden within the bizarre tales. It was just that he had yet to uncover them. Yet, the eerie presence continued its relentless taunts. What's wrong? Are you such a coward that you're scared? A mass of black sludge danced around Emo Shalong, proving to be most vexatious. Impatient, he closed his eyes, seeking tranquility as a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. Something was amiss. This creature was intent on disturbing my emotions. Therefore, could it be that the clues lie in my vicinity? Though framed as a question, it carried a strong sense of certainty. The bizarre entity maintained its menacing posture, yet showed no signs of attacking. This was illogical. The strange would invariably seek to tear apart the participant before it. If there was no action, then it must be bound by some rule. A smile crept across Emo Shalong's lips as he filed this suspicion away in his mind. He sat cross-legged, closing his eyes in silence, calming his inner self. Attempting to ignore the cacophony of the bizarre entity's howls, preparing to enter a meditative state. At this juncture, only a serene heart could be the key to victory. After a brief moment, the clamor around him gradually diminished, not disappearing, but rather being muted. The 5 senses have been greatly heightened. The nostrils twitch delicately, as if detecting a faint whiff of gunpowder. The ears quiver slightly, resembling the sound of a fuse being ignited. However, that sound is barely audible, so faint. And the fuse burns at an excruciatingly slow pace, so languidly. I see now. The realization dawns upon me. Emo Shalong opens his eyes and, under the peculiar gaze of the ever-eager Tian, strides forth to stand before the array of shurikens. Coming to a halt, he inhales deeply through his nose, and a robust scent of gunpowder assaults him. Move. You must move. Why have you stopped? The frantic cries of the peculiar Tian continue to echo. Yet, anyone with understanding can discern the desperation within those words. Mo Xiaolong turns and returns to the side of the peculiar Tian, letting out a soft chuckle. I have triumphed. Mo Xiaolong extends his finger to poke at the odd face. Move again, and I shall devour you, Tian roars. The sound of gritted teeth resounds. Yet no action of aggression follows. Indeed, you are bound by the rules. You cannot harm me. A glimmer of absolute confidence shines in his eyes, and with those words, Mo Xiaolong seizes the peculiar figure resembling a clump of black mud before him. Then, he turns and hurls it towards the array of shurikens. No. Chapter 8. Revelation. The peculiar mass of darkness suddenly expanded, encompassing all the shurikens within its form. A thunderous explosion echoed, yet it scarcely affected the outside world. The bizarre entity emitted a chilling wail, absorbing the entirety of the explosive damage. Though it was a scream of agony, it resonated with remarkable strength, showing no sign of weakness, truly a testament to its immortal nature. Indeed, the shuriken array was but an illusion. Its true name should be the detonation talisman array. Mo Xiaolong declared with certainty. In my current state, should I be deceived into that, my demise would be inevitable. This entity harbors ill intentions. This ironclad truth was once again etched into Mo Xiaolong's mind. The enigmatic being's body continued to swell and contract, while Mo Xiaolong observed coldly, refraining from any action. Once the cacophony of explosions ceased, he swiftly approached, traversing the wailing entity, disregarding the various objects on the shelves beside him, and directly walked towards the altar to seize the seven-star sword. The condition for passage lay in the one place where the bizarre could not utter a lie, thus. I have successfully cleared this level, Mo Xiaolong remarked as he examined the sword in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he merely found some bloodstains lingering upon it. With no other discrepancies, a light flick of his finger against the blade produced a clear, resonant sound. In that instant, a mechanical voice echoed, Ding dong. Ding dong. Congratulations, Dragon Kingdom player, for clearing the first level of the supernatural tale, Tian game. Now distributing phase rewards. All citizens of the Dragon Kingdom receive an increase of 2 years to their lifespan, a 1 enhancement in land fertility, and a 1 boost in physical strength. At this announcement, the live stream fell into an immediate silence. However, moments later, it erupted into a cacophony of discussions. Holy smokes. My mom asked why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. All I could say was, the big shot is incredible. We won. Haha, we won. May I ask how we won? Is there someone who can explain? I understand it, but I don't wish to elucidate for you all. Suffice it to say, the contestant is indeed impressive. Yes, I see it too. No way. Is it really that simple, and some still don't comprehend? To the riddle maker and those fishing in troubled waters, perish. Didn't anyone notice this is merely the first level? Shut up upstairs. Don't ruin the mood. The barrage of comments in the live stream was filled with laughter and cheer. In the realm of Naruto's supernatural tale, a voice proclaimed, Ding dong, ding dong. Congratulations on clearing the first level of the Tian game. Reward fusion rate 5. The mechanical voice resonated in Mo Xiaolong's ears, and he felt a surge of memories flooding his mind. They were fragments of Naruto Uzumaki's life in Konoha, which held little significance for someone well-versed in the storyline. The crucial revelation, however, was that Mo Xiaolong sensed a trace of chakra manifesting within him. It was not a gift from Kurama, but rather something he inherently possessed. This is my chakra. Mo Xiaolong clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within him, his eyes sparkling with surprise. In his excitement, he could not help but exclaim, fantastic. Is this the bizarre game of divinity where all realms converge? Every entity embodies itself during the process of fusion. The distinction between dominance and submission ceases to exist. It is a gradual journey to rediscover one's true self, a path leading back to one's essence. This journey is also referred to by the denizens of myriad worlds as the path to ascendance. Countless worlds, countless selves. Today I truly realize that I am indeed myself. Although my integration progress stands at a mere 5%, Mo Xiaolong envisions a promising future, for who could deny that his counterpart in this alternate reality is the protagonist? The 7-star sword was set aside once more, but the slip of paper inscribed with the rules was drawn forth by Mo Xiaolong, who scrutinized it intently. Daily Ninja Tool Shop Rules 1. Tian is a master of ninja tools. 2. Cherish every ninja tool. Do not destroy them in her presence. 3. She can be deceitful. 4. Please gather 3 relics of the 6 paths. 5. Seeing is not always believing. 6. Identify the missing ninja tool. With the rules in hand, Emo Xiaolong reaffirmed his inner conjectures. Indeed, everything he had observed initially contained clues. On the counter lay shurikens and food pills. Yet conspicuously absent was the explosive tag. This was uncharacteristic of a ninja. The ninja tool shop could not possibly lack explosive tags. The missing explosive tag was obscured by an illusion, and it was presently in the process of detonating. Had I delayed in unraveling this mystery even a moment longer, I might have been blown to smithereens. The ninja tools belonged to Tian, who had transformed into a puddle of black mud, devoid of aggression. Boldly speculating, the explosive tag must return to its rightful owner. Thus, I decided to cast it into her. Predictably, the enigmatic Tian retrieved all the explosive tags. The riddle was solved. Emo Xiaolong revealed a confident and radiant smile, wiping the sweat from his forehead, fatigue evident on his face. In the Dragon Kingdom. Within the live broadcast room. Wow. The master has unraveled the mystery. Impressive. My mother asked why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. I can only say the master is extraordinary. Kneeling in homage. Kneeling in homage. Kneeling in homage. The screen was flooded with messages. A testament to the admiration felt by all. In the command center, the highest leader gazed at the spirited young man on the screen, a warm smile gracing his face. This young man truly embodies the future of our nation. He is indeed formidable. The secretary beside him nodded respectfully, affirming the leader's sentiments. In the realm of Naruto, Emo Xiaolong closed his eyes, replaying the events in his mind. To be honest, the difficulty of this level is exceedingly high. It is certainly not something a novice could surmount. Had an individual unfamiliar with the Naruto storyline attempted this, they would likely perish due to a lack of information. After all, most people cannot even identify all the ninja tools, so how could they be aware of what is missing? After a considerable time, Emo Xiaolong slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a deep breath. Truly, this is a grand tale of horror, leaving no avenue for survival. There remain several rules yet to be comprehended. However, Emo Xiaolong surmised that these would likely be pivotal clues for the next game. Meanwhile, the bizarre black entity, having exploded, began to slither back to the cash register, its form gradually shifting until it transformed back into Tian. Yet, now she was gasping for breath, her face marked by exhaustion. Dark circles under her eyes suggesting nights of sleeplessness. With her elbows propped on the counter, she strained to keep herself upright. When she lifted her gaze, her face was streaked with tears as she focused on Emo Xiaolong, who was approaching her. What brings you back? Tian's voice resonated with an inescapable sorrow. Chapter 9. Dragging Emo Xiaolong's body trembled as he halted in his tracks, sensing an unusual change in the figure before him. Lifting his gaze, he urgently inquired, "What does that statement imply?" However, he was taken aback as he noticed that Tian's appearance had subtly transformed. The dark circles under her eyes had vanished. Her complexion regained its luster, and a faint smile graced her lips, presenting a picture of health, as if the visage he had previously witnessed were merely an illusion. In Longwa's live stream room, what the hell? A living transformation. Better than suddenly becoming unattractive. I concur with the previous comment. I am an aesthetics enthusiast. A strikingly beautiful anomaly is quite acceptable. Haha. Next time when selecting participants for the rule-based horror tales, I support the previous commenter to volunteer. Absolutely. Next time for sure. Within the Naruto horror tale, observing Tian's current state, Emo Xiaolong could not help but furrow his brow, descending into contemplation. He recalled the repeated rule, possessing duality. This suggested that the anomalous and the ordinary states diverged, did it not? No, it could not be that simple. There must be aspects I have overlooked. Despite his intense pondering, no conclusions emerged, as the current circumstances still lacked sufficient clues. Patience, it's only the first day. I have ample time to explore. At that moment, a voice interrupted Emo Xiaolong's thoughts. Congratulations on completing my first game. Would you like to challenge the second level immediately? Tian said with a charming smile. Upon hearing this, Emo Xiaolong lifted his gaze to meet Tian's eyes, and after a moment of scrutiny, he asked, "What time is it now?" "Oh, you wish to know that?" Tian playfully tapped her red lips with her index finger and replied, "It's 12:40 in the afternoon. At this hour, let's go attend the banquet," Emo Xiaolong asserted as he firmly pulled Tian from behind the counter. In Longwa's live stream room, Emo Xiaolong's actions sent a wave of tension through everyone watching. What is he planning to do? Brother Xiaolong? No. Driven by lust. This is undoubtedly perilous. Can the anomaly be pulled at will? Within the Naruto horror tale, as Emo Shalong made contact with Tian, he braced himself. His body was taut, ready to summon the power of Kurama to assert control at the slightest sign of movement from her. Yet, Tian remained smiling, offering no resistance. A flicker of realization flashed in Emo Shalong's eyes, and a multitude of hypotheses danced in his mind. Indeed, she is harmless at this moment. With many thoughts still to validate, however, the time for deep inquiry had not yet arrived. After a brief exploration, Emo Shalong released the cheerful Tian. He then turned to grasp the hand of Hinata, who had awakened unbeknownst to him. In Longwa's live stream room, what the hell? A true man. In the realm of rule-based horror, embracing two beauties, I am genuinely impressed. I have but one question. How did he manage that? That question is on everyone's mind. Emo Shalong led Hinata to the entrance. This time, the door opened automatically, offering no sense of obstruction. The three companions stepped out of the establishment together. The sky outside remained a vibrant orange, unchanged by the passage of time. After exiting, Emo Shalong glanced back at the shop's sign, which continued to sway, steadfastly refusing to fall. The red paint upon it dripped incessantly, resembling an ever-flowing stream of blood, never to dry. As the trio ambled down the street, silence enveloped them. Emo Shalong was unsure how to engage in conversation with the enigmatic figure, fearing the inadvertent mention of forbidden topics, thus redirecting his focus to the surroundings. The windless, animated trees and the small insects crawling along the walls were objects of his attention. Fortunately, passing by these peculiarities posed no threat, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Acutely aware that approximately 4 minutes had elapsed, it was imperative to find a hiding place. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Emo Shalong halted and called to his companions. Let us find a shop to rest for a bit. I'm feeling a bit hungry. He patted his stomach, feigning a carefree demeanor akin to the usual Naruto Uzumaki, his eyes scanning the vicinity, ostensibly in search of a dining establishment. In reality, he sought a refuge. However, Tian, with a mischievous smile, stepped forward, grasping Emo Shalong's wrist and urging him onward. Naruto, stop dawdling. The barbecue place is just ahead. We'll be there soon. Don't make me late. Her reasoning was impeccable, yet Emo Shalong was not persuaded. He had no intention of breaching the rules and confronting Might Guy, whose 8 gates technique, combined with his peculiar immortality, rendered him unparalleled. Even harnessing the power of Kurama would not suffice against such a formidable foe. Faced with inevitable doom, all he desired was to escape. Frantically, he attempted to shake off her grip, yet Tian maintained her sweet smile, refusing to relent. As they tugged at each other, their proximity increased. Surely, you don't think that after clearing my game, I would forget everything? She whispered into Emo Shalong's ear, a glimmer of triumph evident in her eyes. Indeed, a sweet smile could be a facade. The cunning enigma. Emo Shalong shot her a glance, the thought flitting through his mind. In this perilous moment, time was of the essence. He could not afford to be delayed by Tian. Emo Shalong resolved to utilize Kurama's chakra to make his escape. In the Dragon Kingdom. Within the live stream, oh no, is the boss going to be in trouble? Don't panic, stay calm. After all, there are always cheat codes available when necessary. The sentiments expressed above resonate with truth. In such trivial matters, there is no need for alarm. To be candid, no rules have been transgressed. It merely involves an enigmatic entanglement with the lady, rendering it utterly inconceivable how one might meet their demise. Indeed, there remains half a minute. Ample time to make an escape. On this occasion, everyone is convinced that there are no issues. However, within the realm of Naruto, Hinata, often overlooked, pouted her lips in evident dissatisfaction. She swiftly approached, wrapping her arms around Emo Shalong's, asserting her claim. Hinata cast a hostile glance towards Tian, and then softly murmured, Naruto-kun is mine. A faint blush adorned her cheeks as the bashful Hinata regarded Emo Shalong's face with tender eyes. This time, Hinata did not retreat. She boldly expressed her feelings. Yet, it was precisely this gaze that left Emo Shalong's thoughts suspended in an instant. His chakra lay stagnant, akin to still waters, unable to be summoned. At that moment, the Star of Doom twinkled ominously above. Chapter 10, Confusion in the Dragon Kingdom, within the live broadcast room. Goodness, the time has come. I cannot comprehend. Having overcome numerous challenges, why must it end here? It is truly perplexing, utterly incomprehensible. So, does this violate the rules? Pay attention, the esteemed player is ensnared by those two strange women. TSK, their intentions are wicked. Those detestable women are using trickery to ensnare the esteemed player's mind. Indeed, indeed. One of them is freezing his legs with her gaze, while the other drags him forcefully. It's hopeless. All viewers of the live stream lamented, believing that once ensnared, Emo Xiaolong would not even have time to activate his cheat. This time, it was certain doom. In the realm of Naruto Immobile, Emo Xiaolong's mind raced with countless images, yet he could not fathom where he had offended Hinata Hyuga. Before he could regain his senses, a youthful voice broke through the air nearby. Youth. This is youth. This is protection. 8 gates release. Open. A green whirlwind surged forth, striking his face like a blade, leaving several lacerations. Only after Hinata Hyuga diverted her gaze could Emo Xiaolong move once more. He found himself instinctively retreating until he stood behind the 2 women, finally halting. Tian glanced back at him with a scornful look, disdainful of his cowardice. Then, turning once more to face the green tempest, she showed no fear whatsoever. With her hands cupped like a trumpet, her hair billowing, she faced the gale and shouted, "Teacher Guy, it's me." Tian. Her words held significant power, and the vibrant green whirlwind began to dissipate. Within it stood Might Guy, albeit in a precarious state. His green spandex remained unchanged, yet his eyes were devoid of pupils. Shrouded in a sea of white, his expression was vacant, as if he had lost all consciousness, repeatedly murmuring phrases of protection and youth. At times, he would loudly proclaim, "This is youth." Tian, unfazed, approached and gently brushed the leaves from his shoulder. "Teacher Guy, that person is Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. He has returned." Her voice trembled with emotion, as though she were on the brink of tears. "Naruto is also a part of our Konoha village. Do you remember? Naruto? Naruto." After softly repeating the name twice, Might Guy nodded slightly, indicating he understood. Then he transformed once more into a green whirlwind, racing off into the distance. Only when Might Guy's figure vanished from sight did Emo Xiaolong withdraw his gaze, puzzled, and questioned Tian, "Why did you do that?" Tian pursed her lips slightly, gazing skyward. "Naruto, Teacher Guy's condition is evident to you as well. He has completely lost himself. Upon unlocking the 8 gates of Duanjia, his formidable power, coupled with his enigmatic immortality, was sufficient to obliterate everything. Yet, in order to safeguard the village, Teacher Kai, with unwavering determination, fused his consciousness with the mysterious forces at play. Subsequently, as he activated the 8 gates, he chose self-destruction." Tian gazed at Emo Xiaolong, who was engulfed in contemplation, her eyes reflecting a flicker of anguish that swiftly vanished. She continued, "The underlying principles elude my understanding. Nevertheless, at present, Teacher Kai acts solely on instinct, driven by the imperative to protect Konohagakure. However, even under these circumstances, he has been manipulated, tirelessly traversing the village, patrolling, taking lives, and exuberantly shouting for youth. Remember this. Teacher Kai is the guardian of the rules." Tian's voice gradually became intermittent, barely audible. As she attempted to articulate her thoughts, her lips moved without producing sound. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she silently cried out, exerting every ounce of her strength to utter the last 5 words. "Do not trust me." Upon uttering these words, an expression of displeasure suddenly crossed Tian's face. Without warning, her head exploded, only to coalesce into a gelatinous form, slowly rejoining. As she regained her composure, the spark in her eyes diminished significantly, and her expression grew vacant. A chilling breeze swept through the street. Emo Xiaolong gazed upon the 2 vacant-faced girls, his heart shattered, struggling to maintain his calm facade. Nearly losing his composure. What on earth was happening? "I loathe enigmatic individuals." Emo Xiaolong seethed inwardly. In this predicament, he found it increasingly difficult to discern the intentions and morality of those before him. The implications of Tian's words only added to his headache. A sense of urgency welled up within him. He needed to uncover new clues swiftly and assess the situation of others, lest he be overwhelmed by an impending catastrophe. In the Dragon Kingdom, within the live broadcast room, what the hell? Is this girl a good one? Yes. She's so beautiful, she can't possibly be bad. Stop talking nonsense. Don't forget who brought this crisis upon us. But she thwarted that green storm and revealed part of the truth to the participants. That is not certain. Let us not forget our participant from the Dragon Kingdom is exceptional. He has an advantage. I suspect the girl believes she cannot kill the participants, hence she seeks to gain their trust. Then, what about her last words? What is the point? One head is already too much. Let us just watch the live stream. All the viewers' thoughts became entangled in confusion. In the realm of Naruto, Xiaolong's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, yet he could not grasp a coherent thread. He closed his eyes, then reopened them, exhaling a heavy sigh of discontent. At this juncture, it is prudent to momentarily set aside these thoughts. I must retain a sufficient degree of rationality. Once he regained his composure, Xiaolong lifted his gaze. Staring intently ahead, let us proceed to the barbecue restaurant together. With these words, he took hold of the two and set off. As they passed by the Hokage Tower, Xiaolong's pace faltered. He could sense an overwhelming pressure emanating from this location, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. Fortunately, having undergone a harrowing ordeal, Xiaolong was no longer the same man. Just as he was on the brink of falling, he managed to maintain his balance. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced to the side, secretly noting this sight, pondering to himself, there is undoubtedly a great secret here. If given the chance, I must return to explore it. After passing two dilapidated houses, the trio arrived at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant owned by the Akimichi clan. Xiaolong's expression sharpened as he fixed his gaze upon the floral arrangement before the eatery. Subsequently, with a swift motion, he extracted the white note hidden within, tucking it away close to his heart for safekeeping. Chapter 11, Contestants of the Sunfall, Dragon Nation, Live Broadcast Room. Goodness, another eerie tale. Has this fellow violated some heavenly decree? What wretched luck. The above comment is accurate. I just returned from the neighboring nation of Asan, where the local villagers have remained indoors without encountering any peril. Damn it, this is blatant targeting. Haha, Bakayuru. This is the divine retribution from Amaterasu for the cheaters. Be quiet, you cherry blossom chicken. Just because your contestant met an early demise doesn't mean you should envy our Dragon Nation's 2 years of extended life. Zenii. TSK, someone is clearly rattled. I want to mention any names. In the realm of Naruto's eerie tales, Hinata, Hyuga, and Tintin appeared oblivious to Xiaolong's movements, their expressions vacant and silent. After casting a glance at the two, Xiaolong sighed deeply, puzzled by their condition. But for the sake of survival, he had no alternative. Having uttered these words, Xiaolong strode forward, leading the two into a barbecue restaurant. Navigating through the desolate hall, the trio arrived at the entrance of a vast private room. The room was numbered 3303, a figure Xiaolong silently committed to memory. Perhaps it would prove useful in the future. As the wooden door of the private room swung open automatically, Xiaolong stepped inside first. What greeted his eyes was a magnificent round table made of redwood, centrally positioned beneath bright and dazzling lights, illuminating everything within the room. Seated at the table were 3 individuals, the trio known as the Pig, Deer, and Butterfly from the 12 Young Ninjas, Yamanaka Ino, who hailed from a family of florists, Nara Shikamaru, whose family cultivated medicinal herbs, and Akimichi Choji, whose family owned a restaurant. Xiaolong scratched the back of his head and offered them a goofy smile as a greeting. Yet, to his dismay, they did not even spare him a glance. Their expressions remained blank, their faces illuminated by the overhead lights, devoid of any emotion. Upon closer inspection, they resembled soulless puppets. Xiaolong was taken aback, his gaze flitting among the trio, sensing that a profound secret lay hidden within them. His curiosity burned, yet he understood that this was not the appropriate moment for inquiry. Once seated, the 2 women who had entered after him took their places on either side. In a scenario devoid of the peculiar rules of the eerie tales, Xiaolong would certainly revel in the company of such lovely companions. Members of the Konoha 12 gradually arrived, their expressions similarly unchanged. Among his peers, the only absence was Neji Hyuga, who had tragically perished in the Shinobi World War. It would be rather absurd to expect a corpse to attend a banquet. However, although Neji was absent, Hinata Hanabi was present as a substitute. It was peculiar, however, that despite attending a banquet, she had brought along an attendant. Xiaolong chose not to dwell on her, only occasionally catching her gaze, their eyes meeting in a fleeting moment as she exhibited her Byakugan. It is comforting to note that Hinata Hanabi's Byakugan does not possess a freezing effect, which brings a sense of relief to Xiaolong. It is rather peculiar that, despite this being a welcoming banquet, there is not a single J-nin teacher leading the way. After surveying the surroundings, Xiaolong whispered softly to himself, ensuring he was the only one to hear. However, adhering to the principle of refraining from inquiries and seeking answers independently, he chose not to risk asking others. As the attendees had yet to arrive in full and conversation was sparse, he took advantage of the idle moment to examine a blank sheet of paper he had retrieved from his pocket. The rules for Akimichi Choji's banquet game are as follows. 1. No waste of food. 2. The big eater must be well fed. 3. The last piece of grilled meat must be reserved for those in need. 4. No one is allowed to leave their seats until the banquet concludes. 5. During the meal, free conversation is encouraged. This set of rules is surprisingly simple. Mo Xiaolong mused inwardly, being well acquainted with the narrative. To be honest, if someone unfamiliar with the plot were present, they might mistakenly identify the Big Eater as the stout Akimichi Choji, entirely overlooking Hinata Hyuga. It is undeniable that appearances can be exceedingly deceptive. Thus, being aware of the storyline has inadvertently granted Mo Xiaolong numerous advantages. All participants have now gathered. I hereby declare the banquet to commence. Akimichi Choji suddenly rose from his seat, proclaiming loudly. Mo Xiaolong could discern a spark of vibrancy in his eyes. Not only Choji, but the others also began to radiate a similar gleam. This momentarily astonished Mo Xiaolong. Could it be that engaging in the other party's ghost tales can liberate one from such puppet-like behavior? In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, chaos erupted. Well, that girl with the Byakugan brought along participants from the Sunless Nation. It's true, I just returned from the Sunless Nation's live stream. So, is this a dual-mode event? I think we can collaborate. Agreed. Count me in. You rabbits from the Dragon Kingdom are unworthy of collaboration. You only bring calamity. I've already utilized a warning opportunity to keep our participants away from you Dragon Kingdom folks. This message bore the certification of the Ghost Tale livestream, with a suffix from the highest authority of the Sunless Nation. Upon its utterance, it incited public outrage. Wow, how arrogant. Brothers, let us give him a piece of our minds. A mere Sunless Nation, not even worthy to carry my brother Xiaolong's shoes. A mere Sunless Nation, only deserving to smell my brother Xiaolong's farts. A mere Sunless Nation, daring to oppose our great Dragon Kingdom, shall soon find themselves in the sunset. A mere Sunless Nation, do they truly consider themselves significant? Bah! The netizens united in solidarity, mercilessly overwhelming the leader of the Sunless Nation until he was left defenseless and offline. At this moment, within the realm of Hokage's ghost tales, the contestant from the Land of Sunlight appeared visibly embarrassed. He had received a cautionary reminder from the highest authority. The individual before him, with his striking yellow hair, was an exceedingly perilous character, and it was imperative that he did not associate with him in any manner. He silently etched this intelligence into his memory. Currently, as a member of the Hyuga branch family, he was known as Hyuga Ei. His rules were straightforward. 1. When dining with the main branch of the Hyuga family, one must stand by the side, ever ready for commands. 2. Should the main branch face adversity, one must render assistance. 3. Tasks assigned by the main branch must be fulfilled without question. These rules were remarkably simple. As long as he served Hyuga Hanabi as a devoted retainer, his life would be spared. Yet, one must not underestimate Hyuga Ei for his subservience. It is essential to recognize that many in the Land of Sunlight took pride in this very role, for compared to the bizarre traditions of the past, these rules were exceedingly uncomplicated. Survival was paramount, thus many envied Hyuga Ei's circumstances. After a brief interval, everyone else had taken their seats, leaving Hyuga Ei alone. Quietly standing behind Hyuga Hanabi, he maintained a distance of 2 body lengths, neither too far nor too close, a position most appropriate. Aburame Shino placed his teacup down and directed his gaze towards Hyuga Ei, inquiring loudly, "Why do you not take a seat?" Chapter 12. Long time no see. As the words fell, Hinata Eishi was instantly drenched in cold sweat, as if he could see a tide of blood surging towards him. He bit down hard on his tongue, and only then did the phantasm before him dissipate. However, a chilling sensation continued to creep down his neck, akin to a viper poised to strike at any moment. This was a manifestation of having violated the rules, compelling Hinata Eishi to make a choice. Sitting might ensure survival, while standing could lead to death. Yet, it was not that Hinata Eishi was unwilling to sit. Rather, as a member of the Hinata branch family, he was bound by a straightforward rule. 1. When dining with the main branch of the Hinata family, one must stand at the side, ready to receive orders. Now, a bizarre tale demanded that he take a seat. Was this not a direct conflict? In the Dragon Kingdom, within the live broadcast room. What the hell? This guy is doomed. A clash of rules. I've been to the live room of the Sunless Nation. The situation there is dire, filled with whales. In the world of Naruto, Hinata Eishi felt that there might still be a chance for redemption. Gritting his teeth, he held on, relying on the known rules and avoiding the increasingly dreadful expression on Akimichi Choji's face. However, Hinata Eishi made the wrong choice. "You audacious fool. How dare you defy the dining etiquette of the Akimichi clan?" As the words echoed, a massive hand descended upon Hinata Eishi's shoulder. 3 resounding slaps followed. His mind began to fade, and his body swayed, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. From the shadows on the ground, several pitch-black hands emerged, dragging his lifeless form into the world of shadows. At the dining table, everyone continued sipping their tea, eyes averted, as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, in the outside world, within the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room. What the hell? Such a terrible fate. Haraha. Is this what the Sunless Nation is about? Just this? You selfish rabbits of the Dragon Kingdom, knowing the rules, why did you not lend us a hand? Members of the Sunless Nation cursed angrily. Hey, you sunless birdfolk really think too highly of yourselves. You were the ones who rejected the alliance, and now you dare come here to hold us accountable. I curse you. It's your Dragon Kingdom-esque contestant who failed to provide a warning. Haha, how could our dear Long know there were teammates? Exactly. It was the highest authority of the Sunless Nation who issued the warning, advising your contestant to steer clear of our dear Long, which left him isolated and helpless. The populace of the Sunless Nation could only seethe in impotent rage, but soon after, they fell silent. Contestant from the Sunless Nation eliminated, as a penalty. All citizens of the Sunless Nation face a 10-year reduction in lifespan, and the fertility of their land decreases by 10%. The tales of horror from the Sunless Nation have begun to invade. Please prepare accordingly. In an instant, wails echoed across the land of the Sunless Nation. For they had no time left to send messages in the live broadcast. In the realm of Naruto's strange tales, Emo Xiaolong was indifferent to the demise of Hyuga Neji. His foremost concern was to satiate Hyuga Hinata. A whole roasted lamb was soon presented. The guests eagerly sliced off portions, deftly placing morsels into their porcelain dishes. Emo Xiaolong cast a sidelong glance at the meager piece of meat in Hinata's bowl, his brow furrowing involuntarily. How could such a scant offering ever fill Hinata? He made an effort to remain seated, propping himself against the base of the chair as he gradually moved closer to Hinata. Their proximity diminished, and Emo Xiaolong leaned in towards Hinata's ear, softly whispering, Hinata-chan, do eat more. You're far too slender. Hinata murmured shyly, her cheeks flushed. Yet her pace of eating remained unhurried. Is she jesting with me? Emo Xiaolong could hardly believe she was satisfied. After all, Hinata's reputation as an insatiable eater was renowned throughout the realms. Thus, there was but one solution. Emo Xiaolong commenced a fervent scavenging of the table. His chopsticks darted out repeatedly, lifting generous portions of roasted meat into Hinata's bowl. At times, he even offered pieces directly to her lips. One must admit, Emo Xiaolong was quite dedicated to fulfilling the peculiar narrative. Eat more, he urged, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he continued to fill Hinata's mouth to the brim. Despite his relentless feeding of Hinata, he himself had not taken a single bite. His gaze occasionally flitted towards the roasted lamb, only to swiftly avert. Who could ascertain what kind of meat it truly was in this bizarre tale? I shall not be deceived. Steadiness is paramount, Emo Xiaolong mused. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, the comments erupted. What on earth is this big shot doing? Is he trying to flirt? Bro, please take this seriously. Contestant ZZ, hurry and feed that hefty fellow. The contestant is distracted by feminine charms and is doomed. The live chat buzzed with criticism. The majority directed at Emo Xiaolong. Even those who had faith in him found his actions perplexing. For to the onlookers, the big eater mentioned in the rules could only refer to the rotund Choji Akimichi. Back in the world of Naruto's strange tales, Emo Xiaolong's pace of feeding remained unchanged. Before long, he had consumed nearly half of the roasted lamb himself. The meat slices in Hinata's porcelain dish had accumulated into a veritable mountain, all prepared by Emo Xiaolong for her delight. Yet, Hinata continued to eat at a leisurely pace. Only when Emo Xiaolong actively fed her did her chewing quicken slightly. In this strange tale, the two resembled a genuine young couple, engrossed in their own world of tender affection. Suddenly, the sound of chopsticks clattering heavily onto the table pierced the air. Emo Xiaolong paused in his feeding action, disregarding the flicker of discontent in Hinata Hyuga's eyes. His gaze shifted towards the source of the sound, coincidentally locking eyes with the furious Akimichi Choji. I'm starving too. The few simple words, coupled with a predatory glare, suggested that he might devour Emo Xiaolong whole at any moment. An inexplicable chill enveloped the air, and the overhead lights began to flicker erratically. Despite the terrifying scene, Emo Xiaolong waved his hand dismissively. Understood, the last piece of grilled meat will be reserved for you. Although his tone was dismissive, it surprisingly calmed Choji's furious expression. Emo Xiaolong felt a sense of assurance. The rules had been explicitly stated beforehand. The difficulty of this restaurant ghost story was, for him, exceedingly simple. Speaking of which, it's been a while since we last met. And you still have such an insatiable appetite. A nostalgic smile graced Emo Xiaolong's face. as he exchanged pleasantries. The surrounding chill melted away as if greeted by the warmth of spring. Choji too transformed into a lovable and amiable figure. I can't believe you still remember my preferences. It truly has been a long time. Choji. Chapter 13. The surging heat wave. Long time no see. Dingxi, Imo Shalong nodded in acknowledgement. As he uttered these words, an inexplicable sensation of bitterness welled up in his eyes. A seemingly trivial crisis had been effortlessly dispelled. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, chaos reigned. What on earth is happening? Faced with the bizarre, he remains unervingly calm and composed. Truly impressive. Where's the critic? I told you, Brother Shalong is invincible. To hell with it. From this day forth, I am a devoted fan of Brother Shalong. Can someone knowledgeable explain this masterstroke? Knowledgeable one. I haven't been the big brother for many years. Just call me understanding brother. The audience, bewildered by Imo Shalong's actions, nevertheless marveled in astonishment. However, within the world of Naruto horror tales, peril had once again descended. As the roasted lamb dwindled, the temperature in the private room escalated. Imo Shalong continuously wiped the sweat trickling down his forehead, yet it provided only a temporary respite. He had briefly suspected he was ensnared in an illusion. But even biting his tongue until it bled did not alleviate the sweltering heat. With the final morsel of roasted meat consumed by Akimichi Dingxi, white heat waves began to rise around them. As the waiter brought in a whole roasted cow, the temperature in the room surged once more. Enveloped by the oppressive heat, Imo Shalong gasped for breath, struggling against the suffocating environment. His eyes, drenched in sweat, narrowed slightly. Through the layers of heat, he seemed to glimpse Akimichi Dingxi across the table, wearing a smirk that hinted at a devious triumph, a stark contrast to his earlier innocent demeanor. This situation was indeed dire. Back in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, pandemonium ensued. What is happening here? This is the consequence of disregarding the rules. To be fair, the contestant was too arrogant, completely dismissing the rules. This is the bitter fruit of their folly. Stop with the negativity. If Brother Shalong falls, we all suffer. Right now, the priority is to devise a strategy. Strategy? It's the contestant's fault for not feeding the glutton properly. Bakayaru. It's their own fault for dying. The Dragon Kingdom rabbits deserve this. Serves them right. The live stream was filled with a cacophony of voices, each more chaotic than the last. In the command center, the supreme leader gazed down at the think tank and inquired, "Can anyone discern any clues? Is there a solution?" After 2 inquiries, none dared to rise and respond. The supreme leader sighed deeply, helplessly watching the live broadcast, a look of resignation etched upon his face. In the realm of Naruto horror tales, Imo Shalong was engulfed in regret. So, this was an elaborate scheme? It seemed I had been far too complacent, falling victim to his cunning trap. Merely, why have they not changed at all? Imo Shalong pondered within his mind. At this moment, he had not yet surrendered. He began to set aside his arrogance and observe earnestly. However, time was not on his side, as the lack of oxygen was gradually dulling his thoughts. Imo Shalong violently shook his head in an attempt to maintain clarity of mind. Yet, a wave of dizziness washed over him, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. Was it too late? In his current state, he appeared exceedingly frail. His face was gaunt, his lips parched, as if he were on the verge of dehydration and unconsciousness at any moment. Summoning his last vestiges of strength, he sat upright, his gaze betraying a hint of panic. "Just give up already," urged Akidu Dingxi after swallowing a piece of meat. Ignoring him, Imo Shalong took a deep breath. The searing sensation within his organs briefly sharpening his awareness. His eyes darted around, desperately searching for a solution. There must be a way. Imo Shalong was unwilling to concede here. The radiant visage of Hinata Hyuga caught his eye. That's it. An epiphany struck Imo Shalong as he hurriedly leaned closer to Hinata. Whispering, "Hinata-chan, look at me." Hinata paused her meal, tilting her head slightly, casting a look of confusion. In that moment, Imo Shalong felt immense gratitude for Hinata's Byakugan, which possessed the ability to freeze. Though her gaze had caused him trouble in the past, when the moment of salvation arrived, he chose to forgive her previous transgressions. A layer of ice began to form beneath his feet, bringing a modicum of coolness. Although it was merely a drop in the ocean under these circumstances, it was sufficient to sustain a fleeting clarity. Hinata, realizing she had been tricked, deliberately averted her gaze, no longer willing to look in his direction. In the Dragon Kingdom, the live stream erupted with comments. "Wow, this guy has some tricks up his sleeve. He is actually utilizing that strange girl. What does it matter? He has broken the rules himself. He is doomed to die. In this situation, it's merely a slower demise." Exactly. This scoundrel has clearly read the rules yet still acted recklessly, endangering the lives of many. He has nothing short of a historical disgrace. Ah, exactly. Baka. He deserves to die. In the realm of Naruto tales, having regrouped, Emo Shalong's gaze swept over the crowd. Everyone was indulging in tea and meat, exhibiting no signs of peculiar behavior. Occasionally, snippets of conversation would arise, but Emo Shalong could not discern their words, as the anomalies were clearly intent on preventing him from eavesdropping. Time was not on his side. The chill brought by the ice would soon dissipate. He needed to accelerate his thought process. Clues. Where were the clues? Emo Shalong anxiously searched around him. Looking around, there was only roasted meat and tea. Everyone was indulging in their meal. Emo Shalong closed his eyes, beginning to reminisce about various details. The banquet, the act of eating, these were pivotal. A series of words incessantly echoed in his mind, ultimately weaving together a complete thread of insight. From the commencement of the feast until now, everyone had been partaking in the sustenance, while I had consumed nothing. This was a banquet of eerie tales. The act of dining was indeed the crux of the matter. How enlightening. There is but one truth. With this realization, a faint smile graced Emo Shalong's lips. Without hesitation, he seized a piece of roasted meat with his chopsticks and began to savor it. In an instant, a refreshing chill coursed through his entire being, prompting a sound of sheer delight. Ah, indeed, roasted meat is the key to unraveling the heatwave. Moreover, the flavor of this meat was exquisite, imbued with floral notes and a hint of sweetness. Emo Shalong chattered on, while Hinata Hyuga attentively absorbed every word. Subsequently, this enchanting maiden transformed into a steam engine, her head emitting thick plumes of white smoke. Overcome by shyness, Hinata Hyuga fainted. All of this transpired because Emo Shalong, in his eagerness to feast, had not only taken the chopsticks belonging to Hinata, but had also consumed the remaining half of her portion. Chapter 14. The Imminent Revelation of Intelligence in the Dragon Kingdom. Within the live broadcast room. What on earth am I witnessing? Astonishing. The expert's secret to overcoming challenges is, good grief, he actually relied on seizing a young girl's belongings to navigate through the crisis. To be fair, that's rather despicable. Yet, I find it amusing. Hiki. You lot upstairs are rather foolish. It's evident that the roasted meat is the key to the breakthrough. Let us not obsess over the bizarre act of stealing from girls, shall we? The person upstairs is a naive one. Your assessment is noted. I believe the contestant is being deliberate. What do you all think? What is there to think? As long as he gets through the crisis, what does it matter? Woe is me. My life was salvaged by the expert from the clutches of that girl. Unbelievable. How did he survive this? It defies logic. Ah, indeed. This fellow is simply fortunate. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room shifted from tense to relaxed, and everyone seemed to breathe easier. Within the confines of the Naruto Strange Tales private room, as a cup of tea was consumed, Emo Shalong once again displayed a warm smile. However, Emo Shalong's subtle expressions were once more scrutinized by all in the live broadcast room. My goodness. I see the expert savoring the moment. He is relishing it. Undoubtedly, he is relishing it. It has been confirmed. He intentionally snatched food from the girl. Enough, you lot. Be cautious of the repercussions. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, always engaged in reading comprehension, did not let Emo Shalong escape their scrutiny. Bored, they took this opportunity to concoct wild gossip. However, all of this bore little relevance to Emo Shalong, who remained engrossed in the Naruto Strange Tales. After all, he could not see the barrage of comments in the live room. Inside the private room, Emo Shalong placed his empty cup on the table, knowing a server would soon refill it. He then deliberately proclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "This roasted meat, this tea, is simply splendid." At the sound of Emo Shalong's words, all dining actions momentarily halted. Particularly, Hinata Hanabi Byakugan fixated intently on Emo Shalong, as if she wished to rend him to pieces. Unfazed, Emo Shalong glared back and provocatively picked up a piece of meat from Hinata Hyuga's bowl with his chopsticks, bringing it to his mouth. The sound of chewing filled the air, yet none dared to confront Emo Shalong. Indeed, under the clear rules, as long as my actions do not contravene the regulations, they absolutely cannot take action against me. With this thought, Emo Shalong once more caressed Hinata Hyuga's hair, casting a challenging glance at Hinata Hanabi. He sought to validate some of the conjectures brewing in his mind. In this scenario, the youngest Hinata Hanabi was undoubtedly a potential breakthrough. Emo Shalong had to seize every opportunity to extract information, lest he be led astray like a headless fly. Hinata Hanabi clenched her teeth, breaking her chopsticks. Yet she showed no intention of rising. That infuriating blonde. How dare they bully my sister in such a manner? I shall not share the heavens with you. The intermittent cries of anger echoed as the little girl, incensed, felt tears welling at the corners of her eyes, rendering her utterly adorable. A smile crept onto Imo Xiaolong's lips as he thought to himself, the bait has been taken. Dear sister-in-law, such words cannot be uttered. I am your brother-in-law, Imo Xiaolong declared with righteous indignation. Silence. You scoundrel, back then. Cough, cough. Hinata Hanabi's complexion flushed with excitement as she yearned to rebuke the other's shamelessness. Yet, the final words eluded her, leaving her face crimson and her coughs persistent. Imo Xiaolong cast a glance at her fair neck, where a dark shadow lingered. Then, from the corner of his eye, he surveyed Nara Shikamaru, who appeared utterly unfazed. As Shikamaru sipped his tea, he sensed the scrutiny and, after setting down his cup, let out a slight sigh. What a nuisance. Wouldn't you agree? Imo Xiaolong nodded in agreement, acknowledging the inconvenience. After all, I must constantly guess without a moment's reprieve. It is quite exhausting. You, who detests trouble, should empathize with my plight, he thought. Nara Shikamaru's gaze fell, and after another sip of tea, he spoke in a calm tone. You've passed this test. When the time is right, I shall share some intel with you. I hope you make the right choice. Upon finishing his statement, a flicker of sorrow passed through Shikamaru's eyes, expertly concealed from all. The surrounding temperature began to normalize, and Imo Xiaolong's pace of eating had already begun to slow. Hinata Hyuga had awakened from her stupor, yet the girl kept her head bowed in silence. Imo Xiaolong could not discern whether she was angry or merely shy. However, it was a comfort that, bound by the rules, the gluttonous Hinata Hyuga could not refuse Imo Xiaolong's feeding. The act of feeding continued, and it must be said that nourishing Hinata was a delightful endeavor. Merely observing her bashful and endearing demeanor brought a smile to Imo Xiaolong's face. Nonetheless, the audience in the live broadcast began to murmur once more. Well, he is still flirting. He even displays such a charming smile. What is the issue? Did you not hear the previous conversation? He is past that stage. Oh, yes. The boss is impressive. What is wrong with flirting with a girl during this time? I think this guy is just infatuated. Baka, how can this be? Came the envious comments from viewers of Sakura Country. Yet, at that moment, the audience seemed disinterested in him. Within the realm of Naruto, you truly are bold. Teased the girl sitting across from him, her bright eyes blinking playfully. Imo Xiaolong, swallowing a chunk of meat, replied nonchalantly, I do not comprehend your meaning. It is evident that this fellow is feigning ignorance. With a daily disdainful glance and a turned head, he is indeed a cunning individual. One can only hope that, when the time comes, he will still wear a smile. Time passes inexorably, second by second. On the surface, everything appears calm and serene. However, Imo Xiaolong's mindset does not permit the slightest relaxation, as he fears encountering unforeseen challenges along the way. The hardships he has recently endured are not something he wishes to relive. As the moment approaches, Nara Shikamaru sets down his utensils, straightens his posture, and turns his gaze toward Imo Xiaolong. Imo Xiaolong, who has long been prepared, meets his eyes with a smile. Shikamaru, speak, and tell me all that you can. The two lock eyes, but it is Nara Shikamaru who first averts his gaze. You remain unchanged. A nostalgic glimmer appears in Nara Shikamaru's eyes. Chapter 15, Debate. What I wish to hear now is not this. Imo Xiaolong interrupted the other's pleasantries. Thus, I assert that your reckless fervor has not significantly altered. Nara Shikamaru sighed, and then began to persuade earnestly. With so many adversaries, I advise you to abandon resistance and join us directly. Imo Xiaolong furrowed his brow and questioned. What do you mean? Do you still not comprehend? Nara Shikamaru spread his arms wide and proclaimed loudly. In this present situation, the entirety of Konoha stands as your enemy. You possess no allies whatsoever. You are devoid of any chance of victory. Nara Shikamaru's expression grew agitated as he spoke, breathing heavily afterward. Once he regained his composure, a palpable sorrow flickered in his eyes. The times have changed. Everyone has adapted to living in this manner. If only you would join us. Enough. Imo Xiaolong interrupted Nara Shikamaru's words and brushed aside the hand he extended, expressing a vehement refusal. Facing the silent Nara Shikamaru, Imo Xiaolong spoke earnestly. If you intend to convey such sentiments to me, I suggest you spare yourself the effort. Losing oneself, drifting aimlessly, akin to a puppet on strings. What meaning does such a life hold? After voicing his observations, a profound sadness welled up within him. So, have you resolved to oppose us? Nara Shikamaru did not directly answer Imo Xiaolong's inquiry. His tone was somber, as if issuing a final ultimatum. No, I do not wish to oppose you. Imo Xiaolong turned to address those around him, then struck the table forcefully, producing a sharp sound. I shall rescue you from this quagmire, wagering the honor of my name. Uzumaki Naruto. In this moment, Emo Xiaolong followed the dictates of his heart, speaking unabashedly. That is impossible. Beside him, Tintin suddenly covered her face and began to weep. To speak and act with conviction is my ninja way. Thus, please trust me. Emo Xiaolong gently stroked Tintin's hair, soothing her emotions. Within the confines of the small booth, the brilliance of humanity shone forth. Spare me your grandiloquence, Nara Shikamura shouted. Since you have chosen this path, you must prevail over us within the confines of the rules. However, defeating us is not the conclusion. It is merely the commencement. Nara Shikamura rose, extending his arms, prompting the others to vacate their seats and stand behind him. 1 against 11. This is the first trial you must confront. Tell me, do you still cling to your absurd notion? In the booth, a pin drop could be heard in the sudden silence. Nara Shikamaru's gaze remained fixed on Emo Xiaolong, awaiting his response. However, unexpectedly, Emo Xiaolong let out a light laugh. Why not? At that moment, he was radiant with spirit. Speak plainly. Follow through with actions. This is my path of endurance. Emo Xiaolong articulated each word with precision. Ding dong. Ding dong. Congratulations to the players of Dragon Nation for completing the Eerie Tale Autumn Path Restaurant. We are now distributing phase rewards. The lifespan of all citizens of Dragon Nation increases by 2 years, the fertility of the land improves by 1%, and physical strength is enhanced by 1%. Within the Dragon Nation's live broadcast room, everyone could hear this announcement. Yet, the barrage of comments was silent. All were absorbed in the earlier conversation. Wow, the big shot just radiated light. My eyes nearly got blinded. The brilliance of humanity shines here. From this day forth, I am a fan. In the days to come, whoever dares speak ill of my brother Xiaolong, let them beware my harsh words. The person above is right. 10,086. The previously heavy atmosphere in the live stream room dissipated in an instant, courtesy of the online banter. In the highest command center, the Supreme Leader was also watching the live broadcast, tears streaming down his face. Heaven bless our Dragon Nation. Heaven bless our Huaxia. This person truly embodies the finest qualities of our Dragon Nation. Gazing at Emo Xiaolong's figure on the screen, the Supreme Leader's voice trembled with emotion. The leader was indeed correct. The secretary, assisting him from the side and wiping away the tears from the corner of his eyes, nodded in agreement. In the realm of the Eerie Tale of Hokage, the banquet had come to an end. Many lingered, wishing to voice their thoughts. However, they ultimately shook their heads in resignation and chose to depart. As the crowd thinned considerably, Hinata Hanabi stealthily approached Emo Xiaolong and, lifting her petite leg, delivered a fierce kick to his knee. I dislike you. With this parting remark, Hinata Hanabi fled the private room without looking back. Now, only 3 individuals remained in the room. Akimichi Choji, as the anchor of the Eerie Tale, could not leave just yet. Yet, he had turned to face the wall, seemingly captivated by something there. Hinata Hyuga kept her head down, leaning against Emo Xiaolong's shoulder. In this moment, her face bore no shyness, only a trace of tranquility. Naruto-kun, Hinata murmured, her crimson lips parting softly. I'm here. Emo Xiaolong promptly replied. Naruto-kun. I'm here. Naruto-kun. I'm here. The two seemed to engage in a childish game, with Hinata repeatedly calling out while Emo Xiaolong, growing impatient, responded each time. Will you always be here? Hinata lifted her gaze to meet his chin. A familiar chill enveloped them, and even with icy feet, Emo Xiaolong remained unfazed. At that moment, he dared not answer directly, opting instead for silence. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. I understand now. Hinata Hyuga averted her gaze. Emo Xiaolong, who had been frozen to the core, let out a sigh of relief. The hard ice was shattered by Hinata's delicate hand. My heart had long harbored the answer, albeit still clinging to a glimmer of delusion. Nevertheless, it matters not. I will exhaust every means to keep Naruto-kun by my side forever. A vivid crimson light ignited in the pure white of the young girl's eyes. At that moment, Hinata Hyuga's countenance bore a sickly hue as she sank her teeth fiercely into Emo Xiaolong's neck. The metallic taste spread within her mouth, prompting her to bite down even harder. A flash of light flickered in her eyes as a dark energy seeped from her fangs into Emo Xiaolong's wound. Throughout this entire ordeal, none were the wiser. An indelible mark, unique to Hinata, was left upon his neck, and only then did she release her grip in satisfaction. Throughout the process, Emo Xiaolong endured the pain in silence, trembling yet voiceless. Yet, within his heart, he sighed deeply. This was a debt of emotional entanglement he had brought upon himself, and it must be repaid. Before long, her enchanting silhouette had vanished, leaving behind only a lingering fragrance in the air. Akimichi Choji also turned back, nodding at Imo Xiaolong before departing the private room. In that instant, the mechanical reminder echoed in Imo Xiaolong's ears once more. Chapter 16. The Subtlety of Deception. Ding dong, ding dong. Congratulations on passing the first challenge of the Chiodao restaurant. Reward, Fusion Degree 5. Imo Xiaolong closed his eyes, absorbing the memories and chakra. Upon reopening them, he exhaled a heavy breath, his face betraying an undeniable weariness. The events of the day had been overwhelming, pushing both his body and mind to their limits. Further exertion could lead to unforeseen consequences. With his brows knitted in a furrow, he muttered to himself. A faint black mist encircled the wound on his neck, conveniently obscured by his collar, rendering it imperceptible to the viewers in the live stream. His thoughts had been muddled by the techniques left behind by Hinata Hyuga, and Imo Xiaolong felt a dull heaviness in his head, attributing it merely to fatigue. After all, the day's experiences had been excessively numerous, far too many. Pushing back his chair, he stood up, his steps somewhat unsteady as he exited the restaurant and stepped onto the street. The light outside remained unchanged, the orange hue seemingly freezing everything around in the twilight. Imo Xiaolong hesitated to look up at the sky, instinctively sensing that something ominous loomed above. A single glance could lead to corruption. Following the route etched in his mind, Imo Xiaolong walked alone down the street, and in just 2 minutes, he found himself back in his apartment. Ah, finally home, he exhaled, his voice laced with exhaustion, although the distance home was not far. He had become so fatigued that he leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. Upon opening the door, he slipped off his shoes and made his way directly to the bedroom. The thoughts in his mind grew increasingly chaotic, and he felt as though he had forgotten something important. But what did it matter? He was so weary. Imo Xiaolong yawned, reluctant to ponder further. On his neck, the bloodied bite marks bubbled with black mist, and his head felt as if it were encased in lead, growing heavier by the moment. His eyelids fluttered uncontrollably, and he could no longer hold on. His body fell onto the soft bed. Within the Dragon Kingdom's live stream. Wow, it seems the big shot is utterly exhausted. Really? How can he sleep at a time like this? Shouldn't he be focusing on clearing the horror game instead of resting? Someone upstairs is delusional, confirmed. The contestant has faced numerous crises today. Is it wrong to take a moment to rest? Haha, if it were me, I would have cleared it on the spot. Never mind taking a break. Someone upstairs is utterly clueless. How dare anyone pressure the big shot? Did they throw the benefits of clearing the game to the dogs? Exactly. Exactly. The live stream buzzed with noise, yet none of it reached Imo Xiaolong. He had succumbed to a deep slumber, impervious to any disturbances. As time ticked away, the door remained ajar, and the windows stood wide open. In the Dragon Kingdom, a perceptive viewer recalled the rules. Oh no, the doors and windows are all left unlatched. As the night approaches, it is imperative to awaken the esteemed leader and secure the doors and windows. How shall we call him? Fear not. We can utilize the opportunity for a reminder. Oh, revered leader. Within the highest research institute, the esteemed leader's countenance darkens as he observes the live broadcast. Yet, at this moment, he appears utterly helpless. Alas, I have attempted this before, but the notification in the live chat indicated that the participant had already fallen asleep, rendering my message futile. Beside him, the perceptive secretary promptly offers a glass of water. After receiving it, the esteemed leader gestures with authority, commanding that the populace prepare for evacuation. The secretary, taken aback, quickly nods in compliance. Understood. An evacuation directive is disseminated once more, and all within the live stream pray fervently. The participant is asleep and cannot be alerted. Please prepare for evacuation, concludes the esteemed leader. Oh no, this is dire. Woe is me, this participant is recklessly careless. He has doomed us all. I refuse to accept this fate. Let us refrain from unnecessary chatter. At this juncture, we can only hope this rule is not fatal. The live chat buzzes with varied opinions, some offering solace, others casting blame, while many simply pray. Such is the myriad of human emotions. Meanwhile, outside the apartment of Imo Xiaolong, the cold wind rustles the fallen leaves, leaving the street in disarray. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoes around, culminating in a figure halting at the entrance of the apartment. It is Hinata Hyuga, who gazes up at the second floor, the residence of Imo Xiaolong. The sight of the door ajar brings a smile to her lips, her dimples peeking through, utterly adorable. Naruto-kun, how careless of you to leave the door open. Though she utters these words, her expression betrays a hint of mockery. If it weren't for Naruto-kun's oversight, I would not have resorted to such measures. With a delicate hand brushing aside her hair, Hinata leaps to the second floor. She feigns hesitation at the doorway, softly calling out, "Naruto-kun? Are you there?" In the empty house, her voice reverberates, yet she receives no reply. However, this is precisely what Hinata desires. If there is no response, then I shall enter. Her demeanor is playful and endearing, as if merely concerned for a companion's well-being. Hinata removes her shoes at the entrance, her fair feet softly thumping against the floor. With a clear objective, she traverses past the living room and kitchen, heading straight for the bedroom. Upon opening the bedroom door, she does not immediately enter. Instead, she pauses, gazing with an enamored expression at the slumbering Emo Shalong. For reasons unknown, this time, the freezing effect was not triggered. The inherently captivating Hinata Hyuga revealed a subtle smile, adding further vibrancy to her beauty. Naruto-kun. Unable to contain herself any longer, Hinata Hyuga stepped forward briskly, her delicate hand caressing his face. "You are mine." Her face, increasingly pallid, retained its allure as frenzied whispers echoed around her. "Let us become one." With those words, she abruptly cast aside the covers and nestled into Emo Shalong's embrace. However, this was far from a favorable turn of events. With her sharp teeth, she continued to bite towards the daylight. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom, the live broadcast plunged into darkness, with only a few bold characters appearing. The forthcoming scenes are not suitable for viewing. Please wait patiently. Chapter 17, Hinata's Emotional Game in the Dragon Kingdom. The atmosphere within the live stream room grew increasingly animated. What on earth is happening? If I am not mistaken, it seems that a female ghoul is burrowing into bed. The person above is correct. We all see the same thing. Goodness. If the consequence of breaking the rules is to be ensnared by a beautiful female ghoul, I might be tempted to try it myself. You're dreaming. Do you all lack vision? Did you not see that the female ghoul was biting into the neck? The commenter above is mistaken. If it were as simple as that, why would the live stream be shut down? Indeed, something must have transpired. Hopefully something good. That female ghoul appears to be rather simple-minded, and she has openly expressed affection towards the participants. I think we can ship this couple. How can you not see the evident Yandere tendencies? The female ghoul is undoubtedly a Yandere. Actually, Yanderes aren't entirely undesirable. 1-10,086. Most people are simply infatuated, and it's beyond remedy. Conclusion drawn. After a considerable passage of time, the live stream finally resumed. What the heck? 3 hours. Do you know how I spent those 3 hours? Brother Shalong is still alive. Hooray. Shut up, you starstruck fan. I have a question. Where did that female ghoul go? Such a large ghoul. Where could she have vanished? I told you it was impossible for anything bad to happen. Look, the participant's clothing is intact. The commenter above is incorrect. 3 hours is ample time to erase all traces. The altercation within the live stream persisted, as indeed, everyone relished in gossip and scandalous events. However, Emo Shalong remained in a deep slumber, oblivious to the occurrences that transpired around him. Yet, the brow that had initially relaxed in sleep began to furrow once more, as if he were ensnared in a nightmare. At precisely 7 o'clock a.m., his biological clock roused Emo Shalong from his slumber, rubbing his drowsy eyes. He sat up from his bed. However, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him, leaving his head heavy and his heart burdened with emptiness. All right, I am participating in a bizarre tale game. Emo Shalong yawned and spoke listlessly. It feels so troublesome. Perhaps I should just wait here for death. Having uttered these words, Emo Shalong leaned back and reclined onto his bed once more. What is happening? It hurts so much. The moment he lay down, Emo Shalong felt a piercing pain in his kidneys, releasing a feeble groan. His hand instinctively rubbed his waist, as memories of a dream from the previous night surfaced. In that dream, he had been relentlessly assaulted by Hinata Hyuga using her heavenly spin technique, almost on the verge of frothing at the mouth. He could have collapsed on the spot. Well, never mind, it's too tiresome to ponder. The lethargic spirit within urged Emo Shalong to abandon any semblance of thought. He sprawled out his limbs, forming a large character, the most comfortable position imaginable. Even in the face of insomnia, he refused to stir, instead gazing blankly at the ceiling. Silent. Ah, the sensation of lying flat is truly delightful. As he spoke, a faint smile graced his face. However, such behavior incited a tumult within the live stream. What the heck? The Great One has turned into a sloth. Something feels off. 100% off. To be frank, I've always found him unreliable. Is the one above a walking 500,000? Clearly. The contestant's current state is a result of that bizarre woman from last night. This hollowed-out demeanor? Could it be? I concur with the speculation above. 10,086. The uproar in the live stream was of no concern to Emo Xiaolong. At this moment, he was wholly governed by a sense of laziness. Every fiber of his being screamed for stillness, for contemplation to cease, wishing only to remain nestled in the comfort of his bed. Yet, before long, his stomach began to grumble. How bothersome! I do not wish to rise. If only someone could bring me something to eat. Preferably right to my lips. Repetitive murmurs did little to alleviate his hunger. To maintain his tranquil repose, Emo Xiaolong reluctantly chose to rise and seek sustenance. As he slipped on his slippers, a note on the bedside table caught his eye. Picking it up, he discovered yet another set of rules. Hinata Hyuga's emotional game. 1. You have been marked and cannot temporarily escape it. 2. Emotions currently govern your physical actions. 3. The way to clear the game is to overcome various delusions or to break the mark. 3 exceedingly simple rules, with even the solution plainly stated. However, the simplest rules are often the hardest to unravel. At this moment, the live stream was in uproar. What the heck? This is utterly merciless. Question: can one who is governed by emotions ever break free? Surely, it must be possible. For instance, one may not wish to leave the warmth of their bed on a winter morning, yet by noon, they will eventually rise. The analogy above is akin to flatulence. It serves no purpose. To be candid, no one can approach everything with pure rationality. Generally speaking, emotions fluctuate, and the contestant's current appearance is an exaggerated manifestation of laziness. Throughout the 5,000 years of Longwa, only a few sages have managed to fully control their desires. So, does that mean ordinary people cannot maintain self-control the moment they are overtaken by emotion? Indeed, although there exists a notion of calm reflection post-event, it scarcely applies to the participants at present, rather than being a matter of mere emotion. The current state of the participants is more akin to being ensnared by the myriad desires of the heart. I surmise that the participant is being influenced by that peculiar woman, magnifying an inner yearning, which has led to this transformation. The previous speaker is correct. The participant has succumbed to the dominance of lethargy. The moment the concept of desires arises, I comprehend. Life is fleeting. No individual can extricate themselves from the ocean of suffering, as one's existence is spent navigating the tumult of desires. I pose but one question. Is there hope for redemption? Alas, there is none. Await your demise. Oh, what a nuisance. Indeed. At long last. I have awaited this moment for far too long. Chapter 18. In the Eyes of the Crow in the Realm of Naruto Horror Tales. A note inscribed with rules was carelessly discarded on the floor by Emo Xiaolong, who was dominated by his emotions and lacked the inclination to glance at it again. With sluggish steps, he ambled into the living room and approached the refrigerator. He retrieved expired instant noodles and milk, devouring them ravenously, leaving the remnants behind without a second thought. Emotionless, he returned to his bedroom and reclined back onto his bed. At that moment, Emo Xiaolong's demeanor resembled that of a true wastrel. Time trickled by, and it was now 2:00 p.m. Fortunately, no other peculiarities intruded from outside the door. Had that been the case, given Emo Xiaolong's current state, his demise would have been inevitable. It seemed that the bizarre occurrences adhered to a certain rule, wherein no entity would casually interfere in another's horror tale game. This had been gleaned from numerous encounters. It appeared that when two horror tales unfolded simultaneously, conflict was likely to arise. Clearly, the present situation pertained to Hinata Hyuga. But where might she be now? For the time being, the answer remained inconvenient to disclose. However, it was certain that since her encounter with Emo Xiaolong yesterday, Hinata had been feigning and calculating her next move in silence. Only when Emo Xiaolong's vigilance towards her had entirely dissipated did Hinata seize the opportunity to act decisively. In her desperate quest to keep Emo Xiaolong by her side, Hinata had become unhinged, willing to employ any means necessary. After being tainted by the bizarre, her heart had become singularly focused. As long as Naruto-kun could remain by her side, nothing else mattered. During their time in the restaurant, Emo Xiaolong, weary from multiple trials, began to feel a pang of guilt towards Hinata, and therein lay the opportunity. Though the bite he took was a violation of the rules, it was a mark forcibly implanted by Hinata's breach of protocol. For this, she sacrificed the frozen ability of her Byakugan. Yet, it seemed that every sacrifice bore its fruit. In his current state, Emo Xiaolong was utterly incapable of mounting an effective resistance, and the scales of victory were perilously tipping in one direction. Even if Hinata's physical form were to be shattered, her dwindling sanity would diminish once more. Nonetheless, in Hinata's eyes, all of this was worth it. As long as she could keep Naruto-kun close, she was willing to pay any price. The amalgamation of the bizarre and a Yandere disposition characterized Hinata Hyuga in her current state. In the Dragon Kingdom, within the live broadcast room. What the hell? There's not a single sign of clarity. This is bad. The contestant is utterly incapacitated. Let us directly invoke a reminder. Supreme Leader. I concur with the sentiments expressed above. Supreme Leader. Inside the command center, the Supreme Leader was also watching the live stream. He found the audience's remarks to be reasonable. However, the protocols still needed to be followed. He turned to the think tank below and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Now, at this critical juncture. Even if the reminder's impact was minimal, we must still attempt it. An elder stepped forward to share his perspective. Everyone expressed their agreement. Thus, the Supreme Leader, without hesitation, once more exercised his authority and issued a reminder to Emo Xiaolong. In the realm of Naruto horror tales, upon hearing the message whispering in his ear, Emo Xiaolong merely scratched his ear and waved his hand in annoyance. I understand. And then, there was no further display of emotion. Emo Xiaolong was, of course, aware that he was participating in a horror game and understood that if he did not resist, he would meet his demise. However, knowing was one thing, while taking action was quite another. The comfort of surrendering was alluring. Not having to think felt delightful. His mind was besieged by these conflicting thoughts. Time trickled away. Second by second, the doors and windows remained lazily ajar. Should nightfall return, one could only wonder what terrifying events might unfold. Outside the window, crows circled the telephone poles, incessantly cawing. Their cries were excruciatingly jarring, stirring a sense of unease. Yet, Emo Xiaolong had no inclination to rise and shoo them away. He remained lost in a daze, staring at the ceiling. His mind was vacant, his heart equally hollow. This encapsulated Emo Xiaolong's current state. A simple manipulation of emotion had led him to utter defeat. As if everything had already been predetermined. Suddenly, a dark crow swooped in through the front door, racing through the room and heading straight for the bedroom. It flapped its wings fervently before landing, its claws resting upon Emo Xiaolong's chest, locking eyes with him. The crow's gaze was peculiar, resembling the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Upon discerning the crow's eyes, Emo Xiaolong's own gaze became entranced, and he found himself drawn into a mental realm. Beneath a blood-red sky, shouts echoed. What do you want? What do you desire? What do you want? What do you desire? After 3 consecutive calls, Uchiha Sasuke finally ceased, instinctively responding to the figure before him. Emo Xiaolong's eyes gradually regained their brilliance. What do you want? Upon clearly seeing the silhouette ahead, Emo Xiaolong gasped in astonishment. Humph. Uchiha Sasuke crossed his arms, exuding an air of superiority. You're far from catching up. If it weren't for the contingency I left in Konoha, you would likely have been assimilated. Reflecting on his own performance throughout the day, Emo Xiaolong sheepishly scratched the back of his head. It's quite a long story. I was ambushed by Hinata. He attempted to provide further explanation, only to be interrupted by Uchiha Sasuke's dismissive wave. Enough idle chatter. I have no time for your explanations. I can only use my Sharingan to suppress the mark for now. The remaining challenges you must face on your own. Huh? Emo Xiaolong wished to inquire further, but was abruptly ejected from the mental space. Back on the bed, as he opened his eyes once more, a renewed spark glimmered in Emo Xiaolong's gaze. The crow that had been resting on his chest now lay lifeless, motionless, in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room. The previously mournful atmosphere instantly transformed into one of celebration. Wow, this is incredible. Will those upstairs ever speak? This is what one calls assistance from the esteemed. The divine assistance indeed, yet I find it quite delightful. Heh. That young man named Sasuke is so handsome. His cool demeanor is precisely to my liking. The person upstairs is simply infatuated. Case closed. Darling, come quickly and see Brother Xiaolong. He is still alive. Speak up, Hazy. Brother Xiaolong is invincible. There is no need for a Hazy. Yes. Bakayuru. Zinai. I must report this. The citizens of Sakura country expressed their profound discontent within the livestream. Shiba, he is still alive. I too wish to file a complaint. Those from Shiba country. Cease your barking here. Your competitors are on the verge of collapse. Upon hearing this, many viewers hastily switched channels, eager to witness the unfolding drama in the Shiba country's livestream. Chapter 19. The Fall of Shiba Nishi. At this moment, within the realm of the Hokage's eerie tales, the participant from the land of Nishi, a chunin from Konoha named Shiba Nishi, discovered the rules to be rather straightforward. 1. You currently have no mission to leave the village. 2. Every day at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, You must be present in the Hokage's office for a duration of 3 hours. 3. Please keep a safe distance from inebriated women. 4. If you encounter a pink piglet, pretend you have not seen it. 5. Strive to fulfill all requests made by your superiors. On his first day, Shiba Nishi spent his hours in trepidation, but fortunately, his cautious demeanor allowed him to navigate the day without triggering any of the rules, thus ensuring his safety. However, on the following day, as he had just arrived at the Hokage's office, a bottle was hurled in his direction. His timely evasion spared him from being struck, thus avoiding a fainting spell. Yet, the true nightmare for Shiba Nishi was merely commencing, for he had to confront the intoxicated Tsunade Senju. Reeking of alcohol, Tsunade mumbled incessantly, "A bunch of unlovable brats. How dare they engage in such antics? Especially that detestable Hyuga girl. To defy the rules. Well, this is a predicament, isn't it? Ha ha ha, this is utterly hilarious." The drunken Tsunade rambled on, her words fragmented. Yet amidst the chaos, Shiba Nishi gleaned a wealth of information. This was all broadcast live to the audience, particularly those from the Dragon Kingdom, who eagerly connected her words to Hinata Hyuga. Unbelievable. The bizarre can indeed violate the rules. Ah, Nishi. At least it's better than you Dragon Kingdom folks blatantly cheating. Is someone envious upstairs? Nishi is envious. Within the confines of the Hokage's office, Shiba Nishi, confronted by the inebriated Tsunade, yearned only to flee. However, he had yet to fulfill the 3-hour requirement. A conflict of rules loomed, unbeknownst to him. A palpable chill enveloped Shiba Nishi, causing him to tremble in fear. Tsunade ceased her nonsensical ramblings, her beautiful countenance twisting into a cruel smile as her gaze fixed upon Shiba Nishi. "Hey, newcomer, what is your name?" In a respectful tone. Shiba Nishi lowered his head and replied, "I am Shiba Nishi." "Oh, then you may as well perish. I harbor no fondness for the name Shiba." With those words, Tsunade unleashed a devastating punch. Shiba Nishi's face reflected disbelief, as he struggled to comprehend how he could meet his demise simply due to a name. Of course, this was not the primary reason. Under the conflict of rules, Shiba Nishi, devoid of any means to save himself, was doomed. Tsunade merely sought a convenient excuse. The mist of blood permeated the office, while a small pink piglet on the floor diligently inhaled through its 2 large nostrils. In no time, the blood mist was completely absorbed, and the air once again became fresh. However, the eyes of the pink-skinned pig turned a vivid crimson. With a leap, it burst through the office door, its body expanding at a visibly alarming rate. The ground shook as buildings crumbled. The pink pig rampaged through the streets of Konoha, wreaking havoc without any intervention. Inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade sat in her chair, her gaze cast downwards, remaining silent. She merely raised her hand, consuming bottle after bottle of sake in an attempt to dull her thoughts with alcohol. What a bunch of fools. Isn't a life that never ends preferable? No one could fathom the pain that lingered in Tsunade's heart. As Hokage, the burdens she carried were immense. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, what the hell? Zybage met a gruesome fate. Hey upstairs. Remove the word gruesome. Did Shiba die well? The person above is right. It's truly terrifying. Shimizu Shiba was directly turned into a mist of blood by a female anomaly. Ah, Shiba, damn those Dragon Country people, how dare they mock us? Shiba, damn those Dragon Country folks. The death of our contestant is all your fault. What is it to us? Exactly. If you have the capability, go take revenge on the anomaly. Though it was a broadcast room for the Shiba nation, the lack of viewers rendered them unable to counter the Dragon Country's taunts. Furious, the Shiba citizens turned red in the face, ready to curse the ancestors of their opponents. However, they soon found themselves at a loss for words. Shiba nation contestants eliminated, punishment enacted. All citizens of Shiba lose 5 years of life and experience a 10% decline in physical condition. The urban legends of Shiba have invaded. Please prepare yourselves. Wails echoed throughout the Shiba nation, while the Dragon Country citizens, who despised human tragedies, quickly returned to their own broadcast room. On another front, Emo Xiaolong sat on his bed, clutching the mark on his neck, gasping for breath. He never expected Hinata Hyuga would treat him this way. Indeed, the Yandere archetype is frightening. With the mark temporarily sealed, reason returned, regaining control over his body. He carefully wrapped the corpse of the crow, intending to give it a proper burial another day. After all, it had saved his life, and as a crow, it was indeed a competent tool. First and foremost, I must ascertain the current time. Most of the peculiar rules are tied to time, which is essential to address upon awakening. Subsequently, I will tidy up the room. A clean and orderly living environment fosters comfort. The alarm clock is functioning. It's nearly evening. Although my stomach growls with hunger, it is bearable. For safety's sake. Mo Xiaolong securely locked the doors and windows before choosing to return to his bedroom. He sighed softly, reflecting on how little he accomplished that day. But that is not entirely true. At the very least, he had discerned the peculiar game rules set by Hinata Hyuga. Mo Xiaolong gently touched the wound on his neck and murmured softly. He picked up the crumpled note from the ground, scrutinizing it intently. Such a troublesome ability, rather than solving puzzles, it was a true test of willpower. A frown creased Mo Xiaolong's brow, his tone imbued with grave caution. However, as long as he remained vigilant, the adversary would likely not succeed so easily. After all, the mark was not so easily sown. Ordinary participants would never allow themselves to be ravaged without resistance. Therefore, was Hinata's ability specifically designed to target me? Once this realization dawned upon him, he inwardly cursed his opponent for their lack of martial ethics. Ultimately, he could only helplessly murmur, "I shall remember this grudge." As the clock struck 8 in the evening, Mo Xiaolong had no time to ponder further. He extinguished the lights, pulled up the blankets, and concealed himself entirely, leaving no part exposed. Of course, this was not out of fear. It was merely a precaution. A series of knocks echoed from the door, clear and unmistakable in his ears. Evidently, danger was once again at hand. Chapter 20. The escaping pink pig. In such moments, only a fool would rise from the bed to open the door. Mo Xiaolong remained motionless, tightening the quilt around himself. Folklore suggested that if one enveloped oneself in a blanket, the eerie presence would fail to perceive them. The knocking gradually diminished, and just as Mo Xiaolong sighed in relief and peeked out to breathe, a sudden sound of footsteps reached his ears. Mo Xiaolong was convinced that the entity was now at the bedside. The cold sweat trickled down his back, yet he dared not open his eyes. As long as I abide by the rules, I shall remain unharmed. This conviction bolstered his courage. The sound of heavy breathing resonated ominously around him. A chilling breeze seeped from his neck, infiltrating the warmth of his blankets. However, with the doors and windows tightly shut, where could this wind be coming from? Mo Xiaolong dared not ponder further. He could only keep his eyes tightly shut, praying for the unknown entity beside him to depart swiftly. In Longhua, within the live broadcast room. Holy cow! It's that pig. Contestant Zizi, quickly open your eyes and drive the pig away. Yes. That gaping maw is about to bite down. Stop pretending to sleep. Upstairs, DSB, don't you know opening your eyes means certain death? Nonsense. I say just throw that pig down, and we'll be safe. Whatever you do, don't open your eyes. That thing eats people. Some prayed, while others cursed. Embroiled in endless debate. Meanwhile, in the highest research institute, the top leader was also watching the live stream, his brow furrowed deeply. It was time for us to make a decisive move. He turned to his advisory team below and inquired, "What are your thoughts? Given the current situation, should we expel this peculiar creature? We have one final chance to alert the contestant. Should we utilize it now? There is no need." An elderly member of the advisory team stood up to voice his opinion. In this scenario, we must adhere strictly to the rules. There is absolutely no likelihood of unforeseen events. On the contrary, any hasty actions would be ill-advised. The rest of the assembly expressed unanimous agreement, supporting the elder's words. The top leader nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. After concluding their discussion, their attention returned to the live broadcast. In the bedroom, a delicate pink pig lay sprawled on the bedding, its crimson eyes fixed on Mo Xiaolong as it breathed heavily. Mo Xiaolong was oblivious to the true nature of the creature resting upon him. He vaguely sensed a pungent odor of blood wafting through the air. Yet he dared not open his eyes to see. When will it finally leave? Thoughts raced through his mind. At that critical moment, a sharp pain surged through his abdomen. Oh no, it must be the expired food I consumed. Gurgle, gurgle, his stomach protested audibly. At the sound, the pink pig atop the bedding let out a soft grunt in response. Then, he burrowed into the corner of the bedding. At that moment, in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream room, oh no, this is bad. Is he going to start eating from the inside? Damn it, why isn't he getting up? I never expected his demise to be at the hands of a pig. This is truly the end. The atmosphere in the live stream was filled with pessimism. However, the reality diverged significantly from their expectations. Meanwhile, in the tail of the Hokage, Mo Xiaolong could no longer contain himself. A look of relief spreading across his face as he expelled a considerable amount of gas from his body. In that instant, a mournful pig's squeal erupted from the bedding, reminiscent of the gruesome sounds during the annual spring festival pig slaughter. The bedding writhed as the little pink pig desperately sought an escape, but the more frantic it became. the more elusive the exit seemed. The stench was overwhelmingly potent, prompting the pig to push up against the covers, which gave way. The pink pig dashed out, transforming into a shadow as it slipped through the door. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream. Wow. Impressive. Can someone explain? I'm lost. Listen to me, everyone upstairs. My brother Xiaolong is incredible. He can drive away the malevolence with a single fart. Haha. Such a trivial threat only deserves to be met with my brother Xiaolong's flatulence. No doubt about it. The praises from the crowd continued, but alas, Emo Xiaolong remained oblivious. Otherwise, he would have surely defended himself. At this moment in the tale of the Hokage, Emo Xiaolong felt a wave of relaxation. Thankfully, it was just a fart. If I had released it in front of everyone in the live stream, I'd rather be devoured by the malevolence. For some reason, his eyelids grew increasingly heavy, and he succumbed to sleep. Once the foul odor dissipated from the air, in the darkness of the bedroom, a luminous mark on Emo Xiaolong's neck began to flicker. A delicate silhouette quietly emerged, Hinata Hyuga. Fortunately, Emo Xiaolong had already fallen asleep. Otherwise, he would have had some choice words for Sasuke Uchiha, questioning the reliability of this seal. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Hinata's form appeared nearly translucent, indicating a lack of physical presence. She was merely a faint shadow, created through an unknown means, posing no real threat. However, something seemed amiss with Hinata's apparition. She lowered her head and opened her mouth, expelling a plume of dark energy onto Emo Xiaolong's face, causing him to tilt his head and fall into a deeper slumber, seemingly unable to awaken anytime soon. A vibrant white light emerged from Emo Xiaolong's mouth, which Hinata inhaled with vigor, solidifying her form slightly. You cannot escape me, Naruto. Her sharp nails began to trace patterns on Emo Xiaolong's cheek. Clearly, Hinata had transcended some form of limitation. The quilt was once again lifted, and she burrowed beneath it. Simultaneously, within the live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom, exclamations erupted. What the hell? It's her again! Was she supposed to be sealed away? A second appearance. A mysterious woman diving into a quilt. What a riveting series. What are you all thinking? Can't you see her body is almost translucent? Clearly not corporeal. Stop talking nonsense. Didn't you see her lifting the bedding? The live chat was rife with discord. However, after a moment, the bickering ceased. The screen plunged into darkness once more, and bold letters appeared in the center. The following content is not suitable for viewing. Please wait. What the hell? Something is definitely happening. This defies logic. It's not eerie at all. I sense a conspiracy. It can't possibly be merely for the sake of momentary thrill, to emerge and dive under the covers. I concur with the previous statement. There must be a conspiracy. Chapter 21. An incident occurs in the realm of the Hokage horror stories. Within a bedroom, a potent fragrance of gardenia pervades the air. Hinata Hyuga, with her ethereal form, is diligently employing her ninjutsu, Hakke. Her aim is to exhaust the energy of Emo Xiaolong. A necessity for her strategy. As long as he cannot rise from his bed tomorrow, victory shall be mine. With this thought, Hinata accelerates her use of Kaiten slightly. Emo Xiaolong, deep in slumber, feels as though he is being pressed down by an unseen force, unable to open his eyes, yielding to Hinata's actions. In the early hours, the viewers guarding the live stream finally witnessed the screen illuminate once more. What the hell? This time it was 4 hours. Hey, that's not the point. The real issue is that eerie woman has vanished again. So, did Sasuke's seal actually work? Uncertain. Everything depends on the contestant's performance tomorrow. I believe the seal must have been effective, especially with Tsunade's words within the Hokage building. That woman must have faced significant limitations. I concur with the previous speaker's opinion, yet we must wait until tomorrow to see. I am curious about what that woman did during those 4 hours. The previous commenter is correct. I too wish to know. 10,086. All of you are perverts. Identification complete. In the Hokage horror stories, the clock strikes 7 a.m. the following morning. Prompted by his biological clock, Emo Xiaolong awakens swiftly. After dressing, he begins to scour the house for new clues. However, he is perplexed by a persistent dull ache in his kidneys. Perhaps it was caused by that eerie entity colliding with him last night. Emo Xiaolong muses as he presses his palm against his side. Nothing, not here either. He thoroughly searches the kitchen, refrigerator, and beneath the bed. In a short span, he has explored the entire house, yet he finds no indications of rules. However, how to explain the note that had suddenly appeared at his bedside yesterday? Could it be that only by participating in the other's horror game would the challenge rules reemerge? At present, this seems to be the only plausible explanation. After drinking a glass of tap water, Emo Xiaolong heads to the entrance to change his shoes, and pushes open the door. It is decided. Today's primary objective is the wall downstairs. Xiaolong clenches his right fist, rallying himself. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream. What the hell? What does he intend to do? Brother, I beg you, don't go out. What happened yesterday has triggered my heart condition. Why can't this guy just settle down? Don't go looking for death. Goodness, can't he just stay at home? That's why I said, this contestant is unstable. In the eerie game, one should prioritize survival. His demeanor suggests he intends to bring harm to everyone. Surely. The participants do not presume that winning a few rounds of ghost stories grants them the liberty to act as they wish? I am utterly compelled to rush in and deliver a slap. The barrage of comments in the live stream resembles a tribunal. And it is truly lamentable that not a single soul has risen to voice support for Xiaolong. Within the realm of the Naruto ghost tale, Xiaolong surveyed the corridor, glancing left and right, only to find it utterly deserted. Although the scene mirrored that of the previous day, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. The surrounding silence was almost oppressive. Not even the chirping of birds could be heard. A shiver coursed through him, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, as if more than one pair of eyes lurked in the shadows, watching him. This atmosphere was entirely unlike the day before. Xiaolong whispered to himself, heightening his vigilance. However, the more peculiar the situation, the greater the secrets concealed within the walls. With this thought, Xiaolong inhaled deeply. Rather than hesitating here, taking the initiative seemed the wiser course. His steps were now imbued with determination, and he advanced without a hint of doubt. The dimly lit stairwell loomed before him like the gaping maw of an abyss, slowly engulfing Xiaolong. In an instant, the scene before him shifted dramatically. As he took in his surroundings, he pondered, why have I suddenly appeared in the courtyard? There were artificial hills, a pond, and in the center of the lush green grass lay a pebble-strewn path. Upon that path stood a small figure, barefooted, gazing intently in his direction. It was Hinata Hanabi. As Xiaolong assessed his surroundings, their eyes met fortuitously. It was she, the easiest target to handle. With this label in mind, a knowing smile crept across Xiaolong's face. To him, this individual was merely a pawn to be exploited for information. He resolved to extract every bit of knowledge she possessed. You villain, I've been waiting for you for quite some time, Hinata Hanabi declared, hands on her hips. Her tone haughty. What are you doing here? Xiaolong inquired, a look of confusion etched on his face. This is my home, the Hinata mansion. Naturally, I belong here. Hinata Hanabi retorted. Then why have I found myself here? Xiaolong pressed further. I simply employed a little ability to bring you here. Hinata Hanabi replied, gesturing with her fingers to indicate a minuscule distance. With a flick of her hand, she spoke with undeniable confidence, enough chit-chat, accept my challenge. Xiaolong shook his head, donning an expression of disdain. I shall not bully a little one. Who are you calling little? Hinata Hanabi exclaimed, her frustration evident as she stomped her foot. Whoever contradicts me shall be labeled as such, Xiaolong declared, standing tall and intentionally looking down at her. You, scoundrel. Tears welled in Hinata Hanabi's wide eyes as she approached Xiaolong, raising her small foot to kick at his knee. However, he was effortlessly evaded by Xiaolong, who fell directly onto the hard cobblestone ground. Ha, what a little fool. The merciless Xiaolong laughed heartily. In the Dragon Nation live stream. Wow, what a scoundrel. I'm exhausted. Let it be destroyed. Even if the opponent is an adorable anomaly, the contestants should not bully her. To the one above, perhaps you should reflect on what you're saying. Truth be told, contestants should not be ungrateful. The comments above are utterly foolish. How can one judge an anomaly by appearance? Precisely. It is a stroke of fortune for our Dragon Nation that contestants can manipulate anomalies at will. Even if she is a female anomaly, as long as there is love, it poses no issue. I concur with the one above. How can we allow a lovely girl to shed tears? The contestants must be met with divine retribution. A bunch of foolish individuals. Assessment complete. Chapter 22, The Rules of Hinata Hanabi's Game. In the realm of Naruto horror stories, I shall never forgive you. Hinata Hanabi, with tears welling in her eyes, lamented as she rose. Wipe your tears. Xiaolong retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket and offered it to her. Upon examining it, Hinata Hanabi noticed a beautifully embroidered orchid upon the fabric. After dabbing her tears, she discreetly tucked it away. I hereby challenge you again, Hinata Hanabi declared, pointing her finger at him, exuding the essence of a feisty little spirit. Strange things can indeed be classified as ghostly. This statement holds merit. Simultaneously, in Longwa's livestream. Wow, such an innocent little spirit. This little one is clearly easy to deceive. She doesn't even realize that the game of the uncanny can ignore her thoughts and force her participation. I hope the contestants can wisely utilize this to extract some valuable information. I cannot endorse the view of the previous commenter. How can you bear to bully such an adorable little creature? Yes. So cute. Simply the best. To the fool above, this is a deadly horror story. Not some trivial matter. In the face of such grave issues, I cannot comprehend why some would defend the uncanny. The live stream buzzed with chaos, and those who initially intended to support Hinata Hanabi were swiftly silenced by the backlash. In the realm of Naruto horror stories, Emo Xiaolong observed the naivety of his sister-in-law, his thoughts aligning with those of the viewers in the live stream. Deceiver. Extract information about the other horror tales. His gaze bore no trace of compassion. Only a fervent desire for intelligence resided within him. If you insist on challenging me, I suppose it can be arranged. Emo Xiaolong feigned a look of reluctance. Really? You agree? Hinata Hanabi exclaimed joyfully, a flicker of cruelty momentarily crossing her eyes. Lost in contemplation, Emo Xiaolong failed to notice, continuing, but first, you must agree to a few conditions. Speak. What conditions? I shall certainly comply. Hinata Hanabi eagerly responded. For reasons unknown. Emo Xiaolong perceived a hint of cunning in her expression. Perhaps it is merely an illusion. Hinata Hanabi before me remains as endearing as ever. Her eyes glistening with innocence. Rubbing his eyes, Emo Xiaolong attributed the sensation to fatigue-induced hallucinations. Dismissing the thought, he raised 3 fingers and smiled. After the game concludes, you must agree to 3 conditions. In that moment, Emo Xiaolong resembled a man luring a little spirit with candy. In Longwa's livestream. Oh no, a beast. A pervert. How could he torment such a delightful little spirit? May I inquire if contestants can take me along? I wish to. The fools above, the contestants strive hard for intelligence, and you dare to slander them. Today, I have found an honest person, and dinner is secured. Found an honest person one. However, at this moment in the world of Naruto horror tales, the situation unfolded in a manner that took everyone by surprise. All right. I accept your challenge, Hinata Hanabi declared without hesitation. Can you now participate in my game? She continued, her eagerness palpable. Of course. I will join, Emo Xiaolong replied, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head after calculating his opponent's intentions. Hee. At last, I have succeeded. A dark mist enveloped the adorable visage of Hinata Hanabi as she let out a sinister giggle, then cast a fiercely menacing glare at Emo Xiaolong. Prepare to meet your doom, you perverse scoundrel. As her words echoed, a piece of white paper suddenly descended from the sky. Emo Xiaolong caught it and read aloud. Hinata Hanabi's absolute command game. 1. Participation is voluntary. Once agreed, it cannot be retracted. 2. You are the servant, and Hinata Hanabi is the master. 3. The duration of the game is 1 day, 24 hours. 4. Please ensure your survival. 5. You must not defy Hinata Hanabi's commands. 6. It is lying. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream. Wow. A new horror tale. And it's an absolute command game. This white-eyed girl is clearly not a good person. Many schemes, all for this moment. Her game rules are even more sinister than her sister's. Who dares to call this eerie and adorable? Step forward. These rules are not any less treacherous than the depths of hell. Within the live stream, no one dared to respond to that remark. Instead, many began to shift the conversation, blaming Emo Xiaolong. I say, he shouldn't have ventured out in the first place. Why must the participants wander about recklessly? Exactly. Given that it's a certain death horror tale, wouldn't it be wiser to stay in a safe zone and prolong survival? Is it possible that the expert possesses such strength that they can navigate a horror tale with a 0 survival rate? Fool upstairs, assessment complete. Such mad ramblings will only invite ridicule. How absurd. If people from the Dragon Kingdom could survive a major horror tale, I, from Sakura Country, would willingly eat bitter olives. Indeed. I second the sentiments expressed above. In the live stream, no one contradicted the words of the 2 foreigners. For everyone believed that surviving a major horror tale was impossible, as the previous encounters served as stern warnings. Within the realm of Naruto horror tales, Emo Xiaolong's expression turned grim upon reviewing the rules. Never would I have imagined that in my quest for mere information, I would become ensnared myself. Have you been deceiving me from the very beginning? Emo Xiaolong directed his gaze at Hinata Hanabi. From this moment forth, you shall refer to me as Lady Hanabi. The joy on Hinata Hanabi's face could no longer be contained, forming a captivating arc, exuding an undeniable charm. With her chest held high, she not only refrained from answering Emo Xiaolong's question but also issued a command. Yet, constrained by the rules, Emo Xiaolong had no choice but to comply. As you command. Lady Huahua, he muttered with a lowered head, his voice lacking vigor. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Hinata Huahua placed her right hand beside her ear. Feigning an inability to hear. Cursed little imp, don't let me catch a chance. Otherwise, Emo Xiaolong seethed with frustration internally, yet bound by the rules. He was compelled to maintain a smile on his face. As you command, Lady Huahua, he declared loudly, leaning forward. Don't be hasty. This is merely the beginning. Remember, my orders are absolute. A mysterious glint flickered in Hinata Huahua's eyes. As she spoke, she extended her delicate hand and playfully slapped Emo Xiaolong's cheek, successfully instilling in him a profound sense of humiliation. Chapter 23. The pond water. Hinata Hanabi disregarded the rudeness of her companion and issued her command once more. Go to the pond and bring me a basin of water to wash my feet. Upon hearing this, Emo Xiaolong's gaze inadvertently fell downward. On the soft stone by the pond, a pair of bare feet came into view, and as if sensing his scrutiny, the delicate toes curled slightly. Just as Emo Xiaolong was lost in thought, a sharp voice rang in his ear. You pervert. What are you staring at? In his moment of carelessness, he failed to step aside, resulting in Hanabi delivering a swift kick that sent him tumbling into the pond. With gritted teeth, her eyes were filled with rage. Damn it. If it weren't for, I was so close. I could have made you pay for this. The fury within her almost overwhelmed her, but at the crucial moment, she managed to suppress her voice, preventing the submerged Emo Xiaolong from overhearing any useful information. The icy water enveloped him completely, and as he emerged, a chilling breeze struck him, mingling with the ominous presence that lingered in the air, nearly causing him to collapse onto the ground. Fortunately, Emo Xiaolong's current physique was far superior to before. 3 words summed it up. He could endure. In the Dragon Kingdom, within the live stream. What the heck? Is this a command? I could do that too. If it's this kind of master-servant game, count me in. Who says this girl is eerie and otherworldly? She's fantastic. Tell the ghost stories. I want ice cream. There must be a conspiracy. Like kicking the contestant to death while washing their feet. I can't keep this up. Someone upstairs. Bring me an ice cream too. Is this a punishment? It's a reward. Stop daydreaming about romance. This is a life or death eerie game. Rational voices among the crowd attempted to offer warnings, however, within the live stream. The howls of excitement continued unabated as everyone indulged in their romantic fantasies. Indeed, one could hardly blame them for their revelry. After all, idleness begets despair. Rather than awaiting the arrival of ghostly tales to invade their world and lead to demise, they found solace in freely expressing their thoughts within the live stream, which could be seen as a form of optimistic living. In the realm of the ninja horror tales, Emo Xiaolong cautiously traversed the courtyard, making his way into the house in search of a wooden basin to hold water. If it were possible, he would have preferred not to enter at all, for this was the Hinata residence. Should he encounter his father-in-law, Hinata Hayashi, he would be at a loss for words to explain his actions. Would he dare confess? Hanabi asked me to fetch water to wash her feet? Upon uttering such words, Emo Xiaolong was certain that even a non-ghostly Hinata Hayashi would charge at him in fury. Not to mention the fact that he had already transformed into something otherworldly. Should they meet, the outcome would surely be disastrous. However, fate has a way of bringing forth one's greatest fears. Just as Emo Xiaolong retrieved the wooden basin from the bathroom and prepared to leave the room, he was abruptly confronted by a presence. A mature male voice emanated from behind, causing Emo Xiaolong to instinctively shudder. He quickly grasped a wooden basin, shielding his chest, and dared not move. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. This won't do. This is no way to proceed. Slowly, Emo Xiaolong turned around, confronting his father-in-law's disapproving gaze, and offered a sheepish smile. Ah, it has been a while, Uncle Nichizuki. Nichizuki. The tall figure of Nichizuki repeated, standing rigidly yet making no move. This old man gave me quite a fright. Emo Xiaolong patted his chest, exhaling with relief. He then scrutinized his counterpart, whose vacant expression and repetitive utterance of his own name suggested he was in a peculiar state, devoid of reason and aggression. Well, never mind. I have no time right now. I shall visit you again next time. With swift strides, Emo Xiaolong departed without a backward glance. However, unbeknownst to him, as he left, tears streamed down Nichizuki's face, his ancient countenance reflecting profound sorrow. At the pond's edge, after filling a basin with cold water, Emo Xiaolong began to earnestly wash his sister-in-law's delicate feet. Freeze to death, you scheming little minx, he muttered internally, brimming with dissatisfaction towards Hinata Hanabi. Frankly, Despite the smooth sensation beneath his hands, not a trace of lewd thought crossed his mind. Unlike the viewers in the live stream, he was not consumed by lascivious fantasies. After all, first, she held a rather special status as his sister-in-law. Second, their ages were mismatched. This is the crux of the matter. No matter how thirsty one may feel, it is simply impossible to take an interest in a young girl. As thoughts swirled in his mind, his hands continued their work. Before long, the already clean little feet were washed, and the second command from Hinata Hanabi followed. Remove all the water from the pond. Not a single drop can remain. After uttering her orders, Hinata Hanabi snatched away the basin and turned, revealing a cunning smile once more. As an additional condition, you must carry it out using only your hands, and it must be completed within 3 hours. Her words were somewhat disjointed, and Mo Xiaolong clearly heard her sudden change of instructions. However, at that moment, he had yet to fully grasp the underlying implications. As you command, Lady Hanabi. Mo Xiaolong gritted his teeth as he spoke. This little imp always assigns me laborious and thankless tasks. Speaking of which, why doesn't she simply eliminate me? After all, I find myself ensnared in her bizarre game, and according to the rules, I should be unable to resist. Is she seeking to toy with me? Or is she also bound by hidden rules? As these thoughts raced through his mind, his hands did not falter. He rolled up his trousers and leaped into the pond, prepared to tackle the challenge head-on. The frigid water of the pool caused a momentary stiffness in his limbs, while simultaneously sharpening his mind. Rule 6, it is lying. This thought flickered through Mo Xiaolong's mind. Lying? What lies? All the clues seemed to lack a crucial point that would bind them together. How infuriating. The answer eluded him. The basin had already been removed, and without any tools, Mo Xiaolong splashed water while deep in contemplation. Soon, an hour had elapsed. Yet the water in the pond had not diminished by even a third. A sudden alarm surged within him. Was this an impossible task? It appeared he was trapped in a dire predicament. Rule 5. One must not defy Hinata Hanabi's orders. What nonsense. How could I possibly succumb here? If one person's speed was insufficient, then let it be 2. If 2 were inadequate, then let it be 3. As for where these people would come from, please refer to the VCR. Chapter 24. The Battle of Wits with Hinata Hanabi. Mo Xiaolong slowly formed a seal with his hands, invoking the shadow clone technique. As his words fell, 2 identical clones materialized before him. In Longwa, the livestream viewers were instantly enraptured by the spectacle. What would it be like to behold 3 indistinguishable figures before one's very eyes? Coupled with Mo Xiaolong's demonstration of ninjutsu, the audience was left in utter bewilderment. It wasn't until the first comment appeared that the confusion began to dissipate. What on earth is this? Allow me to clarify, if I am not mistaken. This is a fusion degree reward from the previous 2 successful completions of the horror tales. The commenter above is mistaken. Previously, others have completed smaller horror tales, and the reward was only a 1 fusion degree, which should only enhance physical attributes. Then I cannot conceive of any other explanation. In the barrage of comments, not a single person could provide a coherent explanation, leaving everyone in a state of perplexity. In the world of Naruto horror tales, as Mo Xiaolong was on the brink of accomplishing his daunting task, Hinata Hanabi, standing at the water's edge with her hands on her hips, displayed no hint of despondency. On the contrary, her eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. Soon, it would all be over. Bound by rules, Mo Xiaolong had fallen into a trap, and the unfolding scenes would only grow increasingly entertaining. As if recalling a delightful thought, Hinata Hanabi broke into a sinister laugh once more. After successfully scooping all the water from the pond, Mo Xiaolong emerged from the pit and approached Hinata Hanabi. At that moment, he was still lost in contemplation regarding the connection of the rules. However, a chilling command resonated in his ears, sending a shiver down his spine. Hinata Hanabi spoke in a cold, deliberate tone, enunciating each word clearly. Cut off your own hand. Upon delivering this command, Hinata Hanabi erupted into a maniacal fit of laughter. Ha ha ha, you are doomed. Mo Xiaolong stood there, utterly bewildered. What? You expect me to sever my hand? Was all of this merely a game to you? No, that couldn't be right. If that were the case, the opponent's rules were exceedingly outrageous. Rule 6, it was lying. The thought flashed through Mo Xiaolong's mind once more. Where's the connection point? I must devise a plan swiftly. The command had been issued, and Mo Xiaolong, uncertain of the consequences of disobedience, hesitated to act. Thus, he moved slowly, attempting to buy time with deliberate motions. A piece of information resurfaced in Mo Xiaolong's mind. Hinata Hanabi's earlier phrasing. Initially, she had intended to say to complete it in an hour, only to abruptly change her statement. Was there a difference? Indeed, the difficulty was distinct. Therefore, the first command was to wash feet, followed by emptying the pond, and now it was to sever a hand. For him, this represented an escalating level of difficulty. In other words, the commands issued by the opponent must adhere to a specific rule, an incremental progression. The inherently malevolent little ghost with white eyes. Mo Xiaolong couldn't help but curse. Rule 6, it is lying. Damn it. From the very beginning, you have deceived me. I have no obligation to obey your commands. Mo Xiaolong halted his movements, casting a cold glare in return. Aha. You foolish idiot. It's too late for you to realize now. Hinata Hanabi defiantly met his gaze. She then added, as for now, you have no choice but to heed my commands. Upon finishing her words, her eyes widened into his astonishment. Mo Xiaolong's right arm began to uncontrollably strike towards his left shoulder. Had you resisted my words from the start, perhaps you might have escaped. But now having fulfilled my 2 demands, you have become my plaything. Hellish difficulty. Hellish difficulty. Mo Xiaolong screamed frantically in his mind. The hidden truths that Hinata Hanabi possessed were overwhelmingly disadvantageous for him. Not for the first time, he recalled the previous 2 eerie game encounters. In those instances, the rules were not fully disclosed, requiring deductions based on the surrounding environment. Now, it was even more absurd, as she directly concealed vital information to ensnare him. The image of Nara Shikamaru flashed through Mo Xiaolong's mind. Such a perverse battle of wits. That scoundrel must be involved. Damn it. The next time we meet, I shall surely give him a sound thrashing. Yet, returning to the present, he needed to resolve the predicament at hand. Mo Xiaolong exhaled slowly. And despite his right arm incessantly striking himself, he continued to ponder. If you merely desired one of my hands, then take it. As his words fell, the 2 shadow clones beside him exchanged glances, then swiftly twisted each other's arms before dissipating into white smoke. The constraints of the rules faded from his body, and Mo Xiaolong felt a surge of confidence. Indeed, with such deceitful rules, there must be a clever workaround. Otherwise, the realm of eerie tales would not permit such occurrences. This time, I have one. Hinata Hanabi was taken aback, her large eyes fluttering as if her mind had momentarily short-circuited. After a while, she finally reacted, shouting. This doesn't count. That's cheating. How does it not count? The tangible shadow clone is entirely another version of me, and moreover, I even gave you a bonus. 2 arms. Mo Xiaolong, observing Hinata Hanabi's flustered demeanor, couldn't help but smile, gently remarking, such a child, though lacking in strength, is adept at scheming. I wonder who taught you these tricks. Hinata Hanabi swatted away his hand that attempted to ruffle her hair, glaring at him in disdain, and proclaimed, I command you now. Go die. Shadow clone technique. Mo Xiaolong continued to form seals, and then commanded the shadow clone to commit suicide. Die. Shadow clone technique. Die. Shadow clone technique. Die. Shadow clone technique. Die. Shadow clone technique. Moments later. Oh, I'm done. I shall inform my sister that you are bullying me. Hinata Hanabi exclaimed, stomping her feet in frustration, tears welling in the corners of her eyes once more. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom, within the live broadcast room, the reactions were palpable. Goodness. She is crying again. This is not right. Run. I sense a conspiracy. Do not approach. The person upstairs is correct. This adorable creature has a wicked heart. In the realm of Naruto horror tales, Mo Xiaolong's thoughts eerily mirrored those of the audience. He had been thoroughly frightened by previous experiences. The adversary's tactics were increasingly sinister, and any attempt to approach them could indeed prove fatal. In Mo Xiaolong's mind, the label of the naive little sister-in-law had transformed into that of a devious and sinister individual. He stealthily retreated, choosing instead to quietly observe her performance. You despicable creature. I'm genuinely angered. Hinata Hanabi huffed, stamping her foot in frustration, having failed to deceive her opponent. Chapter 25. Overpowering Hanabi. Hinata Hanabi's expression morphed into one of ferocity. As a dark mist began to swirl around her, gradually enveloping her form. Moments later, she transformed into a pitch-black tiger, her eerie true form. The ominous tiger opened its gaping maw and let out a thunderous roar. As the winds howled like a tiger and clouds surged like a dragon, a tempest erupted. Now, let the second round commence. Come, let us play. The tiger's claws struck the ground, leaving deep impressions, a testament to its overwhelming strength. The threat loomed closer once more. Simultaneously, in the Dragon Kingdom, within the live streaming room. Holy cow! The boss is entering its second phase. Strength comparison? How on earth do we fight this? The aberration is immortal. Which contestant can match its combat prowess? Damn, this defies all logic. No puzzles, just direct confrontation. We're doomed. Pathetic aberration. Can't handle the heat. This creature is just like her sister. Both are harbingers of doom. In the realm of the shadow of the Hokage, Imo Shalong took a deep breath and gazed at the looming black tiger. To be honest, I prefer a battle of wits. Enough chatter. Take my claw, ha. Come. Let's play. The eerie tiger altered its aggressive rhetoric, clearly still within the confines of the rules. It merely transformed the conflict into a game. The disparity in their size, strength, and speed was monumental. If, during their playful skirmish, a limb or head were inadvertently torn off, it would be but a triviality, wouldn't it? This was yet another of Hinata Hanabi's cunning strategies. She initially intended to lure her opponent in before transforming, leaving Imo Shalong with no room to evade. Now, for Hinata Hanabi, playing cat and mouse was indeed a source of amusement. Why hesitate? In the face of the imminent ferocious onslaught, Imo Shalong did not flee. A calm voice emerged, laced with disdain and resignation. At that moment, the chakra of the Nine Tails was involuntarily activated. A golden aura gradually enveloped him, his garments billowing without a breeze. Now, before the eerie tiger stood the savior of the ninja world, Lord Vortex Yellow Ape. Ha! Vortex Naruto, Nine Tails mode. Imo Shalong clenched his fist, feeling the surge of his formidable power. His confidence surged immensely. Yet it was truly exasperating that this precious opportunity was squandered by this little imp. Hinata Hanabi's claws were easily thwarted, a sight she had never witnessed before, leaving her momentarily dazed. Now is the moment. Imo Shalong's gaze sharpened. Seizing the opportunity, he hurled Hinata Hanabi to the ground, as if she were a mere punching bag. As the scene shifted, when Hinata Hanabi opened her eyes again, she found Imo Shalong crouched down, looking down at her with an imposing demeanor. Freak. Hinata Hanabi raised her hand to slap him, only to be effortlessly pinned to the ground, struggling helplessly yet unable to move. What? Still unwilling to concede? Imo Shalong gazed down at the peculiar tiger beneath him, his brow furrowing in evident displeasure. This demeanor only served to infuriate Hinata Hanabi further. You wretched creature. You wretched creature. I have not yet lost. The game continues. The roar of the tiger echoed once more, its pupils gradually fading as rationality was supplanted by frenzy. The strength of the bizarre tiger surged yet again, but alas, it remained unable to break free. Mere grains of sand are insufficient to deter me. The overwhelming power inflated his ego. Imo Shalong uttered a profound truth, then relinquished his restraint, allowing the tiger to rise in its uncanny form. In its irrational state, its attacks became simplistic, merely employing claws, jaws, and the swish of its tail. Imo Shalong effortlessly evaded these strikes, all the while gathering a spiraling orb of energy in his palm, which he hurled directly at the creature's abdomen. Boom, boom. The explosions reverberated continuously. Yet, the peculiar being was indomitable. Even in fatigue, it remained oblivious after succumbing to frenzy. At that moment, Hinata Hanabi had completely lost her humanity, transformed into a mere force of destruction. What a nuisance. After shattering the creature once more, Imo Shalong felt the dwindling chakra within him, realizing he must conclude this battle swiftly. If his chakra were to be exhausted, the tide of battle could easily turn against him. Not far off, an empty pond and an artificial hill came into view. Seizing the shattered remnants of the bizarre tiger, he cast them into the dry pond, reinforcing the confinement with the artificial hill. Of course, this alone would not suffice to contain it, as the creature's strength could easily topple the hill. Therefore, Imo Shalong channeled his chakra into the artificial hill, crafting a simple seal that endowed it with a suppressive effect akin to the Mingshin Gate. The tiger's furious roars persisted, yet they could only be impotently quelled. In the Dragon Kingdom, within the livestream room. What the hell? I just stepped away to use the restroom, and now it's like Ultraman battling a monster? What the previous commenter said is incorrect, although I too am somewhat bewildered. In summary, the contestant is utilizing cheats, directly subduing the bizarre creature beneath him. Wow, Brother Shalong is amazing. Indeed, quite impressive. He conjured a blue orb, and upon throwing it to the ground, you won't believe what happened. I know this one. Arta's explosion. The once tranquil courtyard has transformed into desolate wasteland, all thanks to the contestant's efforts. I must say, it is indeed remarkable. In the realm of Naruto's eerie tales, time flowed inexorably. The subdued tiger exhibited no signs of fatigue, incessantly roaring in defiance. Imo Shalong's nine-tailed chakra had been depleted, reverting him to his normal state. However, it was fortunate that the seal remained effective. The mindless creature was temporarily unable to escape, despite the fact that it could easily dig a hole to freedom. When stubbornness takes hold, One can only push forward with reckless abandon, a true display of folly. Could this individual genuinely be awaiting the conclusion of the game to revert to their former self? I hope not. I certainly do not wish to endure such a prolonged wait. Rule 3 states that the duration of the game is 1 day, 24 hours. The mere thought of spending an entire day in this place causes Emo Xiaolong to exhale a heavy sigh. Indeed, what a vexing little imp. Another day of my life wasted. A twinge of discontent stirs within him as he sits atop the artificial hill, flicking his finger. The peculiar tiger trapped beneath emits a thunderous roar that reverberates throughout the realm. I must admit, its snarling visage is grotesque, bearing no resemblance to that of an adorable little loli. It appears that reason has wholly abandoned it. Emo Xiaolong furrows his brow, delving into contemplation. What sort of connection exists between the bizarre and the ordinary? From the experiences of the past 2 days, I have discerned that the peculiar can be categorized into 3 distinct states. Chapter 26. The failed attempt to snuggle the first form, complete distortion, transformed into a peculiar shape. One loses their human form, enveloped in a shroud of black mist. Strength is amplified, yet there lies the peril of descending into madness. The second form, the dazed and bizarre humanoid, bereft of independent thought, resembling a marionette under manipulation, it is generally harmless. The third form, the normal yet strange being, retaining one's thoughts and memories intact, indistinguishable from an ordinary person. What connections exist among these 3 states? Might there be a fourth condition? An array of questions surged within Emo Xiaolong's mind. This won't do. The comparative samples are far too scarce to yield accurate information. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Emo Xiaolong sighed in resignation, compelling himself to conclude this line of thought. Overwhelmed by a headache, he flicked his fingers downward. And upon hearing the eerie roar of the peculiar tiger, a satisfied smile finally graced his face. It's all your fault, wasting an entire day on you. In Longhua, within the live stream room. Oh my, I actually feel pity for that bizarre creature. Same here, I share your sentiment. Aren't the contestants too brutal? All you upstairs are fools. Confirmed. Contestants toil to defeat the bizarre, and yet you slander them. If I were a contestant, I'd die on the spot just to show you. Your argument is flawed. A bizarre creature's life is still a life. They too deserve freedom. Exactly. Perverse contestants, let that bizarre creature go. MBZZ, are you actually feeling sorry for the bizarre? When you lose the competition, who will be crying for you? I don't understand. I truly don't. A bunch of imbeciles actually hope for the contestants' defeat. Have you forgotten the 5 cities in eastern Longhua? Upon hearing this, no one in the livestream room continued to support the bizarre creature. The 5 eastern cities were a catastrophic tragedy resulting from contestants' misjudgments, leading to countless deaths on the very first day of the bizarre submergence. To this day, the cities remain perpetually shrouded in black mist, transformed into a paradise for the bizarre, an absolute no-go zone for the living. It is the deepest wound that Longhua prefers not to mention. In those 5 cities, countless souls could not escape, now reduced to cold, lifeless corpses. In the realm of Naruto horror tales, within the courtyard of the Hyuga clan, aboard Emo Xiaolong began to stroke the tiger's head, met with a series of frenzied roars in response. The game is far from over, and there is nowhere to flee. However, it seems there is a possibility of searching within that house. As this thought flickered through his mind, Emo Xiaolong's gaze shifted accordingly. The house was devoid of any light, and Hinata Hazashi's silhouette quietly emerged in the corridor, his white eyes vacantly fixed in this direction. Emo Xiaolong's lips twitched, hastily averting his gaze. Whispering to himself, "You cannot see me. You cannot see me. You cannot see me." After murmuring thrice, Emo Xiaolong still felt a twinge of anxiety. There was no escaping the fact that his father-in-law's youngest daughter, his own sister-in-law, lay beneath him, rendered immobile. Should they be discovered? He was uncertain whether Hinata would suddenly regain his senses and unleash a barrage of Bagua techniques. Fortunately, the artificial mountain provided the perfect concealment, effectively obscuring Hinata beneath him. Emo Xiaolong's heart settled, yet there lingered an innate fear of his father-in-law as a son-in-law. To avoid any further eye contact with Hinata, Emo Xiaolong leapt down from the artificial mountain, positioning himself before the peculiar tiger. He tightly embraced the immobile tiger's head, whispering, "Stay silent. Your father is just outside. You wouldn't want him to discover us like this, would you?" Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, all viewers were left astounded by Emo Xiaolong's remarks. What the hell? This looks like the quintessential villain coercing a virtuous young lady. Wait, could this be from Sakura country? Bakayuru. My goodness. A truly noble person. The Dragon Kingdom folks, though, are the real villains. To be fair, the contestants have utterly tarnished our nation's reputation. The previous commenter is right. How can a nation of propriety behave so debauchery? Agreed. I suggest that the gentlemen with such impeccable manners represent our dragon kingdom in the next negotiations. Damn it. If you want me dead, just say it. You know you're bound to perish in the competition, yet you still have the audacity to complain? Within the live stream, a fierce argument erupted. There were always selfish individuals spewing nonsense, while others stood up to advocate for justice. Throughout history, the Dragon Kingdom has been a land of peculiarities. In the realm of Naruto, strange tales, the eerie tiger's growls echoed continuously, its gaping maw radiating a chilling aura, devoid of consciousness. It longed only to devour the living creature before it. However, the tiger's head remained firmly pinned down, unable to move. Bored, Emo Shalong stifled a yawn. He felt unusually fatigued lately and thought to himself, I am so tired, perhaps a brief nap would suffice. With that, he embraced the tiger's head and, thus, drifted into a comfortable slumber. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, everyone was shaken by Emo Shalong's audacious actions. What the hell? If he stirs even slightly while asleep, wouldn't that be walking straight into the tiger's jaws? Oh no. I beg of you. Be steady. My heart can't take it. Come on, move. Just move for me. Goodness, what audacity. I told you this person is insane. This is a strange game, not a zoo. Even in a zoo, one cannot lay upon a tiger's head. Amidst the relentless clamor from the outside world, within Naruto, strange tales, night had fallen, and eerie figures began to roam nearby. Nevertheless, due to Emo Shalong's confinement within the game of Hinata Hanabi, the peculiar shadows wandering through the streets did not draw near. The mark upon his neck flickered incessantly, and amidst the swirling black mist, a figure wavered in and out of visibility, only to vanish silently. Yet, before its disappearance, those white eyes scrutinized both his younger sister and Emo Shalong intently. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Emo Shalong, an inexplicable chill coursed through him, causing his body to shiver involuntarily. It was only upon embracing a soft, furry object and feeling a hint of warmth that he could comfortably return to his slumber. In the realm of the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, goodness, I nearly achieved a triple success. The female specter has burrowed into the blankets. The forced halt ensues. The eerie younger sister coerces her brother-in-law into a master-servant game, only to be thoroughly defeated. The ominous elder sister conducts a nighttime inspection, discovering the illicit affair, and is left seething outside the door. To the one upstairs, your words are excessive. You are justified. Incredible! This generation of netizens is the strongest I have ever witnessed. By the way, do even the eerie beings require sleep? They should, I suppose. Look at that tiger specter. Isn't it asleep? Indeed. Chapter 27. The peculiar demise in the realm of Naruto Ghost Tales. A fleeting moment saw the passage of 24 hours. Beneath the artificial mountain, the tiger mysteriously transformed back into Hinata Hanabi. To be candid, the human form of Hinata Hanabi is undeniably more endearing. The instant she reverted, Hinata Hanabi quietly opened her eyes. A momentary glimmer of confusion flickered in her lively gaze. What transpired? Tilting her head slightly, she pondered, appearing rather perplexed, as if still ensnared in the fog of slumber. However, in the next heartbeat, oh, my head aches terribly. Hinata Hanabi extended her petite hand to cradle her forehead, and her peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of Emo Shalong, who was sleeping beside her. Suddenly, everything came rushing back. The fury within her surged uncontrollably. A mass of dark energy coalesced in her hand, aimed at that detestable face. Yet, at a crucial moment, Hinata Hanabi abruptly halted, as if recalling something, and reluctantly dissipated the dark mist. She turned her cheek, casting a fierce glare at the still slumbering Emo Shalong. Then, she clambered out from the foam mountain and raised her foot to stomp upon his cheek. Her delicate foot descended repeatedly. Die, die, you scoundrel. Filth. The young lady unleashed the most venomous words she could muster in her lifetime. However, for Emo Shalong, who feigned sleep, the pain inflicted by her bare foot was nothing compared to the verbal assault. Before long, blood erupted from his nostrils. No. Stop. Hinata Hanabi suddenly cried out in terror. As her words fell, her spirited eyes turned vacant, and the raised foot was lowered. Without casting another glance at Emo Shalong, she strode directly toward the house. Meanwhile, Emo Shalong, who had been pretending to sleep, quietly opened his eyes. He gazed at the departing Hinata Hanabi, a flicker of heartache passing through his depths. He then shook his head, murmuring, I'm sorry. Given the current circumstances, I can only prioritize my own survival. Once I acquire sufficient power, I will surely come to rescue you all. Clenching his fists, Emo Shalong silently vowed. Ding dong, ding dong. Congratulations to the players of Dragon Nation for passing the Ghost Tale, Hinata Hanabi's absolute command. Phase rewards are now being distributed. All citizens of Dragon Nation receive an increase of 2 years to their lifespan, a 1 enhancement in land fertility, and a 1 boost in physical strength. Wow, how delightful. Another 2 years added to our lifespan. Splendid. Brother Xiaolong is incredible. To be fair, the contestant has indeed made a tremendous contribution to the nation. Damn those Dragon Nation folks. Sakura Chicken is once again lamenting without cause. To the one above. You must understand, after all, Sakura country was the first to appear, so it's only natural to be envious of us. Baka. In the realm of Naruto ghost stories, Emo Xiaolong found himself momentarily disoriented, once again reappearing in the corridor. The staircase before him exhibited no discernible changes, however. The number of watchful eyes lurking in the shadows had diminished. Before he could ponder this development, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Ding dong, congratulations. You have successfully completed the first level of Hinata Hanabi's command game, earning a fusion rate of 10%. Emo Xiaolong's heart swelled with joy as he swiftly turned and returned to his dwelling, closing his eyes to embrace the influx of memories and chakra. Meanwhile, in the livestream room of Dragon Nation, all was initially tranquil until a comment disrupted the peace. Well, hurry over to the Asen Kingdom to witness the drama. Something big has happened. Huh. For those who love excitement, shift your focus. Let us go, let us go. In the Asen Kingdom's livestream room, their contestant was Inuzuka Asen, who had discovered rules that were neither overly complex nor simplistic. Inuzuka family's care guidelines. 1. Dogs are the best. 2. Prepare 3 meals a day. 3. No wandering around the family estate without special circumstances. 4. Walk the dogs at least twice a day. 5. Stay away from the doghouse at night. Following these rules, Asen initially struggled, but he endured for the sake of survival. Now on the 3rd day, in his room, Asen tossed and turned on his bed. Moments later, he sat upright and shouted, I can't hold it any longer. With the door wide open, the red-eyed Asen made his way to the doghouse alone. The dogs lay in a stupor, having already been dosed with a special ingredient in their food by Asen. The timing was perfect. Unusual activities were about to unfold. The adorable puppies were forced to undergo a peculiar ordeal reminiscent of a lizard's fate. Wow. Live broadcast. Thankfully, the caller can cover everything. 3 is indeed impressive. Unfazed by cold. This is the nature of our Asen Kingdom. Dragon Nation's weaklings should stop complaining. Weaklings, indeed. A bunch of shameless ruffians. One day, they'll pay for their gluttony. As if to corroborate his words, a situation arose in Naruto ghost stories. Just as Asen was preparing to leave, an enraged voice erupted from behind him. You despicable fiend. How dare you harm those innocent puppies? Unforgivable. Inuzuka Kiba, passing by the doghouse, heard the peculiar sounds and rushed over, albeit arriving too late. Nonsense. I treat these puppies as my beloved, which is why I act this way. Sweat trickled down Asen's forehead, yet he continued to argue. Huff, huff, huff. Kiba took 3 deep breaths, unable to quell the fury within him. I apologize, Shikamaru. But I cannot forgive this wretch before me. I shall send him to hell. In a moment of fervor, Inuzuka Kiba, heedless of Nara Shikamaru's admonitions, bellowed in anger. You rascal, prepare to face my wrath. Originally a technique reserved for Naruto, he decided to let you experience it first. Ding ding. Mandatory participation initiated. Inuzuka Kiba's dog dodging game. This announcement reverberated throughout the live broadcast, a phenomenon previously unseen. Upon the white paper descending from the sky, the rules were inscribed. Inuzuka Asen, upon receiving it, instantly turned pale. 1. Conditions for victory. Locate the real Inuzuka Kiba. 2. The dogs will launch surprise attacks at irregular intervals. Proceed with caution. 3. The duration of the game is 12 hours. Failure to find the target within this time frame will result in disqualification for the participant. As he lifted his gaze once more, the scene before him transformed in an instant. On a verdant meadow, a gentle breeze caressed his face, while budding flowers released their natural fragrance. Beneath the shade of a grand tree, a refreshing coolness enveloped him, and the sun above radiated warmth and light, creating a picturesque tableau reminiscent of paradise. Yet, amidst this beauty, a daunting sight emerged. Tens of thousands of ninja dogs were charging towards him. Inuzuka Kiba. Chapter 28. Ramen. The final scene witnessed by the multitude of viewers in the live broadcast featured a dog charging towards Inuzuka Asen, and then there was nothing more. What remained was merely a scene of carnage. Within the live broadcast room. What the hell? My brother San is truly impressive. To be fair, he really is remarkable. Thank you, San, for the perilous information you procured. Silence. Inazuka-san merely did what any man should. You lot from Dragon Country should stop your pretense. We do not require your gratitude. Exactly. Our Asen country is full of valor. Unlike you dragon folks who are all about hiding and shirking, it's obvious you're not real men. The viewers from Dragon Country expressed their bewilderment. However, soon enough, the citizens of Asen Country had no time for idle chatter in the live broadcast. Asen Country contestants have been eliminated as a punishment. The lifespan of all citizens from Asen Country is reduced by 3 years. The urban legend from Asen Country has infiltrated. All are advised to prepare accordingly. Meanwhile, in Dragon Country, at the highest command center, the supreme leader observed the situation unfolding in the Asen live broadcast room. Hundreds of large dogs tore Inazuka-san apart. A scene so frenzied it was chilling. What do you all think? Should we inform the contestants of the dangers of this urban legend game? The supreme leader inquired of the think tank below. After pondering for roughly 5 minutes, an elder rose and spoke emphatically. I believe it is imperative to inform the contestants. The dangers of this urban legend game are too great. They must be forewarned. The assembly below expressed unanimous agreement. The supreme leader nodded and then stated, "Very well. I shall exercise the opportunity for a final reminder." At that moment, within the realm of the urban legend, on the bed in the bedroom, Mo Xiaolong sat cross-legged, absorbing an array of memories in his mind. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of satisfaction evident within them. My strength has increased once again. Perhaps I should be bolder? Mo Xiaolong had resolved to actively seek out the urban legend and participate in the game. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast gasped in horror. What the hell? Brother Xiaolong, don't. Sen met a grim fate. Please don't venture out, I beg you. This guy is reckless. I beseech you, big brother, abandon the idea of going out. My heart isn't strong enough. No one held any confidence in Mo Xiaolong, even though he had already cleared 3 urban legend games. In the realm of the urban legend, the final message of external assistance had arrived. Mo Xiaolong's gaze sharpened, and he began to approach the situation with caution. So that's it. The urban legend game involving Inazuka Kiba is about dodging dogs? What a dog-loving fellow. It should rightly be called hide-and-seek. Mo Xiaolong couldn't help but express his exasperation. However, the difficulty of this game is rather excessive. To identify a disguised individual among 1,000 dogs, while occasionally being ambushed by these very canines, is an endeavor that demands immense stamina and strength. Clearly, this is a test of raw prowess in a bizarre game of tales. Mo Xiaolong has come to realize that, given his current abilities, he may not succeed without harnessing the power of the 9 tails. Thus, he has resolved to temporarily refrain from seeking Inazuka Kiba, lest he be ensnared in the other's strange game. Such a game reliant on sheer strength should be postponed until the very end. After all, for Mo Xiaolong at this moment, his capabilities do not permit reckless abandon. Moreover, the power of the 9 tails must be reserved for the most crucial of moments. A growl from his stomach interrupted his thoughts. Mo Xiaolong's complexion paled as he recalled that he had not eaten for nearly 2 days. Given the circumstances, if he did not venture out to find sustenance soon, he might very well starve. As for the expired instant noodles and milk in the refrigerator, he shuddered at the thought. Once he had donned his attire, he opened the door once more. In the corridor, he glanced at the staircase to his left, but had no intention of descending from that side. It was evidently fraught with strange ambushes, and he was certain that if he dared approach, he would once again be drawn into a bizarre game. The priority now was to find food. Solving enigmas on an empty stomach was not feasible. With the exceptional physical prowess of a ninja, Mo Xiaolong leaped effortlessly from the 2nd floor without a hitch. On the street, however, he found himself engulfed in confusion. What could he possibly eat in this strange narrative? He mused. At the last banquet, there was grilled meat available, so other foods should be permissible as well. Then it struck him, Ichiraku ramen. Surely the fare there would be suitable. Without delay, he followed the signs and soon arrived at the renowned Ichiraku ramen. It was merely a small stall, yet upon seeing the sign, Mo Xiaolong felt a sense of inexplicable comfort wash over him. As he approached the entrance, the aroma of miso soup wafted into his nostrils, and a look of rapture appeared on his face. He disregarded any strangeness within the establishment and boldly lifted the wind-blocking curtain, taking a seat. It felt as though he had returned home. He called out loudly, "Master, I'd like a bowl of your signature ramen, in a large size." In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, the audience was once again bewildered by Mo Xiaolong's actions. What the hell? He just walks into a shop and starts ordering. Doesn't he even consider the rules? From my observations, the contestant hasn't eaten in 2 days. Given his current state, he is likely delirious from hunger. Even if he hadn't eaten for 3 days, he shouldn't act so recklessly. This is jeopardizing us. Indeed, the person above is correct. The contestant is truly courting disaster. Enough with the noise. It seems nothing has gone awry. In the realm of Naruto's supernatural narratives, upon hearing a familiar voice, the noodle master couldn't help but shudder slightly. He swiftly turned around, uncertainty flickering in his eyes as he inquired, "Which path is it?" "It is I," Mo Xiaolong replied with a cheerful nod. Instantly, the noodle master displayed a warm smile, saying, "Just wait a moment. I shall prepare your ramen forthwith." He appeared unchanged from his former self, devoid of any bizarre indications, resembling an ordinary person. However, beneath the array of utensils lay a sheet of white paper. Mo Xiaolong picked it up to examine it. Guidelines for consuming Ichiraku ramen. 1. Ramen can restore sanity. 2. Only 1 bowl is permitted per day. 3. Takeout is strictly prohibited. Chapter 29. The Hidden Hand in the Dragon Kingdom. The audience in the live stream erupted into cheers upon witnessing the newly revealed rules. What is this? A health point. Assessment complete. Restoring sanity, 1 bowl a day, while also satisfying hunger. With this health point, won't we soar to new heights? Hold your horses, 1 bowl a day. Read the question carefully. It's a pity we didn't discover this place sooner. I wasted several meals on instant noodles. To be fair, the contestants are indeed fortunate. Meanwhile, leaders from other nations promptly relayed this crucial information to their respective participants. The significance of this item, which could restore sanity, was simply too paramount. In the realm of Naruto mysteries, Mo Xiaolong wore an expression of exhilaration. He couldn't help but murmur, "I never expected the benefits of Ichiraku ramen to be so numerous." A larger bowl of ramen was soon presented to him by a kind-hearted chef. "Enjoy it while it's hot," he said warmly. Mo Xiaolong cracked open a pair of disposable chopsticks and began to slurp the noodles. The delightful flavor enveloped his palate, after being famished for quite some time. He nearly swallowed his tongue in delight. After finishing a bowl of ramen, Mo Xiaolong felt an invigorating surge of energy, alleviating much of the fatigue from his incessant travels over the past few days. Particularly, the frequent throbbing in his head felt significantly relieved. Why are there so few customers when this ramen is so delectable? Mo Xiaolong pondered aloud as he surveyed his surroundings. Upon hearing this, the chef let out a deep sigh. A hint of disappointment crossed his face. "It's not exactly classified information, but I'll share it with you. When it first opened, everyone flocked here for ramen, as it was said to suppress the speed of aberrations. However, all of this was part of its scheme. After all, it explicitly told me that the power within the ramen is bestowed by it. What it desires to witness is everyone gradually succumbing to despair, willingly falling under its influence. I cannot divulge the specifics, but the outcome was indeed as it anticipated. Everyone abandoned hope and ceased coming here for ramen." As he finished speaking, the chef sighed deeply, and when he looked up, there was a glimmer of tears in his eyes. "No, it cannot be so. The chef's ability could never be granted by it," Mo Xiaolong exclaimed after swallowing the last of his broth. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, such unique establishments indeed exist within large-scale horror tales. In the past, others have found them. This shop is randomly selected by the rules of the endless horror world, immutable. It could not possibly be bestowed by an aberration. Clearly, this ramen seller has been deceived by some entity. Thank you for the informative insights. A bold speculation, it must be the source of the aberration. Which is why the ramen owner cannot speak freely. The words spoken above hold considerable merit. I surmise that the contestants, with their intellect, have already deduced this. Otherwise, they would not employ it as a substitute. In the realm of Naruto horror tales, the ramen master struck the counter with both hands and then began to speak. Such matters are of no consequence. Even if everyone comes to savor ramen daily, they will gradually succumb to the bizarre. The pace at which sanity is restored cannot keep up with the rate of assimilation, and this is the primary reason my abilities are of no assistance. Mo Xiaolong could feel the sorrowful cries of the other party's heart. Please do not blame yourself. With a thud, the ramen bowl was placed upon the table. After finishing the last sip of broth, Mo Xiaolong wiped his mouth and declared loudly, "Your existence is the last hope for everyone, even if they are momentarily seduced." Abandoning the enjoyment of the exquisite Ichiraku ramen, it cannot possibly be attributed to your negligence. I will defeat it. Then I will restore everyone to their former selves. At that time, we will all come together to enjoy ramen once more. A radiant smile illuminated Emo Xiaolong's face. This is a promise. The ramen master's gaze momentarily lost focus, and he murmured softly, Naruto, you truly have not changed at all, always so sunny and cheerful. Of course, after all, I aspire to be the Hokage, Emo Xiaolong exclaimed, playfully gesturing with his thumb across his nose. I will place my trust in you. For you are indeed, Naruto. The ramen master responded with a smile. He collected the empty bowls and chopsticks, but as he turned, his footsteps hesitated slightly. And he whispered, lastly, I shall offer you one piece of advice, Naruto, be wary of my daughter. Emo Xiaolong looked utterly bewildered. The ramen master's daughter must be Shobu, correct? She is merely an ordinary civilian with a talent for making ramen. Even after becoming bizarre, she should not pose a challenge for me. Why should I be warned? Is there something peculiar about Shobu's horror game? In an instant, numerous thoughts flashed through Emo Xiaolong's mind. Acknowledging the ramen master's warning, he nodded in understanding. I shall keep that in mind, pleased that his words had resonated. The ramen master nodded in satisfaction as he watched Emo Xiaolong depart the ramen shop. Outside the establishment, Emo Xiaolong patted his round belly, emitting a contented groan. I am so full. Yet, he never let down his guard. His eyes swept the surroundings continuously, vigilant against any sudden, extraordinary attack. Beneath the surrounding walls, numerous small black insects crawled by. Emo Xiaolong's gaze sharpened. Speaking of which, there are many of these insects near my home. They must be the oil girl, Shino. It seems that Shikamaru is quite invested in monitoring my movements. Emo Xiaolong's steps quickened, and before he knew it, he had arrived at the entrance of the Hokage building. Looking up at the Hokage office, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. I have decided. My next target for today is right here, in the Dragon Kingdom. Within the confines of the live broadcast room, the audience watched in disbelief as Emo Xiaolong entered the Hokage's office without even knocking. A chill enveloped their hearts. Goodness, there's a Tyrannosaurus inside. Don't go in. What an idiot contestant. I can't believe this. Why? Why are you courting death again? Let us be honest. The remaining 11 anomalies have yet to be completely vanquished, and now you're seeking out a new one? This is utterly reckless. This moment epitomizes bravery without wisdom. In the live stream, no one stood in support of Emo Xiaolong, and the viewers, despite their disdain, found no desire to hurl insults. Even if Emo Xiaolong were to confront the anomalies daily to face the second challenge, he would still have supporters. After all, those were adversaries already known. Merely a matter of time before they had to be faced. But now, he was pursuing an unknown anomaly, one he had never encountered before. There was no prior conflict. So why provoke it? Such were the thoughts swirling in the minds of the viewers, lamenting his lack of foresight, while simultaneously criticizing his penchant for stirring trouble. Yet, the reality of the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Chapter 30. The Peculiar Tsunade in the Realm of Naruto. Emo Xiaolong's thoughts were straightforward. He sought to uncover the historical records following the conclusion of the Great Ninja War. He needed to comprehend the true nature of what the elder mentioned in hushed tones. For this pursuit, even if he found himself in peril, it would be worth it. Within the confines of the Hokage's office, Tsunade, seated in her chair, rose abruptly. She wished to discover who possessed the audacity to enter her office without knocking. Ah, Granny Tsunade, it's been a while. Emo Xiaolong greeted her with a raised hand, casual and amiable. A look of surprise crossed Tsunade's face as she realized it was him who had returned. Leaning back into her chair, her voluptuous form reclined comfortably. Her feet casually resting on the desk, presenting an image more akin to a ruffian than the esteemed Hokage. What brings you here? Let me make it clear. Don't provoke me. I can be quite uncontrollable at times. Tsunade warned, her words urging him to depart swiftly. Don't be so distant, Emo Xiaolong replied, moving to her chair and extending his hands to massage her shoulders. The moment their skin made contact, a shiver coursed through him, dark murmurs echoing in his ears. And a myriad of negative emotions surfaced within. This is troubling. Emo Xiaolong hastily bit down on his tongue to suppress any outward signs of distress. Forcing a smile, he said, You work so hard in the office every day. I'm here to reward you. Rest assured, my intentions are purely honorable. You brat. If you truly wish to reward me, bring me a couple of bottles of sake. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with mischief, clearly attempting to entice Emo Xiaolong into breaking her rules. Unfazed, Emo Xiaolong remained vigilant, responding with a cheerful grin, definitely next time, as he massaged her shoulders with just the right pressure. It wasn't long before Tsunade began to yawn. I'm going to take a quick nap. Don't you dare rummage through my desk. There is nothing here that you seek. With her eyes closed, Tsunade buried her face in her arms, resting upon the table. On the surface, she appeared to be napping. Yet her body trembled subtly, suggesting she was suppressing something within. Mo Xiaolong found himself unable to discern whether she was feigning sleep or genuinely battling some internal struggle. The lack of information hindered his conclusions. However, a prudent plan began to form in his mind as another voice echoed in his ears. "I'm sleeping. You'd best not disturb the documents on my desk." Tsunade reiterated firmly. Mo Xiaolong nodded with a smile. "Rest assured, I'm leaving right now. I won't touch a thing on your desk." With those words, he opened the office door, and the sound of his footsteps gradually faded until they vanished. Outside, in Longhua, within a live-streaming room. Wait, is this a ruse or a genuine offer of information? It's hard to say, after encountering that eerie pair of sisters. Seeing a woman makes me uneasy. It feels like there's a conspiracy afoot. Indeed, I concur with the previous remarks. The duplicity within this realm is staggering. Each individual more cunning than the last. Fortunately, the contestants have vacated the premises and will not fall prey to deceit. ZZ contestant, what are you doing? The live chat erupted in chaos as they realized that Mo Xiaolong had once again engaged in his peculiar antics. In the domain of the hidden leaf, Mo Xiaolong stood at the threshold of his office, slowly forming hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Two corporeal clones silently emerged, nodding towards their original. The primary Mo Xiaolong, however, offered no response. He fled, his destination set for his apartment, a place he deemed the safest haven. In the eyes of the two clones burned a fierce resolve. As they shouted, "For the sake of intelligence, charge!" They swiftly entered the office, rummaging through documents. Tsunade's delicate form trembled incessantly. The two clones paid her no heed. Their focus solely on the scattered files. Not this. Not this either. None of the folders contained records of the ninja world's history. This defies logic. Are you searching for this? Tsunade had, unbeknownst to them, raised her head, delicately pinching a gray folder with her soft fingers, emblazoned with the striking words, "Ninja World History Documents." The two clones exchanged glances, then stepped back, resolutely stating, "Our apologies for the intrusion. We shall take our leave." A smirk danced upon Tsunade's lips. "You truly are clever, avoiding pitfalls and even employing clones to deceive me. However, you cannot escape." With that, her powerful fist, entwined with an eerie black aura, descended upon the clones. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaolong, far away in his home, turned pale as a wave of inexplicable whispers echoed in his ears. A dark diamond-shaped mark materializing upon his forehead. Though it bore a resemblance to the Yin seal, it was, in fact, a tracking mark. Unable to see his forehead, Mo Xiaolong couldn't help but spit blood. "I was too careless. I never anticipated that sending a shadow clone to probe would have such repercussions. Though this is certainly not the behavior of a true ninja, it is quite peculiar. Nevertheless, I find solace in the fact that my adversary cannot eradicate me completely at this moment," Mo Xiaolong thought, attempting to find humor in his predicament. In Longhua, the audience in the live stream, having witnessed the overwhelming battle, erupted in indignation. "Goodness, this is self-inflicted misery. This is the consequence of reckless abandon. He was struck down to the point of bloodshed. I have but one query. Will the contestant seek to play it safe henceforth?" After observing his actions repeatedly, I've concluded that this contestant is merely fortunate. In truth, he is a brazen fool lacking in strategy. ZZ above, perhaps you should reconsider your own words? Exactly, precisely. In the wake of the previous two victories in the eerie storytelling game, many remained bewildered, questioning how one could dare label the participants as reckless. Well, I misspoke, one might concede, but it is undeniable that the contestants will never find peace. I wholeheartedly agree. Indeed, a resounding affirmation. By the way, has the contestant developed an unusual feature on their forehead? I'm not certain, but it does seem vaguely familiar. This is alarming. It resembles the eerie traits of the female specter. There must be a conspiracy afoot. Could it be another one seeking refuge beneath the covers? That is a ludicrous notion. What else could it be? Surely it's not for the purpose of pursuit. I find that reasoning compelling. You must be joking. Even if the deity of heaven himself descended, it would still be for the sake of seeking shelter. Unbelievable. The individual above is clearly deluded. Their judgment is complete. Amidst the cacophony of discord within the live stream, the participants remain oblivious to the encroaching peril drawing ever closer to Mo Xiaolong. Chapter 31. The pursuit approaches in the realm of Naruto horror tales. The peculiar affliction had left Mo Xiaolong feeling somewhat disoriented. At this moment, he lay upon his bed, his eyes instinctively narrowing. It seemed that today would come to an end. He would contemplate his next steps after indulging in ramen tomorrow. With those thoughts, he closed his eyes, intending to pass the remaining hours of the day through slumber. However, a knock echoed from outside. Knock, 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 knock. The corners of Imo Xiaolong's mouth twitched involuntarily. The timing of this visitor was rather ominous. It was common knowledge that the entity outside must be something sinister. And in an effort to evade danger, Imo Xiaolong chose to remain silent. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The gentle knocking escalated into a forceful pounding, accompanied by a familiar voice. Imo Xiaolong, I know you're in there. A surge of alarm coursed through Imo Xiaolong. This was bad. Tsunade had managed to track him down. Logically, such a formidable entity should not be able to traverse specific boundaries so easily. With a slight exertion of his thigh muscles, Imo Xiaolong straightened his posture. He must not succumb to panic. As long as the visitor did not declare her purpose as a mere visit, he could remain unresponsive. Yet, Tsunade seemed to perceive his inner turmoil. I just obliterated 2 of your shadow clones. You must be tainted now. Open the door. I'm here to check on you. Curse be this woman. Imo Xiaolong cursed inwardly, reluctant to open the door, yet bound by the rules to act. With a deliberate pace, he approached the entrance. Here it comes. Here it comes. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, the audience felt a chill in their hearts. Oh no. The female Tyrannosaurus is outside. Don't open the door. Remember the rules upstairs. The other party explicitly stated she was here to check on him. Refusal is not an option. Perhaps it's not a guaranteed death situation, but that is a risk we cannot afford. It's better to open the door. If all else fails, he can transform. That is not quite right. I believe there is a time limit on transformations. The entity is immortal. And if she continues to pursue him, the outcome is all too clear. The participant is doomed. I had warned him not to provoke new entities. Yet he insisted on engaging every single one he encountered. Now look what has happened. He has finished. Within the live stream, the audience began to blame Imo Xiaolong, with countless netizens offering no support whatsoever. Meanwhile, within the confines of Naruto horror tales, in the corridor of the house, Imo Xiaolong's throat constricted in anxiety. His hand gripped the doorknob, and with a decisive turn, the door creaked open. In an instant, he dashed to the corridor, swiftly closing the door behind him. Tsunade stood with a charming smile, gazing at the young man before her, allowing his nervous fidgeting to continue unabated, without any interference. Regardless, I have come here for but one purpose, to extinguish all hope for life. Contemplating this, Tsunade's eyes narrowed slightly. You possess quite the audacity, young one, to wreak havoc within my office. With a light chuckle, her delicate hand struck his shoulder. Imo Xiaolong felt a sweet taste in his throat as the force of her touch bore down on him like a great weight, nearly bringing him to his knees. This woman is undoubtedly problematic. A sense of crisis surged within him, and he intended to protest. However, as he opened his mouth, a spray of blood erupted forth, splattering Tsunade, who stood directly before him, in crimson. It is widely acknowledged how paramount appearance is to a woman. A moment of silence enveloped the air. Imo Xiaolong quietly retreated, thinking, well, since you have already inquired about my condition, I shall take my leave. His hand grasped the doorknob, poised to make his escape. Seizing the opportunity while Tsunade was still taken aback, now was the moment. Imo Xiaolong's gaze sharpened. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as Tsunade's powerful fist sent him flying. Damn you, little brat. You've ruined the painstakingly crafted makeup I wore. Imo Xiaolong tumbled into a heap of rubble, dust swirling around him, obscuring his vision. He gasped for breath, his eyes filled with defiance. You are not Tsunade. The old woman. Who are you really? What nonsense are you spouting? I am the genuine 5th Hokage. Senju Tsunade. A fierce wind rushed toward him, dispersing the surrounding dust. Tsunade chuckled lightly. How dare you question my identity? You truly deserve a lesson. Imo Xiaolong swiftly crossed his arms to block an incoming kick. Yet he inadvertently suffered a gash on his forehead from her high heel. Blood trickled down his face, lending him a somewhat ferocious appearance in that moment. You are certainly not that old hag Tsunade, he asserted once more. Tsunade did not directly respond to his accusation. Instead, she lowered her gaze and sighed softly. You should not have returned. This world holds no hope anymore. In the Dragon Kingdom, within the live broadcast room. Goodness, that cunning anomaly launched a surprise attack. This is a crushing defeat in the making. Why does the anomaly possess such superior combat prowess? This is entirely unscientific. I must report the anomaly for rule violations. Hey, where do you report such things? Take me with you. Just a timid inquiry. Is there still hope for the contestants to survive? There remains a glimmer of hope. Do not forget, the contestants have yet to unleash their full potential. I believe the previous commenter is mistaken. Given the current circumstances, even with enhancements, their chances are slim. Do you recall the earlier analysis? Such a formidable anomaly could easily drag the contestants down. In the world of Naruto mysteries, Emo Xiaolong's gaze was resolutely unwavering. Silence. You old hag. Do not disturb my inner peace. Even when confronted with Shikamaru and the others, he could still sense the remnants of humanity within them. Yet, you, enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, possessed Tsunade's body, but within your heart, there resides only brutality and slaughter. Is that so? Tsunade scoffed. Her fury ignited by his words as she relentlessly pressed down with her elevated foot. The floor began to crack, the sound of splintering bones echoing ominously. Kid, this world does not require your existence. I am the one who is right. With gritted teeth, Emo Xiaolong concentrated his chakra into a single point. His crossed arms thrusting upward, successfully pushing her away. Freed from her oppressive grasp, he gasped for breath. With my current strength, confronting Tsunade is still too daunting. It seems I must resort to my trump card. As his words fell, golden specks of light began to emerge around him, the chakra of the nine tails once again summoned. You should remain quietly buried in the dust. Spiraling sphere. A blue chakra sphere coalesced in his palm and was launched towards Tsunade's position. However, she merely tilted her head slightly, effortlessly evading the attack. Fool. After all these years, your battle experience remained stagnant. Tsunade shook her head, letting out a derisive laugh. Chapter 32. Lady Tsunade, you have violated the rules. In the dimly lit corridor of the apartment, Tsunade, with a cruel smile adorning her face, forcefully elbowed the side of her opponent, sending Emo Xiaolong hurtling backwards. He collided with the corner of the wall, collapsing to the ground, motionless. You still have a long way to go, brat. Tsunade strode heavily towards the unconscious Emo Xiaolong, raising her fist, clearly intent on delivering a fatal blow. Bang! As her fist struck what should have been a head ready to burst, Emo Xiaolong dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. Shadow clone. When did this happen? Just as Tsunade was engulfed in confusion, a shard of stone beneath her feet morphed back into Emo Xiaolong, who was now brandishing a vibrant orange chakra sphere. Tailed beast spiral sphere. This attack landed squarely in Tsunade's abdomen. The force of the impact propelled her backwards, crashing through countless walls without pause. Emo Xiaolong glanced at the distant cloud of dust, choosing not to pursue her in this moment, not out of a lack of desire, but from sheer necessity. Blood continuously trickled from his mouth, and he found it increasingly difficult to breathe. That bastard ambushed me twice. It has severely diminished my combat capabilities, otherwise I would have undoubtedly ended her. With a resolve to maintain his dignity, Emo Xiaolong wiped the blood from his mouth and sprinted toward his home. I must return to the house now. Hopefully, it will be a safe haven. Within 5 seconds, Emo Xiaolong reached his doorstep. Just as he was about to open the door when a resounding roar from Tsunade pierced the air. Where do you think you're going? The powerful sound wave momentarily disoriented Emo Xiaolong. Seizing the opportunity, Tsunade unleashed a fierce gust of wind imbued with immense force, striking him in the abdomen. The overwhelming impact sent Emo Xiaolong sprawling to the ground, rolling twice before finally collapsing at the staircase of the corridor. So close, yet I almost let you escape. Tsunade's malicious laughter echoed through the air. Emo Xiaolong lifted his gaze, his eyes catching sight of her long, slender legs. As he looked up, he noticed a gaping wound in her abdomen, the result of the tailed beast spiral sphere. However, rather than blood, a thick, dark liquid continuously dripped from the wound. Cough. Cough what? What is this? Fear laced Emo Xiaolong's voice as he sensed the boundless malice within that liquid. Oh, you're curious about this? It's a marvelous thing, a treasure that allows me to live indefinitely. Tsunade extended her index finger, gently stroking her abdomen. The liquid began to fill the void, and within moments, it transformed into a flawless white hue, indicating that her injury had completely healed. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Tsunade deliberately and ostentatiously displayed the entire process before Emo Xiaolong's eyes. Quite fair indeed, given Emo Xiaolong's severe injuries. It was only natural for him to respond somewhat absent-mindedly, his mind clouded. It was certainly not due to the exquisite delicacy of Tsunade's skin. Emo Xiaolong swore it. Tsunade did not perceive the longing in his gaze. She could not help but shake her head. It seems you do not yearn for this. Then, perish. The golden cloak of the tailed beast once again blocked an incoming punch. Emo Xiaolong, struggling against his dizziness, formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, dozens of clones materialized silently in the corridor. A mere parlor trick. Tsunade dispatched each shadow clone with a single punch. Before long, all the clones dissipated. White mist swirling throughout the corridor. Tsunade gazed around, yet she did not detect the original's presence. Where did this fellow hide? Oh no, in just a fleeting moment. Tsunade grasped the situation. She quickly turned and cast her gaze toward the ajar door. Unfortunately, it had already been closed again. Damn you little brat. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Open the door for me. Mo Xiaolong leaned against the door, his eyes slightly narrowed, the golden chakra around him slowly dissipating. His body could hardly bear the strain, yet, before losing consciousness, he summoned the last vestige of his strength to curse. You old hag who can only ambush. You deserve. I shall one day. As soon as the words left his lips, Mo Xiaolong spat out another mouthful of blood, his head drooping as he fell into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room, viewers watched Mo Xiaolong's unconscious form with growing concern. Damn, don't do this. I can't face the invasion of strange tales. Excessive blood loss, his body teetering on the brink of shock. Don't worry. This place has been confirmed as safe. The female anomaly cannot enter for now. That's a relief. Truly terrifying for this baby. I must say, that female anomaly is truly despicable. 2 ambushes, and she left the participants gravely injured. Where are the rules? How can the female anomaly act so recklessly? This hasty skirmish makes no sense to me at all. Exactly. The rules of Strange Tales were promised, yet, the anomaly side disregards all rules. What is the point of playing? A timid question? Can we file a complaint? Or can we withdraw? Complaint? Who do we even complain to about this? Withdraw? Sure. Death is the end. Of course, after a participant's death, we must still face the invasion of Strange Tales. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream began to pray fervently. I beg you, please don't let Xiaolong die. 10,086. In the world of Naruto's Strange Tales, in the corridor of the apartment. With her crimson eyes, Tsunade remained present. You little brat. Bang bang bang. Open the door for me. Bang bang bang. The fist relentlessly pounded against the door, yet to no avail. Under the protection of the rules, Lady Tsunade was unable to breach the sanctuary with sheer force. Alas, what a nuisance. A sigh echoed through the air. A dark mist materialized at the staircase, revealing Nara Shikamaru, accompanied by all his companions, suddenly appearing. In total, there were 11 individuals: Rock Lee, Tintin, Hinata Hanabi, Hinata Hanako Translucent, Inuzuka Kiba, Namanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Namanaka Ino, Sai, and Haruno Sakura. A faint black aura enveloped each of them, coalescing together to contest against the red-eyed Lady Tsunade. Nara Shikamaru's calm words articulated a truth. Lady Tsunade, you have violated the rules. Chapter 33. Memories of the Hokage's Strange Tales. Tsunade halted her assault on the door and turned her gaze towards Nara Shikamaru. With palpable impatience, she coldly remarked, Mind your own business. Or do you wish to test the strength of my fist? As she spoke, Tsunade raised her delicate fist, gesturing in front of Shikamaru as if seeking a suitable target. However, he remained unfazed. According to the rules, this path is currently our prey, and it is not your place to intervene, Nara Shikamaru replied, his tone laced with a hint of warning. Unperturbed, Tsunade advanced towards the group, while Shikamaru and the others took a few steps back. Observing this, Tsunade let out a derisive laugh. I believe you are no match for him. Why not allow me to deal the final blow? It would spare you children from harboring unrealistic fantasies, yearning for a hope of salvation. Remember, we are in hell, and no one can escape. Shikamaru disregarded her vehement words, his expression remaining unchanged. Lady Tsunade, your actions do not adhere to the rules. As he spoke, he glanced up at the sky. Tsunade's expression darkened, and she bellowed, Nonsense. Do not forget, when we united the entire strength of the ninja world, we still faced defeat. If it were not for these absurd rules suddenly emerging, we would have long returned to the embrace of our home. Why should we grant you, a group of wretched survivors, another chance? Tsunade pointed an accusing finger at him, her visage tinged with madness. Now, you dare to defy me. Is it because Naruto's return has instilled hope in you? Nara Shikamaru shook his head. Not at all. As you stated, we can no longer escape this hell. However, the rules must be upheld. Otherwise, we shall lose even the last sanctuary within this inferno. Suddenly, Tsunade erupted in laughter. In the end, you simply refused to fully merge with it. Lady Tsunade, we are different. Shikamaru's face bore a look of sorrow. You, with your formidable strength, were once the vanguard against it. As the first to confront its true form, you have long since been consumed by it. Ironically, we, being lesser in power, avoided the front lines and have preserved a semblance of humanity and emotion. Moreover, we have never aided Naruto, nor have we ever sought salvation. We merely act in accordance with the rules. Conversely, your sudden assault has inflicted significant damage upon those very rules. As he concluded, Shikamaru gazed towards the distant sky, where the valley of the end lay. Yet, a vast fissure had opened in the heavens, from which an endless stream of dark mud cascaded downwards. Though the specifics of the situation remained obscured, Naruto Shikamaru was acutely aware that Uchiha Sasuke was present. The rift in the sky expanded at a discernible pace, a consequence of Tsunade's defiance of the rules. When the fissure ultimately tore the heavens asunder, the ninja world would face its final obliteration. This was precisely Shikamaru's motivation to thwart Tsunade's reckless transgression of boundaries. However, Tsunade was indifferent to such an outcome. She had been irrevocably assimilated, transformed into an indestructible entity. The annihilation of the ninja world, for her, was rather a boon. In such a scenario, the skies would be free for birds to soar, and the oceans for fish to leap, for with the power of the enigmatic black sludge, there would be no limits to where one could venture. Her mind had been thoroughly corrupted, and Tsunade had descended into utter madness, her form morphing into a pool of dark mire, roaring, "Rules are inconsequential. Today, I shall surely vanquish that little brat from the Nara clan. That insufferable fool. How dare he harbor a glimmer of hope within his heart? Such a thing cannot be permitted to exist. Hell should remain eternally shrouded in darkness." Ordinary contestants would not warrant Tsunade's attention. Yet, Emo Shalong was an exception. Thus, even at a grave cost, Tsunade felt compelled to extinguish him in his infancy. If that is the case, we have nothing more to discuss. 10:10. I leave this to you. Shikamaru, well aware that once the enemy revealed such a form, communication was no longer possible, called out behind him. Understood. 10:10 stepped forward. This graceful girl confronting Tsunade's imposing presence, slightly recoiling, but ultimately standing her ground. She cupped her hands to her mouth and shouted skyward, "Teacher Guy, this is youth. Though we may not have arrived, our voices precede us." The air rippled, and the sound of an explosive entrance heralded the arrival of Might Guy, who stood resolutely before 10:10. Faced with the transformed Tsunade, Guy displayed no trace of fear. The rules must not be broken. The Guardian will rectify all imbalances. Shikamaru stated with an air of calm. This was his trump card. Teacher Guy Rockley murmured, gazing at the familiar silhouette. Your youth has always shone so brightly. Tsunade, now a being of black sludge, was in a state of semi-madness. She had not anticipated being compelled to confront Might Guy, who had opened the 8th gate. What else are you concealing from me, Nara? A frenzied scream erupted from her. Without waiting for a response, Tsunade turned and fled. Only a fool would dare engage in battle with Might Guy in this state. The shadow of the black mire leaped into the air, with Might Guy hot on her heels. Guardian, this too is the brilliance of youth. Might Guy. Tsunade. What the hell? A finishing move right off the bat? Damn it. Before the astonished gaze of Tsunade, a colossal crimson dragon soared towards her with an overwhelming presence. In that moment, the body of Korwa shattered into countless fragments. Yet, the bizarre entity was immortal. Tsunade was gradually healing. Might Guy, being a creature of the uncanny, was also indestructible. Night Kai. Night Kai. Night Kai. Tsunade's form continuously restored in the sky, only to be dispersed once more by a kick from Might Guy, as their figures receded further from Konoha. In the hallway, Nara Shikamaru gazed up at the vanishing duo, letting out a soft sigh. This time, I have been at a loss. After all, we are all anomalies and should belong to the same faction. Upon closer inspection, my side has directly lost 2 pieces. Regrettably, Lady Tsunade has succumbed to madness. Unable to reason any longer, her heart has abandoned the shinobi world. For the sake of this final sanctuary, the rules must not be violated. Clenching his fists, Nara Shikamaru whispered once more. Chapter 34, The Mark in the World of Naruto's Eerie Tales. Emo Shalong leaned against the door, his eyelashes fluttering gently before he suddenly opened his eyes wide. In an instant, clarity washed over him as he recalled everything that had transpired before his unconsciousness. He found himself breathing heavily, overwhelmed by the realization, am I still alive? Silence enveloped the space beyond the door, and Emo Shalong hesitated to venture outside. He made his way directly to the bedroom, glancing at the alarm clock perched on the bedside table. It was 8 a.m., indicating that he had been unconscious for nearly a day and a night. Thanks to the remarkable physique of the Uzumaki clan, his injuries had improved significantly overnight. Though not entirely healed, they were at least 30% better, while he could move without hindrance. He decided to exercise caution and began to form seals with his hands. Shadow clone technique. 2 tangible clones materialized before him. These clones shared a profound connection with his true self, requiring no words to communicate. They proceeded to the entrance, opening the door and scanning the corridor for any signs of danger. Once they confirmed that there were no threats nearby, the clones dissipated, relaying their findings back to Emo Xiaolong's mind. A low growl emerged from his stomach, signaling his hunger. Time was of the essence. After changing out of his blood-stained clothes, he made a beeline for Ichiraka ramen. As usual, 2 clones stood guard around him, vigilant against any surprise attacks from Tsunade. Meanwhile, Emo Xiaolong devoured his noodles with gusto. However, this time, he refrained from engaging in lengthy pleasantries with the noodle shop's owner. After finishing his meal, he merely nodded in acknowledgement before hastily returning to his room. In Longwa's live broadcast room, numerous viewers watched in delight as Emo Xiaolong displayed an unprecedented level of composure. Wow, the big shot has finally become steady. To be fair, although the contestant suffered significant losses, it's not too late to regain stability. The previous commenter is right, if he can survive a few more days. The invasion of eerie tales into Longwa can be completely averted. Remember, after 10 days in the world of the eerie tales, there will be no penalties for the contestant country. Don't forget, the 10th day brings the chaos of the eerie tales. Let us wait and see. I just hope the contestant can hold on. While the audience's hopes were admirable, Emo Xiaolong was not one to remain stagnant. Surviving for 10 days was far from sufficient for him. His ambition was to endure until he had completely cleared the Naruto eerie tales. The key to survival lay in enhancing his fusion capacity, which necessitated his active participation in the eerie tales. This was where Emo Xiaolong diverged from the audience's perspective. They sought to navigate the immediate crisis and prevent the eerie tales from breaching reality. While he was driven by the necessity of his own survival and the desire to save some companions. At that moment, in the world of Naruto's eerie tales, Emo Xiaolong sat cross-legged on his bed, slowly exhaling a breath of stagnant air, his eyes glimmering with a hint of joy. The injury no longer hinders movement. Truly. It is my favorite ramen. After half a day, Emo Xiaolong discovered that his surroundings had returned to normal, devoid of the abnormality exhibited by Tsunade. Thus, he decided to venture out, not to cause trouble, but to engage in some physical activity and simultaneously test a few hypotheses, particularly regarding Tsunade's current condition. A flicker of seriousness crossed Emo Xiaolong's eyes. He felt an unsettling uncertainty about her state and could not find peace of mind. The absurdity of bending the rules through sheer force was, in every regard, an extraordinary phenomenon. Within the Dragon Kingdom, in a live streaming room. What the heck? Did I hear that wrong? Damn it. I distinctly heard that bastard say he was going to cause trouble. Oh, dear heavens, please send someone to stop him. Damn. He never learns. To be fair, this contestant is courting his own demise. By the way, I'm already planning to relocate to a shelter for the next few days. It's better to wait it out. Hey, take me with you. Although the shelter isn't great, it's surely better than being on edge here. I can't take it anymore. Take me with you. I envy those who don't have to work. If I could. I'd also want to head to the shelter. Clearly, the audience in the live stream did not hold Emo Xiaolong in high regard. Meanwhile, in the realm of Hokage tales, Emo Xiaolong's shadow clone had returned to the base of the Hokage building. His main body remained at home, embodying the essence of survival. Near the Hokage's office, Emo Xiaolong peered through the window, catching a glimpse of Tsunade's figure. However, he could not see her face, which left him feeling uneasy. What he yearned to see most was her facial expression, for that was of paramount importance. Thus, the door was gently opened, and Emo Xiaolong stealthily slipped inside. Tsunade remained oblivious to the commotion, maintaining a dazed expression as she continuously scribbled with a pen. Yet, the pen had long run dry, and the blank pages were filled with scratches, paired with her expressionless face, creating an eerie atmosphere. Witnessing this, Emo Xiaolong felt no fear. Instead, he placed his hands on his hips, brimming with confidence. Just as I suspected, this individual has violated the rules and is now facing consequences. It is well known that the realm of rule-breaking does not leave behind unsolvable conundrums. Indeed, the rule-breaker Tsunade has suffered a penalty. Eager to ascertain her current state and whether she was entirely harmless, Emo Xiaolong stepped forward and poked at her collagen-rich face with his finger. Poke, poke. Tsunade showed no response, and he felt a surge of relief. However, unbeknownst to him, the mark on his forehead was rapidly fading, transforming into a dark mist that, upon contact, returned to Tsunade. A glimmer of vitality flickered deep within Tsunade's gaze. Having retracted his fingers, Emo Xiaolong remained oblivious. His gaze fixated on the documents strewn across the table. The primary task of his visit had been accomplished, yet he was unwilling to relinquish the second one. The urgency of acquiring information was palpable. Just as Emo Xiaolong reached out to sift through the papers, he suddenly halted. This was due to the cessation of the sound made by the pin gliding across the surface, leaving an oppressive silence in its wake. Emo Xiaolong lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Tsunade. In the Dragon Kingdom, within the live broadcast room. Goodness. Caught in the act. Those upstairs, if you have something to say, speak more. As long as the gist is correct, this is doomed. Not a significant issue, it's merely a clone. If the people upstairs hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. What a needless anxiety. Compensation is in order. Compensation. 1. Compensation. 1. Compensation. 10,086. Chapter 35. A turbulent tide in the chronicles of the Hokage. Within the confines of the office, a stalemate ensued. Gulp. As his throat slightly convulsed. Emo Xiaolong dared not avert his gaze, slowly retracting his outstretched hand, while Tsunade's eyes fell once more. Emo Xiaolong? Reach out again. Tsunade lifted her gaze. Withdraw your hand. Tsunade cast her eyes downward. So it is. Though she had yet to regain her full faculties. Would the mere act of touching the documents awaken her instincts through the rules? Emo Xiaolong sighed, his lingering gaze wandering over the documents. Ultimately resigning to temporarily abandon this fleeting thought. He certainly did not wish to be bested by Tsunade once more. Clearly, the moment was not ripe. With his words spoken, the shadow clone dissipated into white mist within the office, transmitting all intelligence into the mind of his main body. Damn that little brat. After Emo Xiaolong departed, Tsunade could no longer contain her fury, erupting in rage. Moments later, documents lay strewn across the floor, torn to shreds by Tsunade's wrath. If it weren't for being under the relentless watch of that guy Mato, I would undoubtedly seek your demise. A dark growl echoed through the air. Thankfully, Emo Xiaolong had acted judiciously, sending a shadow clone. Had his main body arrived, Tsunade, even at the risk of further mental deterioration, would have extinguished him. Inside the building, a faint smile crept upon Emo Xiaolong's lips. Just as I anticipated, then, it is time to embark. On the streets of Konohagakure, Emo Xiaolong arrived at the entrance of a heavily concealed shop. Peering inside, he was met with utter darkness, devoid of any discernible objects. Even though Emo Xiaolong had mentally prepared himself, the imminent moment could not quell his trepidation. Alas, fear is one of humanity's fundamental emotions. However, it is precisely for this reason that we must conquer our fears and confront our challenges. After fortifying himself with a dose of motivational resolve, Emo Xiaolong formed hand seals, intending to employ his previous tactic of sending a shadow clone to scout ahead. Yet, as soon as the shadow clone reached the shop's entrance, it dissipated into white smoke. Emo Xiaolong was instantly taken aback. What is happening? Just as he stood bewildered, a mechanical alert echoed in his mind. Ding dong. Ding dong. A violation of protocol has been detected as the contestant attempts to illicitly acquire information. One warning issued. Damn. Who reported me? This was Emo Xiaolong's immediate reaction. Once he calmed himself, he suddenly recalled. This should not be reportable. Then, why have I received a warning? As if aware of Emo Xiaolong's thoughts, the mechanical voice chimed in again. Contestant, please participate in the horror game with your main body. So that is it. Very well, since I am here, I shall accept it. With my capabilities, even without a shadow clone, I can still navigate the horror game. With unwavering resolve, Emo Xiaolong strode confidently into the darkened shop. Inside, as he surveyed his surroundings, a myriad of flowers greeted his sight. Upon the ceiling, emerald vines cascaded gracefully, adorned with delicate pink blossoms that exuded a subtle fragrance. Emo Xiaolong's nostrils quivered slightly, captivated by the delightful aroma, though it seemed to induce a slight dizziness. Before he could ponder further, a piece of white paper beneath a nearby potted plant captured his attention. Lifting the pot, he retrieved the note, which read, Rules of the Mountain Flower Shop. 1. The fragrance of flowers contains poison. Be cautious not to inhale too much. 2. The antidote lies in the hands of Yamamoto Enya. 3. Cherish the flowers to obtain the antidote. 4. Fulfill Yamamoto Enya's requests. 5. Though the flowers are beautiful, do not approach them. Curse it. Why must I be confronted with this from the very outset? Emo Xiaolong seethed, his teeth gritted in frustration. The entire shop was inundated with the scent of flowers, making it nearly impossible to avoid inhalation. Now, he found himself poisoned. He could hardly fathom who devised such a malevolent set of rules. With a surge of anger, he strode purposefully towards the front desk. As anticipated, Yamamoto Emiya, the shop's alluring figurehead, dutifully manned the store. However, she was currently sprawled across the counter, sound asleep, with her golden hair. Emo Shalong couldn't help but admire her profile for a moment. She's indeed beautiful, but she pales in comparison to my Hinata-chan. He kept his thoughts to himself and wrapped his fingers firmly on the counter. Enya, how long do you intend to sleep? Who disturbs me? Yamamoto Enya murmured, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Is it my turn now? Her voice was soft and gentle, devoid of any menace, as if she were merely engaging in casual conversation with a friend. However, Emo Shalong was resolute not to be deceived again. He regarded her with an expression of indifference. Stepping back a few paces, true to his expectations, as Enya stretched, several blossoms from the pot lunged towards his previous position like venomous serpents. What a diabolical trick! Emo Shalong couldn't help but scoff. Really? What foolish remarks are you making to a beautiful girl? Yamamoto Enya's cheeks flushed crimson as she reached out to caress the nearby flowers. In that instant, the blossoms seemed to come alive, bowing their leaves and branches, allowing Enya's delicate hands to playfully manipulate them. Look, these flowers are vying for my affection, Yamamoto Enya giggled. You should join in and touch them too. Perhaps next time, Emo Shalong replied. You truly lack a sense of romance. Enya shook her head, rising to her feet. With a gentle tap of her toes on the ground, she swiftly approached Emo Shalong, enveloped by an intoxicating floral scent that nearly caused him to stumble. In a whisper, she murmured, if you wish to forego reminiscing, let us begin the game at once. As her words lingered in the air, the fragrance intensified, enveloping them both in its enchanting embrace. Emo Shalong had yet to comprehend the meaning behind the other party's words when his legs suddenly weakened, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Before succumbing to slumber, a myriad of thoughts flashed through Emo Shalong's mind. Despite his meticulous precautions, he had still fallen into the trap set by his adversary. But what was the reason behind it? After perusing the rules, he had initially anticipated a straightforward challenge, only to discover that the treachery of the mountain and the well had also come into play. Clearly, that floral shop's regulations were not the crux of the game. In the Dragon Kingdom, within the live broadcast room. What the hell? Something has happened. This outcome was anticipated. I am not at all surprised. What on earth does the female specter intend to do? Wrap her up? What is this? The upstairs is outrageous, utterly outrageous. Is the contestant akin to Tang Seng's flesh? Even a female specter wishes to take a bite. All I can say is, the contestant is indeed formidable. To be frank, this time they fell for the trap again. Can't the contestant be a bit more vigilant? Who could have predicted that poison would be administered before the game even commenced? After laboriously reading the rules, expecting a relatively normal ghost story, only to be rendered unconscious in an instant, who can withstand this? Yes. I sympathize with the contestant. 10,086. Chapter 36. A new wave within the confines of the flower shop. The scene appeared rather peculiar. Yamashiro Ino gazed at the unconscious Emo Shalong, a smirk curling at the corners of her lips, her delicate hand instinctively caressing his cheek. Subsequently, her form began to dissolve, transforming into a pool of dark sludge that slowly enveloped Emo Shalong. This was precisely what the viewers in the live stream referred to as a wrap. No doubt about it. Those with impure thoughts should reflect upon themselves. Meanwhile, the flowers within the shop continued to release a cascade of vibrant pollen, painting the air with a kaleidoscope of colors, while the fragrance intensified. The result was that Emo Shalong sank into an even deeper slumber. When he finally opened his eyes again, the landscape before him had dramatically shifted. He found himself in a serene little town. The azure sky was adorned with drifting white clouds, and a gentle breeze caressed Emo Shalong's face, offering a sense of comfort, all affirming the reality of his surroundings. However, Emo Shalong appeared utterly bewildered, standing motionless in the middle of the road. Where am I? I distinctly recall fainting in Yamashiro Ino's flower shop. Confusion clouded his mind as he took a step forward, intending to explore the quaint town ahead. At that moment, a piece of white paper drifted down from the sky. Emo Shalong caught it and read the message. The girl's game of Yamashiro Ino. 1. This is the realm of the mind, a land of fantasies for girls. 2. The town is a beautiful place. 3. You can forget all your troubles and begin to enjoy. 4. Please assist the girl in recognizing reality. 5. The distinction between truth and falsehood is insignificant. Emo Shalong committed the rules to memory and continued his stride towards the town. As he looked around, he noticed charming country-style buildings lining the road. Beneath the street lamps at the entrance, a group of elderly ladies were engaged in lively conversation. Perhaps sensing the presence of a stranger, one of the ladies paused and approached Imo Shalong with a warm smile. "Young man, you must be from out of town," she exclaimed. Imo Shalong nodded cautiously, his demeanor alert and silent. "Ah, you are indeed fortunate. In just a couple of days, it will be the day of the mayor's daughter's suitor selection. A young man of your age, if chosen, would ascend to great heights." The lady's enthusiasm showed no signs of waning, seemingly oblivious to Imo Shalong's discomfort. However, the information conveyed was somewhat useful to Imo Shalong. A suitor selection? Is it Yamashiro Ino behind this? What kind of game is she playing? The rules were rather vague, and the absence of Yamashiro Ino's presence only deepened his unease. Previously, he had been confined to a specific location, deciphering clues based on his surroundings. Now, the scope had expanded to an entire town, leaving Imo Shalong feeling somewhat disoriented. In the Dragon Kingdom, within the live stream, what the heck? Can someone explain the current situation? Why am I still so utterly confused? I possess a certified IQ of 250, yet I too am at a loss. Hey up there. Please elaborate on 250. Oh, yes. I find the rules overwhelming. It would be better to hear the details from the netizens. In the live streaming room, remarkably, no one was discussing the game rules, which posed a challenge that exceeded expectations. In the tale of Naruto horror, Imo Shalong declined an invitation to lunch from an elderly lady and wandered alone down the street. As he pondered the rules, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. "Stop! Thief! Don't run!" Imo Shalong turned to see two adult men wielding wooden sticks in pursuit of a small figure cloaked in a cape. In no time, the trio approached, with the petite figure hiding behind Imo Shalong, clutching his clothing in a display of fear. However, this action led the men with sticks to mistakenly perceive Imo Shalong as an accomplice. "Kid, be smart and hand over the goods quickly, or my stick won't be gentle." The burly middle-aged man brandished his stick threateningly. Imo Shalong's lips twitched involuntarily. Who concocted such a third-rate plot? Even without thinking, he recognized the small figure behind him as Yamashiro Ino. Yet, something felt amiss. She should not appear in this manner. Given her penchant for beauty, she ought to present herself as the mayor's daughter. "How dare you ignore me?" With no response forthcoming, the man swung his stick towards Imo Shalong. Instinctively, he raised his hand to block, expecting an easy defense, only to be met with a painful impact. "Where's my chakra? Where's my formidable physique? Damn it! The shameless Yamashiro Ino. How dare she disable my powers?" This was clearly not stipulated in the rules, an evident trap, and Imo Shalong had unwittingly stepped right into it. Now, confronted by two assailants, he had only one option left. A wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. The 36 stratagems dictate that retreat is the best option. Imo Shalong swiftly scooped up the cloaked figure and bolted away. "Damn kid, don't run," the burly man shouted. Yet his pursuit grew increasingly sluggish. Only a fool would halt. Imo Shalong mocked silently as he continued to flee, picking up speed once more. After ensuring he had evaded his pursuers, he found refuge in a narrow alleyway, where sunlight could not penetrate, casting shadows all around. Could you please let me down?" came a youthful voice from his arms. Imo Shalong lowered his gaze and complied. Once on solid ground, the cloaked figure removed their hood, revealing golden hair that sparkled even in the dimness of the alley. As anticipated by Imo Shalong, the figure beneath the cloak was indeed Shanjin Inoue, albeit a slightly smaller version of her. "I am immensely grateful for your assistance. Had it not been for you, I would surely have been captured by them," she expressed, her polite smile accompanied by a graceful bow of thanks. Imo Shalong waved his hand dismissively, signaling her not to be so formal. His countenance was stern as he inquired directly, "Now, speak. What is your purpose?" "How annoying." Shanjin Inoue feigned displeasure as she playfully swatted at Imo Shalong. "I have no ulterior motives." The coyness in her tone sent an involuntary shiver down Imo Shalong's spine. "You are quite peculiar," he remarked. "If you do not speak the truth, I shall take my leave." With that, he pretended to turn away. The smile on Inoue's face nearly faltered. Yet in a bid to utterly extinguish hope, she chose to grit her teeth and endure. Deep down, she understood that he would not truly depart. But it was imperative that she retain his attention. "Please, wait a moment, brave warrior," she implored, stepping forward to grasp Imo Shalong's arm. "Allow me to explain." To be continued. Chapter 37, Conditions for Passing in the Outside World, Within the Dragon Kingdom, in the Live Broadcast Room. Goodness. I can't shake off this ominous feeling. This scene feels eerily familiar. The moment I see the female anomaly, my heart races. Everyone upstairs feels the same. I've been fooled into a gut feeling. The female anomaly, I can tell she is about to lie the moment she opens her mouth. Can the contestant sense it? He is not foolish. Of course he can. Then why does he keep falling for it? Upon the emergence of this question, the audience in the live broadcast room fell silent, unable to comprehend why Emo Xiaolong repeatedly fell for the ruse. Could it truly be that he was rendered immobile by beauty? Evidently, that was not the case. Meanwhile, in the realm of Fire Shadow Tales, the conversation continued. Little Konoha wrapped her arms around Emo Xiaolong, speaking softly, "Please, listen to me. I am the daughter of the town mayor. I have been transformed into this form by wicked magic, which is why I appear rather petite. The woman who has usurped my identity is a manifestation of evil. Thus, I implore you to aid me in vanquishing this demon and reclaiming all that is rightfully mine." In the Dragon Kingdom, within the live broadcast room. Goodness. What a third-rate fairy tale. The eerie game of the girl. The princess dream of the girl. Let us be honest, there must be a conspiracy behind this. I concur with the sentiments above. Let us not forget this is a female anomaly. In the realm of Fire Shadow Tales, Emo Xiaolong found himself internally critiquing the situation. So, this time he was merely indulging little Konoha in a game of make-believe? However, was the risk factor of this twisted version of make-believe not excessively high? Outwardly, Emo Xiaolong displayed skepticism, shaking off her grip and coldly stating, "Enough, Konoha, I will not fall into your trap." Is that so? A cold smirk graced little Konoha's lips, as a faint black mist began to envelop her. It was evident that his insolence displeased her. She contemplated retaliating, but abruptly halted, recalling something. With no hint of embarrassment, she withdrew her hand, cleared her throat, and declared, "The conditions for passing are simple. You must assist me in defeating the demon. During this time, you are required to accompany me and forge beautiful memories in this town." Goodness. Where does this third-rate plot come from? It's utterly a remix tale of knights, princesses, and dragons. How infuriating. The female anomaly is also engaging in role-playing? Emo Xiaolong failed to grasp little Konoha's intentions. Nevertheless, there existed a cardinal rule in the realm of the tales of the strange. One must never lie regarding the conditions for passing. Thus, little Konoha spoke the truth. Presently, with the rules still unclear, someone had already provided the answer. It felt as if he were embarking on a daily game for the very first time. A sense of absurdity surged within Emo Xiaolong. Could it be yet another of those infernal multiple trap riddles? In other words, I'm to act in concert with her? How vexing. With a heart full of unanswered questions, Emo Xiaolong let out a sigh. "You have successfully moved me," Xu Xian proclaimed proudly, lifting her chin and extending her left hand, beckoning him to come closer. Emo Xiaolong sighed in resignation. "Your girlish heart is rather excessive." His previously heightened sense of caution intensified once more. Only a fool would trust a female enigma in a ghostly game. However, for the sake of their forthcoming actions, Emo Xiaolong resolved to disguise his true intentions, seizing this opportunity to playfully deceive her, a rather appealing choice indeed. Thus, before Xu Xian, Emo Xiaolong knelt on one knee and gently kissed the back of her hand. "Like a gallant knight," he declared, "from this moment forth, allow me to safeguard your journey." Meanwhile, in the outside world, within the flower shop nestled in the mountains, the dark liquid suddenly expanded, enveloping Emo Xiaolong's arms as he lay on the ground. Within the realm of the mind, Xu Xian's smile remained. "Let us proceed. We may now venture to the town. Remember your identity, my knight." "Wait," Emo Xiaolong interjected, halting her advance. "I have a question." Xu Xian nodded. "We are allies in this. The game is quite simple and poses no real danger. Feel free to ask any questions." This cunning individual emphasized her allegiance with her words. Unbeknownst to Emo Xiaolong, he remained oblivious to her subtle intentions and instead posed a serious inquiry. "Have you stolen something?" "How could that be?" Xu Xian feigned nonchalance, dramatically flaring open her cloak. "Do I look like someone who could conceal anything within here?" Emo Xiaolong observed the scene beneath the cloak. She was dressed quite simply, in a little tank top paired with jeans, utterly incapable of hiding any objects. "Do you wish to continue looking?" A teasing smile danced across Xu Xian's face as she pretended to lift her tank top. Emo Xiaolong shook his head, reaching out to block her. In Longhua, within the live stream, a cacophony of wailing and howling erupted. "What the hell? Why are you stopping?" "To be fair, I want to see. Is someone upstairs a pervert?" "As long as the female enigma is beautiful, I don't mind the perversion. A bunch of morons consumed by lust. Assessment complete." In the realm of the Naruto ghost tales, Mo Xiaolong continued to ponder in the alley. Could it be that I am overthinking this? Is this ghostly game truly so simple? Suddenly, a line from the rules flashed through his mind. Rule 1. This is the realm of the mind. It is also a domain belonging to the fantasies of young girls. In other words, this world is the fantasy of Xiao Jingya, so this whimsical girl would not pose any difficulties for me, would she? Mo Xiaolong contemplated with uncertainty. No, it cannot be. The clues remain exceedingly scant, leaving one to proceed with cautious steps, such as the sentiment. Yet, the wariness within Mo Xiaolong towards Xiaojingyi intensifies ever so slightly. After all, the more elusive the situation, the more vigilance seems prudent. Why are you dawdling? Hurry over. Xiaojingyi, bathed in sunlight at the alley's entrance, called out with a charming smile. For a fleeting moment, Mo Xiaolong appeared lost in thought, before vigorously shaking his head. That insufferable wretch dared to tempt me. My affections lie with Hinata. After forcefully shaking off the allure, he hastened to Xiaojingyi's side. Yet, his gaze dared not linger too long in her direction. Xiaojingyi's eyes bore a profound disdain. Foul man, you are merely a pawn in my game. Once I succeed in extinguishing the hope here, your fate shall be sealed as well. Her sinister and cunning thoughts echoed within, only to return to a fade of innocence when their eyes met. Indeed, Xiaojingyi is no virtuous soul. However, could matters truly be so straightforward? Chapter 38. Thrills in the Realm of the Mind. Mo Xiaolong and Shou Jinyao arrived at the entrance of a shop. This is a clothing store. Why not consider exchanging your attire? Mo Xiaolong suggested, gesturing towards the cloak draped over her shoulders. Absolutely not. Shou Jinyao vehemently opposed. In the eyes of the townsfolk, my appearance is indistinguishable from that of the mayor's daughter. Moreover, due to the enchantment cast by the demon, the moment I remove my cloak, I would surely be pursued. Ah, you truly adhere to this premise, Mo Xiaolong remarked, a hint of exasperation tugging at the corners of his mouth. Indeed. Please remember the premise. I assure you, it will lead you to victory. Shou Jinyao replied earnestly. Very well, very well. Mo Xiaolong turned to leave, but unexpectedly his sleeve was tugged back. He cast a puzzled glance at her. What now? Although I cannot change out of my cloak, it does not preclude me from purchasing clothing. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? Upon uttering these words, Shou Jinyao gazed at Mo Xiaolong with her large, round eyes filled with an imploring innocence. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? She reiterated. All right, I understand. Mo Xiaolong conceded, somewhat overwhelmed by her coaxing, hastily shielding his eyes from her gaze. Hey, I've got him hooked. Shou Jinyao thought with a smirk in her heart. Subsequently, she pulled Mo Xiaolong into the clothing store. What type of garments are you looking to purchase, dears? Inquired an elderly woman tending the shop, welcoming the guest with a warm smile. Everything here is hand-tailored, ensuring utmost comfort. Feel free to try on anything that catches your eye. I wish to try on some lingerie. Dear lady, would you kindly assist me? Shou Jinyao intentionally stated, venturing into a realm that Mo Xiaolong would find quite unfit. She then followed the beaming old woman deeper into the shop, leaving Mo Xiaolong alone to wait on a bench. Bored and restless, Mo Xiaolong surveyed his surroundings and remarked, what a peculiar establishment, despite being merely a small town. Such a grand clothing store exists here. Perhaps this is a sight only to be found in the dreams of Jinyao. Meanwhile, in the fitting room, Shou Jinyao called out, Dear lady, the buttons are a bit tight. Could you come here for a moment? Of course, I'll be right there. Inside the fitting room. The elderly woman's face contorted with terror, her body trembling as she pointed at Shou Jinyao, stammering, Why you? How can it be you? Hee. It is indeed I. Shou Jinyao seized the woman by the shoulders, then opened her mouth wide, inhaling forcefully. The elderly woman instantly transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, drifting into Shou Jinyao's mouth. Once she had completely consumed the woman, Shou Jinyao's complexion flushed with vitality, and her form exhibited noticeable changes. It was as if she had abruptly aged a year. Indeed, having him accompany me was the wisest decision. Under normal circumstances, even my proximity would have aroused suspicion. How else could I have augmented my existence? After the words fell, a trace of cruel amusement adorned Xiao Jingya's face. Rest assured, I shall repay you and ensure your triumph in this game. Hee. On the bench, Mo Xiaolong, lost in thought, was met with a soft whisper. It's all set. Let us depart. Mo Xiaolong turned to glance back, only to find Xiao Jingya holding a shopping bag, ready to leave. However, the old woman had vanished without a trace. Wait, did you pay? Mo Xiaolong hastily pursued her. Huh? Such things do not exist in this world, Xiao Jingya replied nonchalantly. Imo Xiaolong hesitated, words caught in his throat, yet before he could voice them, Xiao Jingye interrupted with a wave of her hand. Fear not. The old woman is quite kind and will not mind such trivialities. This defies logic. That said, it seems the spiritual realm does not concern itself with such matters. Imo Xiaolong shook his head, dispelling the anxiety clouding his mind, and inquired, what shall we do now? Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingye playfully licked her lips with her delicate pink tongue and responded, let us find the next eatery. I happen to be a bit hungry. Very well. Imo Xiaolong acquiesced, understanding that given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to follow her lead. Thus, the cycle continued, and the owner of the restaurant fell victim to Xiao Jingye's machinations. After absorbing the restaurant owner, the once sunny sky darkened ominously. Xiao Jingye's displeasure was evident as she gazed upward. TSK. It seems today must come to an end. With this thought, she called out to Imo Xiaolong beside her. Given this weather, further exploration is futile. Let us find an inn. There are no inns in such a small town. No sooner had Imo Xiaolong spoken than a lodge appeared around the corner of the road. Well, it appears I am indeed too young. Imo Xiaolong grasped Xiao Jingye's somewhat cold hand, making their way toward the inn. The two secured a room, and shortly thereafter, a torrential downpour commenced. The entire town was significantly affected, with households shuttering their doors and windows. Once Imo Xiaolong confirmed that Xiao Jingye in the adjacent room had fallen into slumber, he ventured outside the inn. However, after Imo Xiaolong left, Xiao Jingye swiftly opened her eyes, a glint of mischief illuminating her gaze. I knew you wouldn't be compliant, but it's of no concern. I am well prepared. Meanwhile, Imo Xiaolong trudged back through the heavy rain. The remnants of his memory guided him, preventing him from straying off course. In this situation, he must validate certain truths. He revisited the restaurant and the clothing store. The interiors were brightly lit, yet devoid of life. Standing in the middle of the road, Imo Xiaolong allowed the rain to drench him. Indeed, that individual is suspicious. Such a drastic change in demeanor. Does he truly believe I am blind? Outside, in the Dragon Kingdom, within the livestream, damn, the contestants are truly formidable. As the torrential rain poured down in search of clues, one could not help but admire your tenacity. Fortunately, the participants did not place their trust in the enigmatic woman. A stroke of luck indeed. The upper floors are rife with duplicity. My assessment is complete. Do not inquire how I know this. I have meticulously recorded your IDs when you once disparaged Brother Xiaolong. Ah, it appears to be a fervent admirer. Do not flee, detractors. Your fate is sealed. The vanished individual must have merged with Zyajingi. Yet, this ability is her domain. Why engage in the unnecessary act of devouring? The seeds of doubt were sown deep within my heart. As the dark clouds above began to disperse, Imo Xiaolong found himself unwittingly at the edge of a serene lake. How peculiar this spiritual realm is, for at the end of the street lies a tranquil body of water. Imo Xiaolong gazed at a towering tree nearby and could not help but voice his astonishment. By the lake's edge rested a massive, smooth boulder, upon which lay a golden-haired maiden adorned with a pristine veil, taking her repose. A gentle breeze lifted the veil, which fortuitously fluttered down to rest upon Imo Xiaolong's shoulder. He looked up, his expression transforming into one of sheer astonishment. That is, Chapter 39, The Second Outside World, Dragon Kingdom, inside the live broadcast room. Wow, it truly looks identical. Twins. Hiki, I like this. By the way, this must be the demon spoken of by the girl with the eerie aura. Defeating her will allow us to complete the game? Do you really believe that? In the realm of Naruto's strange tales, Imo Xiaolong's first instinct upon encountering the figure before him was to retreat. However, he inadvertently stepped on a brittle twig, producing a sharp crack. On the smooth stone, Yamashiro Ino, in a state of meditation, opened her eyes. Who is it? The girl's voice was gentle, devoid of any distraction. Ah, long time no see. Imo Xiaolong awkwardly raised his hand in greeting. What brings you here? Yamashiro Ino leapt gracefully before him. Imo Xiaolong thought, you dragged me into this mental realm, and you're asking me that? He wished to retort, yet the demeanor of Yamashiro Ino was disconcertingly peculiar. Never mind. It's not important. She shook her head. After all, we are in my dream. Come, let me show you around. Her expression was pure, betraying no signs of the ominous. This was unsettling. Before Imo Xiaolong could grasp the situation, he found himself being led away by the charming girl. Hiki. It's been a while. I want to show you the most beautiful sights, she declared. Ah? Imo Xiaolong was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, the scenery transformed. Imo Xiaolong swore he had blinked. Yet, the sea of flowers before him was undeniably real, with butterflies flitting about in pairs. Yamashiro Ino crouched down, lifting a vibrant blossom from the ground, her face lighting up with an ecstatic smile before she stood up again. Isn't it delightful? Smell this. The flower was thrust towards his face, causing Emo Xiaolong to gasp in alarm. His previous experience of being poisoned in a flower shop had left him apprehensive. He instinctively leaned back to evade the overwhelming fragrance. However, this very action caused Yamashiro Ino to frown deeply. Noticing her displeasure, Emo Xiaolong quickly explained, "I'm so sorry, but I'm allergic to flowers," originally pouting and ready to express her annoyance. Yamashiro Ino found herself at a loss for words and could only feign indifference with a dismissive wave of her hand. "All right, I'll let it slide this time." In the flower-laden expanse, petals danced around them as Yamashiro Ino set the flower down and took Emo Xiaolong's hand. "Since you're allergic, let us proceed to the next destination," she winked playfully. Emo Xiaolong, ah? As they strolled through the flowering meadow, their golden hair resembling each other, a charming pair. They appeared as if destined to be together, a match made in heaven. Inside the live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom, wow, she is so mischievous. A friendly reminder. I've been turned into a silly dog. Don't just look at him. Observe the contestant's current state. He has completely lost himself. The contestant has lost the ability to speak. I confess, she is a demon. A succubus. She has ensnared me. So beautiful, to be frank. Isn't this horror game a tad too simplistic? The one above is spouting nonsense. In such a scenario, I could manage as well. I envy the participants who can go on dates with the female specter. You are fools. The participants are even greater fools. To be so enchanted by a female specter is truly pathetic. I believe the person above speaks the truth. The commentary in the live stream has begun to polarize. In the realm of Naruto horror tales, Emo Xiaolong allowed himself to be held captive, appearing to be enchanted, yet in reality, he remained vigilant. He found this individual reminiscent of an untainted mountain spring. In contrast, another figure exuded a peculiar aura. Could it be that the one before me is the true essence? However, the condition for passing was to speak no falsehoods. For a moment, Emo Xiaolong was engulfed in confusion. Suddenly, a rule emerged in his mind. Rule 5. Truth and falsehood are irrelevant. Could it be that the objective of the game was to assist the spectral little spring in devouring the mountain spring before him? Is that the reason for Rule 5? A sense of dread surged within him, and in that moment, Emo Xiaolong was ensnared in an internal struggle. Truth and falsehood. Good and evil. The power of choice lay in his hands. It must be said that the horror game is increasingly twisted. The decision now presented to Emo Xiaolong was akin to being placed upon a fiery grill. As if sensing Emo Xiaolong's inner turmoil, the mountain spring ahead halted, turned, and with a look of concern asked, "What's the matter?" "No, it's nothing." Emo Xiaolong shook his head in denial, observing his grim countenance. The mountain spring could not help but murmur inwardly, "This does not appear to be a trivial matter." Nevertheless, the mountain spring refrained from pressing further, instead offering a smile that was both intriguing and enigmatic, declaring, "We have arrived." Before them stood a magnificent waterfall, the cascading water a breathtaking sight, as droplets splashed against their faces with a refreshing chill. "Come on." The mountain spring leaped into the pool, which was just deep enough to reach her waist, and splashed water onto Emo Xiaolong's face. For a fleeting moment, Emo Xiaolong's gaze faltered. The girl before him smiled so beautifully. Her bare shoulders glistened, her wet garments clinging to her enchanting form. This was sheer, unadulterated temptation. Why has the screen suddenly gone black? My live stream displays the words, "Not suitable for children, but I am already an adult." All right. So the benefits are reserved solely for the participants, is it? I refuse to accept that. I want to be a little black sheep. Count me in. 10,086. In the realm of Naruto horror tales, this matter is not meant for outsiders. Emo Xiaolong was utterly taken aback. As if sensing the impolite gaze, Yamano Akino's fair face flushed crimson, and she crouched down, the flowing water concealing her delicate figure entirely. "Why, you mustn't look," the young girl admonished in a soft yet indignant tone. Emo Xiaolong hastily turned away. Thus, how did the situation evolve to this point? Gazing skyward, Emo Xiaolong felt at a loss. It seemed as though an invisible force perpetually hindered his ability to concentrate. "Let us depart," a gentle voice emanated from behind. Unbeknownst to him, Yamano Akino had donned a veil and her attire had become pristine once more. The two lingered not in that spot and swiftly returned to the town. On the quaint path of the town, as they were about to part ways, Yamano Akino waved cheerfully. "Be sure to come and play with me again tomorrow." Emo Xiaolong nodded absently, his mind too occupied to notice the veil she had donned at some unknown moment. Who could have guessed that this was the crucial information that would unravel the situation? Chapter 40. Who is the demon? Within the confines of the inn, Xu Xian reclined with her delicate, fair legs crossed, comfortably seated upon the soft bed, a serene smile gracing her lips. Before long, the door creaked open, and Imo Xiaolong stepped inside. "What are you doing here?" he inquired, bewildered. "Why can't I be here?" Xu Xian retorted. Imo Xiaolong furrowed his brow. "This is my room. Yet, this is also my realm of consciousness." Xu Xian countered boldly, pressing on with her inquiry. "Out so late? Surely, you aren't sneaking around behind my back, are you?" "Sneaking around?" Imo Xiaolong's eyes widened in disbelief. He yearned to question her about their relationship. However, a thought flickered in his mind. This could be an opportunity. He resolved to provoke her, hoping to extract some information. "Why must your words be so harsh? My meetings are of no concern to you," he snapped. "Do not forget your peculiar identity. We are inherently adversaries. Were it not for your so-called girl-esque game, I would never be entangled with you. Xu Xian, do not delude yourself into thinking you are a princess. I am not your knight. Bear in mind, my beloved is Hinata Hyuga." To be candid, the initial remarks were anticipated by Xu Xian. However, his subsequent declaration incited profound displeasure within her. Let it not be overlooked. The jealousy and competitive spirit of a woman can be fearfully potent. With a sharp slap, Xu Xian struck Imo Xiaolong's face, incensed. "How dare you? Do not forget that Hinata Hyuga is equally peculiar." In her fury, Xu Xian momentarily lost sight of her original intent, opting instead for blunt honesty. Imo Xiaolong's brow knitted into a deep furrow. This was not the information he sought. "No, I cannot accept this slap in vain." Thus, he chose to provoke her once more. "What are you, to even be mentioned in the same breath as my Hinata? Remember, you are a peculiar one today, and will forever remain so. As for Hinata, she is my love today and for all eternity," Imo Xiaolong declared, pride swelling in his expression. "You." Xu Xian was rendered speechless by his blatant double standards. "What are you stammering for? If you have the courage, come and strike me." Imo Xiaolong puffed out his chest, mocking her anew. "You vile creature, I swear, you will never win this game." Xu Xian, her defenses breached, unwittingly revealed her greatest secret. Yet, in that moment, she cared not. Lifting her fair leg, she aimed to demonstrate her prowess to this insufferable man. "Die, you big fool." However, such an innocuous gesture was beneath Imo Xiaolong's contempt to evade. "How foul! I feel nauseous." Imo Xiaolong bent over, pretending to gag. This trivial act was undoubtedly the most grievous affront to a young lady. I shall never speak to you again." Tears streaming down her cheeks, the young girl fled, leaving behind a few drops of sorrow, tinged with a dark aura, upon the floor. Imo Xiaolong remained oblivious to the intricate machinations at play, succumbing instead to an involuntary yawn. Moments later, he found himself deep in thought, stroking his chin as he gazed at the retreating figure of the weeping girl. A flicker of compassion crossing his eyes. Am I being too harsh? He shook his head, dismissing the notion. This is all for the sake of ultimate victory. Surely, once I have successfully rescued everyone, Ino will forgive me, right? Perhaps. Imo Xiaolong mused uncertainly. In the desolate room, he sat alone, returning to his bed to ponder the implications of Ino's words. How could she claim that I would never prevail? What audacity! Given that the conditions for victory have been laid bare, why would I fail? Could it be that her words are laced with deception? While the rules of this bizarre game disallow falsehoods regarding victory conditions, they do not prohibit clever wordplay. Cursed Ino Yamanaka. I suspected she would not be so benevolent. The despicable girl! Imo Xiaolong exclaimed in frustration. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream room, the audience, having absorbed Imo Xiaolong's exposition, suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Oh my. So that's how it is. What a cunning female aberration. She deserves nothing less than to have my brother Xiaolong sniff her stinky feet. The identity of that upstairs black-hearted individual is crystal clear. I couldn't care less about that. I just want to know how to win next. Don't panic upstairs, for panicking is futile. The upstairs is a master of nonsense. Assessment complete. Bakayuru. Our illustrious Sakura country's most renowned onmyoji has watched this live stream and has unequivocally declared that this Bakayuru is doomed. The Dragon Kingdom rejoiced, celebrating a significant demise. The Sakura chicken returned to mock them. However, the audience from the Dragon Kingdom showed no mercy. On this day, the people of Sakura not only mourned the loss of their parents, but also witnessed the second demise of their ancestors, subjected to further indignities. Meanwhile, in the realm of Naruto's bizarre tales, Imo Xiaolong wore a troubled expression. He meticulously dissected the rules and conditions for victory, seeking clarity. He requested paper and pen from the innkeeper and inscribed the following rules. 1. This is a realm of the mind. It belongs to the fantasies of young girls. 2. The town is a beautiful place. 3. You can forget all your troubles and begin to enjoy. 4. Please help the girl recognize reality. 5. Truth and falsehood are inconsequential. Victory condition. Help me defeat the demon. The first 3 rules serve merely as background and can be overlooked. The crux lies in the hidden meanings within rules 4 and 5. And who is the me that requires assistance in vanquishing the demon? Is one of the Inos a demon while the other is me? What does truth and falsehood signify? This is unacceptable. A slight dizziness enveloped him as Emo Shalong pressed his head against the bed, succumbing entirely to its embrace. A profound wave of fatigue washed over him, swiftly lulling him into slumber. Once he had succumbed to sleep, the icy visage of Xiao Jingye emerged abruptly. Slap, slap, slap. Do not misunderstand. Slap, slap, slap. The 6 resounding slaps were particularly unsatisfying. You scoundrel. Take a good whiff. Does it stink or not? As she spoke, Xiao Jingye perched herself on the bed, extending her petite foot toward Emo Xiaolong's face. Noticing his unresponsive demeanor in deep slumber, Xiao Jingye allowed a smile to return to her lips. Thus, it is said that one becomes particularly invested in such matters. The whims of a young girl's heart are indeed a curious phenomenon. In the Dragon Kingdom, within the live streaming room. Wow. This is astonishing. Coach, I want to learn this. 108 bizarre methods for charming women, priced at $999, limited quantity, perfect for the naive with ample funds. This ice cream is remarkably white. It's merely a provocation. I can use it too. Let me find a girlfriend to experiment with. I blindly guess the person above will break up immediately. Is there a possibility that he does not have a girlfriend? Shrimp and pig heart. Shrimp and pig heart indeed. Chapter 41. The Great Blunder. As dawn broke on the following day, Emo Shalong was roused from his slumber by the melodious chirping of the larks outside his window. As he stretched his body, he noticed a peculiar ease in his breathing. What could be the cause? There was a slight discomfort in his nostrils. Rubbing the tip of his nose, Emo Shalong murmured softly, "Knock, knock, knock. Hurry up and get out of bed." The persistent calls of Xiao Jingye echoed through the door. Emo Shalong threw off the covers and opened the door. "It's early morning. I was enjoying a bit more sleep. What brings you here?" His tone was somewhat brusque. Yet Xiao Jingye seemed unfazed by it. She bore no trace of anger, as if she had completely forgotten the events of the previous night. After all, Xiao Jingye had conducted her own clandestine experiments, and the enlarged nostrils of Emo Shalong were but remnants of those trials. Hee. Today's itinerary involves a visit to the town. Are you prepared? Xiao Jingye leaned slightly forward, revealing a perfect smile. Emo Shalong, annoyed, pushed her face away and promptly closed the door again. "I haven't even washed up. Just give me a moment." Outside the door, Xiao Jingye wore a disgruntled expression, her face clouded with dissatisfaction. The 36 strategies to captivate men are truly unreliable. She pulled a book from her pocket and, as if to vent her frustration, tossed it heavily into a nearby trash bin. Before long, the two found themselves on the street. In the cool morning air, several elderly individuals were already taking their morning strolls. Upon catching sight of Emo Shalong, their faces briefly lit up with warmth. However, upon noticing Xiao Jingye, cloaked in her garb, they abruptly fell silent, as if experiencing a temporary glitch, and ignored the pair. Emo Shalong noted this peculiar behavior in his mind, intending to ponder it further when time allowed. As they walked along the path, Xiao Jingye repeatedly extended her delicate hand, attempting to grasp Emo Shalong's, only to be deftly evaded each time. For Emo Shalong, the circumstances had shifted markedly since the day before. Armed with information, he no longer felt the need to compromise his stance, merely suppressing any overt animosity. "Hey, what's your deal?" Xiao Jingye halted, hands on her hips, her voice a mixture of annoyance and playful reprimand. Emo Shalong turned to her, his impatience evident in his gaze. "I have no ulterior motives. Are you going to keep walking or not?" Inside the Dragon Country livestream. Wow, what a real man. Assessment complete. Undoubtedly a case of toxic masculinity. The previous comment is incorrect. It is natural for a man to behave this way in front of an unloving female entity. The coddling female entity has her rewards, yet Brother Shalong has been deceived countless times. He is now immune. Indeed, as the previous commentator mentioned, had this been before, the contestant would never have displayed such behavior. This is the first-hand experience cultivated by the Hinata sisters. Reflecting on the previous macabre games participated in by contestants, In comparison to the current scenario, I find myself unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow for him. In the world of Naruto's eerie tales, Mo Xiaolong's tone was notably firm. Are you still going shopping today? Mo Xiaolong clearly intended to return to the hotel. Shopping? Absolutely. Xiao Jingye squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. For her, shopping merely served as a means to accompany Mo Xiaolong. Xiao Jingye's purpose in appearing in this small town had always been uncomplicated, to consume and become whole. Thus, the current Xiao Jingye would undoubtedly endure some unnecessary conflicts. Just shop. Let us move quickly, don't dawdle, Mo Xiaolong said before turning away, completely disregarding the irritated Xiao Jingye. What a despicable scoundrel. To avoid being left alone. Xiao Jingye had no choice but to quicken her pace to catch up. The two arrived at the entrance of a fruit shop, where Mo Xiaolong picked up an apple and scrutinized it carefully. He took a bite, and the sweet, pink juice flowed forth. The flavor was delightful. Even surpassing reality's tastes, was this the convenience of fantasy? Glancing around, he noticed the proprietor had yet to appear to collect payment, and he looked back, only to find Xiao Jingye had vanished. Mo Xiaolong could already anticipate what she was up to. Damn it, I'm eating an apple while she consumes humans. Am I not becoming an accomplice to her misdeeds? No, I must stop her. Knowing she was the enemy, it was imperative to obstruct her objectives. After all, the enemy supports my opposition and opposes my support. This is a fundamental principle of human interaction. With this thought, Mo Xiaolong hurried into the store. As he passed the storage area, he searched diligently but saw no one else. He made his way directly to the restroom, where he spotted a kindly-looking ant. I wonder why Xiao Jingye isn't here, he thought. A voice came from inside the restroom. Auntie, I didn't bring any tissues. Could you spare me a few? Sure, dear. I'll be right there, the ant cheerfully replied, ready to fetch the tissues. However, Mo Xiaolong quickly grabbed her arm. With a look of confusion crossing her face, he whispered, Shou, raising his finger to his lips. The person inside is my friend. I'll hand them to her. Oh, the ant replied with a knowing smile. Before leaving, she not only handed the tissues to Mo Xiaolong but also made a gesture of encouragement. It seemed the ant had misunderstood the situation. Mo Xiaolong shook his head in exasperation. However, he had no time to explain things to someone from a fantasy realm. Holding the tissues, Mo Xiaolong knocked on the restroom door. Knock, knock, knock. You're here. I've been waiting for you for so long. The restroom door swung open with astonishing speed, and without even seeing Mo Xiaolong's face, Xiao Jingye eagerly pulled him inside. There was no other option, in her mind. Food should resemble food, devoid of any peculiarities, unworthy of remembrance. Yet, this time, it backfired spectacularly, resulting in a significant blunder. Outside, in the Dragon Nation, the live broadcast room exclaimed, What the hell? Is this something I can watch without paying? What transpires when a solitary man and woman find themselves in a bathroom together? The anticipation is truly tantalizing. I must raise an objection. I believe the ensuing scene is rather indecent and unsuitable for public viewing. Perhaps you could privately share it with me instead. The beads from the abacus above have struck me in the face. Those who cannot learn to share should be wary of unexpected consequences. Listen to my defense. We are all ears. Based on the usual conduct of these live streams, it is unlikely that anything will be revealed. However, there exists a minuscule chance that my suggestion may be embraced. Would I dare to deny my own brethren? Sharing is absolutely imperative. A genius resides above. All are merely driven by primal instincts. The assessment is complete. In my view, the upcoming participants are in for a rough time. What do you mean by that? It is forbidden to speak of it. May those who pose riddles meet their demise. Chapter 42. The mystery approaches revelation within the confines of a cramped restroom. Ino Yamanaka, unable to discern the identity of her unexpected visitor, lunged forward, intending to absorb the essence of her opponent. However, she was met with a pair of strong hands that pushed her back, causing her to sit abruptly on the toilet seat. Dazed, she lifted her gaze, only to be met with a familiar face. Why are you here? She questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion. Mo Xiaolong raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips as he retorted, Why shouldn't it be me? I kindly brought you some tissues, and yet, without a word, you come over to take advantage of me. As he spoke, he brandished the tissues in his hand, gesturing for her to take them. Ino's cheeks flushed with a blend of embarrassment and anger. The opportunity to consume her prey had been shattered, and it was only natural for her to feel incensed. The awkwardness of being alone with a man in such a tight space was palpable, heightening her sense of shame. Well, now that the tissues have been delivered, I shall take my leave, Mo Xiaolong murmured, observing her with a hint of amusement. Ino, with her head bowed, made no attempt to stop him. All she desired was a moment of solitude. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom's live streaming room, the audience erupted in disbelief. What is this? Just this? Even a 3-year-old would scoff at such a scene. Don't expect to reap any rewards from this. When the time comes, it will definitely be a blackout. Even if it's a blackout, I still want to watch. At least I do know what is happening with the competitors. But let us set aside the eager viewers. Back in the realm of Naruto tales, Imo Xiaolong, standing at the entrance of a fruit shop, suddenly turned to the right, drawn by a cacophony of sounds. Just as his curiosity piqued, Ino appeared at his side, seizing his wrist with determination. Let us go. We must see this. Today is the mayor's daughter's wedding. And you must make a choice swiftly. As she spoke, Ino fixed her bloodshot gaze upon Imo Xiaolong, resolute in her intent. She was not prepared to continue the charade any longer. You stubborn man, you foul man. Hurry and lose the game, become our ally. And I shall ensure you are rigorously trained. Though her thoughts remained unspoken, the urgency of the moment compelled Ino to push Imo Xiaolong towards making a decision. Even if it meant sacrificing something along the way. Imo Xiaolong chuckled lightly, nodding in agreement. Just in time, I too have come to some realizations. Let us proceed together. Ino smirked, believing that he had already been misled by her. In such a hasty situation, no one can make the right choice. The victor of this game shall undoubtedly be me. Unbeknownst to them, they soon arrived at a grand plaza. The elevated platform before them was the focal point of attention. While the throngs of people below parted, creating a pathway as if the two were entities not meant to intertwine. Under the meticulous scrutiny of Imo Xiaolong, it became evident that everyone was avoiding the individuals beside them. He couldn't help but murmur, in this situation, I fear you might be the true demon. Xu Xian remained unperturbed, her gaze fixed ahead. The matter had reached its final hour. Choose your path wisely, select correctly, and you may live, select incorrectly. And you shall perish. The sharpness of her final words startled Imo Xiaolong, who, taken aback, inquired, Are you no longer pretending? Xu Xian shrugged and replied, It matters not. It is merely a game. If I lose, I lose. After all, I shall not die. You need only to unveil the identity of the demon from that high platform. Xu Xian pointed to an empty space ahead, whether intentionally or not. She indicated the location of Yamazaki Jinya. The woman clad in a pristine white veil happened to cast her gaze in their direction, offering a slight nod as a form of acknowledgement. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room, a flurry of discussions erupted. What the hell? It's turning into a grand showdown. The contestants are unsteady. If they could just maneuver with the female specter a bit longer, wouldn't they gain more time to gather information? To be fair, the above comment holds merit. After the fact, everyone speaks so loudly. During the spectacle, you all were the most boisterous. Enough chatter. I firmly believe Brother Xiaolong has everything under control. Amidst the lively discourse, a surprising scene unfolded within the realm of Hokage ghost tales. Imo Xiaolong extended his hand in an inviting gesture. Would it be possible to invite you to witness the conclusion of this spectacle? Xu Xian smiled. Of course, it is. The villagers below did not intervene, allowing the two to approach the front stage, standing before the nominal daughter of the town's mayor. Now, make your choice. Who is the demon? Yamazaki Jinya and Xu Xian stood side by side, their fingers intertwined, then turned their gaze toward Imo Xiaolong. One draped in a black cloak, exuding an aura of darkness, the other clad in a pristine Western wedding gown, veiled in white. From an external perspective, the outcome appeared glaringly obvious. Imo Xiaolong stroked his chin and mused. Oh, are you suggesting that I am the demon? Xu Xian stepped forward, positioning herself before Imo Xiaolong. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, she revealed a cunning smile. Are you certain of your choice? Imo Xiaolong hesitated, as time was regrettably short. Just as Yamazaki Jinya had anticipated, he struggled to recall the rules, striving to interconnect them. After all, the bazaar can deceive, but the rules shall not. Rules. 1. This is the realm of the mind. It is also a land of fantasy belonging to the girl. 2. The town is a beautiful place. 3. You may forget all your troubles and begin to enjoy. 4. Please assist the girl in recognizing reality. Truth and falsehood hold little significance. The rules undoubtedly serve their purpose, and they must be interconnected. Imo Xiaolong began to close his eyes, reflecting upon all that had transpired since his arrival in the town. The enthusiastic matron and the pursued Zyajingi. The villagers' bewildered reactions while accompanying Zyajingi unmistakably hinted at the demonic identity of the other. Yet, this seems rather too conspicuous. Truth and falsehood hold little significance. Imo Xiaolong opened his eyes, grinding his teeth as he muttered. He cast an angry glance at the two figures of Yamashiro Jinya, whose faces were equally obscured. In his heart, he reaffirmed his inner conjecture. A plausible idea had just flashed through my mind. I wonder if you would be interested in hearing it? Upon hearing his words, Zyajingi's smile vanished as an ominous premonition washed over her. Nevertheless, she defiantly replied, "If you have something to say, then say it. I cannot prevent you from speaking." Chapter 43, Analysis and New Crisis. In the Tale of the Hokage, Emo Xiaolong spoke earnestly. "The town is a splendid place. The villagers I encountered upon my arrival attest to this rule. However, they exhibit nothing but relentless disdain towards you. It is only in my presence that this hostility seems to wane. Therefore, your identity is self-evident. Without your existence, I could have roamed the town freely, relishing its beauty while gathering intelligence." Emo Xiaolong stated with conviction. "Are you already certain that I am a demon?" The tone of Yuki seemed increasingly urgent. Emo Xiaolong observed the despondent expression on her face and shook his head with a light chuckle. "Do not be hasty. I have yet to complete my thoughts. The rules are rather unremarkable. They merely inform me of my surroundings. Rule 4. Aid the girl in discerning reality, in conjunction with the conditions you provided for passage. Exposing the identity of the demon is but a matter of differing terminology. Rule 5. Truth and falsehood hold little significance. This rule is paramount. It has already revealed the answer to me." Having organized the clues thus far, Emo Xiaolong felt assured of his victory. He looked at Yuki with a mocking expression. "Yamanaka Ino, do you still refuse to concede? I do not comprehend your words." Yamanaka Ino retorted, biting her silver teeth. "It seems you are one who will not shed tears until confronted with the coffin." Emo Xiaolong shook his head at her demeanor. He stepped forward, forcibly removing the cloak of Ino and the veil of Yamanaka. "The correct answer is, you are both demons. I have triumphed." Yamanaka Ino. In this moment, Emo Xiaolong exuded unparalleled confidence. In Longhua, the live stream had stirred up a considerable uproar due to Emo Xiaolong's performance. "Incredible! Is this truly the sole method to succeed? I must admit, the contestant is indeed impressive. To be fair, I also considered it. But only after the contestant's explanation. Those above are shameless." 10,086. Bakayuru. Contestants from Longhua should not forget. The results are not yet in. Do not celebrate prematurely. Shiba. Our nation is currently investigating the contestant's ancestry. We anticipate results post-game. Shiba's traditional culture? Utterly absurd. Sakura chicken and Shiba dogs deserve no mercy. Do not insult dogs in such a manner. The live chat erupted once more into a cacophony of disputes. In the Tale of the Hokage, as Emo Xiaolong removed the barriers concealing the truth, Yuki could no longer engage in her deceit. With a final furious glance at Emo Xiaolong, she transformed into black sludge, gradually enveloping the other Yamanaka Ino. In a brief moment, the two entities merged into one. Indeed, this body feels much more comfortable. Yamamoto Yino casually turned around a couple of times, savoring the current state of her being. Then, she cast a glance at Emo Xiaolong and softly remarked, "You've certainly changed quite a bit. Less chatter. I have won this game, haven't I?" Yamamoto Yino gently nodded, affirming the truth in the other's words. Emo Xiaolong let out a sigh of relief, his vigilance dissipating entirely at that moment. However, unexpectedly, a delicate fist whizzed towards his face. The impact was slight, just enough to bewilder without causing any harm. Emo Xiaolong looked on in confusion. "Didn't you say it was over?" "Indeed, it is over, but I was rather displeased. So I gave you a punch for good measure." As her words fell, the entire fantastical realm transformed into a colorful ribbon before vanishing completely. Simultaneously, in the outside world, in the Dragon Nation, and within the live stream. Ding! Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Nation players for completing the eerie tale, Yamamoto Yeno's Girl Fantasy. Phase rewards are now being distributed. All citizens of the Dragon Nation have their lifespans increased by 2 years, soil fertility enhanced by 1%, and physical strength elevated by 1%. Wow! Incredible! Another 2 years added to our lifespans. How delightful! Emo Xiaolong is amazing. I can only feel that this girl's eerie quality rivals that of the Hinata sisters. I concur with the previous comment. However, the contestant is impressive. The contestant is impressive. The contestant is impressive. The contestant is impressive. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. According to our investigations from the Western 8 Nation, contestant Emo Xiaolong hails from our lineage. Therefore, you should belong to us, the Western 8 Nation. Upon hearing this, the accolades for Emo Xiaolong abruptly ceased, replaced by an onslaught of profanities as everyone united in their scorn for the Western Eight Nation. The language became too intense, causing the comments to be suppressed. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Naruto horror tale, Emo Xiaolong, lying on the floor, regained consciousness. The moment he opened his eyes, he sprang up. "What is all over me?" Emo Xiaolong quickly shook his hands, attempting to rid himself of the black sludge. In no time, the black mud gradually fell away, transforming into the figure of Yamamoto Yeno. She stifled a yawn and cast a bland glance at Emo Xiaolong before saying nothing further and returning to her counter to lie down. Emo Xiaolong chose to ignore her. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, ding. Congratulations on passing the first level of Yamamoto Yeno's game. Your fusion rate has increased by 5. The rewards after completing the game arrived as promised. The enhancement in fusion rate brought only a sense of comfort enveloped in warmth. After a brief moment, Emo Xiaolong opened his eyes, filled with a glimmer of joy. Clenching his fist, he softly murmured to himself, "I am strong now." Just as he intended to step outside the shop to observe the sky, a sudden recollection struck him, compelling him to approach the counter with a sense of trepidation. There lay the domain of Yamamoto Aya. Rules of the Yamamoto Flower Shop. 1. The fragrance of the flowers is toxic. Please refrain from inhaling too much. 2. The antidote rests in Yamamoto Aya's hands. 3. Cherish the flowers to receive the antidote. 4. Satisfy Yamamoto Aya's requests. 5. Although the flowers are beautiful, do not approach them. Emo Xiaolong vividly recalled these rules. He was currently in a state of poisoning and dared not venture out carelessly. Should the poison take effect, it would spell grave misfortune. With this thought in mind, Emo Xiaolong gently tapped the counter with his index finger. Yamamoto Aya glanced up, visibly impatient. To be continued. Chapter 44. The 30 Days of Laughter in the Realm of Long Kingdom, within the confines of a live broadcast room. Fervent discussions erupted once more with the actions of Emo Xiaolong. Goodness, is he courting disaster again? Wah, no? Please, don't. ZZ contestants. We've just overcome one eerie tale. Why provoke it again? Honestly, I don't quite grasp this move. Have they forgotten the floral shop rules? Are the contestants oblivious to their predicament? What are you all paying attention to in this live stream? Could it be that everyone's thoughts are fixated on the peach? Silence, you slanderer. You are defaming me. The atmosphere in the live room momentarily transformed into one of merriment. In the midst of the Naruto horror tale, Yamanaka Ino, her patience wearing thin, remarked, "The game has concluded. Do not disturb me." Emo Xiaolong's methods of clearing levels were excessively intense, particularly throughout the gameplay, which left Yamanaka Ino exceedingly displeased. At this moment, she wished not to see him. Yet, one cannot entirely fault Emo Xiaolong. The primary reason lay in Yamanaka Ino's deviation from the game rules, opting instead to disrupt Emo Xiaolong's thought process. In a typical scenario, Emo Xiaolong would be gathering intelligence alone in the town, ultimately identifying the suspect as Yamanaka Ino. However, who could blame the girl for her solitude? She merely desired companionship for a leisurely stroll, hoping to defeat Emo Xiaolong and transform him into her ally. Yamanaka Ino firmly believed she was in the right, without a shadow of a doubt. It was solely Emo Xiaolong's failure to adhere to her plan that led to this predicament. To be fair, was it truly wrong for Yamanaka Ino to be defeated while engrossed in her novel? A playful self-preservation gesture. At this moment, confronted with Yamanaka Ino's inquiry, Emo Xiaolong awkwardly raised a finger to scratch his cheek. Yet, he bravely spoke, "The flower is poisonous. Could you provide me with an antidote?" "Oh." At the sound of his words, Yamanaka Ino's interest peaked. A teasing smile graced her face. "I nearly forgot. Thank you for the reminder." Yamanaka Ino shifted from a prone position to sitting upright, her delicate feet beneath the counter starting to sway uncontrollably. Observing Emo Xiaolong's somewhat frozen expression, she crossed her arms and commanded, "Go water the flowers." Emo Xiaolong could hardly bear such a demeanor, yet, for the sake of the antidote, he chose to comply. While holding the watering can and tending to the flowers, he endeavored to hold his breath, well aware of the intoxicating fragrance. "By the way, what poison have I fallen victim to?" Emo Xiaolong inquired of Yamanaka Ino, who had approached him. Do not even think about seeking an antidote." Yamanaka Ino discerned his intentions. However, she unabashedly declared, "I will tell you directly. There is no cure for this. If you do not consume the specially formulated antidote daily, you will undoubtedly perish within 30 days. Yamanaka Ino regarded him with a haughty stance, hands on her hips, her expression one of playful arrogance. 30 days. Emo Xiaolong's voice was somewhat elevated. In the mountains, Yamazaki Inaho assumed the other party was simply frightened, and she even extended her small foot to give him a light kick. Of course, it's 30 days. If you feel scared, then get to work, she commanded once more. However, upon discerning the timing of the poison's onset, Emo Xiaolong swiftly seized her kicking leg and pushed her away. 3 minutes in the east, 3 minutes in the west. How dare you bully me with such trifles? Emo Xiaolong gazed at the bewildered Yamazaki Inaho sprawled on the ground, picked up a nearby watering can, and poured all the remaining water over her. This is a lesson for you. Don't be so arrogant next time. Seizing the opportunity while Yamazaki Inaho was still dazed, Emo Xiaolong took off running. In Longwa's live broadcast room. Wow. Vengeance is best served immediately. My brother Xiaolong is truly impressive. Haha, what an amusing female anomaly. 30 days of poison onset. This is hilarious. After 30 days, the strange tales will conclude. If the participants can survive, they will be free of all adverse conditions. What the person above said is correct. The premise is that one must survive 30 days. That is an unprecedented scenario. Bakayuru. Your participants are doomed on the 10th day. Sakura chicken, be quiet. Sakura chicken, be quiet. Sakura chicken, be quiet. 10,086. Meanwhile, in the realm of Hokage's strange tales, Emo Xiaolong was sprinting through the streets of Konoha, a wild grin adorning his face. How exhilarating. Behind him, a roar echoed. You scoundrel, stop right there. I will kill you. Emo Xiaolong smirked, unfazed, as he began to form hand seals. No, I fear you not. Shadow clone technique. Yamazaki Inaho raised her small fist, creating a shadow clone with each strike. Bang, bang, bang as the clones vanished. White smoke billowed, obscuring vision. A small pebble rolled to Yamazaki Inaho's feet during this moment of distraction. Just as she looked around, searching for her target, the pebble suddenly morphed into Emo Xiaolong's likeness. Wind release, spiraling Xu Xian. This was the pinnacle of his power without the aid of the Nine Tails. He had provoked her for this very moment. As they approached the 10th day of the Bizarre Tales, Emo Xiaolong needed to verify his current strength. In a one-on-one situation, I can emerge victorious. Witnessing Yamazaki Inaho's form shatter under his ultimate move, a smile inevitably graced Emo Xiaolong's lips. In Longwa's live broadcast room. Wow, what a pity. Indeed. It's quite unfortunate. If only we could have tied her up, wouldn't that be something? A love story between human and ghost? Wow, it's regenerating. Hurry. Tie it up. It's usable. What on earth is wrong with you all? Your perversions are beyond description. Shouldn't we marvel at the sheer prowess of the competitors? It is assured. With such formidable strength, the participants are bound to navigate the impending calamity of the eerie tales with relative safety. My goodness. I wish to immigrate to the Dragon Kingdom. Truly splendid. Me too. I also wish to apply for immigration to the Dragon Kingdom. However, the Dragon Kingdom is not currently accepting foreign immigrants. The previous comment holds true. Even the grievances of 10 generations may be avenged. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Naruto horror tales, Emo Xiaolong gazed at the healing Ino Yamanaka, feeling a chill in his heart. No way. I know you won't perish, but must you recover so swiftly? You scoundrel. How many of you are there? I shall never forgive you, you wretch. Transformed into a puddle of black mud, Ino Yamanaka enveloped Emo Xiaolong completely. Hey, you violated the rules by attacking me first, so even if I consume you now, it cannot be deemed my fault. With those words, Emo Xiaolong was entirely devoured. Chapter 45, Crisis Encounter in Long Nation, within the live broadcast room. What the hell? Did it just swallow him? Why isn't he resisting? Foolish contestant. Damn you. Uncle Air. Yo. Good riddance. I'm retracting my immigration application. Same here as the one above. I'm withdrawing my immigration application. No one paid attention to these two clowns as everyone rushed toward the shelter. However, at that moment in Naruto horror tales, as Emo Xiaolong was enveloped, his form suddenly transformed into a wisp of white smoke. Shadow clone? Curse that troublesome entity. In the mountains, Senjonjing roared skyward, while Emo Xiaolong's true self had already made a swift escape. What the heck? A deity? Such tricks? Even deceiving the audience? I must say, that was an excellent ruse. To be fair, the one upstairs is right. But next time, don't play like this. My friend has a weak heart. Bastard. Despicable contestant from Long Nation, Zenai. Shiba. In an inevitable situation, how can this still be a deception? Brothers, Xiaolong has already escaped. Something is happening in the Maligian nation. Quick, let us go see. Really? Take me along. 10,086. At this moment in Naruto horror tales, the contestant from Maligian nation, Nara Jack had a straightforward initial rule. Nara Farm S rules. 1. This is an herbal cultivation garden. 2. Your daily task is to tend to the herbs in the fields. Please water and fertilize them regularly. 3. Daily, someone will deliver living supplies. Please do not wander about. 4. The Nara clan excels in shadow imitation techniques. Nara Jack diligently adhered to the first 3 rules and avoided shadowy areas, managing to survive for quite some time. However, today, an unforeseen event transpired. Within the cultivation garden, as Nara Jack was watering the flowers as usual, the shadow behind him suddenly became menacing and clawed at him. In an instant, he was decapitated by the shadow. The blood gushed forth, absorbed by the herbs, taking on a crimson hue, as if ripening. What the hell? Opening Thunderstrike. Entering only to meet demise. Truly pathetic. To be fair, how could one die so easily? Has the one upstairs watched too much of Xiaolong's livestream? Have they forgotten everyone's normal level? Maligian contestant eliminated. Penalty imposed. All citizens of Maligian Nation lose 1 year of lifespan. The horror tales of Maligian Nation have invaded. Please prepare yourselves. What the hell? Brothers, the last White Bear Nation is also in trouble. I'm serious about watching the spectacle. Hurry. Let us go together. In the realm of Naruto horror tales, the participant from the land of the White Bear is Akimichi Baishong, whose rules are remarkably straightforward. The survival guidelines of the Akimichi clan. 1. You possess an immense fondness for food. A single meal must consist of at least 1 whole roasted lamb. 2. The cafeteria provides ample sustenance daily. You must arrive punctually and consume every morsel. 3. Wastefulness is a disgrace, and it will lead to certain demise. Such painfully simple rules often conceal considerable challenges. In the days preceding, Akimichi Baishong endeavored to finish every bite of food. However, upon his visit to the cafeteria today, he was met with the shocking sight of raw meat, raw beef. The grotesque nature and pungent odor overwhelmed him, while those around him feasted with delight. Reluctantly, he followed suit, devouring the meat in large bites. Yet, the inevitable happened. He could not control his stomach and promptly vomited. In an instant, his complexion turned ashen. The surrounding diners, having ceased their eating, gazed silently at this unfortunate clan member who had wasted food. Unable to withstand the weight of their scrutiny, Akimichi Baishong fled the cafeteria. However, as he ran, his body began to dissolve, nourishing the earth beneath him. In a mere 5 minutes, he perished on the spot. Rule 3. Wastefulness is a disgrace, and it will lead to certain demise. Goodness. Another one has met their end. According to my calculations, the only survivor is Emo Xiaolong from our Dragon Nation. All other nations have perished. Alas, in the realm of horror tales, death seems inevitable. I only hope our contestant can withstand the madness of the 10th day. Let us hope so. A sense of pessimism swept over everyone. However, there was little they could do. After all, in the history of these large-scale horror tales, not a single individual has successfully completed the challenge. At this moment within Naruto horror tales, Emo Xiaolong, having validated his strength, was joyfully making his way to Ichiraka Ramen. With the impending horror tale rampage in a few days, his chances of survival increased significantly. If he could conquer a few more horror games and fully integrate his abilities, would he not be able to traverse this world with ease? No, that is not right. The opponents he has faced thus far are not formidable. Emo Xiaolong recalled Nara Shikamaru's words. Their team of 11 was merely the first hurdle. If his assumptions were correct, the adversaries to come would likely be of Kakashi's caliber. He shuddered at the thought of that white-haired scoundrel augmented by the horror's amplification. How terrifying would that be? Nevertheless, at this juncture, he could only take one step at a time. As he turned a corner on the street, a sudden seriousness enveloped his countenance. The reason being, he encountered an unexpectedly familiar figure. Long time no see, greeted SHBU, holding a bamboo basket and smiling. With that smile came an overwhelming pressure that surged towards Emo Xiaolong. His feet involuntarily retreated. What is happening? Emo Xiaolong's mind was flooded with confusion. Why is this seemingly ordinary person, Changpu, so formidable? He recalled the advice from the elderly man he had struck, beware of my daughter. It turned out to be a genuine warning, rather than a mere quirk of a supernatural game. Cursed be it, he must flee swiftly. Emo Xiaolong gazed at the charmingly smiling Changpu, envisioning 100 ways to escape home. However, it seemed that Changpu could read his thoughts, as she spoke directly. Give up. No matter which way you go, returning home is futile. I have come to eliminate you completely, and for that, I care not if this body is obliterated by the rules. As her words echoed, a torrent of black mud surged forth from behind Changpu, rushing towards Emo Xiaolong. The technique of multiple shadow clones. Countless versions of Emo Xiaolong manifested. The leader shouted, "Brothers, scatter and run." The 36 stratagems dictate that retreat is paramount. Run. All dispersed. Yet they were swiftly engulfed by the black mud. Ultimately, as Changpu locked onto Emo Xiaolong's true form, she thundered, "Do not think of escaping." To be continued. Chapter 46. The new Strange Tales game. In the realm of Naruto's Strange Tales, Emo Xiaolong continued to flee without a backward glance. Only a fool would halt and confront an adversary head-on in such circumstances. I am a wise man. Violence and bloodshed are entirely unbefitting of me. Goodness. The contestants are utterly shameless. I absolutely adore it. Yamanaka Ino, Black Mud version say that again. It must be acknowledged that only a contestant devoid of shame could survive. As discussions continued in the live stream, an unusual situation arose once more in Naruto's Strange Tales. Back in his apartment, Emo Xiaolong leaned against the door, gasping for breath. He couldn't trust the eerie words. If Tsunade couldn't handle this door, how could a mere Calabash possibly breach it? He spoke with unwavering confidence. However, when the black mud began to seep through the crack beneath the door, his expression turned to one of dismay. "You're quite the runner." The black mud writhed at the entrance, gradually shaping into a humanoid form. "Now's my chance." Emo Xiaolong's gaze sharpened as he seized upon an opening, leaping through the window in a bid for escape. Only a fool would remain to issue threats. At the entrance, shards of glass littered the floor, while the black liquid flowed languidly. A moment of silence enveloped the air, interrupted only by the cawing of two crows outside. To Calabash, this sounded like a mocking taunt. "Fool, fool." It is worth mentioning that Calabash had initially intended to deliver a few cutting remarks. Yet, she had not anticipated Emo Xiaolong's utter lack of decorum. This left her at a loss for words. Stop right there. Ultimately, she could only roar those few words. As an ordinary person suddenly endowed with immense power, her lack of combat experience was understandable. Fortunately, in this moment, her flustered expression was hidden from view. Soon after, the obsidian liquid abandoned its attempt to revert to humanoid form and instead leapt forward, pursuing Emo Xiaolong. On the streets of Konoha, she chased him relentlessly. He had no means of escape. The pursuit of a woman after a man is a tale as old as time. Time passed, and Emo Xiaolong finally paused at the entrance of a shop. Breathing heavily, he leaned against the wall, gasping for air. Behind him, a mocking voice emerged. "Running away? Why have you stopped? You appear quite fatigued. Perhaps you should surrender." Calabash emerged from the shadows, her words laced with sarcasm. A mass of inky liquid coalesced in her hand, poised for an imminent attack. "Wait." Emo Xiaolong raised a hand to halt her. Calabash paused, deciding to grant this individual a moment longer. It was merely the residual pride of a powerful being. Yet, it was this very arrogance that Emo Xiaolong sought to exploit. A glimmer of sorrow flashed in his eyes as he forced 2 tears to fall, invoking the power of emotion. "Sister Calabash, I believe our relationship should be one of friendship, shouldn't it?" "Of course, we are friends," Pu replied without hesitation. Then, amidst Emo Xiaolong's astonished gaze, she narrowed her eyes, puffed out her chest, and continued with a tone of pride, "It is precisely because we are friends that we must belong to the same camp. Rest assured, it won't be too painful. It's merely a fleeting moment." As she spoke, Pu playfully licked her lips with her delicate pink tongue, revealing a mischievous smile. "Friends? Delicious," Emo Xiaolong exclaimed in shock. "What on earth is this?" His surprise morphed into fear as he swiftly formed hand seals. "Shadow clone jutsu," he declared. But it was futile, all efforts were in vain. As per the usual routine, each clone met its end with a single blow. Emo Xiaolong's gaze shifted to the nearby house. Fully aware that his home was no longer a sanctuary, he could not match her in strength. Therefore, the sole means of survival lay before him, to engage once more in the game of bizarre tales. With that thought, Emo Xiaolong made a face at Pu and turned his back, playfully patting his backside as he taunted, "Sister Pu, without a boyfriend. Why not have some fun with my clones? I refuse to believe you can catch me again." Pu momentarily blanked, having assumed her opponent had surrendered, only to be met with mockery. Consequently, Emo Xiaolong's shadow clone unleashed 2 spiraling attacks. "You insufferable wretch." As the smoke dissipated, an unharmed figure emerged. "Where do you find the audacity to speak to me in such a manner?" Infuriated, Pu laughed bitterly and flicked her wrist, unleashing a torrent of inky liquid that followed her movement. Bang, bang, bang. The multitude of shadow clones vanished, yet Emo Xiaolong was unconcerned. He had already retreated into the house. On the street, upon witnessing her target escape once more, Pu emitted a thunderous roar of rage. What kind of trickery is this? Meanwhile, in Longwa, Within a live broadcast room, the audience reacted, "Wow, truly a contestant, daring to provoke their opponent at the end." To be fair, they escaped this time, but what will they do against the furious anomaly blocking their path? I believe if the contestant had not provoked their opponent, there might have been a glimmer of hope. Do you think it's possible that this female anomaly is exceeding standard limits? The room fell into silence. Honestly, it seems everyone is accustomed to contestants being entangled with anomalies that exceed the norm. Fortune in love? A calamity of romance. Absolutely right. Humans are fortune, while anomalies are disasters. Meanwhile, in another realm of the Naruto mystery, a languid voice greeted, "Welcome." Huh? Which trickery is this? Emerging from behind the counter was Nara Shikamaru. Emo continued to stride, stepping through the doorway while surveying his surroundings. Firstly, there hangs a sign above, inscribed with the words Nara Pharmacy. Gazing straight ahead reveals an area filled with goods. Within this expansive space, a few wooden shelves stand, each tier laden with various medicinal herbs, albeit in a rather unappealing condition. The dust that blankets them further indicates that this place has long been neglected. At the top of the shelves, several redwood boxes are positioned. It is there that the precious herbs are stored. Regrettably, no one seems to have need for such items anymore. Emo takes in all of this, and then speaks with conviction. "Let us dispense with trivialities. I have come to challenge you." With a confident flourish of his hand, there is no trace of the panic one would expect from someone being pursued. Nara Shikamaru lets out a slight sigh, looking at Emo Xiaolong's cheek, and responds with a note of resignation, "If only. I wish that you had been torn apart by that fellow outside before entering the shop. Then, we could have been companions once more." It is evident that Nara Shikamaru is aware of the events outside. However, the rules of the supernatural game dictate a separation, where each entity operates independently. Furthermore, a participant's voluntary engagement in the supernatural is an absolute breach of protocol. No anomaly can contravene this principle. Thus, Nara Shikamaru must reluctantly allow Emo Xiaolong to enter and compete. Chapter 47. Another one. In the shop of Nara Shikamaru, Emo Xiaolong smiled silently, taking a step forward, puffing out his chest, and declared aloud, "You actually know what transpired outside just now. Therefore, you should be aware of my response." A hint of helplessness flickered in Nara Shikamaru's eyes as he shook his head and replied, "You are merely courting disaster." Enough. Emo Xiaolong's expression turned cold as he raised his hand, forcefully interrupting the other's words. "Whether it is a dead end or not is not for you to determine." He gazed at Shikamaru with a defiant look. "You have no understanding of my current predicament. I am both Uzumaki Naruto and Emo Xiaolong. Furthermore, within this vast multiverse, I possess countless other identities. Ever since I entered this divine game of unification across realms, I have had no retreat. Only by attaining supremacy or facing death can I find my way back." Seeing this, Nara Shikamaru lowered his gaze and sighed softly, "Since you are prepared, let us commence." As a person averse to trouble, Shikamaru, unaware of his opponent's thoughts, was reluctant to engage in idle chatter. He simply waved his hand to initiate his own eerie game. "If only I had designed the difficulty of this game a bit higher back then. Given the current situation, it seems I am doomed to lose. How troublesome. However, perhaps I could employ a few underhanded tactics." "Do not hold it against me, Nara Shikamaru." A glimmer of calculation flashed in Shikamaru's eyes, though the words remained unspoken. Only a single complaint reached Emo Xiaolong's ears. Before he could ponder the implications, the scene before him suddenly transformed. They found themselves in a forest, a place renowned for nurturing prodigies since ancient times. For instance, the one who uttered that famous saying trained within this very forest. "Leave Uchiha Madara to me." Ninja wore Rock Lee. Verdant trees swayed as birds flitted overhead. Emo Xiaolong reached out to catch a piece of white paper drifting down from the sky. Nara Shikamaru's nightmare game. The rules are as follows. 1. Please help Saratobi Asuma survive. 2. Please defeat Haiden. Conditions for success. In the Dragon Kingdom, a thunderous discussion erupted in the live streaming room. Wow. Such simple rules. To be fair, the simpler the rules, the greater the difficulty. A Song of Despair is preemptively dedicated to the participants. This level of difficulty in a horror game? No way. Is this not deliberately making things difficult? What the person above said is true. This horror game clearly has no intention of allowing anyone to survive. Though pessimism is unwarranted, I too believe there is no chance of victory, especially since we lack any information about these two individuals mentioned in the rules. Rushing in would surely lead to certain death. Is there a possibility to try using shadow clones? Forget it, those above. It is a certain death. You should retreat to safety as soon as possible. The conditions are remarkably clear. The Dragon Kingdom is destined for defeat. I yearn to witness this young man meet his demise. In the narrative of Naruto's Strange Tales, Emo Xiaolong, after perusing the rules, let out 3 resounding howls to the heavens. Ha ha ha, victory is assured. A glimmer of confidence radiated from his eyes. I have never encountered such an effortlessly simple tale. Reflecting on the previous games governed by female entities, a wave of sorrow washed over him. Glancing at the note in his hand, he lifted his gaze to the sky and laughed heartily. Shikamaru, though you are hailed as the strategist of Konoha, your wisdom appears rather limited. Clearly, this peculiar game posed no challenge for Emo Xiaolong, who was well-versed in the storyline. Completing it would be as effortless as drinking water. His heart brimmed with the assurance of victory. After uttering these words, he promptly discarded the note and hastened toward the forest. If memory serves correctly, Asuma Saratobi should have had his blood drawn by Haiden in the woods, followed by his demise. With this thought, a spark of determination ignited in his eyes. I must hasten my search. Slowly, he began to form hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Numerous clones dispersed in all directions, scouring the vicinity. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, after witnessing Emo Xiaolong's performance, the audience erupted in discussion. Oh no, it's over. The contestant has completely lost it. Sigh. Given such pressure, it's commendable that he hasn't resorted to self-harm. It's no wonder the viewers harbored such thoughts. After all, they were utterly unaware of the plot. You mustn't speak of Brother Xiaolong in such a manner. He will undoubtedly prevail. Nonsense. If he wins, I, Sakura Tailang, will livestream myself eating a table. I concur with the aforementioned opinion. As long as I don't have to eat, whispers those infuriating people from the West. I challenge you to a duel of honor. This is a conspiracy by the Dragon Kingdom. That statement wasn't made by the West. The live stream erupted into chaos once more, as many from the Dragon Kingdom reveled in the commotion. Within Naruto's Strange Tales, Emo Xiaolong, utilizing the convenience of his shadow clones, swiftly located Asuma Saratobi, who was camping in a certain part of the forest. Without hesitation, he rushed toward that location. Here, in the heart of the forest, before a crackling campfire, Asuma sat on the ground, idly poking at the flames with a stick. The mission was to eliminate a group of mercenaries. With my strength, it will be an effortless task. Suddenly, a gust of wind alerted Asuma Saratobi. His ears perked up as he stood and gazed toward the treetops. The figure of Naruto Uzumaki had already appeared there. Upon discerning the approaching figure, Asuma Saratobi's previously tense heart immediately relaxed. Which path do you take? What brings you here? Asuma-sensei, this place is perilous. You must listen to me. Naruto Uzumaki shouted fervently. Advancing towards Asuma. Halt. Do not approach any closer. The nearby Emo Xiaolong's eyes widened in terror as he bellowed in anger. That person is not me. Asuma, be cautious. Emo Xiaolong could hardly fathom the emergence of another self. What in the world is this? Moreover, he sensed malice emanating from the other individual, as well as a murderous intent directed at Asuma Saratobi. It was evident that this entity sought to thwart his mission. Meanwhile, Asuma Saratobi, having heard the shouts, deftly threw a kunai to prevent the stranger from advancing, then stood quietly, awaiting the arrival of yet another Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 48, Truth and Falsehood in the Dragon Kingdom. Within the live streaming room, the audience erupted into fervent discussions upon the sight of 2 contestants. Goodness, what a perplexing challenge. How could one deceptively transform into a contestant to gain trust? I was initially delighted that the contestants had found their target tasks. Little did I expect this game would teach me a lesson in difficulty. It's a guaranteed loss. Many viewers could discern the true identities of the contestants by the names displayed above their heads, even when Emo Xiaolong utilized shadow clones, as the names would still appear. Thus, they were able to identify the imposter. Meanwhile, in the realm of Naruto, in a small grove, Saratobi Asuma gazed thoughtfully at the 2 Naruto Uzumakis before him. Which path do they hail from? There are no signs of transformation. Am I imagining things? Saratobi Asuma couldn't help but stroke his chin. Pondering the perplexing situation, I'm the real Naruto Uzumaki. He is the fake Emo Xiaolong. The 2 indistinguishable figures pointed at one another, shouting loudly. If glares could kill, the imposter would have been sliced to pieces by Emo Xiaolong's gaze. In the Dragon Kingdom, within the live streaming room. Goodness, what a memorable scene. It's the true and false Monkey King. Only the Buddha himself could discern this situation. What a farce. Let us not dwell on unnecessary thoughts. Let us consider our safety after the contestants lose. In the realm of Naruto. All right, enough. Saratobi Asuma hastily waved his hands to calm the 2. though he was subtly retreating to a safer distance. Once he had distanced himself, Sarutobi Asuma spoke again. I cannot discern who is true and who is false. In this situation, you must find a way to prove yourselves. With this question posed, the pressure had shifted entirely to Imo Shalong. This was because Naruto Uzumaki displayed a confident smile, and an orange chakra cloak enveloped him, signifying the power of the Nine Tails. Seeing this, Sarutobi Asuma's mind began to race. After all, there is only one Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He turned his gaze to the visibly distressed Imo Shalong. Do you have anything to say? During this bizarre game, Naruto had not mastered the Nine Tails chakra mode. Thus it was normal for him to erupt in an orange chakra cloak. The Naruto Uzumaki blocked the advancing Sarutobi Asuma and then flashed a taunting smile at Imo Shalong, saying, "What do you have to say, you imposter?" Imo Shalong took a deep breath, raising his gaze to the Naruto Uzumaki before him. At this juncture, he had deduced the true identity of the person standing before him. He slowly began to form hand seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. Suddenly, the forest was filled with hundreds of Imo Shalong. Under the vigilant gaze of Sarutobi Asuma, Imo Shalong refrained from launching an attack, and instead, they all shouted in unison. Shikamaru, this is your nightmarish game. According to the rules, Sarutobi Asuma can only perish at the hands of Haiden. Since you have earned Asuma's trust, I shall take it upon myself to eliminate Haiden. I shall ensure your efforts are in vain. Although his words bore a semblance to those of a villain, it was a desperate measure. After all, the current Imo Shalong was incapable of unleashing the Nine Tails chakra at will. Thus, in this confrontation, he found himself at a disadvantage. As his declaration resonated, all shadow clones dispersed in every direction. A grave expression clouded Sarutobi Asuma's features. How could he possess such a jutsu? The shadow clone technique was supposed to be a secret of Konoha. Asuma's bewilderment went unanswered, and within the camp, only two remained. Imo Shalong's conjecture was correct. The one impersonating him was none other than Nara Shikamaru. Gradually, he began to shed his disguise, revealing that his chakra cloak was merely a fade. His appearance crafted from black mud. Now, Nara Shikamaru raised his gaze to Sarutobi Asuma, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes. Indeed, the specter before him was nothing more than a simulacrum born of this game. Sarutobi Asuma remained indifferent to Imo Shalong's previous words, as well as the statements made by this Naruto Uzumaki. As Shikamaru had indicated, he was merely a phantom, completely devoted to the actions and thoughts dictated by the rules of the game. However, in a somewhat favorable light for Imo Shalong, Nara Shikamaru could not exert complete control over him. He could only employ indirect methods to gain Sarutobi Asuma's trust and then drive Imo Shalong away. Shikamaru would never act beyond the bounds permitted by the rules. Otherwise, the rift within the world of Hokage would likely widen once more. To protect the last sanctuary of the Hokage realm, Nara Shikamaru stood as the staunchest guardian of the rules. If not for the constraints of these rules, you would have surely become our comrade on the very first day of your arrival. What a pity, he murmured, standing alongside Sarutobi Asuma and gazing toward the far side of the forest. Meanwhile, Imo Shalong was racing through the woods. Damn it, that guy must be that rascal Shikamaru. Only he would dare to concoct such a shameless yet rule-abiding scheme. Though he had discerned his opponent's identity, Imo Shalong found himself powerless against it. His initial plan had been to persuade Sarutobi Asuma to return to Konoha, which would undoubtedly have been the simplest course of action. However, Shikamaru's interference had led to the current predicament, forcing him to confront Haiden. This had undeniably escalated the difficulty of the situation. Still, despite his frustrations, Imo Shalong, accustomed to unforeseen changes, resolutely set out to search for Haiden's presence in the forest. Not here. Nothing here. Over there. Nothing. How is it possible that there is nothing to be found? After an extensive search, the shadow clone has yielded no results. At this moment, Imo Shalong is perched atop a tree branch. His complexion has grown somewhat pallid due to the depletion of chakra. Currently, Imo Shalong's degree of fusion is insufficient. His chakra has yet to transform into Shatura, thus, feeling a bit weak is to be expected. Could it be a matter of time? Perhaps that is why Fade Wan and Jiaodo have not yet arrived? Imo Shalong could not help but murmur to himself. This seems to be the only explanation that clarifies the situation. In the Dragon Kingdom, within the live broadcast room. Goodness, brothers, I believe we have a chance to win this round. At first, I shared the same sentiment as the previous commenter. But upon witnessing the bizarre impersonation of the contestants, I can no longer maintain that belief. Cunning and deceitful. This is utterly outrageous. I don't want to play anymore. The thrill is too intense. My heart is about to explode. Chapter 49. There are multiple ways to defeat a boss. In the realm of Naruto tales, amidst the serene ambience of a lakeside forest, Emo Xiaolong was taking a moment to rest. The tranquil surface of the lake rippled gently, disturbed by a soft breeze. A flicker of concern danced in Emo Xiaolong's eyes. His current chakra was insufficient to maintain the shadow clones indefinitely, and the surrounding circumstances were not entirely within his control. Thus, the only viable option was to narrow the scope of surveillance, centering it around Asuma Sarutobi. With this thought, Emo Xiaolong rose to his feet and gazed towards the direction from which he had come, the very spot where Asuma Sarutobi had set up camp. Numerous shadow clones had already been dispatched, forming a protective perimeter around Asuma Sarutobi. This was not an ambush, but rather a vigilant safeguard. If not for the connection to his mission, Emo Xiaolong would have preferred not to expend such effort on a mere NPC within a game narrative. Yet, reality seldom conformed to one's desires. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he began to patrol the area surrounding the lake. At that moment, the nearby grass began to sway, a subtle movement that did not escape Emo Xiaolong's keen observation. He halted, calmly scrutinizing the source of the disturbance, and then called out. What a ludicrous attempt at concealment. 1 minute passed, then 2, followed by 5, yet no response came. Emo Xiaolong snorted derisively at the scene before him. They underestimate me far too much. The weather is utterly calm. How could a mere patch of grass move on its own? Shadow clone technique. Rasengan. He executed a series of seamless attacks directed at the grass, sending dust flying into the air. After stepping back a few paces, Emo Xiaolong continued to fixate on the spot. As the dust settled after 5 breaths, a large crater revealed a pristine white rabbit. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, the audience's previously tense emotions relaxed immediately. Whoa, that gave me a scare. I thought there was a real enemy. Ha ha ha, turns out he was just outsmarting a rabbit. To be fair, being vigilant is commendable, but forgive me, participants, I'm professionally trained and couldn't help myself. Ha ha. Laughter echoed in the live stream. Yet in the Naruto tale, the situation took another turn. Just a rabbit, Emo Xiaolong chuckled lightly. You didn't think I would fall for that, did you? His vigilance remained unwavering. What kind of spotless rabbit could exist in the forest? This was clearly a substitution technique. Did they underestimate me, Naruto Uzumaki? As Emo Xiaolong's words fell, a deep voice resonated. The intel clearly stated that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was a fool, yet this fellow before me seems rather astute. The voice emanated from the treetops, prompting Emo Xiaolong to look up. Ah, my eyes. You bastard, Shikamaru. Upon witnessing the bizarre scene, Emo Xiaolong instinctively retreated, hastily making his way to the lakeside to cleanse his eyes with pure water. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, numerous viewers began to wail in dismay. Goodness. How grotesque. I was enjoying a midnight snack while watching the stream, and now I've spilled my soy milk everywhere. My precious meal. How frustrating. Hey, I hope you're genuinely indulging in a midnight snack. At the edge of the lake, amidst the eerie tales of the Naruto universe, a furious voice echoed. You insolent nine-tailed brat. The speaker possessed emerald green eyes and flowing chestnut hair, with a scar on her forehead protector that signified her status as a rogue ninja. She was none other than the infamous defector from Takigakure, Kakuzu. Brothers with images, please share a beautiful one. Damn it, Shikamaru. Causing chaos within the game. Emo Xiaolong bellowed from his position by the lake. It was evident that Kakuzu's current appearance was not merely feminine, but had also undergone artistic manipulation by Nara Shikamaru, rendering it somewhat difficult to behold. Very well. You have successfully provoked my ire. Emo Xiaolong, caught off guard with his back turned, inadvertently conveyed a sense of disregard towards Kakuzu. Wind release. Pressure damage. Despite being overlooked, Kakuzu, as a seasoned ninja, unleashed a C-rank jutsu as a test. Emo Xiaolong appeared to be cleansing his eyes, yet he was already on high alert. He swiftly rolled to the side and crouched down. Having heard of the notorious rogue ninja Kakuzu, he now understood that the reputation was indeed well-deserved. As he uttered these words, Emo Xiaolong lowered his gaze, unwilling to meet her eyes. Not that I care where you obtained your information, but you little brat, you shall undoubtedly perish today. Kakuzu shouted in exasperation. No one dares to belittle my appearance. With that, she unleashed her secret technique, summoning 5 shadowy creatures adorned with masks of various colors. Wind release. Grand breakthrough technique. Fire release. Grand fireball technique. Lightning release. Move. The 3 elemental techniques combined, with lightning controlling the flow, wind amplifying the flames, while the remaining 2 positioned themselves behind, ready to strike at any moment. A smirk crept across Emo Xiaolong's lips. Apologies, but I have no time to squander here. He offered no resistance, allowing the jutsu to envelop him before he dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. Shadow clone? When did this happen? Kakuzu hurried to the lakeside, peering into the water's surface. After a moment of contemplation, clarity struck her. Was it when he was washing his eyes? That cunning Jinchuriki. As Kakuzu raised her head once more, she faintly discerned a figure growing ever distant across the lake. Unfortunately, you cannot escape. My other companion awaits over there. With a derisive snicker, she swiftly stepped upon the water's surface, racing towards that direction. In the depths of the forest, the drenched Imo Xiaolong sneezed. He then shook the droplets from his hair, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he softly murmured. Only a fool would squander time on the likes of the formidable Kakuzu. My true target is Haiden, not her. Near Shikamaru. Thinking he can impede my progress with Kakuzu is a folly I shall not fall for. At that moment, Imo Xiaolong felt an unusual sensation, halting his advance abruptly. He raised his gaze once more, peering up at the treetops ahead. The sinister Haiden was there, quietly observing him. What on earth is that Shikamaru up to? Upon discerning the figure's appearance, Imo Xiaolong couldn't help but voice his exasperation again. It was not that Haiden, in his transformed state, was unattractive. Rather, he was strikingly beautiful. Imo Xiaolong was utterly baffled by Shikamaru's decision to design Haiden's image in such an exquisite manner. Could it be that Shikamaru's method for eliminating his foe was rather unconventional? I certainly have no need for such tactics to vanquish a boss. Chapter 50. A direct confrontation in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room. Unlike the bewildered Imo Xiaolong, the audience erupted in howls of excitement. Goodness, those long, snow-white legs. Oh, how I adore the alluring patterns on her face. To be frank, that pattern resembles that of a succubus. Cease the baseless chatter. After witnessing that visage, I must have another round of late-night snacks. Someone check the water meter upstairs. In the realm of Naruto's tales, the Nine Tails, the malevolent female ninja, Fade-wan, descended from the trees, blocking Imo Xiaolong's path. Though you are not my target, I wouldn't mind taking you down. With those dispassionate words, she swung her massive scythe towards Imo Xiaolong. He felt elated. This was an opportunity that required no arduous effort to seize. Rather than retreat, he advanced to meet the challenge. For him, defeating her meant the completion of this bizarre game. Shadow Clone Technique. Spiraling Sphere. The classic combination attack met with resistance as the spiraling sphere was deflected by Fade-wan's scythe. The tremendous force sent her staggering backward, leaving deep grooves in the ground. Nearby, Kakuzu, witnessing the scene, shouted, Fade-wan, you dim-witted fool. Do not resist. Exchange injury for injury. Huh. Oh, right. I am immortal. As a creature of limited intellect. Fade-wan's reaction was inevitably delayed, just as she contemplated relinquishing her defense to heed Kakuzu's advice. Imo Xiaolong, having missed his strike, swiftly retreated. He was well aware of Fade-wan's capabilities. He could not allow her to obtain his blood. Observing the duo converging, Imo Xiaolong murmured to himself, an immortal duo? Their strength is likely at the level of shadows, yet I still possess a chance of victory. A glimmer of excitement began to illuminate Imo Xiaolong's face. Multiple shadow clone technique. Ninja art. Spiraling sphere barrage. This was Imo Xiaolong's strategy for triumph. With sufficient chakra, he would overwhelm his opponents while maintaining his own safety from a secure distance. One can only imagine the spectacle of approximately 100 individuals charging forward, wielding an A-rank ninjutsu. Now, Kakuzu raised her gaze to the horizon, where an endless wave of azure chakra surged forth, momentarily causing a flicker of panic in her eyes. Immediately, she seized Fade-wan by her side and hurled her forward. You wretched Kakuzu. Using me as a meat shield again. Fade-wan flailed in the air, struggling for balance, her dissatisfaction evident. Silence. You won't perish anyway. This is merely resource optimization. Kakuzu retorted with unwavering confidence. Taking advantage of the moment when the evil woman Fade-wan blocked the Rasen shuriken with her physical form, she hurriedly formed hand seals. Earth style. Earth spear. Fire style. Fireball. Water style. Water barrier. After unleashing 3 defensive jutsu, dozens of Imo Xiaolong approached with the Rasen shuriken in hand. The forest reverberated with thunderous explosions as flames soared into the sky. Numerous shadow clones were engulfed by the blasts, dissolving into white smoke. A massive cloud of dust was kicked up, and pieces of withered bark fell, propelled by the shockwave, beside the dismembered body of the evil woman Fade-wan. Imo Xiaolong's true self hid behind a large tree, breathing heavily, revealing his considerable exhaustion. However, this was not the time to fully relax. Imo Xiaolong forced himself to muster his strength, slightly tilting his head to observe the epicenter of the explosions, the location of the immortal duo. As long as he waited for the dust to settle and clearly assess the situation within, he could launch a decisive counterattack. Time drifted by slowly. The swirling dust gradually dispersed, and visibility improved. Imo Xiaolong remained concealed, observing intently. He noticed that the evil woman Fei Duan's body lay in tatters, her crimson blood pooling on the ground. With keen eyes, Imo Xiaolong discerned that the blood had formed a bizarre pattern. He couldn't help but murmur to himself. The formation was already sketched out. It seemed she was anticipating my true form to descend. Yet, after inflicting such damage upon her, isn't that considered a victory? The standards of this game seem excessively stringent. In the Dragon Kingdom, within a live broadcast room. What the heck? Is there a bug? Haven't we already won? To be fair, I also believe Fei Duan has been defeated, but the game of supernatural tales does not acknowledge it. As participants have stated, the difficulty of this game is outrageous, and the standards for victory are excessively strict. It's truly troublesome. Many viewers voiced their grievances on behalf of Imo Xiaolong, but regrettably, the supernatural tales game remained indifferent to their concerns. Within the realm of Naruto tales, Imo Xiaolong's gaze slightly shifted toward the nearby Kakuzu. The Akatsuki's attire was already tattered. Truly, fortune favors me. Imo Xiaolong witnessed Kakuzu tear off his ragged cloak and cast it aside, a look of delight crossing his face. It is well known that the Akatsuki's cloak cannot be casually discarded during battle. To do so would mean certain death, though merely a trope seen in a past life. It bolstered Imo Xiaolong's confidence. No, this is not the time. He must lower his opponent's vigilance once more. Imo Xiaolong forcibly suppressed his urge to act, continuing to wait for the opportune moment. There was no alternative. In this situation, he had to meticulously manage his chakra. In the large pit within the forest, Kakuzu's eyes darted around, on high alert. In this predicament, she needed to ascertain Imo Xiaolong's location to proceed with her next move. The enemy lurked in the shadows while they remained in the light. It was indeed a challenging situation. Madame Jiao Du let out an irritable click of her tongue. Not far away, the boisterous voice of the wicked woman Fei Duan echoed. Jiao Du, what are you still doing standing there? Come over and help me stitch my body back together. Once I am able to move, that little brat will pay dearly. Countless words spilled from her small mouth. Despite her body being in tatters, the spirit of the wicked woman Fei Duan showed no signs of waning. Shut up, you fool. Madame Jiao Du retorted with a hint of impatience, turning to shout. This is bad. She swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Earth release. Earth spear. Upon unleashing her defensive jutsu, beads of sweat began to form on Madame Jiao Du's forehead. However, moments passed. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 5 breaths, and the forest remained eerily silent, as if Imo Xiaolong had vanished from existence. Nonetheless, Madame Jiao Du felt the need to exercise even greater caution. Chapter 51. Coercion in the World of Naruto. A profound stillness enveloped the woods. Kakuzu's gaze sharpened as he began to approach the location of the malevolent Haiden. The latter's chakra should be insufficient to unleash another devastating attack. Otherwise, he would have seized the opportunity to take my life just moments ago. Given the current circumstances, if I can merely stitch Haiden's body back together, a 2-to-1 advantage lies in my favor. With this strategy in mind, Kakuzu maintained his vigilance while retrieving black threads from his person to assist in mending the wicked Haiden. Ouch! Be gentler, you bastard, Kakuzu. Haiden howled in protest. Growing increasingly impatient, Kakuzu could no longer restrain himself and thrust his needle with force. You fool! Silence yourself. At that moment, Kakuzu's thoughts were clouded by anger towards his reckless ally. Now is the time. In the shadows, Imo Xiaolong's expression hardened. Suddenly, a patch of withered yellow bark, 3 meters in front of Haiden, erupted in white smoke, revealing Imo Xiaolong's form. Wind release, spiraling Xu Xian. His thunderous roar echoed through the air. Kakuzu's face contorted in fear. She had no time to defend herself. As she looked up, the imminent S-rank ninjutsu loomed before her, leaving her with only a curse. Damn it. I detest blondes. Before she could finish her sentence, Kakuzu's entire being was crushed to fragments. In the Dragon Country, viewers in the live stream erupted into fervent discussions after witnessing the spectacle. Wow, we won. Blackie, speak up. Who dares mock my brother Xiaolong now? Brother Xiaolong is incredible. Let us be honest. Who was it that spoke ill of brother Xiaolong? Step forward and let me see. You shameless person upstairs. I've memorized your ID, spit. Bakayuru. Dragon Country, don't celebrate too soon. The game isn't over yet. Huh? You're right, friends from Sakura Country. It's premature to celebrate. The game hasn't concluded. As if to validate their words, the situation in Naruto shifted once more. Kakuzu lay in ruins from the S-rank ninjutsu. Imo Shalong staggered from his hiding place, his task far from complete. It seemed he needed to deliver the final blow to Haiden. Imo Shalong approached Haiden's battered form, which was now devoid of hands and feet, rendering him immobile. All he could do was curse incessantly. "You bastard! I am immortal. Quickly, help me find my body, then kneel so that I may grant you a swift end." Haiden's tone was brazen, showing no concern for his evident defeat. "Enough noise," Imo Shalong exclaimed, planting his foot on Haiden's abdomen. As he gathered a spiraling sphere in his hand, a sudden voice startled him. Fire release, ash pile burning. Crisis loomed. His body was beginning to falter. Just as Imo Shalong intended to evade, his legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse onto the ground. This brief moment of delay rendered him incapable of escaping the reach of the ninjutsu. Severely drained, Imo Shalong could only hastily raise the cursed figure of Fei Duan beside him as a shield. This pain is unbearable. That detestable yellow-haired brat. I shall surely kill you." Ignoring the opponent's nonsensical tirade, Imo Shalong discarded the figure and focused his gaze on the intruders. Saratobi Asuma and Nara Shikamaru. "It is indeed me." Nara Shikamaru stepped forward, having shed his disguise to reveal his true appearance. However, Saratobi Asuma showed no response. After all, he was merely an illusion. Completely ensnared in deception. "I won't allow you to win this match so easily," shouted Nara Shikamaru from his perch atop the tree. Imo Shalong lowered his eyes. A look of unwillingness etched upon his face. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Saratobi Asuma, wielding a chakra weapon, charged forth. As Imo Shalong lifted his gaze, a cold intensity enveloped him. "Shikamaru, you truly are the biggest scoundrel." Golden chakra enveloped him as he activated the last vestiges of the Nine-Tails chakra. It was a desperate measure. If he could, Imo Shalong would have preferred to keep this trump card hidden, but Shikamaru's timing was impeccable. He forced Imo Shalong into a corner. After a swift conclusion, Saratobi Asuma was sent flying, crashing into a large tree and losing consciousness, while Nara Shikamaru awaited Imo Shalong's approach with a smile. "Prepare to meet your end, you scoundrel, tailed beast." Rasen Shuriken, Imo Shalong roared as he unleashed his attack. Just before being engulfed in golden light, Nara Shikamaru calmly remarked, "This time, it's your turn to reveal a trump card. It's worth it." With that, Nara Shikamaru's figure vanished entirely, and Imo Shalong approached the unconscious Saratobi Asuma to bind him securely. Then, he returned once more to confront the cursed figure of Fei Duan. "Submit at once." Imo Shalong's tone was resolute. Reflecting on how his trump card had been forced out by that scoundrel Shikamaru, his mood darkened further. Yet, this scene, broadcast live, sparked a flurry of discussions. Well, the contestant now seems like a villain. The above is correct. Clearly, the contestant is on the side of justice. Yet, witnessing this scene, one can't help but feel he is bullying a physically disadvantaged girl. To the one above, in times of chaos, the virtuous must be the first to perish. Indeed. Let us not forget that the contestant can no longer utilize any external assistance. It's all that despicable trickster's fault for deceiving him into using external aid. On another note, I feel this face seems like it could. To the one above, heroes share a common vision. I'm fixated on this face and shall unleash a furious onslaught. I will strive until exhaustion for the contestant. A group of imbeciles, intoxicated by their own arrogance. The conversation has veered wildly off course. The assessment is complete. In the realm of Naruto, a cruel smile graces Imo Shalong's countenance as he relentlessly grinds his foot against the ground. Quickly concede. "Ah, you wretched brat. I shall never yield." The anguished cries of the wicked female Fei Duan echo, yet her voice remains robust, devoid of any sign of weakness. "Is that so? You may come to regret this." Victory is tantalizingly close, and Imo Shalong will not allow himself to falter at this final juncture. Flames engulf, waters surge, breath is held. Finally, after a prolonged half-hour of torment, Imo Shalong reluctantly ceases his actions. "Ha ha ha, you little rascal, is that all you can muster? Even scratching an itch would be insufficient for me." The wicked female Fei Duan remains defiant, suspended from a tree, her spirit still buoyant enough to taunt. Imo Shalong offers no retort, instead stroking his chin, lost in contemplation. It seems the opponent is impervious to such tactics. Perhaps it is time to explore an alternative approach? Imo Shalong's expression is one of deep conflict, and then, to be continued. Chapter 52. Overcoming Shikamaru's nightmare game, Imo Shalong wore a face of deep contemplation before resolutely making his decision. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and as he reached out to grasp one, sunlight cascaded down, casting the shadows of the treetops perfectly upon his visage, prompting a soft chuckle from him. He tilted his head upward, as if peering through layers of space, envisioning the multitude of spectators from the Dragon Kingdom. Please believe in me. My forthcoming actions are entirely unavoidable. I am a good person. After a brief pause, a peculiar laughter escaped his lips. Hee, prepare to endure my torment. You pitiful evil woman, Fade Wan. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, the atmosphere crackled with tension. Whoa, contestant, what are you up to? Honestly, if it weren't for that wicked laughter at the end, I might have believed the contestant's words. To be fair, I support the contestant in this round. He will undoubtedly deliver righteous punishment to that scoundrel. Focus. I want to see. You lot upstairs. Your intentions are all too transparent, always craving a taste of the forbidden. In the realm of Naruto horror tales, Imo Shalong crouched low, his gaze meticulously scanning the form of the evil woman, Fade Wan, as if searching for an opportune moment to strike. Tell me, if I were to bind you and relentlessly slice at your body with a saw, would you not tremble in fear? Fade Wan scoffed. Pain only brings me pleasure. She cast a disdainful glance at Imo Shalong. You, with your yellow hair, seem to possess no greater means. The defiant Fade Wan appeared oblivious to her earlier cries of terror. However, Imo Shalong remained acutely aware. He recognized that this individual was capable of feeling pain, albeit with a strong endurance and a stubborn facade. Ah, so it is, Imo Shalong remarked, rising to his feet and brushing off the dust from his attire. He then casually added, I had initially considered inflicting a slow death upon you, methodically severing your limbs and displaying them before you. Yet, to my surprise, you are unafraid of pain. I shall have to devise an alternative approach. Upon hearing this, a cold sweat broke out on Fade Wan's brow, and her mind involuntarily conjured the horrific imagery accompanying his words. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, a wave of dread washing over her. This man before her was a demon. She must not allow this yellow-haired fiend to perceive her fear. With this thought racing through her mind, Fade Wan forced a somewhat stiff smile and stammered. I understand. Lord Fade Wan is not afraid of such things. Imo Shalong observed her reaction with a smirk of derision and continued, do not worry. I possess a second method that is sure to satisfy you. This tormenting technique is known as the water drop punishment. Initially, you shall be bound, rendered immobile, while I employ a simple device to incessantly drip water onto your forehead. At this juncture, Imo Shalong paused slightly, casting an expectant glance at the wicked woman, Fade Wan. Her reaction was entirely within his anticipation. The nefarious woman burst into laughter without restraint, mockingly exclaiming, Is that so? A mere few drops of water are meant to make me yield? You, with your youthful naivety, are capable of nothing more than this. Imo Shalong's lips curled into a sinister smile. This was precisely the outcome he desired. The more dismissive the enemy was, the deeper their despair would plunge upon discovering the truth. Thus, Imo Shalong chuckled softly and continued to elucidate. The most torturous aspect of the water drop punishment is the inability to sleep at night. Imagine, if you will, your weary body on the brink of slumber, when a single drop of icy water strikes your forehead, bringing a chill that dispels your drowsiness. Furthermore, this torment does not last for merely a day or two. It persists indefinitely. Imo Shalong delivered this statement with a smile, yet, in the eyes of the wicked woman Fade Wan, he appeared far more terrifying than a demon. The psychological torment was far more despairing than any physical affliction. Fade Wan's throat involuntarily constricted, and a palpable fear glimmered in her gaze. Imo Shalong nodded in satisfaction, then crouched down, extending his palm to strike her cheek. With 3 sharp slaps, he threatened once more, should you refuse to concede, I will have no choice but to subject you to this punishment. Fade Wan hesitated, though she was inclined to surrender. Her pride compelled her to maintain a facade of defiance. However, Imo Shalong would not indulge her. He donned a stern expression and began to depart. Wait. Do not go. Fade Wan, fearing he was off to fetch the instruments of torture, quickly called out, I concede. With these words, a smile illuminated Imo Shalong's face. He lifted his gaze towards the heavens, proclaiming, This victory belongs to me. Upon uttering this, the entire gaming space transformed into vibrant beams of light and vanished. In Long Country, within the live broadcast room, ding dong, ding dong. Congratulations to the players of Long Country for conquering the nightmare game of Shikamaru. Now, We shall distribute the interim rewards. All citizens of Long Country shall enjoy an increase in lifespan of 2 years, a 1 enhancement in land fertility, and a 1 boost in physical strength. Incredible! We won again. Another 2 years added to our lives. How delightful. The wicked competitor. Ha ha ha. I absolutely adore this. Brother Xiaolong is amazing. Come on, haters, speak up. To be fair, those above should refrain from unfounded remarks. I am an admirer of Brother Xiaolong. I am definitely not a hater. I yearn to witness that individual from the land of cherry blossoms who swore an oath, live streaming his consumption of a table. The audience clamors in excitement, yet the sworn citizens of the cherry blossom realm fear to show their faces, terrified of the repercussions. Meanwhile, within the realm of Naruto horror tales, Emo Xiaolong has returned to Nara Shikamaru's establishment. Standing before the counter, Emo Xiaolong closes his eyes, absorbing information within his mind. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed player, on conquering Nara Shikamaru's nightmare game. You are now rewarded with a fusion degree of 5%. Ding. Detection reveals that the player's fusion degree has reached 30%. A special reward has been triggered. 1 exemption from the Bazaar game. After use, this Bazaar will not be able to pull the player into the horror game again within 10 days. 9 Tails Chakra, 10. Available to assist in the recovery of the 9 tails. These 3 rewards gleam in Emo Xiaolong's eyes. This is a windfall. Everything I need at this moment. Living without a trump card always leaves one feeling unsettled. And just as fortune smiles upon him, Emo Xiaolong expresses his adoration for this divine game of universes converging. Chapter 53. A renewed conversation within the apothecary of Nara Shikamaru in the realm of Naruto, the tale of Hokage. Nara Shikamaru sensed the burgeoning aura of Emo Xiaolong, and a flicker of resignation crossed his gaze. Shikamaru shook his head and sighed deeply, lamenting the futility of his numerous schemes. It was truly vexatious that this fellow had grown stronger. If circumstances permitted, Shikamaru would have preferred to confront Emo Xiaolong at this very moment. However, he was constrained by the rules that bound him. Unbeknownst to Emo Xiaolong, Shikamaru's grievances went unheard. Currently, Emo Xiaolong had immersed his thoughts into the ceiling within his abdomen. In the pitch-black space of the seal, the orange-hued fox opened its beastly eyes, fixing its gaze ahead. Naruto, you've arrived. Indeed, I have come. Emo Xiaolong replied with a calm demeanor. The QB, using its somewhat emaciated limbs, propped itself up and vigorously shook its head to regain clarity. It then exclaimed, "You should not have come. I possess little strength to assist you now." Emo Xiaolong chuckled lightly. "Do not underestimate me. I am not here seeking your aid." With those words, he brought forth his hands from behind his back, revealing a swirling orb of orange-red chakra before the QB. The beast immediately roared in excitement. This is pure chakra. Naruto, give it to me. It is well understood that as a tailed beast, the QB should be able to absorb chakra from the natural world to rejuvenate itself. However, the current state of the ninja world was far from the same. Any attempt by the QB to absorb chakra haphazardly could lead to contamination, transforming it into a bizarre version of itself. The 9 orange tails of the QB swayed restlessly, creating ripples in the space around them. The QB was truly in a state of urgency. Emo Xiaolong ceased to tease his old friend and directly offered the chakra. The QB swallowed it whole, and the once still fur of its beastly form began to regain its luster at an observable rate. Although it was merely a fraction of what it needed, it was a significant boon for the QB. After a prolonged moment, the QB exhaled contentedly, then reclined its beastly body, narrowing its eyes lazily as it spoke. Naruto, it seems your progress has been commendable. At this remark, Emo Xiaolong scratched the back of his head, revealing a smile. Not at all. I still have a long way to go. Do you have any further matters to discuss? The QB interjected, eager to know. Emo Xiaolong's expression turned serious as he sensed the urgency in the QB's demeanor. Although he was unsure of the specific reasons, he felt compelled to comply with the QB's wishes. Thus, he swiftly inquired, I wish to understand why the ninja world has come to be in such a state. The QB shook its head, responding, Naruto. I regret to inform you that due to the constraints of the rules, I cannot reveal the entire truth directly. You must seek the answers yourself. Emo Xiaolong let out a helpless sigh. It's truly unfortunate. I had hoped to uncover the final clue directly. With his questions left unanswered, Emo Xiaolong shook his head in dismay. He then lifted his gaze to the 9 tails and began to articulate his second request. You are aware that I require sufficient trump cards at this juncture. Therefore, I implore you to lend me your chakra. I do not require much. Merely 100 units sufficient to transform into the 9 tails mode. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream. Goodness. 100 units. How shameless. But I admire it. The contestants should ask for a bit more. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom chimed in agreement, as everyone wished for Emo Xiaolong's survival. However, there are always exceptions. Bakayuru, the Dragon Kingdom is utterly shameless. Shiba, asking for 100 units, why not reach for the heavens? Oh my gosh. The contestants from the Dragon Kingdom are still alive. Stop barking upstairs. You haven't fulfilled your vow to eat the table. Bakayuru, I never claimed I would consume that. Shiba, I can attest, you said so upstairs. Zinai, despicable Shiba. I thought we were on the same side. Huh? Who said Shiba was on your side? I merely wished to observe the spectacle. A new round of quarrels erupted within the live stream. Meanwhile, in the ceiling space of the Naruto folklore, the Ninetales remained expressionless. After a moment's reflection, the Ninetales finally organized his thoughts and spoke. Are you serious about this? Of course, I am serious. Why do you ask? Emo Xiaolong gazed at the Ninetales with confusion to him. It seemed that the Ninetales had at least regained 1/10 of its power. Surely, a mere 100 units of chakra could be easily spared? The Ninetales, perceiving Emo Xiaolong's thoughts, promptly elucidated. It is not as simple as you imagine. Currently, my chakra diminishes with every use, and there are no other means of recovery. To illustrate, previously, 1 unit of chakra, a measurement unit, Kakashi, was sufficient to sustain your Ninetales mode for an entire day. Yet now, even with 100 units, I can only maintain your transformation for a brief period. I am aware that you are enduring great hardship in the outside world, so this is all I can offer. Please accept it. As his words settled, the Ninetales, while Emo Xiaolong pondered his statement, directly transferred 95% of his chakra to Emo Xiaolong. A golden light tethered the two, and the Ninetales concluded with a final admonition. This chakra will suffice for you to use 10 times. This is all I possess. Without finding a new means of replenishment, do not seek me again. Emo Xiaolong gazed at the emaciated form of his companion, a flicker of concern illuminating his eyes, and he could not help but exclaim. Yet, before his anxious words could fully escape his lips, he found himself unceremoniously expelled from the sealed space. Within Nara Shikamaru's apothecary, Emo Xiaolong opened his eyes. He scarcely had time to feel melancholy as he slightly bent forward, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings. There was little to be wary of, at present. You are relatively safe, came Nara Shikamaru's voice. Emo Xiaolong blinked in surprise and turned his attention to the counter. What does that mean? Nara Shikamaru raised his eyes and elucidated. It means, quite literally, that as long as you do not violate the rules, under normal circumstances, you are relatively secure. Damn the so-called normal circumstances and relative safety. Emo Xiaolong could not help but scoff. The notion of normal circumstances reminded him of Tsunade and the irises outside. Neither of these entities were known for adhering to rules. Nara Shikamaru saw through Emo Xiaolong's inner thoughts and spoke directly. Rest assured, they have both been dealt with. So you need not worry about such ambushes again. Shikamaru, you would actually take the trouble to warn me, Emo Xiaolong exclaimed. In his eyes, Shikamaru was a strategist. Every action imbued with significance, his sudden caution was surely calculated. Could it be that you were plotting some scheme? To be continued. Chapter 54. Aftermath of the Hokage's strange tales. Nara Shikamaru shrugged his shoulders and, with a hint of resignation, inquired, Am I truly so inadequate in your eyes? Emo Xiaolong nodded earnestly, asserting, Indeed, as a companion, you are reliable. Yet, as an individual with differing allegiances, your intellect is, quite frankly, terrifying to me. Shikamaru's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Grasping the underlying implication of Mo's words, he struggled to suppress his inner turmoil and replied coolly, Remember this well. At present, we are adversaries. No. Emo stepped forward, vehemently denying the assertion. We are comrades. We always have been. Even if our positions diverge now, it cannot alter my convictions. Enough. Shikamaru felt a surge of emotions within him. He understood that further conversation with Emo was inadvisable. Otherwise, he refrained from delving deeper into his thoughts. There were numerous matters beyond his control at this moment. Consequently, he pointed towards the door, resolutely urging Emo to leave. Since you have completed your mission, be on your way. Do not linger here. I have other guests. Huh? Emo scratched his head. Other guests? Are you jesting? How many people could possibly remain in the entire Hidden Leaf Village? Upon uttering those last words, Mo's expression fell further. He occasionally stole glances at Shikamaru, seeking to gauge his reaction for the next course of action. Should he continue to appeal to their shared bond or adopt a different approach? After a few minutes of contemplation, Emo relinquished his thoughts. It should be. Shikamaru offered no words of comfort. Instead, he simply rested his head on the counter, disregarding Mo's hesitations. Humph, you shall come to regret this. Realizing that Shikamaru was impervious to his words, Emo understood that his persuasive skills required further refinement. He reminisced about Uzumaki Naruto's legendary eloquence, known as the Master of Words, and felt humiliated that he could not even sway Shikamaru. In frustration, Emo swung open the shop's door. Just then, a slightly hoarse voice came from behind him. One last piece of advice, Nara. Do not trust me. Emo turned around in confusion, only to be forcefully pushed away. What the hell, Shikamaru? What does this mean? Emo protested angrily, knocking on the shop's door. The long-neglected door creaked ominously, shedding wood shavings without yielding any sign of opening. I know you're inside. You have the audacity to play the riddle master, yet lack the courage to face me. Come out. Let us converse amicably. I have a splendid treasure for you to experience. Inside the building, silence reigned, and Emo, dissatisfied, clicked his tongue before reluctantly dissipating the Rasengan in his hand. Emo Shalong was not incapable of forcefully pushing open the door to confront the other party, but rather saw no necessity in doing so. If Nara Shikamaru had any intention of allowing Emo Shalong entry, the door would have opened of its own accord long ago. In the current situation, it was evident that Nara Shikamaru was resolute in his desire to avoid Emo Shalong. Therefore, as a good friend, Emo Shalong ought to respect his choice and grant him some personal space. However, before departing, Emo Shalong cast one last glance at the firmly closed door, murmuring to himself, "Just wait, you rascal Shikamaru. When I master the technique of the shadow possession, I shall make you loudly proclaim yourself a fool in the village of Konoha." Meanwhile, within the confines of Nara Shikamaru's pharmacy, he heard Emo Shalong's words and could not help but break into a bitter smile. "Ah, that truly is your style." As he spoke, the shadows behind Nara Shikamaru began to writhe erratically, resembling clawing demons. With a muffled grunt, Nara Shikamaru felt beads of sweat form on his forehead, his body involuntarily bending over as he leaned against the counter. He opened his mouth to protest. "I have not violated any rules. You coming out now is utterly pointless." As if responding to his words, the shadows behind him gradually calmed. Yet, as Nara Shikamaru sat upright, the spark of vitality that once animated his gaze had faded, rendering it vacant. On the other side, Emo Shalong found himself once again on the streets of Konoha. He did not linger, swiftly making his way forward. The first order of business, home. He hurriedly returned home, checking the time on the alarm clock by his bedside, realizing it was not yet evening. He let out a sigh of relief and, filled with exuberance, set foot back onto the street. Ramen, ramen. My favorite Ichiraka ramen. Emo Shalong hummed a cheerful tune as he rushed toward the ramen shop. For him, pessimism was futile. Survival was of the utmost importance. So, why not maintain a more positive mindset? In just 2 minutes, Emo Shalong arrived at the entrance of Ichiraka Ramen, pulling aside the windbreak curtain and walking straight in. Taking a seat. Handmade noodles, uncle. The large bowl, please. The kind that is long and wide. The uncle behind the counter paused, taken aback. You've changed your taste? Emo Shalong shook his head. The ingredients and broth remain the same. Today, I wish to try something unique. Very well. As steam rose, obscuring his features, the uncle replied and began preparing the noodles. Handmade with care, a source of comfort and assurance, especially compared to certain other foods of dubious cleanliness. In a short while, a steaming bowl of noodles was placed before Emo Shalong. The bowl was adorned with vibrant green scallions, with an assortment of garnishes neatly arranged beside it. Emo Shalong eagerly picked up his chopsticks and, within moments, devoured the entire bowl, soup and all. Indeed, Ichiraka ramen is truly delectable. After setting down his chopsticks, Emo Shalong complimented with a smile. Thank you for your kind words, the hand-pulled noodle chef replied with a grin. Subsequently, while tidying up the dishes, he casually posed a question that piqued his curiosity. You encountered my daughter yesterday, didn't you? Upon hearing this, Emo Shalong paused mid-motion, wiping his mouth, and scratched the back of his head, laughing heartily. Where did you hear such news, dear chef? With a sigh, the hand-pulled noodle chef responded. You made quite a commotion yesterday. In fact, I overheard your jests about her age. Emo Shalong's face flushed crimson, caught off guard by his mockery of an older single woman being recognized by her father in public. What a predicament. Family members. In Longwa. Within the live stream room, 2333. A wild guess suggests that the contestant could now use their toes to scratch out a 3-bedroom apartment. For some reason, I am quite eager to see how this unfolds. 1. 10,086. Chapter 55. The tearless Imo Xiaolong in the tail of the hidden leaf. Imo Xiaolong lifted his gaze and regarded the other party, then hurriedly explained, "It's a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding indeed. The circumstances at that moment were exceptional, and that is why I spoke as I did. Imo Xiaolong was not keen on antagonizing Uncle Xiaoda. "Don't be anxious. I bear you no ill will." Uncle Xiaoda's comforting words allowed Imo Xiaolong to exhale in relief, yet the subsequent statement left him momentarily speechless. "However, I wish for you to take responsibility." Changpu, now a young lady, had yet to consider entering into a romantic relationship. As her father, her subtle inclinations could not escape my notice. It was evident that she harbored feelings for you. "I require a promise from you." After a brief pause, Uncle Xiaoda glanced at Imo Xiaolong. As the offspring of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto Uzumaki perfectly inherited their exceptional genes. If not for his somewhat disheveled appearance due to neglect and grooming, he would undoubtedly captivate countless young women, especially for Uncle Xiaoda, who had watched him grow from childhood. Both his appearance and character were undeniably admirable. It was no wonder that Changpu had developed an affection for him. Hence, she had shown him considerable care throughout their lives together. Upon reflection, this could be seen as a form of nurturing. Alas, the peach that had been meticulously cultivated since childhood was snatched away. It is worth noting that during that time, Changpu had secretly mourned for quite a while. In the past, Uncle Xiaoda would have restrained his own feelings, reluctant to challenge the Hyuga clan. However, in the current situation, he gazed skyward. In this tumultuous era of the ninja world, perhaps I should seize this opportunity to elicit a promise from the young man before me. By doing so, regardless of how the ninja world may evolve in the future, my daughter's prospects would be somewhat assured, although there was an element of coercion. One cannot deny that as a concerned father, Uncle Xiaoda was genuinely worried for his daughter. In the Dragon Kingdom, within the livestream. What the heck? What is this? Insulting someone as an older single woman could lead to a father-in-law gifting his daughter. The world has changed so drastically. I cannot comprehend. Envy and jealousy drive me mad. Brothers, if the participants can, why can't I? No more talk. I'm heading to scold my goddess' father. Await my good news. The one above is truly a hero, though his intelligence seems a bit lacking. In the tail of the hidden leaf, inside Ichiraku ramen. Huh? Imo Xiaolong, after hearing Uncle Xiaoda's words, nearly lost his ability to speak. I. Changpu, she. Imo Xiaolong stammered, utterly at a loss for how to articulate his feelings. In Imo Xiaolong's mind, chaos reigned. His thoughts entangled in disarray. Clearly, the words of the hand-rolled noodle uncle wielded a greater impact than the bizarre circumstances that had transpired. Ultimately, after a prolonged moment of hesitation, Imo Xiaolong lowered his gaze and murmured, I have someone I admire. It's Hinata, whom you know. I am aware. But Changpu will not care, interjected the hand-rolled noodle uncle. If she has objections. His eyes fell upon the rolling pin in his hands, its implications unmistakable. However, in the current predicament, communication with Changpu was utterly impossible. Imo Xiaolong raised his gaze to meet the uncle's, voicing his concerns once more. Fervently wishing that the uncle would abandon this notion. I believe in you. You will surely save this world again. Changpu will return to her former self. So, I implore you. This is my lifelong request. All I desire now is your promise. After uttering these words, the hand-rolled noodle uncle stepped forward, grasping Imo Xiaolong's hand firmly. His gaze unwavering, as if to convey that he would not release him until he received an answer. Imo Xiaolong's lips twitched as the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind remained unresolved. Perhaps it was best to surrender to instinct in making a choice. A chill ran down his spine at this thought, an ominous feeling creeping in. Yet there was no alternative. Thus, Imo Xiaolong chose to heed his instincts and responded. I promise you, after completely saving the ninja world, I will attempt to pursue a relationship with Changpu. Alas, cursed instinct. How it had ensnared me. Imo Xiaolong's vision darkened, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. He had not forgotten. Hinata Hyuga now harbored tendencies of a yandere. As if to affirm the turmoil within Imo Xiaolong's heart, the mark on his neck emitted a chilling aura. A sharp pang shot through him, prompting him to clutch his neck. What omen does this signify? Damn it. Just when Imo Xiaolong was on the verge of tears, the hand-rolled noodle uncle had retreated back behind the counter, smiling and waving farewell. Imo Xiaolong, you're welcome to visit again. Your meal is on me next time. Imo Xiaolong's expression turned somewhat unnatural, his lips twitching involuntarily as he thought, this lecherous old man. Despite refraining from voicing his thoughts, he politely bid farewell and hastily exited the Ichiraku ramen shop. Imo Xiaolong vowed that this was the first time he wished to distance himself from Ichiraku ramen. Thus the tearful Imo Xiaolong could not help but complain once more. Cursed instinct. How it has betrayed me. Clutching his neck. He arrived at a small alleyway meanwhile. After Imo Xiaolong's departure, the hand-rolled noodle uncle let out a wistful sigh. Then picked up a steaming bowl of noodles and headed to the adjacent storage room. The place had been meticulously cleaned, devoid of any dust. The noodle chef flicked on the light and softly murmured, "Eat." A bowl of ramen was handed to Ayam, who lay on a makeshift bed. Without a word, she began to devour it ravenously. After finishing, the madness in her eyes was momentarily subdued. "Father, Ayam bowed her head, wishing to apologize for her actions. However, her crimson lips parted several times, yet the words remained unspoken. Sighing at his daughter's demeanor, the noodle chef found himself exhaling deeply more times than he could count that day. Once he gathered his thoughts, he spoke. "You heard everything regarding Naruto, did you not?" The soundproofing in the shop was inadequate, and Ayam nodded, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. The chef continued, "Had it not been for Naruto being ahead of the game, you would not have been swayed by such influences, becoming the first victim. Although your strength has increased significantly, the time you can retain your sanity is alarmingly brief. Now, with your injuries, your reason has returned. From this moment on, I shall prepare ramen for you daily. You are to remain here until the turmoil in the ninja world has subsided, and you are not permitted to leave. Do you understand?" By the end of his statement, his tone had turned stern, and he had unknowingly grasped a rolling pin. "I understand, father," Ayam replied, lowering her gaze. "It should be so." The chef left, satisfied. However, once he departed, Ayam lifted her gaze, her eyes gleaming with madness. In a hoarse voice, she declared, "Father, you do not understand. Last time, I lost because I could not fight alongside Naruto. This time, I possess sufficient strength. I will not lose." As her words echoed, a small fragment of thick black liquid emanated from her body, stealthily making its way toward the streets of Konoha. It was evident that Ayam had already made her choice and would not adhere to her father's plans. Chapter 56, How to Deal with a Yandere Wife. At this moment in the narrative of Naruto, Imo Xiaolong finds himself in quite a predicament. In a narrow alley, dark tendrils of gas begin to emanate from his neck. What is happening? Confusion clouds Imo Xiaolong's mind. Was he not supposed to be temporarily sealed? The pain is unbearable. What an unreliable Sasuke. The throbbing agony forces Imo Xiaolong to kneel upon one knee. After a moment, a substantial amount of black mist materializes behind him, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. He quickly rises to his feet and turns to look. However, as he gazes outward from the alley, he sees nothing but emptiness. Is it merely an illusion? The pain lessens slightly, just as Imo Xiaolong begins to relax. A soft whisper reaches his ears from behind. Naruto-kun, the voice, tender and sweet, leaves Imo Xiaolong momentarily stunned. It is Hinata's voice. Why is she here? A surge of anxiety reminiscent of being caught red-handed washes over him. He turns, forcing a sheepish smile. "Haha, it's been a while, Hinata-chan. What brings you here?" Determined to take the initiative, Imo Xiaolong aims to preempt any inquiries about himself. Yet, Hinata Hyuga is not one to follow the script. She approaches silently, step by step, closing the distance between them within the shadows of the alley. As Imo Xiaolong notices that her form appears somewhat ethereal, concern creeps back into his gaze. "You." The sentence hangs in the air, unfinished, as Hinata covers his mouth with her own. In his moment of heightened tension, Hinata leans into Imo Xiaolong's embrace, whispering softly, "Naruto-kun's heart belongs to me, does it not?" As she speaks, her pale finger traces a circle over his chest, right where his heart resides. This gesture sends his heart racing. Faced with the Yandere version of Hinata, he attempts to defend himself. I didn't do anything." His trembling voice betrays him. His inadvertent confession elicits a soft laugh from Hinata. "I haven't said anything yet." Panic surges through Imo Xiaolong as he realizes the flaw in his words. A sense of unprecedented danger envelopes him. "Let me explain." Hinata's eyes narrow slightly, and as she lifts her gaze, her lips part ever so slightly. "Naruto-kun, are you serious?" "Haraha." Imo Xiaolong scratches the back of his head, a nervous smile spreading across his face. "I meant to say, please let me explain." He hopes his hasty words reflect nothing of his true feelings. Hinata gazes at him with her pure white eyes, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. They remain frozen in this position, as if engaged in a game of statues. "Your heart assures me that you have not spoken falsehoods. It was never your intention. However, infidelity is utterly unacceptable." As those words fell, Hinata Hyuga extricated herself from the warmth of Emo Xiaolong's embrace, gazing intently at his visage. She smiled, a smile that persisted, unwavering. A dark mist began to envelop the surroundings, a chilling aura creeping in, while whispers echoed in Emo Xiaolong's ears. And he sensed his strength waning at an alarming rate. In stark contrast, Hinata's delicate form solidified further. After a prolonged silence, unable to endure the cold any longer, Emo Xiaolong instinctively drew Hinata into his arms, gently murmuring, "The weather is too frigid. Allow me to warm you." His words of concern, coupled with their proximity, alleviated much of the resentment within Hinata's heart. The frost-laden features of her face softened under his tender care. How could Hinata not realize that this situation was not Emo Xiaolong's fault? Yet, the jealousy that stirred within her compelled her to issue a warning to the unfaithful Emo Xiaolong. Now, having received his comfort, Hinata's spirits lifted, and the peculiarities around them gradually faded. Observing this, Emo Xiaolong released a sigh of relief. Indeed, soothing Hinata was the most effective approach, although he kept his thoughts unvoiced. He grasped her shoulders, creating a slight distance between them. Once more, they stood face to face, concern etched on Emo Xiaolong's features as he inquired, "What ails your body?" Hinata cast her gaze downward, assessing her somewhat ethereal form. After a moment's contemplation, she shook her head and replied, "I'm fine. In 2 days, I shall fully recover. By then, I will seek you out personally." Her expression was earnest, leaving no room for Emo Xiaolong to refuse. Although, he had no right to decline either. In the alley, Emo Xiaolong's mouth parted slightly as a thought struck him. Speaking of which, I truly have done nothing at all. So, why should I fear her? Just as he pondered how to clarify everything, Hinata had already stepped away from his embrace. At that moment, her countenance appeared vacant, words escaping her, reverting to a marionette-like demeanor. As he watched her departing figure, Emo Xiaolong surmised her destination would be the Hyuga residence. He held back his explanations, worry evident in his gaze, fist clenched tightly. In this moment, I am utterly powerless. I must hasten the progression of my endeavors in this world. Only after ensuring Hinata returned home safely did Emo Xiaolong feel a modicum of relief. On the streets of Konoha, with determination in his eyes, Emo Xiaolong placed his hands on his hips and surveyed his surroundings. Shops. I am currently in search of a new establishment. I yearn to embrace fresh challenges. Such thoughts are entirely natural for Emo Xiaolong, driven not solely by the desire to rescue Hinata Hyuga, but also because it has been 6 days since he entered the realm of eerie tales. The imminent arrival of the 10th day's monstrous upheaval necessitates an enhancement of his strength. A glimmer of determination sparked in Emo Xiaolong's eyes. Confident in his own formidable prowess, he resolved to seek out Inuzuka Kiba for a game of ghostly tales. At this moment, he harbored a keen interest in evading the canine companions. However, fate proved uncooperative. Just as Emo Xiaolong was searching for Inuzuka Kiba's shop along the street, a sudden and furious squeal of a pig echoed nearby. Ike! Ike! Where did that pig come from? Confusion welled within him, and before he could turn around, he was unexpectedly collided into by a small, pink pig, thrusting him into an unfamiliar shop with surprising force. Chapter 57. Zai's Artistic Horror Game. Ouch, my back. Emo Xiaolong lay sprawled on the pristine floor, his palm pressed against the source of his agony, lamenting incessantly. Are you all right? A pale hand extended towards him, and Emo Xiaolong instinctively grasped it. Thank you, Zai. With the support of his companion, he rose and flashed a grateful smile. Indeed, he was in Zai's establishment. A sign hung from the beams above, swaying gently, inscribed with slightly crooked characters that read, Art Studio. Surrounding him were 4 or 5 counters, adorned with simple ink paintings. Observing Emo Xiaolong's unsuspecting demeanor, Zai couldn't help but shake his head. If you continue like this, you will undoubtedly suffer. At these words, Emo Xiaolong's cheerful expression faltered. His lips twitched slightly. That sinister entity. I have encountered it before. The number of misfortunes I have endured is beyond count. The mere thought of the peculiar game with the female specter sent waves of discomfort throughout his body. His previously alleviated back pain seemed to intensify once more. Emo Xiaolong vigorously shook his head, unwilling to dwell on such unpleasant thoughts. Speaking of which, the pig that bumped into me. Was it the Tunt Than? He pondered, stroking his chin. I shouldn't have provoked it, right? Could it be that old hag Tsunade sent it to exact revenge on me? Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, a drunken Tsunade lay slumped over her desk, suddenly awakening with a sneeze. Who? Startled, Tsunade sprang to her feet, scanning the empty office. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, lifting the strands of hair from her forehead. For some reason, a tinge of sorrow welled up within her at that moment. She rubbed her sore eyes and then seized a nearby bottle, taking a hearty swig. I am not at fault. My choices are indeed correct. I am the Hokage. Those lost shall never return, and the choices made cannot be altered. The bitter fruits of my own making, which only I must taste. Back in Zai's art studio, Mo Xiaolong remained oblivious to the events of that fateful night. Who could have predicted that a pink-skinned pig would crawl into the bed, only to be driven away by toxic gas? Now, Mo Xiaolong had but one thought. He gazed earnestly at Zai and declared, I wish to participate in your game. Zai nodded. Of course, you may. However, Zai's sentence trailed off, prompting Mo Xiaolong to eagerly inquire, however, what? Is there a qualification to join your game? Zai remained silent. His expression calm as he continued, however, I do wish for certain individuals to become my models, so that I may create an artistic portrait of you. Artistic portrait? Mo Xiaolong scratched his cheek in confusion. What kind of artistic portrait? Zhue's gaze continually roamed over Mo Xiaolong, assessing him. You should remove your clothes. They are quite bothersome. He remarked, his tone so nonchalant that it was difficult to discern whether he was jesting. I refuse. Mo Xiaolong exclaimed loudly. He had firmly resolved that if the other party dared to force his hand, he would retaliate with a spiraling sphere. Upon hearing this, Zhue displayed a faint smile and softly replied, Of course, I was merely joking. I never expected that after all this time, you would still be so sensitive to jest. Following his words, Zhue shook his head and sighed, seemingly lamenting the lack of change in his good friend. Mo Xiaolong, filled with indignation, retorted, What the heck? You haven't changed at all. Your character remains as vile as ever. No, this is simply a jest between friends. Zhue maintained his stance. Mo Xiaolong laughed heartily. Subsequently, under Zhue's puzzled gaze, Mo Xiaolong extended his fist. Let us fist bump, he declared. What significance does this hold? Zhue wondered. Yet he still reached out his fist. However, unexpectedly, after their fist bump, Mo Xiaolong's hand moved upward. A head pat. Hiki. For some inexplicable reason. Zhue felt an overwhelming surge of anger at that moment. He shook his head, feeling increasingly unable to control his emotions following this peculiar interaction. What a bother. The pleasantries are over. Let us commence my strange tales game. Mo Xiaolong, having gained an advantage, nodded and chuckled, just as I wished. As his words fell, the atmosphere around them subtly shifted. To avoid being overwhelmed by dizziness, Mo Xiaolong closed his eyes for a few seconds. When he reopened them, he found himself at the foot of a mountain forest. A narrow path wound through the center, seemingly leading to the summit. Rather than rushing in, Mo Xiaolong began to explore his surroundings. However, an invisible barrier thwarted his exploration. Before the path, he gazed up at the endless expanse of blue sky and white clouds. By the way, why haven't the rules descended this time? He pondered, but no answers were forthcoming. As time passed and with no other paths in sight, Mo Xiaolong shrugged his shoulders and said, It seems I have no choice but to enter. Let me see what kind of challenge you will present, Zhue. The moment he stepped onto the path, a gust of wind swept by, bringing with it a white piece of paper from the treetops. So it was here. Mo Xiaolong mused as he took it and examined it closely. Zhue's drawing practice game. 1. Beware of ferocious beasts in the jungle. 2. Zhue awaits at the summit. Please reach the top within 24 hours. In the forest, the beasts are inedible, yet the fruits are bountiful. The heart is filled with uncertainty between the real and the illusory. The world ought to appear thus in your eyes, just as the rules were comprehended. A roar of a tiger resounded in the distance. How? A mere beast, not worth a fraction of my prowess. Mo Xiaolong declared with confidence. Today, I shall sweep through this forest and strive for a 3-hour clearance. The ferocious tiger approached, yet Mo Xiaolong remained unfazed, leisurely forming seals with his hands. Shadow clone technique. Crash. What is happening? Mo Xiaolong's eyes widened in disbelief. Why has only one clone appeared? There was no time for contemplation. He hastily adopted a defensive crouch to evade the tiger-esque claw. Subsequently, he rolled on the ground to dodge the pursuing tail of the tiger. After 3 consecutive rolls, Mo Xiaolong regained his footing, gritting his teeth as he formed seals once more. One clone will suffice, even if there is but a single clone. I can annihilate this tiger. Shadow clone technique. Spiraling sphere. The classic twin strike caused ink-like splatters to erupt from the tiger, leaving Mo Xiaolong's face smeared. Curse. It is the super beast pseudo-painting. Howl. The tiger's roar echoed through the mountains, startling the birds. Mo Xiaolong's face turned pale instantly. This is because to be continued. P.S. Some comments may not receive replies, as they do not appear in the back end, or they may contain spoilers, which I cannot explicitly state. Finally, thank you for your support. I've finally completed it, and now I shall retire for the night. Chapter 58. Behold, mere tigers. Experience my sliding tackle. In the realm of Hidden Leaf-'s ghostly tales, Emo Xiaolong's visage turned ashen. This pallor arose as the resonant roar of a tiger echoed, heralding the emergence of two similarly sized tigers that had converged around him. As the wind follows the tiger, and clouds dance with the dragon, three formidable tigers now stood before him. Their appearances, however, were rather peculiar. One was devoid of a tail, another lacked ears, and the last was missing an eye. Had Sai deliberately rendered them thus? Yet, what purpose could such a portrayal serve? There was no time for contemplation, as the tigers lunged once more, their rancid breath wafting towards him. Since when had Sai's artistic prowess become so vividly lifelike? Were it not for the ink still staining his body, Emo Xiaolong would scarcely believe that the majestic beasts before him were mere pseudo-creations. Logically, Sai's pseudo-beast should have been rendered in stark black and white. Could this be a manifestation of some bizarre enhancement? Such thoughts flitted through his mind in an instant as the tigers closed the distance. My strength has inexplicably diminished. Evasion is my sole recourse. With this realization, Emo Xiaolong leapt backward, narrowly avoiding the tiger's assault, landing atop a sturdy tree. His feet firmly planted on the branch while one hand grasped the trunk, he glanced down at the grounded tigers and couldn't help but scoff. You pitiful beasts are unworthy adversaries. Just as he prepared to depart, a piercing cry from the sky shattered the moment. Ah! A sharp talon descended upon him. And with reflexes sharpened by urgency, Emo Xiaolong leaned back to evade it. Though he narrowly escaped, he felt the fabric of his clothing tear under the assault. In that instant, he had no time to curse the eagle, for he found himself sprawled on the ground. Gulping, Emo Xiaolong scanned his surroundings, noticing the three tigers encircling him in a menacing formation. Time was fleeting. Emo Xiaolong could almost hear the echo of the phrase, "Do not underestimate the tigers that cannot fly." A wave of embarrassment washed over him. "Ah, Tiger Brothers. We meet again," he waved in greeting, only to receive no response, for tigers, after all, do not possess the gift of speech. With a hint of awkwardness, he withdrew his hand. This momentary distraction allowed the tigers to lower their massive forms, poised for an imminent pounce. Panic surged within Emo Xiaolong. He had no time for further deliberation. It had come to this. Clenching his fists, he fixed his gaze intently upon the tigers' movements. As their bodies crouched, he readied himself for action. At the instant they lunged, a gleam ignited in his eyes. Now is the moment. Experience my sliding tackle. In the Dragon Kingdom's live streaming arena. Goodness. Sliding tackle. Tiger. Thanks for the delivery, contestant. 5-star review. Honestly, I was eating, and I nearly spat out my food laughing, haha. I, much like the individual above, simply could not resist. The tiger, will you be satisfied? Contestant, fear not. It's all taken care of. The atmosphere in the live stream was filled with joy. Evidently everyone was amused by Emo Xiaolong's antics. As for certain discordant comments, please. Everyone is well aware of Emo Xiaolong's playful maneuvers. Such trivial matters hardly warrant concern, right? Indeed, the situation unfolded as they anticipated. At this moment, within the realm of Naruto tales, Emo Xiaolong resolutely executed a sliding tackle. Were it an ordinary individual performing this move, it would surely lead to their demise, leaving the ferocious tiger merely satiated. However, let us not forget, Emo Xiaolong is adept in the art of ninjutsu. As he slid, he gradually formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. A shadow clone suddenly materialized above Emo Xiaolong, bewilderingly charging into the tiger's maw. Ah, my true self, I loathe you. Such were the final words left by the shadow clone. Emo Xiaolong remained unfazed. After all, the shadow clone was but an extension of himself, and utilizing it caused him no distress. Utilizing the speed of his slide, Emo Xiaolong maneuvered behind the tiger, glancing back momentarily. Yet, that fleeting glance ignited an impulse within him for reasons unknown. Instead of making a hasty retreat, he halted. Action speaks louder than words. His body instinctively began to move. He slowly brought his hands together, forming seals. Now is the moment. A splendid opportunity. Emo Xiaolong's expression turned serious and resolute. As if engaged in a sacred ritual not to be desecrated, he bellowed with intensity. Konoha's secret taijutsu, 1,000 years of pain. His hands, sealed, thrust forward towards the tiger's vulnerable spot. With great force comes miraculous results. Emo Xiaolong unleashed his full might. A chilling roar echoed throughout the forest. The tiger's anguished cry attesting to the damage inflicted. Witnessing this, Emo Xiaolong could not help but let out a cold chuckle. I am no easy prey. Simultaneously, he reaffirmed a crucial truth within. Even the bizarre must possess a tender core. Although the tiger before him was merely a fusion of super beast and anomaly, this notion held some merit. By sheer happenstance, Emo Xiaolong had stumbled upon a truth. After all, female anomalies are indeed quite soft. He shook off the ink from his hands and faced the wary gazes of two tigers, alongside one filled with malice. This place is no longer safe. The winds are perilous. With those words spoken, Emo Xiaolong wasted no time and took flight once again. This time, he had learned from his previous misstep and dared not linger on a single tree too long, fearing another treacherous ambush from the vile eagle. Emo Xiaolong's figure raced through the forest. Leaves fluttered from the towering trees, rising and falling like whispers of the wind. Gurgle. The sound of his stomach prompted Emo Xiaolong to pause his frantic sprint. What is happening? It has only been an hour, yet why do I feel so ravenous? Emo Xiaolong's expression grew serious as he recalled Rule 3. The beasts in the forest are inedible, while the fruits are permissible. Beasts are forbidden, but fruits are allowed. Given my swift hunger, it is evident that the rules have transformed, and I must consume something. However, there remain numerous uncertainties. Emo Xiaolong felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. After all, do the fruits symbolize something, or is it merely a play on words? Previous experiences have left a significant psychological scar on him. Thus, even though a bright red apple lay directly before him, he hesitated to reach out, fearful of a potential deception. Growl, growl. His stomach grumbled once more. Emo Xiaolong's countenance darkened as he sensed his strength waning again. A decision must be made swiftly. Otherwise, I shall perish from hunger here. Calculating in his mind, Emo Xiaolong raised his gaze, determination shining in his eyes as he focused on the red apple ahead. Chapter 59. Indulgence is not an option. In the realm of Naruto's eerie tales, Emo Xiaolong swiftly performed the hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Go forth and sample that apple, he commanded his shadow clone. Without hesitation, the clone leaped to the treetop to pluck the fruit. However, a hissing sound echoed. A venomous serpent revealed itself, coiled around the vibrant red apple. Its crimson scales rendered it nearly invisible as the shadow clone approached. With a swift strike, the serpent's sharp fangs sank into the clone's outstretched hand. In an instant, the clone dissipated into thin air. Observing this from a distance, Emo Xiaolong's expression turned grave. Indeed, there was treachery afoot. Fortunate was he for his inherent caution. Yet, how could he retrieve the apple from the clutches of the serpent? This posed a new dilemma. Perhaps he could employ the strategy of drawing the tiger from its den. A glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes. Once more, he performed the hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Rasengan. The shadow clone, wielding the Rasengan, launched an assault towards the apple. As anticipated, the serpent descended to intercept. The Rasengan collided with the serpent, creating a mere ripple, failing to inflict significant harm. Clearly, the creature was a transformation of an extraordinary beast. With one unsuccessful attempt, the shadow clone turned and fled. The serpent, sensing the retreat, abandoned the apple in pursuit of the clone. Emo Xiaolong couldn't help but smile at the sight. The distinction between man and beast lies in wisdom, he proclaimed, leaping effortlessly to the treetop and seizing the apple. However, he soon found himself frozen in place, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his eyes wide with disbelief. How? Is it possible for there to be so many? The source of his fear was simple. Upon reaching the treetop, he beheld a vast expanse of red apples, surrounded by an innumerable host of serpentine eyes gazing back. The hissing intensified. They had detected the uninvited guest. Run. This singular thought consumed Emo Xiaolong's mind. Outnumbered and unable to confront them directly, he turned and fled, clutching the red apple. Behind him, the treetop was rapidly overrun by countless serpents. They pursued while he escaped. 5 minutes passed, and his speed began to wane. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A gnawing hunger struck. As his stamina dwindled, Emo Xiaolong's gaze fell upon the apple in his hand. No, I must ascertain the toxin first. He resolutely shook his head, banishing the thought of eating. Yet, he knew that continuing in this manner was unsustainable. The venomous serpents drew ever closer behind him, with gritted teeth. Emo Xiaolong summoned his shadow clones once more. Quickly, take a bite. Without hesitation, the shadow clone opened its mouth wide and took a substantial bite. Subsequently, the two entities separated, each fleeing in different directions. Upon witnessing the crimson apple being devoured, a cacophony of furious hisses erupted from the encroaching serpents. Over half of the serpent horde forsook Emo Xiaolong's original form in pursuit of the shadow clone. Emo Xiaolong observed their reaction with a glimmer of hope. Perhaps his possession held some credibility after all. 5 minutes passed, and he gritted his teeth, tirelessly weaving through the forest. However, unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently arrived at the precipice of a cliff. Behind him lay the serpents, and ahead, there was no escape. Breathing heavily, Emo Xiaolong lowered his gaze. Lost in thought, was there truly no way out? He swiftly consumed the apple, savoring the resurgence of his strength and the alleviation of his hunger. A faint smile gracing his lips. Standing at the edge of the cliff, he regarded the advancing serpents with a mocking grin. I shall not indulge you any longer. With those words, Emo Xiaolong leaped into the abyss. The serpent horde scattered at the sight of their prey plunging into the depths. Alas, as abominable creatures of pseudo-beastly nature, they lacked the instincts of true animals. Otherwise, they would not have retreated. In the realm of fantasy, it is said that participants are akin to protagonists and shall not meet their demise, instead gaining fortuitous opportunities. Less chatter. Just direct your gaze to the screen. Meanwhile, in the domain of tales of ninjas, Emo Xiaolong crossed his arms, effortlessly standing against the cliff's wall. Indeed, chakra is a remarkable asset. After a brief interlude, he returned to the cliff's edge. As he gently caressed his stomach, he murmured, I feel no discomfort. It seems I can truly eat. Moreover, an inexplicable sensation surged within him. His strength had significantly recovered. To validate his intuition, Emo Xiaolong formed a hand seal. Multiple shadow clone technique. A plume of smoke enveloped him, revealing 9 shadow clones. Though far fewer than the thousands he once commanded, this current situation was more than adequate. Now, the tide had turned. These scoundrels would soon experience the onslaught of my sea of clones. With this declaration, Emo Xiaolong, accompanied by his shadow clones, sought out the ferocious tiger he had first encountered. Rasengan! 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 Not only had the number of clones increased, but even the potency of the Rasengan surged to 80% of its former might. The tiger before him, as fragile as paper, was the perfect testament to his regained prowess. In earlier times, the opponent could withstand a Rasengan and roar with the might of a fierce tiger. However, now, after a single Rasengan, the once formidable tiger has been reduced to a feeble cat. Following a just and thorough beating, Emo Xiaolong stood upon the corpse of the tiger, commencing his search within its lair. Surely, there must be something of use here. Before long, Emo Xiaolong discovered a vibrant wild strawberry nestled within the cave. Its brilliant red hue suggested it would be quite delectable. As for why wild strawberries would flourish in a cave, one could only surmise that the world of bizarre tales harbors countless oddities. Such trivial matters are hardly surprising. After acquiring the wild strawberry, Emo Xiaolong refrained from consuming it immediately. He prided himself on his cautious nature, never one to act carelessly. Thus, adhering to his usual practice, he instructed his shadow clone to taste it first. 5 minutes elapsed quietly, and the shadow clone, having consumed the wild strawberry, nodded at Emo Xiaolong, signaling that it was safe. All right, you may disperse now. Emo Xiaolong waved his hand, reclaiming his own wild strawberry. The shadow clone rolled its eyes, unwilling to engage further, and with a puff of smoke, vanished. After devouring the first wild strawberry, then the second, Emo Xiaolong felt the air around him become significantly more refreshing. However, upon ingesting the third, he suddenly lost his balance. There was poison. A wave of dizziness washed over him, forcing Emo Xiaolong to crouch down, gasping for breath. Why? To be continued. Chapter 60. Seizing the opportunity for retribution within the depths of the forest, beside the thicket, Emo Xiaolong crouched low, perspiration drenching his body. His lips tinged with a shade of purple. After a prolonged moment, having expelled the toxins, he began to feel considerably better. Naturally, during this process, the live stream was shrouded in silence, for none dared to challenge the formidable river crab deity. Once he had cleared the area of all remnants, Emo Xiaolong straightened himself and, with deliberate steps, made his way back into the cavern. Casting his gaze around the dimly lit space, he noted the sheer rock walls surrounding him. A short distance away, a slightly cleaner stone caught his eye, and without hesitation, he approached it to take a seat. Subsequently, he glanced at the remaining wild strawberries in his hand. Lost in contemplation. Rule 3. The beasts of the forest are inedible, yet the fruits are permissible. They may be consumed without issue. But the absence of a mention regarding non-lethal toxins raises concerns that Cunningswood G has certainly become more devious. Emo Xiaolong couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. At that moment, a wave of weakness and hunger surged through him once more. His expression shifted dramatically, akin to encountering a nemesis. Curse it. To eat or not to eat? The choice lay with Emo Xiaolong. He gazed at the wild strawberries in his hand and sighed softly. I had initially believed that consuming the fruits would restore my strength, much like leveling up in a game, ultimately to confront that Xu, the boss. Yet, I never anticipated he would ensnare me so. As he spoke, Emo Xiaolong promptly devoured a strawberry, his complexion reddening at a visible pace. Clenching his fist, he sensed his strength reviving once again and slowly exhaled a cloud of stale air. With resolute determination, Emo Xiaolong declared, I have no alternative. Should I refrain from eating? Even a ferocious tiger would be beyond my capability to defeat. How then could I hope to conquer this game? With those words, Emo Xiaolong set forth once more into the woods. Rule 3. Xu awaits atop the mountain. Please ascend within 24 hours. Time waits for no one. I must hasten my pace. In the forest, amidst the towering trees, Emo Xiaolong skillfully concealed himself, utilizing the cover provided by the foliage. His pace was not hindered by a lack of effort, but rather the dwindling strawberries in his grasp and the unforeseen occurrences ahead. Ahead, perched upon a branch, a gray-feathered eagle stood watch. With keen eyes, Emo Xiaolong recognized it as the very eagle that had attempted to ambush him. As the saying goes, a gentleman seeks vengeance from dawn till dusk. A sly grin spread across Emo Xiaolong's face as he contemplated launching a surprise attack on the eagle. However, the timing was not yet ripe. He needed to wait for the creature's vigilance to wane. The eagle's gaze swept periodically around its surroundings, as if on high alert. Moments later, sensing no disturbance, it retreated into a tree hollow, emerging shortly thereafter with 2 ripe peaches clasped in its talons. Emo Xiaolong was rendered speechless. He truly wished to voice his exasperation. Whose peaches are growing in the hollows of trees? That fool, Xu, does he possess any common sense? Though the thoughts remained unvoiced, Emo Xiaolong had already approached the rear of the eagle. The eagle's head was still nestled within the tree hollow. Now was the moment. Shadow clone technique. 8 clones suddenly materialized. Spiraling sphere. A classic combination that never grows stale. It is well known that Naruto Uzumaki employed the Rasengan until the very end. As an alternate version from another realm, Emo Xiaolong naturally sought to amplify this ability. In the depths of the forest, Emo Xiaolong's gaze sharpened. The eagle continued to flutter about, and seeing this, the clones lunged forward, seizing the beast's form and forcefully pinning its head within the hollow. Main body. Quickly utilize the spiraling sphere on me. The shadow clone declared with a touch of tragic heroism. Emo Xiaolong couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. You are such a drama queen. With his words spoken, the other clones wasted no time, brandishing their Rasengans and charging forward. The outcome was clear. The eagle met a grim fate, not just tasting the spiraling sphere but far worse. In retaliation for its earlier ambush, Emo Xiaolong ensured that the creature would not depart peacefully. Gazing at the ink-like puddle that the eagle transformed into upon its demise, Emo Xiaolong coldly stated, Those who ambush shall meet their own demise. Every action has its consequence, and your retribution is me. The peaches were secured by Emo Xiaolong and entrusted to a clone for wrapping, before he commanded another clone. Go into the tree hollow and see if there are other fruits. The clone's eyes were filled with reluctance, yet it had no choice but to comply. Moments later, Emo Xiaolong's clone raced through the woods, clutching fruits. Behind the clone trailed Emo Xiaolong's main body, along with other clones standing ready. One cannot deny the utility of shadow clones. Indeed, in a short span of time, Emo Xiaolong had not only collected fruits, but also reached a point near the mountain's peak. Halt! Emo Xiaolong gestured with his hand, and then commanded the clone. Maintain vigilance around us. I have a matter to attend to. The numerous clones encircled Emo Xiaolong, beginning to scout the surroundings. Observing their efficiency, it was clear they were well versed in this procedure. Not far away, hidden within the grass, Emo Xiaolong ground his teeth and shouted furiously that detestables would eat. This is the 10th time. You black-hearted scoundrel, when we meet, I shall make you understand the meaning of cruelty. After dealing with the toxins, Emo Xiaolong consumed some fruits once more. If it were possible, he would prefer not to eat. However, he was about to confront Xu, and without nourishment, he would stand no chance. Clearly, the numerous battles along the way had led Emo Xiaolong to believe that the forthcoming encounter would be a grueling one. Yet, upon reaching the mountain's summit, the situation unfolded in an unexpected manner. A gentle breeze swept across a cliff at the peak. A humble canvas rests beside a low stool. upon which Zui sits, brush in hand. He gazes into the vast expanse of the sky, a boundless azure stretching endlessly above. Occasionally, beams of sunlight pierce through the clouds, casting a golden radiance upon the mountaintop, rendering the moment extraordinarily sacred. Have you arrived? Zui inquires without turning his head. His voice startles Mo Xiaolong from his reverie, prompting him to clench his fists and stride forward. Stop with the theatrics. The condition for passage is to defeat you. Isn't it? Take this punch. Without hesitation, Mo Xiaolong lunges at Zui's face. Wait. Zui attempts to explain, but Mo Xiaolong's fist hurtles toward him, granting no opportunity for discourse. Family, who understands the agony of enduring 10 sessions in 3 hours? This grudge must be avenged. It must be dealt with harshly. After enduring a barrage of at least 10 punches, Zui finally seizes a moment when Mo Xiaolong's attack falters. That's not the condition for passage, Zui exclaims urgently. Chapter 61, Contemplation. In the realm of Naruto's strange tales, by the edge of the cliff, Mo Xiaolong perched upon Sai's back, throwing punches at his face. Upon hearing Sai's words, he reluctantly halted his fists. With a click of his tongue, Mo Xiaolong turned his head, only to express his displeasure with the TSK. When he faced Sai once more, he burst into laughter, rising to his feet while pulling Sai up alongside him. Rubbing the back of his head, Mo Xiaolong chuckled. Honestly, why didn't you mention it sooner? If you had said so earlier, I certainly wouldn't have laid a hand on you. Sai, visibly irritated, bore swollen cheeks marked with bruises from punches. Gazing at the shameless Mo Xiaolong, his lips twitched in agitation. I see you did that on purpose. Sai couldn't contain himself and snorted. Though it is somewhat improper to enhance the fruit, our positions are adversarial. As one on the enigmatic side, it's understandable for me to be a tad sinister. Mo Xiaolong whistled, casting his gaze elsewhere, feigning ignorance. Truthfully, their interaction was remarkably harmonious, resembling that of longtime friends. There was no trace of hostility between them, as if they were not engaged in a game of strange tales at all. Was this correct? Clearly not. Thus, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. Which path to take? Sai shouted. Mo Xiaolong immediately braced himself, anticipating an attack from his opponent. However, congratulations on passing my first trial, but do not rejoice too soon. Sai's expression grew serious. The true difficulties are only just beginning. I will not allow you to pass easily. As Sai's words echoed, the expansive blue sky transformed into a sea of crimson, and a tempest surged around them. The fierce winds battered against Mo Xiaolong's body, nearly toppling him. Fortunately, he quickly anchored himself to the ground with chakra, avoiding being swept away. Strangely, despite the ferocity of the storm, the easel and stool upon the cliff remained utterly undisturbed. Mo Xiaolong glanced at the easel, his gaze turning grave as he directed a questioning look at Sai. Is this scientific? Sai grinned maliciously, revealing his teeth, his visage morphing into something more grotesque. It was evident that he had entered a semi-enigmatic state. Regardless of the circumstances, what you should focus on is the trial I am about to present to you. Feel free. Mo Xiaolong, hands in pockets, seemed oblivious to fear. Clearly, Sai's initial challenge had instilled a hint of complacency within him. This level of difficulty is merely a fraction of what I endured in the realm of the female enigmatic. Having overcome such trials, would I truly fear a mere Sai? Mo Xiaolong's thoughts remained unspoken, yet the raised chin and disdainful gaze he cast towards Sai irked him considerably. Thus, Sai did not continue with pleasantries. Instead, he roared and declared, the conditions for passage are quite simple. Paint. Illustrate the world as I perceive it. And you must earn my approval. Following his proclamation, a smile graced Sai's face as he laughed heartily, while his lower half gradually morphed into a mass of black mud. In stark contrast, the expression on Mo Xiaolong's face was one of distress. In the Dragon Kingdom, the live-streaming room buzzed with fervent discussions. What on earth does earn my approval even mean? Isn't that rather vague? To put it simply, one must produce a proposal that satisfies the client. With that explanation, I understand. But is there truly anyone capable of fulfilling such a daunting task? It is well known that satisfying a client's demands is notoriously difficult. One can never ascertain what the other party truly desires. At that moment, within the realm of Naruto horror tales, Sai took on the role of the client and urged, "Come on, let us get started. Time is of the essence." With a grim expression, Mo Xiaolong raised his hand. You say, the wheel of fortune turns. Sai regarded the obedient Mo Xiaolong with an unyielding grin. Is there a specific standard for the world as you see it? Mo Xiaolong cautiously inquired. Of course, there is a standard. Sai chuckled lightly, then proclaimed with pride, The standard is that you must satisfy me. As these words fell, the area below his head completely transformed into black mud. Huh? Mo Xiaolong was rendered speechless. What kind of standard is that? Just as he intended to ask further, he suddenly found the space around him shifting, and he was seated on a stool. Before him stood a pristine white canvas. Behind him came Zai's voice. Let us begin. You must create a piece that pleases me. By the way, you have a time limit of 3 hours. With that, Zai mysteriously produced a large hourglass and placed it beside Mo Xiaolong. Time ticked away, seconds slipping by relentlessly. However, Mo Xiaolong remained motionless, staring at the white canvas. The paper was exceedingly thin, barely the thickness of a single sheet. Coupled with the exceptionally penetrating brush in his hand, it dawned on him. I have but one chance? At this moment, Mo Xiaolong wore a serious expression as he began to recall the rules. Zai's painting practice game. 1. Beware of fierce beasts lurking in the jungle. 2. Zai awaits at the mountain's peak. You must reach the summit within 24 hours. 3. The beasts in the forest are inedible, but the fruits are not. 4. The heart is filled with uncertainty between the real and the unreal. 5. The world ought to appear as such in your eyes. Mo Xiaolong did not immediately pick up the brush. Instead, he continued to mutter to himself. Firstly, the rules of 123 have been thoroughly validated, primarily concerning various situations in the mountains and forests. Thus, the pivotal points for success lie within rules 4 and 5. Upon realizing this, Mo Xiaolong concentrated his thoughts on these regulations, his mind oscillating between the tangible and the intangible. Was this in reference to Zui Yi's true circumstances? He recalled that this individual had once resided in the roots. This implies that the defenses within his heart are exceedingly feeble. Mo Xiaolong's eyes sparkled with insight as he silently committed this conjecture to memory. Rule 5 states that the world should appear as such in your eyes. This principle must be intertwined with Zui Yi's expectations of me. So what manner of world exists in Zui Yi's perception? Mo Xiaolong began to recollect some intelligence regarding Zui Yi. He had undergone training in the roots alongside his brother from a tender age. As a ninja of the roots, his first graduation mission was to engage in a deadly duel with his brother, with defeat equating to death. Clearly, Zui Yi had survived. Therefore, does this mean that the world he perceives is one of deception? A realm of mutual slaughter? A brutal existence? No, this cannot be the case. Mo Xiaolong shook his head, dismissing this notion. There must be an alternative explanation that I have yet to consider. He spoke with unwavering conviction. He could not accept the possibility that his companion harbored such an emptiness within. Surely, there must be a transformation. P.S. Recently, the text has seen a reduction in numerous comments. If convenient, I kindly request that esteemed readers leave their thoughts following this passage regarding whether further reductions in comments should be implemented. Chapter 62. The Turning Point on the Precipice. The tempest tousled Mo Xiaolong's hair, yet his mind remained unfazed. What, I wonder, is the world like through Zai's eyes? Surely, the turmoil within him should have found resolution by now. Could it be that the haunting memories have resurfaced following the bizarre incursion? After much contemplation, Mo Xiaolong concluded that this was the only plausible explanation. I must concentrate my thoughts on the fundamental principles. There must be a connection between these two elements. With a spark of insight, Mo Xiaolong fell into deep contemplation. The heart, caught between the tangible and the ethereal, is rife with uncertainty. The world should appear thus in your gaze. These two axioms abruptly surfaced in his mind, illuminating his thoughts. No, I require further validation. Meanwhile, time continued its relentless march, and 2/3 of Sai's form had transformed into writhing black sludge. Sai's visage contorted into a grotesque expression as he observed Mo Xiaolong's hesitance to act, compelling him to urge, "What are you waiting for? Quickly render a creation that satisfies me. What does the world look like through your eyes? Speak." As his words echoed, the dark sludge slithered closer to Mo Xiaolong's back. An ominous chill enveloping him. He instinctively recognized the presence behind him. A person possesses 3 flames, one on each shoulder and one at the forehead. Now was not the time to turn around. Thus, without glancing back, Mo Xiaolong called out, "Sai?" Simultaneously, he grasped his paintbrush firmly. Startled, Sai momentarily halted his approach, thinking that the artist was finally ready to begin. "Are you about to start?" he inquired. Mo Xiaolong shook his head. "No, I have one more question. Answer it, and I shall commence my work immediately." "Speak swiftly." Sai's voice was hoarse and tinged with impatience, indicating that his rationality was waning. This was the consequence of the bizarre transformation. All anomalies would find themselves ensnared. The moments of lucidity would dwindle, leaving only a haze of existence. Those with vacant gazes lose their sense of self. Should one descend further into this state, they would become akin to Tsunade, entirely succumbing to the bizarre, with their thoughts replaced by madness. It resembled a state of corruption. The essence of the individual remains unchanged, yet their ideations become increasingly radical. Among the 12 small wonders, others are beginning to exhibit similar signs. This outcome is unavoidable if no one intervenes to rescue them. The final result will either be their demise alongside the shinobi world or complete assimilation into the bizarre. Thereafter, they would be manipulated by savage thoughts to invade other realms. One wonders who is right or wrong in the choices made by Nara Shikamaru and Tsunade. One path adheres to the rules, seeking a sanctuary, while the other indulges in self-dissolution, becoming the bizarre. Or perhaps, neither path leads to salvation? I wish to inquire. Does your heart still harbor regrets about those days at the root? Emo Xiaolong asked solemnly. The response from the other party was of utmost significance to him. It was the key to his success. Ha. The laughter of Zhuji erupted, wild and unrestrained, tears of mirth streaming down his manic visage. Such trivialities. It matters not at all. Zhuji's expression darkened with ferocity. Hurry and draw for me. His shadowy palm rested heavily upon Emo Xiaolong's shoulder, a chill creeping through him, rendering his limbs somewhat rigid. Yet, in that moment, Emo Xiaolong remained composed, a confident smile gracing his lips. I have comprehended. The answer lies before my very eyes. Zhuji's reaction spoke volumes. His inner turmoil was palpable. Thus, it was not merely the drawing that held importance, but rather how to sway the other. As long as I can articulate a convincing rationale and win Zhuji's genuine agreement, then victory shall surely be mine. No idle chatter. Prepare yourself. Emo Xiaolong began to sketch. The brush glided softly across the white paper, producing a crisp sound. He punctuated the surface with deft movements. Gradually, lines began to emerge, forming a simple image. Although Emo Xiaolong's artistic skills were not particularly remarkable, the figures depicted on the rice paper were nonetheless discernible. This is my answer. Emo Xiaolong extended his hand, beckoning Zhuji to take a look. What do you mean? Zhuji craned his neck, resting upon Emo Xiaolong's shoulder, gazing at the drawing with a look of perplexity. The figure illustrated on the paper was none other than Zhuji himself. Emo Xiaolong fought the urge to avert his gaze from Zhuji's neck, which resembled that of a mollusk. He began to elucidate. This represents the world as seen through Zhuji's eyes. Pointing at the painted eyes of Zhuji, he continued. He perceives everything within this world through his own unique lens. Absurd. Zhuji's displeasure was evident, yet he remained still. Unless you provide a reasonable explanation, this game shall undoubtedly end in your defeat. The other's reaction bolstered Emo Xiaolong's confidence. He chuckled lightly, disregarding the claws that threatened his neck, and continued. No one can bear witness to this world on your behalf. Remember, your existence is singular and irreplaceable. The world, as you perceive it, should be thus. A flicker of emotion crossed Zhuji's face upon hearing these words. Go on. I am listening. The claws advanced slightly, pressing him. Emo Xiaolong rose, brushing aside the threatening talons. The world is so wondrous. Your volatility is quite unbecoming. After uttering this, he cleared his throat and continued in a gentle tone. Life is a journey adorned with scenic vistas and melodious songs, where myriad joys can only be truly felt by oneself. I stand by this sentiment. Such as the world is seen through the eyes of Zai. Emo Xiaolong, pointing to the eyes depicted on the canvas, proclaimed with pride. After a brief pause, observing Zai's contemplative demeanor, he continued. If you perceive life as devoid of meaning, then you may be correct. However, it is precisely for this reason that we must seek the significance that belongs to our own existence. Emo Xiaolong extended his palm before Zai. Is not our friendship also a part of your life? He nearly articulated the thought. Please consider me as the purpose for your continued existence. To be candid, this tactic of persuasion was inspired by the memory of Orochimaru. Do you not see how many renowned ninjas, such as Hong Lian and Jumuru, were willing to sacrifice their lives for Orochimaru? Emo Xiaolong believed that this approach would surely confuse Zai to the point of disorientation. Indeed, as Emo Xiaolong anticipated, Zai gazed at the outstretched palm, momentarily taken aback. A warm sensation blossomed within his heart, and he murmured, Nalu Duo. The dark mud enveloping Zai swiftly receded, restoring him to his human form. Nalu Duo, you are truly a cunning fellow. Zai smiled softly, placing his hand upon Emo Xiaolong's. I concur with your perspective. That is indeed the world as I see it. Upon hearing Zai's words, Emo Xiaolong was overwhelmed with joy. Yet, a sudden twist of fate ensued. No, I disagree. I want you dead. Chapter 63. I am the man who will become Hokage no. I vehemently disagree. I want you dead. The words of hatred spilled from Sai's lips, his countenance once again twisted into madness. Emo Xiaolong's gaze sharpened. He understood that although the opponent's exterior remained unchanged, his very essence had transformed. Before Emo Xiaolong could utter a word, the bizarre Sai, with a deranged expression, continued, "The struggle between human beings will never cease. The chain of hatred is unbreakable. Desire gives birth to calamity. Existence itself is devoid of meaning. Only death serves as the ultimate destination for all life. That is where equality resides." As he spoke, the peculiar Sai advanced towards Emo Xiaolong, and with each step he took, Emo Xiaolong retreated. Within mere moments, he found himself at the precipice of a cliff. Amidst the chilling winds, the sinister Sai continued with a cruel grin, "This is the world as I perceive it. Therefore, I cannot agree with your words." Emo Xiaolong fell silent, pondering whether it was a flaw in his training. No, that was not the case. Deep down, he recognized the validity of the opponent's statements. Yet, this realization posed a significant dilemma for Emo Xiaolong. Suddenly, the strange Sai forcefully shoved Emo Xiaolong off the cliff. Throughout the ordeal, Emo Xiaolong made no attempt to resist. This was the consequence of losing a game of rules. A punishment to be accepted, powerless to alter fate regardless of one's strength. Was surrender inevitable? Between life and death lies profound terror, yet also great wisdom. A moment of enlightenment. As he plummeted, tranquility enveloped Emo Xiaolong's heart. His mind began to replay memories from his childhood to the present. It was akin to a lantern show, commonly known as a death replay. However, just as Emo Xiaolong was about to close his eyes, a sudden sound echoed in his mind. Ding, ding. After assessment, player Emo Xiaolong's progress is at 50%. The remaining 50% is due to uncontrollable circumstances. An unknown error has occurred in the rules. The restriction on the player has been lifted. Please resolve the remaining 50% independently. Players are permitted to employ any means necessary. As Emo Xiaolong neared the ground, he reopened his eyes. It appeared that his time to exit had not yet arrived. With that thought, a brilliant golden chakra enveloped him. The chakra of the Nine Tails passively activated. In an instant, Lord Yellow Ape reappeared. Once his descent was halted, Emo Xiaolong found himself shaking his head. His opponent had exploited a bug in the rules. Even the regulations could not overlook the anomaly and had granted him an advantage. Indeed, to agree and then suddenly retract was nothing short of deceit. Having grasped the situation, Emo Xiaolong lightly pressed his toes against the air, causing ripples to spread outward, and in a manner reminiscent of a rocket, he surged upward towards the cliff. Yo! In the unsettling gaze of the enigmatic Xu, Emo Xiaolong greeted with a smile and a wave. How is this possible? Xu retreated in fear. How are you still alive? He exclaimed in anger. Suddenly recalling something, his expression shifted back to one of wild defiance. I won't die. Whoever flinches is a coward. Embracing this thought, Xu boldly retorted, You laugh. You. At this, Emo Xiaolong's smile vanished. I hope you can maintain that bravado, he murmured, cracking his knuckles ominously. On the surface, Emo Xiaolong appeared unfazed by the insult, yet the ensuing brutal scene would undoubtedly reveal the fury simmering within him. Shadow clone technique. Rasengan. Even after being violently torn apart, Xu continued to shout defiantly. You still seem quite spirited. Let us stoke the flames of life and roast the bizarre. Emo Xiaolong commanded his shadow clones. Time passed, and on the cliff, Xu's voice trembled with fear. Stop. No more. Rasengan. The already battered body of Xu was once again shattered. I concede. You are right. This is the world as I see it. After enduring 100 tortures, Xu could no longer bear the torment and chose to surrender. Oh, family who understands. He lamented. Boiling, burning, 1,000 years of pain. Countless tortures combined with various Rasengan are truly unbearable for any anomaly. The thoughts Xu harbored remained unspoken. As his words of surrender echoed, the world around began to morph into shades of black and white. In the outside world, in Longwa, within the live stream room, wow, what a twist. When I saw the contestant fall off the cliff, I was already in my car driving away. I never expected to see light at the end of the tunnel. That was nothing, just a minor scene. I'll be back after changing my pants. Ding dong. Ding dong. Congratulations to Longwa players for completing the Horror Tale, Xu's drawing game. Now distributing phase rewards. All citizens of Longwa receive an increase of 2 years in lifespan, a 1 enhancement in land fertility, and a 1 boost in physical speed. Upon Emo Xiaolong reopening his eyes within the realm of Naruto Horror Tales, he found himself back in the art shop. Ding dong. Congratulations, esteemed player, for clearing Xu drawing game. You now receive a 5 fusion bonus. A mere 5 fusion bonus no longer unsettled Imo Xiaolong. In an instant, he had fully regained his composure. However, when he glanced at the counter, it was deserted. Understanding the situation, Imo Xiaolong knew that Zui surely wished to avoid him, thus he opted to leave. Wandering aimlessly through the streets of Konoha, Imo Xiaolong meandered about. I find myself in need of additional clues. Unbeknownst to him, Imo Xiaolong had ascended to the summit of Hokage Rock. The scenery remained as breathtaking as ever, offering a panoramic view of the entire Hidden Leaf Village. As a gentle breeze caressed him, Imo Xiaolong instinctively closed his eyes to savor the moment. He extended his arms, allowing the wind to playfully embrace his body. After a brief interlude, a surge of inspiration coursed through him. He cupped his hands into a trumpet shape and shouted downwards. I shall become the man who will be Hokage. His proclamation reverberated throughout the village. In the pharmacy, Shikamaru Nara, reclining lazily, turned over and muttered to himself, that fool. Meanwhile, in the flower shop, Ino Yamanaka sprang up from behind the counter, her frustration manifesting as she stomped her feet. That insufferable guy. In the Hokage office, Tsunade rose from her chair, her fists clenched, yearning to rush out and quash his hopes. However, sensing a looming threat from above, she begrudgingly returned to her seat. Murmuring under her breath, this is merely the beginning. That audacious brat. Enjoy the twilight before the encroaching darkness. Within the Hyuga estate, Hinata Hanabi squatted by the pond, sketching with a twig. Upon hearing the uproar, she tossed aside her stick, revealing a small canine tooth as she declared, I refuse to acknowledge that fool as my brother-in-law. After uttering her words, she retrieved a handkerchief embroidered with orchids from her pocket to wipe the beads of sweat from her brow, subsequently tucking it away with utmost care. Inside the estate's dining room, Hinata Hyuga paused mid-meal. Her body had fully recovered, surrounded by countless animal bones. The bones bore no remnants of flesh, a testament to Hinata's profound hunger. As a servant presented her with a roasted leg of lamb, Hinata consumed it with grace and speed, discarding the bones aside. Thus, a small mound of bones was formed. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Hinata's eyes. Naruto-kun, fret not. I am recovering splendidly. Tonight I shall come to find you. With a delicate touch, she tapped her red lips, humming a melodious tune filled with affection. Chapter 64. The guess was correct. Upon the summit of Hokage Rock. Upon uttering this phrase, Imo Xiaolong felt a wave of pleasantness wash over him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet, one cannot fathom how many individuals were ensnared in contemplation by his words. Lowering his hand, Imo Xiaolong tightened his waistband, a trace of perplexity flickering in his eyes. An odd sensation lingered, as if someone were thinking of his dear brother. Was it merely an illusion? Imo Xiaolong found himself uncertain of his own thoughts. Perhaps it was simply an overactive imagination. After all, this was a realm of bizarre rules. How could anyone possibly be concerned about his brother? Casting aside this subtle sense of foreboding, Imo Xiaolong resolved to return. With his chest held high, he calmly declared that it was time to leave. He had been mentally calculating the time, and now, only an hour remained until nightfall. For the sake of safety, he decided to depart early. However, beneath Hokage Rock, a mass of black sludge writhed incessantly. The form of the sludge shifted imperceptibly. It was none other than Changpu. Yet, her current stature was diminutive, standing merely 20 centimeters tall, resembling an exquisite doll. This was not her true form. The glimmer in Changpu's eyes was rife with insatiable desire. Of course, it was hunger. As the first to be infected by the black sludge, she had long since succumbed to darkness. Naruto, you belong to me. Only to me. Her frenzied murmurs echoed as Imo Xiaolong leaped down from Hokage Rock just in time. Upon landing, he half-crouched to absorb the impact, sending a cloud of dust swirling upon the street. Meanwhile, the petite Changpu had concealed herself behind a tree. This tree was unlike any other, its massive roots starkly exposed to the elements. One could only wonder how it drew nourishment to thrive. A calculating glint flashed in Changpu's eyes. My current strength is far too feeble. I am no match for Naruto. Thus, I shall resort to cunning. Changpu's form began to shift once more, first reverting to her black sludge embodiment, then transforming into a sleek, ebony feline. She elegantly licked her paw, her eyes glinting with cruelty. Naruto, I am coming. With her words hanging in the air, she felt an undeniable surge of strength. Imo Xiaolong, feeling a sense of pride, absent-mindedly touched his nose. Suddenly, his ears twitched. Who is there? The vigilant Imo Xiaolong turned sharply towards the tree, calling out loudly. He had just caught a faint sound, and his steps instinctively retreated. Not knowing the identity of the enemy, he resolutely refused to act recklessly. Nightfall was imminent. Meow, the elegant black cat, let out a soft call as she stepped out from behind the tree. "Little one, watch as I enchant you." As the fragrant iris indulged in her reverie, the moment Emo Xiaolong spotted the black cat, he swiftly took flight. "Iris? This is not what I anticipated. What sort of fellow is he? Does he not adore cats?" Confusion lingered without resolution. "Wait, don't go." Anxiously, Iris let out a cry. Upon hearing the black cat speak human words, Emo Xiaolong involuntarily quickened his pace. In such a scenario, only a fool would halt. Historically, black cats have been perceived as ominous symbols in various tales of the bizarre. Unaware of the other's true nature, Emo Xiaolong would never act recklessly. Thus, upon encountering this entity, he chose to flee immediately. There is no other reason. Prudence comes first. By the great tree, Iris watched Emo Xiaolong's retreating figure, her teeth gritting in frustration. Transforming back into her human form, she stomped heavily upon the ground. "What a detestable fellow. Yet, your escape was so remarkably graceful." After uttering these words, a pallid and obsessive expression returned to Iris's face, her eyes glowing with a shade of crimson. Just as she prepared to pursue Emo Xiaolong, a swirling black mist materialized behind her. "A thieving cat?" The chilling words echoed as the mist coalesced into a human shape, revealing none other than Hinata Hyuga. With her delicate, fair hand, she seized the petite Iris, rendering her immobile. "Naruto is mine. Stay away from him. Do you understand? You scoundrel." The small-statured Iris was tightly grasped, the pressure surrounding her causing extreme discomfort as her limbs flailed helplessly. "How shameless! How dare you ambush me?" With a fierce countenance, Iris began to curse vehemently. "That treasure belongs to me. It is my cherished possession, nurtured since childhood. You thief! You have stolen my most precious treasure." With that, Iris opened her mouth to bite at the person before her. Insolence! A flicker of displeasure arose in Hinata's pristine white eyes. The current her was no longer the timid Hinata of the past. To be with her beloved Naruto, Hinata was willing to forsake everything. "How dare you not retreat in the face of adversity? Then, perish." With a firm grip, Hinata clenched her small hand tightly. Iris, exerting all her strength, found escape impossible, only to be crushed into black sludge, flowing upon the ground. With no entity left to control, her will dissipated entirely. Far away at Ichiraku Ramen, Iris suddenly collapsed onto her bed. Her once vibrant red lips now devoid of color, she gasped for breath. After a while, as her breathing steadied, Iris clenched her fists tightly, pounding upon the bed. "Thieving wench of the Hyuga clan. Just you wait. This is not over between us." A glimmer of hatred flashed in Iris's eyes. For her, devouring Emo Xiaolong is of utmost importance. Eliminating Hinata Hyuga holds equal significance. The remainder of Changpu's life will be devoted to these two endeavors. Beside the grand tree, the black sludge has lost its vitality. It now exists merely as a pure energy entity. However, it possesses a strong polluting quality, likely only capable of being absorbed by the bizarre. Hinata Hyuga holds this substance in disdain, not wishing to squander her time on absorption. Her gaze drifts to the other side of the street, where Emo Xiaolong resides. "Naruto-kun, my recovery has surpassed my expectations. I have come to find you." Hinata's crimson lips part, her eyes shimmering with boundless affection. Undoubtedly, she is eager to unleash her Byakugan. After her words linger in the air, only a fragrant breeze remains as her graceful figure vanishes. Once the area is entirely deserted, the black sludge on the ground seems to be drawn, gradually flowing towards the great tree. An ethereal silhouette materializes upon the massive roots. The figure's eyes are tightly shut, and upon closer inspection, it unmistakably resembles Shimura Danzo. To be continued. Chapter 65, Apologies, for the last time in Naruto Horror Tales. As the black sludge fully permeated the roots of the trees, Shimura Danzo opened his eyes. "What is happening to me?" A flicker of confusion crossed Shimura Danzo's gaze. And then, his single eye narrowed slightly. "I remember now. Ever since that day when I was vanquished by the wicked Uchiha Sasuke, I resorted to that otherworldly object. It was something I discovered in a cave. It resembled black mud, incredibly feeble. Powerful seals surrounded it, restraining all its movements. Fortunately, my wind release was sufficiently potent to break the seals and capture a fragment of its body." With this thought, a sense of self-satisfaction spread across Shimura Danzo's face. He failed to consider that had the black sludge not willingly sacrificed most of its power and body to forcibly break through, he would never have had the opportunity to shake the seals even slightly. Subsequently, before I could even begin to study its existence, I was confronted and killed by Uchiha Sasuke. ultimately suffering the humiliation of being sealed by the four-symbol seal, taking a bridge along with me. Reflecting on this, a grimace of displeasure formed on Shimura Danzo's face, and the bitterness within him compelled him to clench his fists tightly. As he raised his gaze once more, a glint of madness flashed in his eyes. Ha ha ha, did you not expect this? I am still alive. Images continuously flickered through Shimura Danzo's mind, depicting all that he had done thereafter, utilizing the power of the black sludge to linger in this world as a lingering soul. During the Ninja World War, he incited the villagers from the shadows, and SHBU was the first to be ensnared. The thoughts of that little girl paled in comparison to the notorious darkness of the ninja world. Thus, the black sludge began to flourish, first among ordinary people, then among lower-ranking ninjas. When the Ninja World War concluded, as Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha battled at the Valley of the End, Shimura Danzo led the Black Sludge army to ambush the weary allied shinobi forces. The shadows from various villages, determined to protect their surviving forces, chose to hold the rear, resulting in them being the first to be tainted. Unaware and unprepared, they faced sudden slaughter. The battle was fiercely brutal, no one perished, yet everyone was lost. All who were contaminated by the black sludge were no longer themselves. A bizarre intertwining of madness and self-awareness led to the complete collapse of the allied shinobi forces. There was no defense against the immortality and corruption of the black sludge. When the five Kage emerged, enveloped in black sludge, the outcome was already sealed. At that moment, Shimura Danzo achieved the monumental feat of corrupting the entire world. Alas, due to certain unforeseen circumstances, it all fell short. I was so close to success. I did this all for Konoha. Why can none comprehend my anguish? As painful memories flooded back, Shimura Danzo began to scream in madness. The vile Uchiha brat. The cursed Nine-Tails Fox. If it were not for the two of you, if it were not for those damned rules, I would have succeeded long ago. After this furious roar from Shimura Danzo, his form gradually faded. At this moment, he had only just regained a sliver of consciousness, and the power he had derived from the black mud was completely severed. He had to conceal himself. Just wait. I shall certainly rise again. This time, I will gather the strength of the entire ninja world to confront you, Naruto Uzumaki. The advantage lies with me. There is no reason for defeat. These words echoed around him, while Shimura Danzo completely vanished from sight. It seems, if his power is not fully restored, he will refrain from rash actions for the time being. Meanwhile, on the other side, Emo Shalong had arrived at his doorstep. He pounded his chest, a look of relief on his face. Luckily, I ran fast, otherwise, I would have been entangled by that suspicious black cat. Naruto-kun's soft and tender words resonated in his ears, the warm breath bringing with it a delightful fragrance. Startled, Emo Shalong jumped sideways, leaping a full 3 meters. It must be said, people can indeed scare one another to death, especially when the fright is unexpected and eerie. Once he discerned the identity of the visitor, Emo Shalong's tone became somewhat stammering. You, what are you doing here? Instinctively, he tightened his belt. Hinata Hyuga, her cheeks flushed, lowered her head, appearing quite bashful. She tried her best to ignore Emo Shalong's movements while carefully recalling whether he had awakened on those few nights. However, the more Hinata thought, the redder her face became, and wisps of steam seemed to rise from her head. The Steam Princess version of Hinata Hyuga made her grand entrance. It seemed she was not the Yandra version of Hinata. Seeing all this, Emo Shalong felt a stir in his heart, and then stepped forward. Taking Hinata's small hand and placing it over his heart, he asked once more, this time with a slightly gentler tone. Hinata-chan, what brings you here? On the surface, Hinata appeared extremely shy. However, deep down, she had already calmed her emotions. After all, there was nothing to be embarrassed about in what she had done, right? Beneath her composed exterior, Hinata was fully aware of how to lower Emo Shalong's guard. I am the one who is shy. I am the one who is a bit unhinged. Yet one thing remains unchanged. That is my affection for you. I am sorry. Naruto-kun, forgive me. This is the last time I deceive you. The words she held within went unspoken as Hinata turned her head away, seemingly bashful. She then continued, I came to apologize. It seems I have caused you quite a bit of trouble. Emo Shalong felt a surge of joy within. The Hinata-chan before him was not the Yandra version. How wonderful. He touched the mark on his neck, faint wisps of dark energy swirling around it, which he seemed oblivious to. Hinata Hyuga kept her gaze fixed on the ground, her Byakugan emitting a faint, ethereal glow. The pretense of shyness served not only to lower Mo Shalong's guard, but also to conceal the intricate workings of her ocular technique. An apology must be delivered with sincerity. Oblivious to the influence upon him, Emo Xiaolong feigned an exaggerated demeanor, stroking Hinata's silky long hair, and continued to smile. You should be able to resolve the mark on my neck, right? In the Long Kingdom's live broadcast room. What the heck? Is this it? Honestly, shouldn't an apology reveal Yukino's white piece? Or perhaps a half-moon? Brothers, something's off. This is a female anomaly. There's definitely a trick. Occasionally, a few lucid individuals recall their previous encounters with female anomalies. Unfortunately, their voices were soon drowned out by a flood of mocking comments, revealing that wise minds were but a rare few. Chapter 66. Hinata's Game. A summer outing for two regarding the mark on my neck. Surely you can resolve it? Emo Xiaolong, influenced by Hinata Hyuga, posed this question, oblivious to any impropriety in his inquiry. After all, how could one not seek a resolution when burdened with a time bomb affixed to their person? The fish had already taken the bait, and a subtle smile graced Hinata's lips. Even though her body felt weakened from the recent ocular technique, it did not diminish her exhilaration in this moment. She lifted her gaze to Emo Xiaolong, her delicate lips glistening, enhanced by a hint of makeup that accentuated her beauty, while her eyelashes fluttered adorably. It was indeed my fault. I shall certainly assist Naruto-kun. With that, Hinata seized the opportunity to nestle into Emo Xiaolong's embrace. Wonderful. Emo Xiaolong clapped his hands in delight. Ding dong, ding dong. Detecting a change in the emotional game content of Hinata Hyuga. Do you wish to consume the mark and participate in the summer outing for two? Note, there are no penalties for failing this game. There will be no death or rewards. Participation is solely at the contestant's discretion. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, viewers began to discuss this intriguing message. Wow, such a delightful opportunity. I think we should join. That emotional game is too twisted. Why not dive into this summer outing for two? I have a strange feeling about the girl. I hope it's just my imagination. In the realm of Naruto's eerie tales, upon hearing the prompt, Emo Xiaolong's face lit up with joy. Although doubts had crossed his mind, he could not deny that Hinata was exceptionally skilled. Not only did she employ her abilities to interfere with his thoughts, but she also skillfully teased with various emotions. After all, which man could withstand such trials? Thus, Emo Xiaolong naturally nodded in agreement. I am willing to partake in Hinata Hyuga's summer outing for two. Hinata, upon hearing his words, tilted her head up to gaze at him. I adore it. She gently rose onto her toes. Emo Xiaolong closed his eyes, ready to embrace the warmth of her affection, but in an instant, the soft figure in his arms vanished. A fleeting sense of loss washed over him, and when he reopened his eyes, the scenery had dramatically transformed. Ding dong, ding dong, detecting that the player has entered a special scene, summer outing for two. Warm reminder, special eerie tale, please do not become overly immersed. Emo Xiaolong paid no heed to the system's warning, for after all, what was there to fear when life was not at stake? Where am I? Emo Xiaolong surveyed his surroundings in confusion. It appeared he had arrived at the bustling commercial street of Konoha. The lively calls of vendors echoed around him. Cotton candy, sweet cotton candy. Catch goldfish. I will guide you step by step, free of charge. Limited to children under 10, regardless of gender. Upon hearing these words, Emo Xiaolong swiftly turned around, eager to discover who possessed such audacity. In the middle of the road stood a statuesque young woman, fervently shouting. Before long, those tasked with maintaining order arrived and escorted her away. Yet, before her departure, she continued to vociferously proclaim, all emotions and desires are instinctual. I follow my own desires. And I am not in the wrong. This declaration was indeed perplexing. However, Emo Xiaolong felt a stir within. It seemed to resonate with Hinata's emotional turmoil. Just as he contemplated this connection, a gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. Naruto-kun. Turning back, he beheld Hinata Hyuga, elegantly dressed in a pale purple kimono, standing gracefully under the nearby lamplight. Her exquisite features, illuminated by the glow, appeared dazzling, causing Emo Xiaolong to squint slightly. Is that you, Hinata-chan? This light is shining directly into my eyes, making it hard to see. He raised his hand to shield himself from the intense brightness, murmuring softly. Upon hearing his words, Hinata's smile faltered slightly, and her fists clenched tightly within the sleeves of her kimono. Naruto-kun, you really are a big fool. I went to such lengths to prepare and design my entrance. The thoughts of a girl's heart can be quite elusive. Emo Xiaolong, oblivious to her inner turmoil, stepped closer and gently grasped her somewhat icy hand. Honestly, you disappeared without a word. I was genuinely concerned for your safety. The eerie aspect of immortality was something Hinata fully understood, and Emo Xiaolong was equally aware of it. However, what this young couple truly needed was such tender concern. Hinata nodded lightly, her earlier discontent dissipating. She raised her gaze to the streetlight above, waving her hand to extinguish its glow. Surely, it was this very thing that caused Naruto-kun to overlook my attire today and fail to offer compliments, she mused, observing her effortless ability to make objects vanish. A flicker of unease crossed Emo Xiaolong's mind, though he quickly regained his composure. This game poses no danger to life. There's nothing to fear. Unbeknownst to Hinata, who was oblivious to his thoughts, her gaze shifted slightly, fixating on the face she longed for day and night. Then, her delicate hand clasped Emo Xiaolong's larger one. A perfect smile gracing her lips, revealing two charming dimples as her arm gently swayed. It is the summer festival. Please spend the day with me. This is your victory condition. Hinata said softly. As her words settled in, a look of joy illuminated Emo Xiaolong's face. There was nothing complicated about it. What are we waiting for? Let's go? With confidence, Emo Xiaolong took Hinata's hand, eager to revel in the festive delights. However, the sudden pressure from her grip caused him to pause. He turned back, gazing at her with a look of confusion. What troubles you, Hinata? Naruto is truly a fool. Hinata Hyuga pouted in discontent. You haven't changed out of your festival attire yet. Upon hearing this, Emo Xiaolong immediately understood and smiled knowingly. He glanced down at his perpetually unchanged clothing and awkwardly scratched the back of his head. It seems I have no other clothes. It's all right. Leave it to me. Hinata stepped forward, adjusting his collar, and softly spoke. Emo Xiaolong initially believed she would conjure a kimono for him. To his surprise, Hinata took his hand and led him through the bustling streets to a clothing store. Come, let us take a look inside. As the girl turned back, her enchanting smile captivated him. Emo Xiaolong couldn't help but halt in his tracks, puzzled. If you can simply conjure an outfit for me, why waste time browsing stores? It must be said that Emo Xiaolong's emotional intelligence fluctuates significantly at times. As soon as he uttered this remark, Hinata became quite upset. Chapter 67, Awareness. Naruto. What a foolish boy. Hinata Hyuga stamped her foot in displeasure. The joy of shopping undoubtedly lies in wandering about with someone dear. The journey itself is what matters. Is that not so? I apologize for my oversight. Emo Xiaolong sincerely expressed his regret and then entered the store alongside Hinata. The vibrant garments displayed on the racks instantly captured their attention, all fashioned as kimonos. Hinata gently nudged Emo Xiaolong into the fitting room, having already prepared a selection of over a dozen outfits to hand to him. Try these on. I shall assist you in choosing the most flattering one. An excited smile adorned Hinata's face. Today, I will ensure your handsomeness is thoroughly showcased. It must be said, when it comes to women, the thrill of shopping is an unstoppable force. Emo Xiaolong accepted the clothes with a resigned smile. Though I am tempted to refuse, this is Hinata's request, and I shall surely meet her expectations. The sudden declaration of affection left Hinata blushing deeply. She instinctively lowered her head, murmuring softly. The fitting room curtain had been drawn, and Emo Xiaolong was changing. Not far away, on a bench, Hinata's gaze remained fixed on the changing area, unwavering. What is the purpose of the Byakugan? This is a well-known fact. Soon, Hinata lowered her head, just as Emo Xiaolong emerged, lifting the curtain. Hinata, how does this outfit look on me? Emo Xiaolong spread his arms wide, spinning around to invite her gaze. His smile was eternally warm and radiant. The black undergarment, adorned with white lace, featured several pristine lotus flowers embroidered upon the kimono, which suited him rather well. Having seen it before, Hinata raised her head again, observing Emo Xiaolong with a composed demeanor before sharing her thoughts. While it is indeed beautiful, I cannot shake the feeling that this kimono does not suit Naruto's essence. Lightly tapping her lips with her fingertip, she discreetly wiped away a few beads of sweat and continued her assessment. Naruto is far too sunny. This attire is more befitting of a person with an aloof disposition. Is that so? Standing before the full-length mirror, Emo Xiaolong scrutinized his reflection. It seems as though Hinata's words hold truth. I shall try on another outfit then. With that, he re-entered the fitting room. Hinata, seated on the bench, lifted her gaze once more to watch his retreating figure, her eyes betraying a barely contained fervor. The whites of her pupils were tinged with crimson. Naruto, you cannot escape. I shall make you willingly belong to me. Hinata's words revealed her intentions in their entirety. The passions and desires. Emotional control. This is a profound entanglement. No one can remain unscathed by their emotions. Hinata Hyuga's trap has been set, and only a final push is needed to ensnare her prey. Inside the fitting room, Emo Xiaolong had just shed his outer garments when he felt a shiver run down his spine. An ominous premonition loomed over him. Was everything today unfolding too smoothly? Imo Xiaolong's gaze fell as he changed clothes, lost in contemplation. Ever since participating in this bizarre tale, he had not enjoyed a single restful night. Each day was fraught with trepidation, with eerie games knocking at his door from time to time. This current ease felt utterly surreal. Yet, the rules had indicated that there was no danger to life in this game. Imo Xiaolong's expression was one of deep conflict. He could not discern the truth. It was an enigma. The rules were absolute. So where did the doubts lie? Taking a deep breath, he recalled the moment upon entering the game. The scene he witnessed in the streets of Konohagakure. The 7 emotions and 6 desires? Instinct? Just as Imo Xiaolong was on the verge of a crucial realization, a voice called out from beyond the curtain. Naruto-kun. The curtain was lifted by Hinata Hyuga, who greeted him with a smile. You've already changed. Why not come out sooner? Although Hinata was smiling, Imo Xiaolong could only feel a chill creeping into his heart. His thoughts had just reached a pivotal point when they were abruptly interrupted. The same had occurred on the street. The Hinata before him was undoubtedly suspicious. The Byakugan's ability is to see through everything. Damn. She was peeking at him. Was there no shred of privacy left? Imo Xiaolong instinctively tightened his belt, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. He understood he had likely fallen into yet another unknown trap. Now, having lost much of his initiative, Imo Xiaolong could only take it one step at a time. There was no alternative. This battle of wits within the bizarre realm often left one in a passive position. Should someone voluntarily engage in the eerie tale without information? The odds of survival were perilously low. Even Imo Xiaolong, with his protagonist status, had lost count of how many times he had been ensnared. The dangers were all too evident. Some circumstances were not due to Imo Xiaolong's lack of caution, but rather, they were simply inescapable. Hinata Hyuga sensed Imo Xiaolong's wariness. Yet, at this juncture, there was no room for retreat. As long as nothing went awry from here on out, Naruto-kun would undoubtedly be trapped. Numerous calculations flashed through her mind, yet her smile remained intact as she spoke. I feel like this outfit is still lacking something. A white base adorned with golden lace, a single red lotus perched in front of her. It was overly gentle, not befitting Naruto-kun's spirited demeanor. Imo Xiaolong rubbed the back of his head, chuckling heartily. He didn't even glance in the mirror, but instead declared, I'll give it another try. With remarkable speed, he adjusted the curtain and casually picked up a kimono, donning it absent-mindedly. What exactly did Hinata intend? Should he resort to using props to escape? The unknown is the most terrifying. A fleeting thought of retreat crossed Imo Xiaolong's mind. Yet, there was no threat to his life. He believed he could endure a little longer. Clenching his fists, Imo Xiaolong encouraged himself. Outside, Hinata Hyuga's ears perked up upon hearing his words. Her smile grew ever more pronounced. Naruto-kun, please rest assured. Perseverance is victory. Indeed, it shall be my victory. And you will be my trophy. After this game concludes, we shall be together forever. Hinata envisioned a beautiful future, intertwining her legs and cradling her crimson cheeks with her hands, lost in reverie. Meanwhile, within the live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom, the camera split into two, showcasing the performances of both Imo Xiaolong and Hinata Hyuga. Naturally, certain areas were pixelated. Goodness, I told you the girl was up to no good. Now it's clear, isn't it? The contestants' ghastly expressions say it all. A cunning villain. They shall surely face the righteous thrust of the contestants. Chapter 68. I want to swap white bread for sausages, setting aside the righteous thrusts. Within the realm of Hokage's strange tales, Imo Xiaolong was in the midst of changing his attire. However, as he moved his arms, he discreetly traced his palm with a sharp nail. The keen edge left faint imprints on his skin, and if left unattended, blood would likely seep forth within 2 hours. This feat was accomplished solely through the formidable control inherent to a ninja. Throughout the process, to evade detection by the Byakugan, Imo Xiaolong refrained from utilizing chakra, resorting instead to the most primitive method of etching. The pain was palpable, yet it was a necessary ordeal to endure. Sensing something amiss, Imo Xiaolong could only leave himself a slender thread of a clue through this means. Emotions. I hope it is not as I fear, for that would be utterly disastrous. With his gaze lowered, Imo Xiaolong murmured softly before exiting the fitting room. Before the grand floor-length mirror, Hinata Hyuga gazed at the silhouette of her beloved, her lips continuously showering praises. This outfit is the most befitting for Naruto-kun. The attire, adorned in white with golden edges, exuded an air of opulence without extravagance, embellished with an embroidered white dragon that soared upward, yearning to take flight. It not only showcased elegance but, due to its base color, appeared refined and gentle, perfectly complementing Imo Xiaolong. How beautiful! Hinata clasped her hands before her chest, enraptured by Imo Xiaolong's presence. Such a dashing Naruto-kun shall always be by my side. Imo Shalong chuckled, expressing gratitude for her compliments. Time is of the essence. Let us hasten to our shopping excursion. He endeavored to disregard her final words, for he could not even bear to meet Hinata's gaze, as the desire reflected in her eyes seemed poised to consume him. A Yandere! This is truly terrifying. Where has my soft Hinata-chan gone? Imo Shalong lamented inwardly. Beneath the cloak of night, lights twinkled brilliantly. Imo Shalong held Hinata's small hand as they walked along the street, his thoughts adrift. He aimed to concentrate on the strange tales, yet his mind remained unfocused. Unable to settle. It was always just a little bit off. Beside him, Hinata wore a gentle smile, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Upon noticing, Imo Shalong felt a flicker of understanding. However, a glimmer passed through Hinata's white eyes. Naruto-kun, it's futile, she whispered. You are but one step away from wholly belonging to me. I shall not allow you to awaken. It dawned on him that Hinata had been using her Byakugan to suppress Imo Shalong's thoughts, which explained his inability to connect the crucial clues. Ensnared in confusion, Imo Shalong overlooked many details once more. A flash of resolve ignited in Hinata's gaze as she decided to fortify her grip further. Thus, her soft voice rang out, Naruto-kun. What occupies your thoughts? Why do you wear such a troubled expression? Is it because of our date that you feel unhappy? Hinata Hyuga withdrew her hand from his large grasp, pausing to reveal a hint of sorrow on her face. If you didn't wish to go out with me, why did you agree? Her voice trembled, and a glimmer of tears shone in her eyes, evoking a sense of compassion. Imo Shalong's thoughts became a haze. He had completely forgotten what he intended to contemplate, his gaze solely fixated on Hinata before him. At that moment, he found himself utterly powerless against her charm. With a touch of vulnerability, Hinata leaned in, revealing her sadness. Please. Who could possibly resist such a plea? The last vestiges of his rationality compelled him to lower his gaze, avoiding the sight of the enchanting girl before him. He rested his palm against his forehead, seeking clarity. However, Hinata was not about to grant him that reprieve. Naruto-kun, are you all right? Hinata asked with concern, stepping closer to embrace Imo Shalong's arm. This gesture brought with it a delicate fragrance, as those familiar with kimono attire would understand. I've been reported. I have already revised several chapters. Why? Thus, Imo Shalong found himself ensnared in the existential inquiries of life. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Bewildered, he could not recall what he had meant to ponder. When he lifted his eyes, Hinata's beautiful visage was right before him. His expression shifted, as if he had momentarily regained his senses. Yet, the reality was far from it. Ah, yes, I am on a date with Hinata-chan. The joyous moments commenced. With clarity restored, Imo Shalong felt his worries dissipate. A smile graced his face as he softly spoke. I apologize for zoning out just now. His hand gently brushed away the remnants of tears from Hinata's cheeks. I truly enjoy spending time with you. The earlier distraction was merely a bout of dizziness. Now, let us relish this summer night. Hinata nodded softly, wrapping her arms around Imo Shalong's, unwilling to let go even under the warm glow of the lights. Her cheeks flushed crimson, enduring his playful teasing without a hint of retreat. In the Dragon Nation, within the live stream room, the comments erupted. Wow, she is quite skilled. Despicable girl. Let go of the contestant, and come at me if you dare. What nonsense are you spouting? In the realm of Naruto tales, the duo began to meander through the vibrant streets. At a balloon-popping stall, Imo Shalong personally guided Hinata on how to shoot. And with each balloon they burst, they exchanged smiles. He skillfully praised her. As expected of Hinata-chan, you learn everything so quickly, his words laced with a charming undertone. Indeed. Hinata was quite taken by this flattery, her smile broadening as a result. At a stall selling grilled noodles, they shared a box of food, taking turns to savor each bite. Imo Shalong's occasional teasing caused Hinata Hyuga to pout in displeasure. Naruto-kun, how could you tickle me while I was eating? She thought, plotting her reprisal. With those words, the two commenced a playful chase through the bustling streets, their laughter resonating in the air, uninterrupted by anything else. Imo Shalong held a double-scoop ice cream cone in his hand. Hinata-chan, he called out, prompting Hinata to slightly part her crimson lips. After a moment, she cast a somewhat dissatisfied glance, only to be met with Imo Shalong's teasing smile. As compensation, a soft piece of white bread replaced the ice cream in her mouth. While chewing, Hinata regarded Imo Shalong with a puzzled expression, to which he explained, as a girl, Hinata-chan, you must take care of your health and avoid consuming cold items. The smile in Hinata's eyes had not faded since their date began. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, the comments flowed. Wow, so sweet. I must say, I ship this couple. People are strange. I still firmly believe that girls have hidden agendas. P.S. I promise not to write like this again. Clearly, one cannot describe anything below the neck here. To those who reported me, come face me if you dare. Chapter 69, The Muted Words in the Realm of Naruto. On a bustling street, a pair of enchanting figures strolled side by side. The streetlights glimmered brightly, casting their intertwined shadows upon the pavement. Xiaolong held a fluffy cloud of cotton candy, feeding it to Hinata Hyuga, who nestled comfortably against his shoulder, a true little glutton. After indulging her, he playfully brushed his finger against her delicate nose, eliciting a playful glare from her beautiful eyes, which held a hint of reproach. You mustn't poke my nose. It might flatten, she admonished. Yet, if it were Naruto-kun, that would be permissible. Upon hearing this, a wave of warmth surged in Xiaolong's heart. Hinata-chan. Before he could voice his feelings, her next request nearly knocked him off his feet. I'm still quite hungry. Could you give me something else to eat? Her fair hand rested on her flat stomach, and she glanced up at his lips with a soft murmur. There is no more left. Even if you open your mouth wide, I cannot conjure food from thin air, Xiaolong jested, initially oblivious to her intentions. However, as he noticed her gaze lingering on his face, a flicker of understanding dawned upon him. A silence enveloped them, but it was not one of distance. Rather, it was a gentle warmth shared between them. Unbeknownst to them, they had wandered onto a secluded path in the park, where the glow of the streetlights began to dim. Their shadows stretched longer, taking on an almost enchanting allure. They settled onto a park bench, leaning against one another, as Hinata playfully shook Xiaolong's arm. I still want to eat, she exclaimed, her longing eyes fixed on him. Her soft pink lips, illuminated by the light, appeared irresistibly tempting. Xiaolong swallowed hard, feeling a flutter of helplessness. I truly have no way to refuse you. But let me make it clear, I would never comply for anyone else. However, if it's a request from Hinata-chan. He turned his head slightly, his tone betraying a hint of awkwardness. Before he could finish, Hinata understood his implication. How ungracious of you, she thought, a gentle smile playing on her lips. Then, I shall indulge, Hinata declared, lifting her hands to gently turn his face toward her, beginning to savor this rare delicacy. In the world of Naruto, Xiaolong sat on the park bench, the sweet aroma of cotton candy lingering in his mouth, drawing him into a delightful reverie. Yet, a sudden sharp pain in his arm jolted him back to reality, causing him to open his eyes wide. How painful, he exclaimed, a reminder from the back of his mind, as if he were in a changing room, urging him to pay attention. As thoughts returned to his mind, Xiaolong realized in that moment the nature of his predicament. Hypnosis. But why? Hinata Hyuga possesses the Byakugan. Does she not? Both the Sharingan and Byakugan trace their lineage back to Kagaya Otsutsuki, and upon reflection, this notion seemed rather plausible. Yet, plausible or not, Xiaolong sensed a resurgence of his waning will and steeled himself. Ignoring Hinata's slightly displeased gaze, he pushed her aside and, lowering his head, softly murmured, I apologize. I need to wash my face. Hinata produced a handkerchief to dab at the corner of her mouth, observing the beads of sweat on Xiaolong's brow. A flicker of excitement surged within her. It seemed Naruto-kun was also indeed. We are truly meant for one another. In her blissful disposition, Hinata assumed Xiaolong was merely feeling a bit out of sorts. Consequently, after putting away her handkerchief, she gently nodded and pointed to the side. There. The restroom is that way. Water can be found there. Seated on the bench, Hinata's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she gazed at the night sky. Her legs swaying rhythmically, betraying her elated mood as she succumbed to daydreams of the future. How many children should we have? Hee. I truly hope Naruto-kun will soon belong to me not far away. Within the restroom, Xiaolong turned on the faucet and splashed cold water onto his face. The sleeves of his kimono had been pulled back, revealing bloodied arms, where a few large characters were faintly visible. Beware of Hinata. A slight reminder paired with sufficient pain jolted his thoughts back to reality, shattering the beautiful dream woven by Hinata. His golden hair dampened. Xiaolong sighed deeply and adjusted his collar. It appeared that the delightful times had come to an end. Gazing into the mirror, he absent-mindedly touched his lips before shaking his head. I apologize. It's too sweet. This is not the essence of Hinata-chan. Perhaps I am merely unaccustomed to it. With those words, Xiaolong stepped away from the sink. In the deserted washroom, the mirror suddenly shattered, glass scattering across the floor, reflecting the light that cast a faint glow. Just a little more. The visage of Hinata Hyuga appeared upon the shards, emitting a soft, reluctant sigh. Meanwhile, In the park, upon the brown bench, Hinata observed Emo Xiaolong's return, her face adorned with a forced smile, one that was utterly strained. "Welcome back, please. Take a seat." At this moment, Hinata seemed somewhat reserved, as though the confidence she had moments ago had dissipated. Emo Xiaolong nodded and sat down with purpose. He fixed his gaze upon the ground, his voice resolute and filled with determination. "I have come to understand that this summer outing poses no real danger to life. As per the rules guidance, do not become overly engrossed. From the very beginning, this game was designed to entrap me within this illusory realm." Emo Xiaolong extended his hand into the air, keenly feeling the gentle breeze, as if in a world of reality. The words hung momentarily in the air as Emo Xiaolong turned his gaze towards Hinata Hyuga. "Hinata-chan, is this truly necessary?" Hinata lowered her head in silence. Her delicate hands clenched into fists within her embroidered robe, resting upon her thigh. "Naruto-kun, I merely wish to be with you. Why? Are you unwilling to grant me even this opportunity?" When Hinata raised her head, her face was already adorned with tears. She lamented, "You cannot possibly win. Why are you so reluctant to bow down and concede?" "I do not wish to lose you once more." Hinata's emotions surged, and Emo Xiaolong instinctively reached out to touch her cheek, which felt cold and devoid of warmth. His hand trembled, his heart tumultuous with unspoken thoughts. Hinata continued. 3 years have passed since that great battle. Do you know how I have spent these 3 years? Emo Xiaolong was momentarily rendered speechless, for his integration was insufficient. He held no relevant memories and could not grasp the meaning behind her words. Your previous escape was nothing but sheer luck. The rules have gradually solidified, and this time, no one will come to your aid. Uchiha Sasuke is unable. Nara Shikamaru is even more so. Everyone is. Emo Xiaolong. What an enigma. And it even has a built-in silencer. Chapter 70. The end of summer within the streaming room of the Dragon Kingdom. Numerous viewers began to voice their grievances. Such crucial information. Utterly useless. The peculiar utterances of the female participant were muted as if to shield her from scrutiny. It is evident that the rules are in place to prevent contestants from reaping rewards without effort. Yet, the participants have indeed exerted their physical strength. I vividly recall the interruptions during previous streams. In the realm of Naruto's strange tales, 2 individuals sat in silence upon a bench. The surrounding cicadas chirped, accompanied by the rustling leaves stirred by the wind, creating an ambience that made it challenging for one's mind to find tranquility. An inexplicable atmosphere enveloped the two. Emo Xiaolong was still pondering the nuances of the other's words when Hinata Hyuga, her tear-streaked face still fresh, suddenly lunged towards him. The softness of her form and a faint floral scent distracted him. When Emo Xiaolong raised his gaze, he found Hinata, her expression aflame with urgency, clasping his arm. "Please. Naruto-kun, yield to me this time. You need not confront formidable foes. Everyone has grown accustomed to it. If you allow me to leave my mark upon you, once our adventure concludes, I shall transform you into one of my companions. Just as Lady Tsunade has said, even though the transformation may skew one's thoughts and clarity would be fleeting. The promise of immortality and the ability to remain with one's beloved would no longer pose a dilemma." A chill wind swept through the night. Yet it could not extinguish the fervor within Emo Xiaolong's heart. After absorbing Hinata's fervent plea, he gently tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear and spoke earnestly. Tragedy is not meant to be normalized. Hinata-chan's future should not be restricted in such a manner. Pausing momentarily, he locked eyes with her pure white orbs and made a solemn vow. "Please do not despair. Grant me a little more time, and I will restore everyone to their former selves." His sincere words were compelling enough to inspire trust. However, is that so? Hinata's smile faded to a shadow of despair as she relinquished her grasp on Emo Xiaolong's arm. The sudden distance left him feeling unsettled. As they parted ways, her countenance turned entirely frigid. "We are all companions. If only Naruto-kun were here, everything would be complete. Why can't you just comply with my wishes this once?" Her tone bore a hint of accusation. Emo Xiaolong, rather than expressing anger, let out a soft sigh. "No. The salvation I seek is not this kind of salvation. I want Hinata-chan to seize her future, not to have it manipulated." Hinata's icy demeanor softened slightly. Her gaze lowered as she inhaled deeply. Fully aware of how Emo Xiaolong would respond, she still held on to a glimmer of hope and raised her eyes to ask, "Do you truly intend to confront an adversary devoid of any chance of victory?" "Not devoid of chances," Emo Xiaolong retorted. "The black mud is not invincible. I possess means to counter it. The divine game of unification among realms transcends merely the Naruto universe. Once we discern the identity of the puppet master behind all this suffering, coupled with treasures acquired from other worlds, We shall surely be able to lift the peculiar state afflicting everyone. Having watched countless anime, Imo Shalong held this belief with unwavering conviction. Of course, the prerequisite is that one must continue to survive. His self-assured words caused Hinata Hyuga to lower her gaze, softly murmuring, "Naruto-kun, you have always been so dazzling." Yet, she lamented, it is simply too late. Everything is far too late. Hinata could not comprehend the source of Imo Shalong's confidence. She only knew that her own transformed state left her with no path of retreat. I apologize, but our stances and ideologies are completely divergent. With a flick of her delicate hand, the surrounding light began to fade. To prevent you from growing stronger, I shall temporarily confine you here. Imo Shalong faintly perceived a figure before him. Just as he intended to engage in verbal sparring, a rustling sound pierced the air, causing him to momentarily lose focus. Overcome by a pair of gentle hands, he was pushed to the ground. Hearing a soft exclamation, "Heavenly return." Imo Shalong. What the? Cursed Hinata. How dare you use me to practice your half-baked ninjutsu? One could not deny the formidable emotional manipulation capabilities of the Byakugan. Indeed, Imo Shalong found himself utterly disinclined to resist, allowing Hinata to perform Heavenly Return. In the Dragon Kingdom's streaming room, numerous viewers gazed at the prominent characters on the screen, lost in contemplation. The forthcoming content is rather private. Please wait a moment. Oh no, it's time for some physical labor again. So, what stage have they reached? I am quite curious. I reckon that within the previous few hours, they could have completed everything. In the horror tales of Naruto, after Imo Shalong extricated himself from the summer outing, he found himself beneath an apartment building, surrounded by numerous houses and an exceedingly poor line of sight. At that moment, Imo Shalong clutched his waist, panting heavily. Is this how Heavenly Return is utilized? His eyes betrayed a flicker of confusion. Perhaps, next time, he should instruct Hinata on the use of other ninjutsu. With his chin resting upon his hand, Imo Shalong appeared to be savoring the moment, yet inwardly he grew increasingly vigilant. The location I currently occupy offers a dangerously limited field of vision. I cannot see the surrounding environment at all. Moreover, my figure is entirely exposed to the gaze of the nearby residents. This place is ripe for an ambush. Imo Shalong recalled Hinata's words about wanting to detain him. Uncertain of the time, he pressed his hands against his waist and began forming hand seals, silently reciting, "Shadow clone technique. Transformation technique." In the blink of an eye, a solitary stone had appeared beneath my feet. Given the current circumstances, I felt utterly fatigued and knew I must devise a means to evade all conflict. It was no wonder that Imo Shalong felt wearied. Even in a state of unconsciousness, Hinata Hyuga's condition spoke volumes. Now, having completed the game, Hinata had returned home to recuperate, and it seemed she would be unable to contend with Imo Shalong for the foreseeable future. A flicker of contemplation crossed Imo Shalong's eyes as he resolved to proceed with utmost caution. Not far away, in the shadow of a corner, Shikamaru Nara lay in wait. Observing Imo Shalong's demeanor, he couldn't help but shake his head in dismay, exclaiming, "At this rate, you will save nothing." As his words hung in the air, Shikamaru narrowed his eyes. Time was swiftly approaching. Let the assault commence. With a grand gesture of his hand, Shikamaru signaled, and the hidden allies surrounding him surged forward to launch an attack on Imo Shalong. Chapter 71. Crushing Battle, Tooth for Tooth. In a display of audacity, Inuzuka Kiba leaped from the upper floor, embodying the role of the vanguard. His straightforward ninjutsu, devoid of ostentation, transformed into a gray whirlwind alongside Akimeru, swiftly traversing through the walls and striking directly at Imo Shalong. At that moment, Imo Shalong found himself enveloped in confusion. In the fleeting seconds before the assault, his thoughts spiraled. How could the adversary launch an attack upon me? Is this not a breach of the rules? As bewilderment washed over him, a prompt echoed in his mind. Ding dong, ding dong. It has been detected that the participant has survived for 10 days. The great tale of horror is now officially unleashed. Please be advised, the safe zone has been temporarily abolished. Locate the Book of Seals and place it in the bedroom to reactivate the safe zone. The duration of the great tale of horror is 1 day. Participants are urged to strive for survival. Damn. Upon grasping the situation, Imo Shalong let out a furious roar. So, I have been ensnared by Hinata Hyuga's clumsy Byakugan for days and nights? No. It must be that within the game, my senses have been obscured by the opponent. Imo Shalong adamantly refused to acknowledge himself as a lecherous fiend. The pain at his waist was surmounted by his formidable willpower. Just as the prompt concluded, the assault was upon him. One must commend Nara Shikamaru for his impeccable handling of such details. Not only did he exploit the rules to the letter, but he also constrained the timing to the last second, depriving Imo Xiaolong of even a moment's respite. Success. A triumphant smile spread across Inuzuka Kiba's face. Crash. Without putting up any resistance, Imo Xiaolong dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. The ground shattered under the onslaught of ninjutsu, countless fragments raining down. Among them lay a stone, which was Imo Xiaolong's transformed form. Not far away, Nara Shikamaru, acting as the temporary commander, donned a faint smile. Well done. However, this is merely the beginning. After all, in the ensuing battles, no one will hold back. With that thought in mind, Nara Shikamaru fixated on the debris scattered across the ground and then directed his comrades. Attack the fragments. The rest of the team reacted slightly delayed. Nevertheless, the harmonious Akimichi Choji responded first to Nara Shikamaru's call. Human bullet tank. Akimichi Choji rolled his body into a wheel shape and charged toward the shards on the ground. The thunderous sound reverberated through the area. Transformed into stone, Imo Xiaolong let out a soft sigh, understanding that evasion from today's battle was highly improbable. Crash. Smoke billowed forth. Imo Xiaolong's figure abruptly reemerged. However, he was not in a typical state. To expedite the resolution, Imo Xiaolong summoned the chakra of Kurama. The illustrious yellow monkey made his reappearance. With one hand placed flat before him as a barrier, even as Akimichi Choji continued to roll about. He was powerless to break through when he collided with Imo Xiaolong's palm. The super beast imitation, riding a large bird in the sky, Sai launched a disruptive attack. Originally intended to serve as a scout, he should not have intervened at this moment, but he simply could not resist. After all, Imo Xiaolong's torment had become intolerable. Here I come, shouted Sakura, the main offensive force, as she activated the 100 Healings technique and charged forward. Though the peculiar circumstances rendered the activation of this technique inconsequential. As she was, after all, invulnerable, the surge of chakra proved immensely beneficial. Indeed, with a single strike, Sakura's punch forced Imo Xiaolong to retreat, avoiding a direct confrontation. The ground was instantly cratered by Sakura's blow, and both she and Choji tumbled into the pit. What was happening? Imo Xiaolong found himself perplexed. To him, Sakura's attack did not seem particularly formidable. I could easily kick her away or unleash a Rasengan to reduce her to black mud. Yet, his body instinctively withdrew. Imo Xiaolong stroked his chin, gazing at the deep pit below, lost in thought. It appeared to be a matter of bodily instinct, but such trivialities could be overcome. Here I come. Taste my fist. In the pit, Sakura crouched down and then leapt up with force, swinging her fist to strike Imo Xiaolong. However, this time, he would not indulge her. Wind release. Rasengan Shuriken. As her fist made contact with the pale blue chakra sphere, Sakura was swept away by the tremendous force, soaring into the distance. Upon landing, the energy of the Rasengan Shuriken erupted, instantly shredding her to pieces. One down, who's next? Imo Xiaolong, assessing his remaining chakra, shouted this boastful declaration. As the adage goes, pride precedes a fall. Just then, Nara Shikamaru made his move. Shadow imitation technique. The dark shadow beneath him elongated, connecting to Imo Xiaolong. Though he could only control Imo Xiaolong for a fleeting moment, it was sufficient. Body flicker technique. Following closely, Yamanaka Ino provided additional control. From within the pit, Akimichi Choji's booming voice rang out. Super. Expansion Jutsu. Meet Tank. The dynamic trio of Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru worked seamlessly together, catching Imo Xiaolong off guard with mere words. However, sometimes raw power is paramount. Imo Xiaolong unleashed a sweeping strike with his golden chakra cloak, sending Choji flying through 3 buildings before finally coming to a halt. Dust began to envelop the area, and a few ants scurried across the ground. Imo Xiaolong's gaze sharpened. Was that Shino? Without hesitation, he brought his foot down, causing the ants to burst forth with green blood, staining the soles of his feet. Imo Xiaolong's gaze once again fell upon Nara Shikamaru. You are not my match. Reveal any remaining tactics you possess. A faint smile appeared on Nara Shikamaru's face. Is that so? If that is all you have, victory shall elude you. As his words echoed, the unscathed Sakura and Akimichi Choji returned to Imo Xiaolong's side. 11 against 1, let us continue. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room. Well, the competitors are incredibly strong. To be fair, if one were to overlook the competitors' identities, I would think they were a group of formidable entities teaming up to vanquish a boss. The previous comment is spot on. It resembles an online game where players, due to their undying nature, collectively tackle a boss. Perfect. As long as the competitor survives today. Even if he meets his end tomorrow, Our dragon kingdom shall face no repercussions. If you have nothing constructive to say, kindly refrain from speaking. Exactly. How can one curse the competitor? Some individuals are selfish beyond redemption. Chapter 72. Meaningless Battle in the Tales of Hokage. Emo Xiaolong gazed at the encircling crowd, remaining silent. The wise are aided by many, while the foolish stand alone. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the siege of Uchiha Madara. Emo Xiaolong mused with a wry smile. Indeed, Nara Shikamaru nodded in agreement. However, this time, it is all of us who are taking action against you. Shikamaru. Emo Xiaolong clenched his right fist and proclaimed loudly, "Your efforts are utterly futile. You are no match for me." He sought to intimidate the crowd. Yet, Nara Shikamaru was unfazed by such tactics. He shook his head and chuckled lightly. The ninja world is no longer what it used to be. It is permeated with various pollutants. We can extract chakra without fear of contamination. As for you, I fear you cannot even employ sage techniques. No matter how powerful your current state is, it cannot last long. Emo Xiaolong's expression remained unchanged. Words are meaningless. Ninjutsu. Multiple shadow clone technique. Rasengan. Upon the emergence of nearly 100 shadow clones, the resulting Rasengan transformed the surroundings into a wasteland. However, as he beheld the rapid recovery of his adversaries, Emo Xiaolong had no choice but to retreat. Unkillable and eerie. Truly infuriating. He lamented as he fled. If possible, Emo Xiaolong wished to test whether he could seal them away. Yet, the thought crossed his mind that if the entire ninja world struggled against these pollutants, he would likely exhaust all his power without being able to seal them completely. It was crucial to remember that this situation was not akin to that within the Hinata Hanabi game. Rational and irrational foes are fundamentally different. Shikamaru. Once everyone has recovered, Yamanaka Ino stepped forward, glancing at the scattered shadow clones. What shall we do next? Patience. Nara Shikamaru gestured for calm. There is no way that rascal can escape. We are not the only ones who can act. Shino. Nara Shikamaru called out behind him. I'm here. Aburame Shino responded. Can you track him? Nara Shikamaru inquired. Aburame Shino nodded. Yes. The moment Emo Xiaolong crushed the insects, he was marked by their scent. One cannot deny the terrifying battle intelligence of Nara Shikamaru. To not let up means to go all out. Their conversation was simple, yet as the others contemplated Aburame Shino's insect manipulation techniques, they understood their intent. What are we waiting for? Lead the way. Hinata Hanabi exclaimed, raising her small fist and stepping forward, clearly eager to capture Emo Xiaolong. Inexorably, Hinata Hyuga remained nestled in bed, while her sister felt compelled to seek justice on her behalf. This time, I shall undoubtedly vanquish the opponent. Hanabi Hyuga mused internally. Let us commence. A glimmer flickered in Shikamaru Nara's eyes as he issued a directive, despite sensing something amiss. The astute Shikamaru vowed to abstain from entangling himself in the affairs of the two sisters and their adversaries. In an instant, everyone leapt into action, following the guidance of Shino Aburame as they pursued a specific direction. However, the destination was rather peculiar. Ultimately, they found themselves at the Hokage's office. At that moment, Emo Xiaolong had arrived at the threshold of the Hokage's chamber. Seizing the opportunity before his chakra cloak dissipated, he forcefully kicked open the door. Then, in the bewildered gaze of Tsunade, he brandished a Rasengan, swiftly advancing and pressing it against his own forehead, threatening, "The Book of Seals is there. Hand it over. Otherwise, I shall kill you." In moments of utter disbelief, one may find humor. Tsunade was such a case. She chuckled and shook her head. You've truly lost your wits. After all, I am immortal. You insolent brat. With a powerful thrust of her forehead and a swift motion of her arms, she initiated a move labeled Super Strength Fist, yet executed an entirely different technique. Truly, she was a cunning and formidable woman. Nevertheless, Emo Xiaolong was equally resourceful, utilizing the wind generated by the Rasengan. A tattered piece of cloth fell unnoticed to the ground. His plan succeeded. Even as his forehead was struck, Tsunade remained unfazed, ensnaring Emo Xiaolong and letting out a triumphant laugh. You've lost this time, brat. Emo Xiaolong remained silent, observing Tsunade's swift recovery, and could not help but mock. You celebrate too soon, old woman. Boom! As his words faded, a plume of white smoke erupted. Shadow clone. Another shadow clone. Damn it. Tsunade seethed with rage. She had never loathed the shadow clone technique so fervently. Upending the desk, she propelled herself with her long legs, crashing through the ceiling, and ascended to the rooftop, shouting, "What kind of ninja hides? You vile brat, come forth and settle this." Old woman. Emo Xiaolong's figure emerged from a nearby rooftop. He still maintained the Nine Tails chakra mode, but internally, he bore an unspoken burden. For this was already the second time he had summoned the Nine Tails chakra that day. 10 opportunities could scarcely endure such depletion. The duration was alarmingly brief. He needed to locate the sealing scroll swiftly. The thoughts within his heart remained unspoken. Yet Emo Xiaolong was acutely aware that in this moment, he must not display an ounce of trepidation. Thus, he proclaimed with unwavering resolve, "Ninjas have never been a vocation of righteousness. Has your mind been entirely consumed by darkness? Furthermore, the distinction between male and female is hardly a matter for comparison. Is it?" As he concluded, Emo Xiaolong could no longer contain his mirth and burst into laughter. "It is truly laughable that you, as the fifth Hokage, possess such a lack of common sense." His audacious words thoroughly incensed Tsunade. With a fierce cry, she surged toward Emo Xiaolong at astonishing speed, her delicate feet clad in high heels rising and falling with purpose. However, her powerful strike met only empty air. Emo Xiaolong merely stepped back with a subtle motion, causing her striking foot to collide with the ground beneath him. A resounding crash echoed as a gaping hole was created in the building, sending Tsunade plummeting from the rooftop to the first floor. "Foolish old woman, I shall no longer indulge you." Tsunade looked up and saw Emo Xiaolong mockingly patting his backside from the shattered opening. A deep sense of humiliation surged within her. "You shall not escape," she bellowed in fury, swiftly leaping forth in pursuit of Emo Xiaolong. Chapter 73. The ongoing battle on the other side. The Hokage's office lay in disarray. Documents were strewn across the floor, and fragments of stone had fallen from the ceiling. Occasionally, a gust of wind would blow through, causing the scattered papers to flutter. A piece of cloth remained undisturbed beneath an overturned table. Minutes later, the furious roar of Tsunade echoed from outside. As a cloud of white smoke dissipated, the cloth vanished, revealing the figure of Emo Xiaolong. One cannot help but marvel at the brilliance of the shadow clone technique. Emo Xiaolong remained silent, despite his curiosity about the contents of the documents. However, now was not the time for such distractions. He needed to locate the Book of Seals without delay. Drawing upon the memories stored in his mind, he began his search for the Book of Seals. That item, which I pilfered once, should not have changed its hiding place. He mused, stroking his chin as he made his way toward the hidden compartment. To his dismay, the location he recollected, which should have contained the Book of Seals, yielded only a blank sheet of paper. Scrawled upon it was a ghastly face. "Fool, you've been deceived." Emo Xiaolong's expression darkened as he crumpled the paper in frustration. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to calm the turmoil within him, then defiantly stated, "I anticipated this. Yet, the drawing is truly hideous." His innermost thoughts had been completely discerned. Such a cunning ploy could only have been orchestrated by one person. Emo Xiaolong cursed under his breath, "Damn you, Shikamaru. When we meet again, I shall have my revenge." At that moment, the sound of falling debris caught his attention, and he instinctively glanced around. Among the ruins, shadows had gathered, unbeknownst to him, comprising the small but determined group of allies, along with the deceived Tsunade. "My shadow clone has not reported back. What could be the matter?" He pondered, confusion rising within him, unanswered by those present. Nara Shikamaru stepped forward, subtly blocking Tsunade's path, and declared, "It's better to concede. The Book of Seals has long been secured in a safe location. Should you fail to defeat us, you will never find it." Emo Xiaolong's gaze sharpened as he committed this information to memory. Then, he observed his former companions closing in with evident hostility. A wave of sorrow surged within him for reasons unbeknownst, and after exhaling a heavy sigh, he forced himself to suppress the sting of tears in his eyes. Raising his voice, Emo Xiaolong proclaimed, "The outcome of today's events remains undecided. Do not celebrate prematurely." With that, he initiated his assault, advancing swiftly and preparing his Rasengan. Yet, just as he surged towards Tsunade, the cloak of the tailed beast around him dissipated. Emo Xiaolong, who had been calculating the passage of time, found the situation utterly absurd. How has time grown so short? At this very moment, the ordinary Rasengan confronted the enigmatic Tsunade, who wore a chilling smile. "This is rather dire." Tsunade shed her ceremonial garment and moved forward. "Little brat, is this your true form? Prepare to receive my strike." Relying on her immortal traits, Tsunade allowed the Rasengan to collide with her without resistance. Subsequently, her fist launched directly towards Emo Xiaolong's forehead. Given the circumstances, it appeared that Tsunade intended to forcibly inscribe a scar upon him. Shadow imitation technique. Nara Shikamaru seized the opportunity to restrain Emo Xiaolong's movements. Body flicker technique. Yamanaka Ino followed closely, applying her control, while the remaining allies were eager to act, but due to space constraints, they could only observe momentarily. However, Sakura, wielding the in-sealing technique, boldly charged ahead to join Tsunade in their assault on Emo Shalong. The master and disciple coordinated seamlessly, one striking the forehead and the other the abdomen. For a fleeting moment, Emo Shalong was dazed by the control technique, and when he regained his senses, a fist was already upon him. In a critical moment, a golden radiance re-emerged. Boom, rumble. Yet, it was still a step too late. Emo Shalong's figure retreated at an astonishing speed, piercing through several buildings in the process. Clearly, Tsunade had unleashed her full force with that blow. A trace of crimson blood adorned Tsunade's hand. It was the very essence left by Emo Shalong. There was a tangible sensation. She had struck true. Tsunade erupted in laughter. Lady Tsunade, this blood is suitable for tracking. Shall we not hand it over to Inuzuka Kiba? A grave expression flickered in Nara Shikamaru's eyes as he stepped forward to request it from Tsunade. There's no need for your concern. I have my own plans. Tsunade retorted coldly, then called out towards the window. Porky. A plump little pig burst through the shattered window, appearing before them. Consume this, and then locate his presence. Tsunade offered a portion of the blood to the little pig, commanding it to act. The remaining blood was carefully collected by Tsunade in a glass vial for safekeeping. Nara Shikamaru watched the unfolding events without intervening. After all, their fundamental stance was generally aligned. At present, the true enemy was merely that blonde-haired individual. Once everything was settled, Tsunade smiled at Shikamaru. I thought you might attempt to seize it. You think too highly of yourself. Shikamaru shook his head in denial. We are allies, he reiterated. Let us hope so. Tsunade had no desire to bicker with him. She directed her gaze towards Porky and commanded, let us go find that detestable little brat. The pig squealed excitedly twice, then, having determined a direction, promptly departed from the dilapidated office. Tsunade raised her fist, her face alight with excitement, following closely behind. In the midst of the mountains, Ino took a step forward and approached Shikamaru Nara, inquiring, shall we not pursue them? After a moment of contemplation, Shikamaru instructed. Provide support centered around Lady Tsunade. We will act as a cover, allowing her to advance. Many of the younger ninjas readily agreed with Shikamaru's intellect, nodding in silent accord without questioning the rationale. However, there were two notable exceptions. The first was Sakura. Having just missed her target, she now wore a determined expression. Raising her fist, she exclaimed, I disagree. I can also be a primary attacker. My synergy with Lady Tsunade is impeccable, and I would never hinder her. After a brief silence, Shikamaru slowly nodded and replied, very well. Instantly, Sakura's excitement surged as she hurried after Tsunade. The other exception, Hinata Hanabi, raised her hand and shouted. I too wish to be a primary attacker. To be continued. Chapter 74. What is this? In the Tale of Naruto. After listening to Hinata Hanabi's words, Nara Shikamaru shook his head, dismissing her claim. You lack effective offensive capabilities. As the primary attacker, you would only create chaos. It would be wiser to serve as a supportive ally. Hinata Hanabi pouted, her expression revealing her dissatisfaction. Though her opponent's reasoning was sound, she was not one to simply follow orders. With a determined glint in her Byakugan, she resolved, I will charge forward and unleash a series of Bawa palm strikes, demonstrating true strength to this condescending individual before me. On the surface, Hinata Hanabi nodded in agreement, feigning compliance. Very well, I shall follow your lead. Nara Shikamaru observed the obedient and understanding Hinata Hanabi with a satisfied nod. Meanwhile, the defeated Emo Shalong leaned against a crumbling wall, blood streaming down his forehead. I was so close to death. A flicker of fear crossed his mind as he recalled the recent blow. With a grave expression, Emo Shalong murmured, in a one-on-one confrontation. I fear no one. Even in a multiple adversary scenario, I can manage. However, for some reason, my chakra is in a state of extreme instability. As he spoke, the golden aura surrounding him dissipated. Rising to his feet, disbelief flickered in his eyes. This time, the duration was even shorter. Emo Shalong, who had been meticulously tracking the time, realized that the duration of his Kurama mode had decreased by a full 30 seconds. 30 seconds was ample time for Emo Shalong to eliminate all the minor threats in his path. Uncertain of the cause and aware that prolonging the battle was unwise, he knew he must devise a swift escape. Just as he prepared to rise, his step faltered. Beauty and the bizarre battle have drained me to such an extent. From this day forth, I must exercise caution, minimize combat, for intellect and strategy are the keys to overcoming challenges. The concept of restraint was something Emo Xiaolong chose not to vocalize. His thoughts raced in an instant, just as he was about to collapse. Master, are you alright? The shadow clone sent to distract Tsunade had returned. To Emo Xiaolong's astonishment, the Nine-Tails chakra within the clone had not yet dissipated. A profound confusion enveloped him. What distinguishes me from the clone? There is no discernible difference. Shaking his head in bewilderment, Emo Xiaolong pondered deeply. After transferring chakra to him, the shadow clone vanished. Having regained some strength, Emo Xiaolong refused to let his guard down. He knew time was of the essence. Thus, he began to weave hand seals once more. Multiple shadow clone technique. Instantly, 100 Emo Xiaolong figures materialized. The original blended into the throng and commenced his retreat. However, mere minutes later, as Emo Xiaolong leaped atop the rooftop, he passed by a floor where he beheld Tsunade, clutching a pink-skinned piglet. The pig glared at him with evident fury, while Tsunade wore a chilling smirk. I've been waiting for you, brat. Prepare for pain. Her long legs lunged towards Emo Xiaolong. At that moment, he appeared utterly bewildered. He glanced at the myriad of shadow clones nearby and then back at the clearly defined target, Tsunade. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "How did you discover my presence?" As he spoke, Emo Xiaolong stepped forward. When Tsunade lifted her leg to gather momentum, he seized the opportunity to launch a close-range offensive. His fists aimed incessantly at her, and though his taijutsu was not exceptionally strong, Tsunade was left with no choice but to defensively parry. This was due to her legs still being raised. Emo Xiaolong capitalized on this chance, preventing her from altering her stance. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, viewers reacted, "Wow, this precarious moment, witnessing this stance is quite intriguing. Indeed, I must admit, my thoughts have strayed. Not just one person on the upper floor, everyone feels the same. Those legs are truly fair." Inside the realm of Naruto's tales, Tsunade, exasperated, declared, "You insufferable brat. I will kill you." After a prolonged struggle yielding no result, she ceased her defenses. Enduring a solid punch, she ensnared Emo Xiaolong in her embrace. With him bound, her long leg could finally descend. Die. Her cold words pierced like a fierce winter gale. Without mercy, Tsunade lifted Emo Xiaolong off the ground, executing a body slam followed by a knee strike. This was a lethal technique. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Emo Xiaolong's demise was imminent. The surrounding shadow clones launched a barrage of taijutsu attacks at Tsunade, yet she disregarded them, even refraining from utilizing the Rasengan. The repercussions of employing such a potent ninjutsu could inadvertently harm her own body, resulting in a true loss. Sighing deeply, Emo Xiaolong mused, "I truly underestimated you." With no alternative, his gaze fell as golden light enveloped him for the fourth time. Chakra coalesced into claws that ensnared Tsunade. In that instant, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. "Let go of me. Release me." Tsunade writhed, striving to escape the binding. "You wretched brat. I was so close to crushing you." As she spoke, her hands exerted tremendous force, intent on obliterating the figure before her. However, it was ultimately futile. Emo Xiaolong pried her arms apart, and as he met Tsunade's near-manic gaze, he firmly planted his feet on the ground. "Old hag, you truly are relentless," he remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Suddenly, the piglet, still capable of movement, descended from Tsunade's grasp. It rapidly expanded in size, opening its gaping maw, and lunged at Emo Xiaolong with intent to bite. The sudden turn of events caused Emo Xiaolong to retreat, allowing Tsunade to escape her predicament. What a troublesome individual. Observing the creature resembling a small mountain, Emo Xiaolong unleashed a jutsu. Wind release, spiraling sphere, shuriken. After casting the technique, he fled once more without looking back. His current condition was not suited for prolonged combat. After Tsunade and the creature endured the powerful jutsu, they temporarily lost the ability to pursue, allowing Emo Xiaolong to make his escape. However, during his flight, he spotted the solitary sigh. A glint sparked in Emo Xiaolong's eyes as Nara Shikamaru's words echoed in his mind, "Unless you defeat us, do not expect to find the sealing technique." This implied that only after vanquishing them would the Book of Seals manifest. It was all my fault. The first time I defeated them and turned them into black sludge, I failed to search thoroughly. Emo Xiaolong felt a pang of regret for his delayed realization. Nevertheless, it was not too late. Sai, riding a large bird, was scanning the skies, utterly unaware that he had become Emo Xiaolong's target. P.S. There is one more chapter. 2 chapters daily. It's not that I do not wish to write more, but work is truly exhausting. Lastly, my heartfelt gratitude to all the brothers and sisters for their support. Chapter 75, the fierce speech spiral pill. Without a moment's hesitation, Emo Xiaolong launched a surprise attack. The disparity in strength between the two was considerable, and Zi was instantly reduced to a state of utter ruin. His body shattered into countless fragments, which then morphed into a pool of black mud. The entire scene unfolded as if an invisible hand had violently torn him apart, scattering the remnants in a grotesquely bloody and terrifying display. Yet, these dismembered parts began to coalesce at an extraordinary speed. This was truly bizarre. This chilling spectacle would have sent ordinary individuals fleeing in terror, but Emo Xiaolong was unlike anyone else. He stood there, his expression as calm as still water, betraying not a hint of fear. He had grown accustomed to such sights. He began to scour the remains for clues. Where could they be? Would he find any leads? As he sifted through the black mud, he finally uncovered a small fragment of a scroll, emblazoned with a large seal. As a man who had once stolen a book of seals, Emo Xiaolong recognized the item before him as a piece of the sealing book. Could it be that everyone harbored fragments within them? If gathered, would he then possess a complete sealing book? A peculiar sense of déjà vu caused Emo Xiaolong's lips to twitch. Was this an alternative version of collecting Dragon Balls? Upon completion, would he be granted a safe haven? No one responded to Emo Xiaolong's musings, yet he had already confirmed his suspicions. The difficulty of the challenge had revealed to him why the success rate of large-scale ghost stories was 0%. Who among the participants could confront the bizarre as he did? Just surviving the initial wave of strange attacks was a Herculean task. While Emo Xiaolong pondered, footsteps approached from behind. Don't even think about escaping, Nara Shikamaru shouted as he led the others forward. Emo Xiaolong swiftly turned around, his keen eyes catching sight of the swarming insects buzzing around Yonishino. At that moment, his expression darkened considerably. He recalled many things, the insects that infested every corner, and the parasitic bugs he had carelessly crushed moments earlier. A sudden thought surged within him, and without a word, he removed his shoes and tossed them aside. Nara Shikamaru, having witnessed Emo Xiaolong's actions, broke into a delighted grin. Look at you, getting smarter. No need for further words. Emo Xiaolong interjected with a wave of his hand, eager to get to the heart of the matter. Given the current situation, he merely longed to land a solid punch on Shikamaru's face. Shikamaru chuckled, stepping forward and gesturing to his cheek. Come on, hit me here. Such a demeanor made Emo Xiaolong hesitate to act recklessly. As it turned out, his caution was well placed. Foolish Shikamaru, Ino exclaimed, tossing her hair back with a huff. I've already told you, such a simple trap is utterly futile. It was merely a minor scheme. Even if it were to fail, it mattered little. It was just a pity about the explosive tags. Shikamaru spread his hands in a gesture of lament regarding his plans. Explosive tags? Emo Xiaolong's heart leaped. Their power was formidable. Even if one were caught off guard, the injuries would be significant. However, Shikamaru's intellect seemed to have transformed. In the past, he would never have divulged his strategies in such a verbose manner. Was this the influence of his peculiar transformation? Emo Xiaolong's mind raced, and in an instant, he conceived a more effective countermeasure. He swiftly formed hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 9 shadow clones materialized. With a commanding gesture, he instructed, go ahead and scout the path. No problem, main body. In the face of life and death, the clones had no inclination for mischief. They hastened towards the designated location. You shall not succeed. Sakura sprang forth, positioning herself before the shadow clones. The traps must not be wasted on mere clones. With that conviction, she struck each clone with powerful punches aimed at their foreheads, her expression a mix of fury and determination, leaving Emo Xiaolong bewildered. Adhering to his principle of inquiry, he asked Sakura, who was advancing towards him, Sakura-chan, have I done something to provoke you? Why have you harbored such animosity since our first encounter? After dodging one of her punches aimed at his midsection, Emo Xiaolong stood firm. Sakura did not pursue. Instead, she let out a cold laugh. Disgusting creature. Do not address me so. Then she muttered under her breath, win and become Hokage, lose and marry Sakura. You truly dare to dream. Emo Xiaolong realized the source of her ire. Who would be pleased to be regarded as a mere prize for the victor? Especially someone like Sakura, who harbored feelings for Sasuke Uchiha. Stop looking down on me. Sakura clenched her fists defiantly before her. This punch will hurt. Brace yourself and accept my fury. With those words, she began to gather her strength. Rasengan. Without hesitation, Emo Xiaolong activated his ninjutsu to thwart her charge. However, the 7th gate. Open. Li Rock roared, blocking Emo Xiaolong's path. I shall protect Sakura's youth. Emo Xiaolong chuckled softly, parrying Li's attack with one hand, and remarked, in this situation, It seems I am cast as the villain. No one responded to this statement. Emo Xiaolong seized the opponent's thigh and forcefully flung him aside. Sakura was now within reach, ready to interrupt her adversary's build-up. However, the scene took another unexpected turn. You little brat. The frenzied Tsunade descended from the heavens, positioning herself between Emo Xiaolong and Sakura. You scoundrel. Hinata Hanabi also arrived, eager to join the fray. The image of her sister lying unconscious at home, foaming at the mouth, ignited her fury. I will make you pay. Bagua. 32 palms. Upon recalling the events from the summer game, Emo Xiaolong felt his legs weaken. At that moment, everyone ceased their attacks, fixating their gazes upon Emo Xiaolong. Under the scrutinizing eyes of the crowd, he shook his head and spoke with a hint of trepidation. This is not something to be discussed. In Lomba's live broadcast room, what the hell? Did I just hear that? Foaming at the mouth. What a situation. With such bizarre recovery. Still bedridden, the contestants truly are. Chapter 76. Before everyone's eyes. In the realm of Hokage's eerie tales, Emo Xiaolong restrained Hinata Hanabi, who charged towards him. Despite her relentless flurry of punches, she always fell just short of her target. Consumed by frustration, Hinata Hanabi yearned to leap and strike Emo Xiaolong's knee. Yet, the heavy hand pressing down on her silky hair prevented her from jumping. Let go of me, you jerk, she protested. Hanabi, As she attempted to voice her thoughts, Emo Xiaolong swiftly enveloped her in his embrace and covered her mouth. After resolving this minor inconvenience, he glanced up at Nara Shikamaru, uncertainty flickering in his gaze. You allow me to explain, won't you? Nara Shikamaru offered a teasing smile. Speak. We're all ears. In that moment, even Tsunade and Sakura, who held grievances towards Emo Xiaolong, refrained from seizing the opportunity to strike. For them, gossip was second nature. Even the most bizarre circumstances would not alter that. Under the scrutiny of everyone present, a bead of sweat trickled down Emo Xiaolong's forehead. A pang of anxiety swelling within him. How on earth am I supposed to explain this? Damn you, Shikamaru. It feels like you're deliberately trying to see me make a fool of myself. Brain. Think of something. Brain. Understood. Abandoning contemplation, Emo Xiaolong instinctively blurted out, Indeed. Hanabi and I have spent countless days and nights together in the game. The revelation sparked uproarious reactions around him. Huh, you truly are something else. Inazuka Kiba chuckled. The good-natured Akimichi Choji scratched the back of his head, exclaiming, Congratulations. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Ino crossed her arms, clicking her tongue in annoyance. TCH, how infuriating. Standing nearby, Nara Shikamaru felt a twitch in his eyelid, a peculiar thought crossing his mind. Could it be? Ino. It seems plausible. As certain scenarios flashed through his mind, he shook his head. This isn't my concern. What did you say? The sensitive Yamanaka Ino glared at Nara Shikamaru, displeased. And nothing. He stammered, waving his hands in an attempt to dismiss her inquiry. Best be that way. After shooting Nara Shikamaru a fierce look, Ino chose not to pursue the matter further. Seems like you're enjoying quite the fortune, you little rascal, Tsunade remarked with a cold chuckle. Having caught a hint of the situation, feeling a tad embarrassed, Emo Xiaolong forced a smile. Deciding to remain silent to avoid revealing further details and becoming the subject of ridicule. Nevertheless, he would not let the instigator off the hook. His gaze lowered to Hinata Hanabi in his arms, and a fierce resolve welled up within him. I'm sorry, this is my first time. A little pain is normal, please forgive me, Hanabi. Though he kept his thoughts unspoken, a golden chakra arm suddenly manifested before him, concealed by Hinata Hanabi's form, undetected by any onlookers. And then, it pierced through. Emo Xiaolong was determined to seize every opportunity to seek a means of survival. Was not this moment fortuitous? The quest for the fragments of the Book of Seals was pressing. At this moment, Hinata Hanabi's eyes were reddened, her body writhing incessantly. Muffled cries escaped her sealed lips. She had sensed a hard object penetrating her from behind, wreaking havoc within her. Tears fell from her pure white eyes, and her struggles weakened, with her limbs hanging limply. Hinata Hanabi bowed her head, ceasing her resistance. Found it. Emo Xiaolong's eyes gleamed, and with a light chuckle, he kicked the seemingly lifeless Hinata Hanabi aside. You are of no use now. Before the onlookers, a golden chakra-formed arm displayed the fragment of the Book of Seals just extracted from Hinata Hanabi's body. Yamanaka Ino, who caught Hinata Hanabi, cast an angry glare at Emo Xiaolong. Scum. Upon hearing this, Emo Xiaolong merely smiled dismissively, flaunting the fragment of the Book of Seals. Though it may seem rather despicable to engage in such clandestine behavior before all of you, I must assert, he said, suppressing his smile and adopting a serious demeanor. For the sake of victory, I shall resort to any means necessary. Hinata Hanabi rose from Yamanaka Ino, her wounds healing at an astonishing pace. Gasping for breath, she raised her gaze, a hint of abnormal crimson at the corners of her eyes. Perhaps it was the result of her tears. You wicked fiend. I shall never forgive you. Her voice trembled, her legs unsteady, yet Hinata Hanabi charged once more at Emo Shalong. However, her expression of excitement caused Emo Shalong to furrow his brow. After evading a palm strike aimed at him, he retreated step by step. I have no time to waste here. With those words, Emo Shalong abandoned Hinata Hanabi and turned his attention to Aburame Shino, preparing to launch an attack using shadow clone technique. The explosive tags set by the enemy remained unresolved. You insolent brat, do you think so little of me? Tsunade intervened once more, and the scene seemed to revert to their earlier encounter. Yet, Emo Shalong could not afford to delay. He sighed lightly. What a nuisance. Narashikamaru? Stealing my lines? Emo Shalong did not respond, calculating that the Nine-Tails chakra within him would soon dissipate. He resolved to unleash a Rasengan to interrupt the enemy's pursuit. Shadow clone technique. Rasengan. Tsunade and Sakura stepped forward, blocking the assault of the Rasengan. As anticipated, the attack was successfully thwarted by the two. Although their bodies were half destroyed, it was merely a trivial matter. In no time, they would regenerate. Such an insufferable immortality. Emo Shalong couldn't help but scoff again. Tsunade's face twisted into a menacing smile. If you relinquish your resistance, I could allow you to join our ranks and wield such formidable power. She extended her flawless, delicate hand towards Emo Shalong. However, the response she received was, there's no point in further discussion. This topic will yield no resolution. Spiral sphere. The cursed little imp. Tsunade let out a roar as her body shattered once more. Yet, Emo Shalong's figure had already vanished from sight. It was not that he was unwilling to pursue the advantage. Rather, his current strength was insufficient to annihilate the enemy forces. For every body he shattered, another would immediately take its place. There was no time to search for the sealing scroll, and he had to remain vigilant against the opponent's desperate gambits. In the realm of supernatural tales, injury is a grave taboo. Engaging in direct combat with the Undying was an exceedingly foolish choice. Emo Shalong resolved to outwit his adversaries, knowing that his limited energy must be expended wisely, particularly on individuals such as Hinata Hyuga. Chapter 77. Follow me. In the Tales of the Hokage, Emo Shalong was swiftly leaping across the rooftops. What is happening? How could they still find me? I had clearly eradicated all traces of the insects on me. Confusion arose within him as he noticed Tsunade and Sakura relentlessly pursuing him. You lot, hurry up and stop, Sakura shouted, her voice echoing in the air. If you stop, I will too. Emo Shalong replied without looking back, quickening his pace even further. You stop first. Sakura lamented for the first time her lack of knowledge in long-range ninjutsu. If only she could harass him with jutsu while chasing, the distance wouldn't be widening so drastically. On my count. 3, 2, 1, stop together. Emo Shalong jested seriously. Sakura was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of disbelief crossing her mind. Is this fool truly that simple-minded? With her question unanswered, she nodded quickly in agreement. All right. 3, 2, 1. As the final word fell, both parties inadvertently increased their speed. You trickster, Sakura shouted through gritted teeth. A hint of sympathy flashed in Tsunade's eyes as she glanced at her furious disciple. This little brat only knows how to play such petty tricks. At least this time. She is not angry with me. Who was the trickster? Emo Shalong smirked, taunting them further as he tossed a small stone backward. The trickster is cursing at you. Overwhelmed with anger, Sakura dodged the incoming stone and retorted at lightning speed. Oh, so it's the trickster cursing at me. Emo Shalong's words incited another furious outburst from Sakura. You fool. As her emotions erupted, Sakura surprisingly broke through her limits, her pursuit accelerating once more. Noticing that she had been spurred on by his taunts, Emo Shalong grinned as he turned back. I can't play with you anymore. Rasengan. Emo Shalong executed a sudden counterattack. Unfazed, Sakura exchanged a knowing glance with Tsunade before they both struck in unison. Their combined attack landed on Emo Shalong. A cloud of white smoke erupted. Yet again. It was a shadow clone. Damn it, they exclaimed in unison. Where's that guy? Tsunade shook the little pig nestled against her chest. Puff, puff. The pig pointed with its hooves towards the stone Emo Shalong had just thrown. Their gazes shifted towards the direction of Emo Shalong's true form. The stone had, unsurprisingly, transformed into his likeness. At that moment, a look of realization crossed his face. So that's how it is. This pig is tracking me? But shouldn't the sense of the true body and the shadow clone be identical? Foolish child. Tsunade couldn't help but mock. She produced a small glass vial. Look what's inside. Emo Xiaolong gazed intently. Blood? Indeed. This is your blood, Tsunade proudly declared. Emo Xiaolong instinctively reached up to touch the wound on his head. It was from that moment. As long as this thing exists, you will never escape, Tsunade said with a confident smile. She would not divulge the specifics of her searching method, but tossed the vial into the air. Emo Xiaolong's gaze followed suit. What an opportunity. Sakura noticed the distraction and quietly prepared to act. As the small glass vial descended, Emo Xiaolong watched in astonishment as Tsunade opened her crimson lips and swallowed the object whole. Gulping, as Tsunade tilted her head back, her fair neck was exposed, revealing a slight bulge where the foreign object lodged. In mere moments, the vial was forcibly consumed by Tsunade. Where did that come from, Majin Bu? Emo Xiaolong couldn't help but scoff inwardly. A sharp gust of wind whistled past the back of his head, startling him. It was Sakura. Before thought could catch up, Emo Xiaolong instinctively bent at a 90-degree angle. As he evaded the direct punch, his rear collided heavily behind him. Hard? Unbeknownst to Emo Xiaolong, a hint of panic flickered within him. Sakura. No. With her knee pressing against his backside, Sakura's face darkened, momentarily halting her subsequent binding maneuver. As a medical ninja, she possessed extensive knowledge. Her gaze lingered between her knee and Emo Xiaolong's posterior. With a forehead adorned with a frown, Sakura seethed. You insufferable fiend, this is utterly unforgivable. As a lady, how can I endure such slander? Emo Xiaolong, realizing the blunder he had made, felt an inexplicable flush rise to his cheeks. It's all Hinata's fault. My thoughts have been quite unhealthy lately. After a brief complaint, Emo Xiaolong rolled forward, successfully evading Sakura's attack range. Painful heavens. Tsunade's foot landed precisely where Emo Xiaolong had just been. Amidst the rubble, Tsunade watched as Emo Xiaolong, akin to a slippery eel, attempted to escape once more. And she turned to Sakura to voice her grievances. That situation was the perfect opportunity. Why didn't you restrain him? Sakura, hearing this, shook her head repeatedly. Her face filled with trepidation as she explained. Apologies, Lady Tsunade. Initially, I intended to inflict serious injury. Unfortunately, he evaded with remarkable cunning. Later, I aimed to bind him. However, his words were so infuriating that I momentarily lost control of my emotions. Tsunade looked at Sakura, who wore an expression of guilt, and let out a sigh. She patted Sakura's shoulder. This time, we shall let it slide. After all, that little brat truly has a sharp tongue. Such mistakes must not be repeated in the future. Understood, Lady Tsunade, Sakura nodded in response. As the two conversed, the unhurried Nara Shikamaru arrived with others in tow. He first surveyed the surroundings, and upon failing to spot Emo Xiaolong, he inquired of Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, did you not catch up? Tsunade, gritting her teeth in frustration, replied, at a critical moment, we were just a hair's breadth away. Next time, I shall surely seize that little rascal. Nara Shikamaru nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Emo Xiaolong had reached the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen. Famished, he ordered a large bowl of ramen and began to devour it ravenously, occasionally glancing outside with taut legs, clearly ready to flee at any moment. Sighing, Hinata observed the disheveled Emo Xiaolong. What a tough road you tread. I truly pity you. Unfortunately, I cannot assist you further. After swallowing the noodles, Emo Xiaolong shook his head. Uncle Hinata, you have already provided me with more than enough. With those words, he attempted to rise. However, a patch of black mud unexpectedly crawled up his ankle. When did this arrive? Just as Emo Xiaolong was filled with dread, SHBU's voice rang out, follow me. I have a way to save you. To be continued. Chapter 78. Indeed, there is a deception, follow me, and I can save you. Upon hearing these words, Emo Xiaolong displayed a moment of hesitation. Could he trust such peculiar utterances? Undoubtedly, strange words were not to be trusted. Yet, outside, there were numerous pursuers. And before him stood only one enigma. Emo Xiaolong's heart began to sway towards Changpu. Moreover, not long ago, Nara Shikamaru had mentioned that Changpu was gravely injured and temporarily incapable of seeking trouble. Weighing both sides, Emo Xiaolong discerned that following Changpu might indeed lead to a path of survival. He mused inwardly, at the very least. The Changpu before me appears weaker than Tsunade and her companions. With this rationale convincing him, Emo Xiaolong cast a glance at Uncle Hinata, who was washing dishes, and then quietly spoke to Kurama. I am being pursued by Tsunade. If you can find a solution, I will follow you. Absolutely. Kurwa Changpu replied eagerly. As long as you come to my room, they will never find you. Mo Xiaolong nodded in understanding, though the extent of his trust remained known only to him. As a ninja, he had 100 ways to evade Uncle Handama and enter Changpu's room. Nevertheless, a sense of unease crept over him. His back felt cold, and he involuntarily shivered. Hurry up. Why are you hesitating? Changpu urged from the doorway. Shaking his head to dispel his ominous feelings, Mo Xiaolong softly declared, At this point, I have no other choice. It is merely a transition from the wolf's den to the tiger's lair. With those words, Mo Xiaolong stepped resolutely into Changpu's room. Upon entering, he was greeted by darkness. His eyes were still adjusting to the dim light when he heard a tinkling laugh. Hee. What a surprise. I didn't expect you to really come in, Changpu exclaimed, illuminating the chandelier above. The light flooded the room, causing Mo Xiaolong to narrow his eyes. What are these? He inquired, noticing the black mud scattered throughout the space. Do not worry, Changpu reassured him, approaching with a smile. This black mud can block all forms of detection. After all, the Byakugan's ability to see through is truly bothersome. As she spoke the last part, her tone turned indignant, her fist raised in anger, clearly recalling someone. Meanwhile, Hinata in the distant Hyuga household sneezed, turned over, and continued her slumber. Mo Xiaolong disregarded Changpu's expression, stepping back to evade her outstretched hand. For some reason, his eyelids twitched slightly. His gaze fell upon the writhing black mud, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Sister Changpu, is there a particular significance to the arrangement of this black mud? Mo Xiaolong asked with a serious expression. Hee, Changpu replied, unperturbed. In her eyes, the person before her had nowhere left to escape. The current struggle is merely a prelude to a sumptuous feast. The intricacies of this situation are indeed profound. As Changpu's words echoed, the black mud surged with a sudden intensity, enveloping nearly the entire room. Mo Xiaolong, upon sensing an overwhelming dread, felt that the room harbored a terror far greater than that of Tsunade and her companions. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Should I not have entered? Disregarding Mo Xiaolong's unwarranted concerns, Changpu continued, observe how the ceiling and windows have been sealed by the black mud. The same applies to the door. Mo Xiaolong, increasingly agitated, responded, his sense of foreboding intensifying. Changpu nodded in affirmation, stating that the entire room lacked even the slightest crevice. Once the black mud enveloped the space entirely, no one could enter or exit without her consent. Mo Xiaolong felt an uncontrollable twitch in his eyelids as he gazed at the ever-expanding black mud, his throat constricting, prompting him to ask, Sister Changpu, you will let me out, won't you? A melodic laugh escaped Changpu's lips, yet she offered no answer, instead elaborating on her powers. By the way, the black mud is akin to my very being. In other words, you have been consumed by me. As her words settled in, a dark mist began to materialize around them. Mo Xiaolong attempted to hold his breath, but the substance stubbornly invaded his nostrils. Overwhelmed, he sank to the floor, helplessly watching as Changpu approached. Her bare feet, unshod, came to a stop before him, her long legs towering above. You should not be this strong, he exclaimed, feeling his chin lifted by her finger. Yet, the confusion within him compelled a question. With a confident demeanor, Changpu gently pushed against his shoulders, watching as he lay defenseless. With a triumphant air, she began to explain, as the first to be infected. Although my strength is temporarily diminished, my capabilities are beyond your imagination. As she spoke, she advanced, ultimately positioning herself atop Mo Xiaolong, playfully tugging at his collar. Do you know what my power is? Changpu breathed out a warm exhale, her gaze momentarily drifting. Mo Xiaolong, still yearning to resist, sought to buy time by inquiring. What is it? It is devouring and assimilating, Changpu proclaimed loudly, her arms outstretched. She paid no mind to Mo Xiaolong, who had collapsed once more, and continued to recount her actions. The floor is now completely covered in black mud. You cannot escape. This is my game arena. This is my power. With an unceasing stream of words, Changpu wore an expression of exhilaration. Her gaze fell upon Mo Xiaolong, whose limbs were ensnared in black mud, and she couldn't help but chuckle once more. You shall become an integral part of me. We are truly meant to be together. Her tone gradually spiraled into madness, and a frenzied glint flickered in her eyes. For Changpu, consuming Mo Xiaolong had become of paramount importance. It had morphed into her obsession. Within the Dragon Nation, in the live streaming room. What the hell? Another sinister game. Wait, why do I say another? Not even a hint. The moment you enter, Death is virtually a certainty. How much more sinister can it get? Bakayuru. Finally dead. Shiba. Good riddance. The barrage of comments flooded the live stream. Yet, within the realm of the Naruto horror tales, the situation shifted once more. You just said this is your game, didn't you? Emo Shalong's gaze fell, seemingly having surrendered all hope of resistance. Chapter 79. Who is truly bewildered? Indeed, this is my eerie game, Changpu proclaimed with pride. No hints. Once you enter, you will be engulfed. This is the grand surprise I have prepared for you. Emo Shalong exhaled slowly. As long as it's a game, that is fine. However, when he raised his gaze, a fleeting moment of dread flickered in his eyes. That was a close call. Emo Shalong murmured to himself. Slap. What kind of look is that? Did you think you could escape? Smack. Smack. Changpu delivered several swift slaps, nearly leaving Emo Shalong dazed. Nevertheless, it was not the time to be dazed. He directed an angry glare at Changpu, then silently chanted in his heart, invoking the mysterious game exemption. Target selected, Changpu. Usage successful. A mechanical voice echoed. Although the surrounding black sludge remained, it no longer posed a threat to Emo Shalong. He shook off his hands and rose from the black mire. How is this possible? How can you still move? Changpu stared in disbelief, attempting to push Emo Shalong down once more. However, smack, smack. Covering her cheeks, Changpu only heard Emo Shalong whisper, "This is a return gift." Emo Shalong paused momentarily before continuing, "No need to thank me. I truly am polite." Emo Shalong mused inwardly. In the Dragon Kingdom, within the live stream room. What the heck? There's a cheat. How did he escape? I don't understand. But I support it. Bakayuru. I want to report. Shiba. I want to report too. Oh my god, this is unfair. I want to report as well. The live stream chat was inundated with reports from viewers of other nations, while numerous citizens of the Dragon Kingdom began to rally in defense with their keyboards. Suddenly, a message flashed through the live stream, halting all debates. Upon inspection, the contestant exhibited no rule violations. This action was a result of the contestant utilizing a game exemption. Note, a reward obtained from completing the eerie game. In the realm of Hokage's eerie tales. At this moment, Tsunade was engulfed in confusion. She stood atop a rooftop, cradling Tun-Tun. Why can't I sense that little brat anymore? Poo-poo. Tun-Tun felt equally helpless. However, there was nothing to be done. It couldn't just arbitrarily point in a direction. Time continued to elapse, and Tsunade's expression grew increasingly grim. Damn little brat. It has already been half a day. Where on earth could he have gone? Her fair hand, which had previously been gently stroking Tun-Tun's back, suddenly clenched in frustration. Poo-poo. Tun-Tun immediately began to struggle. Realizing her reaction, Tsunade quickly moderated her grip. Nonetheless, her expression remained far from pleasant. On the other side, Nara Shikamaru was leading the rest of the team in a search. Inuzuka Kiba's nose quivered slightly as he sought to track scents. Hyuga Hanabi, with her Byakugan, continuously scanned the surroundings. Meanwhile, Sai, perched upon a large bird, surveyed the skies. Yet none had discerned any trace of Emo Shalong. Nara Shikamaru let out a soft sigh and turned to Yamanaka Shino. Any leads? He inquired. Yamanaka Shino shook his head, then nodded. What do you mean by that? Yamanaka Ino pressed. Without hesitation, Yamanaka Shino replied, Ichiraku ramen. My insects cannot infiltrate it. The insect army has thoroughly searched the other areas of Konoha, but we have not yet encountered any significant presence. As a supply point, Ichiraku ramen possesses certain peculiarities. Hence my insect's inability to penetrate it is warranted. Upon hearing this, Nara Shikamaru stroked his chin thoughtfully. After a brief contemplation, he issued a directive in that case. Send out a signal to gather everyone at Ichiraku ramen. Upon hearing the mention of ramen, Akimichi Choji's eyes instantly sparkled. It's been ages since I've had Ichiraku ramen. He lamented, patting his stomach. Nara Shikamaru gazed at his good friend, shaking his head with a resigned smile. This time, we can eat. Really? That's fantastic. Akimichi Choji exclaimed, bursting into joyous motion. Shikamaru, you truly are the best. That praise seems rather cheap, Yamanaka Ino remarked, brushing her hair aside. The trio's banter was remarkably normal, provided one overlooked their grotesquely expanding bodies and the black ooze continually seeping from them. Such a bizarre scene evoked no sense of unease among them. Rather, it appeared they had long since grown accustomed to it. Yet, there lingered a hidden sense of helplessness and sorrow in their eyes. Transformed, they were no longer masters of their own fate. Meanwhile, within the confines of Ichiraku ramen, Emo Shalong reclined with his legs crossed, allowing the surrounding black sludge to envelop him. Eat. I will consume you. The frenzied SHBU had yet to relinquish her devouring intentions. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that for the next 10 days, Emo Xiaolong would be entirely immune to her attempts at consumption. Hey, your black sludge can block detection, right? Emo Xiaolong queried bluntly. You insolent child. SHBU retorted angrily, her form appearing before him as she raised her diminutive fist to strike. Call me Sister SHBU when you need something. Otherwise, just hey, I'll crush you, you little brat. Yet, SHBU seemed to have forgotten a crucial detail. Her current combat prowess was insufficient to overpower Emo Xiaolong. After violating the rules, the wounds on his body have yet to heal. It is a fundamental weakening, and the peculiar regenerative abilities are rendered ineffective. Without lifting his head, Emo Xiaolong deftly avoided the incoming fist while extending his hand to restrain Changpu, pinning her to his knee in a posture reminiscent of an adult disciplining a child. With a cold expression, Emo Xiaolong continued to question, is your ability truly useful? Speak quickly. Otherwise, be wary of my wrath. As he spoke, his palm came down heavily. Slap, slap, slap. You scoundrel. Changpu's voice trembled with emotion. She lamented, haven't you already struck me? Unmoved, Emo Xiaolong offered a disingenuous apology. My apologies, I couldn't help myself. Just as he was about to press her further, a sound from outside caught his attention, heightening his alertness. Hey, bring me a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. It was Tsunade's voice. Emo Xiaolong felt an overwhelming shock. Had the other party discovered his hiding place? No, that wasn't it. There were other sounds as well. As Emo Xiaolong strained to listen, he remained on high alert.